Lord of the Rings, I reforged the glory of the magic ring in Middle-earth. Chapter 1. A golden meteor suddenly streaked across the night sky, then turned around and disappeared in the land. Humans who occasionally saw this golden meteor did not pay too much attention to it and just treated it as an ordinary meteor. The romantic elves made their own insignificant wishes to the meteor, while the dwarves wanted to identify the location where the meteor fell and try to find meteoric iron from it. The grey-robed wizard stared at the direction where the golden meteor fell with his wise blue eyes. He held a cigarette in his mouth, his old face showing a pensive expression, and he remained silent for a long time. When the alien star falls, gold will rise. Friend or foe? Finally, the grey-robed wizard left this doubtful sentence and rode away on his horse in the opposite direction of the falling meteor. The Shire, Hobbiton. It was a sunny afternoon, peaceful and lively, accompanied by the aroma of afternoon tea desserts. Bilbo Baggins, as a hobbit. At this moment, he should be leisurely enjoying sausages, toast, cookies, and black tea in his bag end, feeling the deliciousness and sweetness of these foods mixing in his mouth, and finally sitting in the rocking chair and burping comfortably as the highest praise for this afternoon tea. But now, wearing a brown shirt and black bell-bottom pants, he looked naive and was standing outside his bag end with a sad face. Not only that, outside the lush green door of his house stood a circle of relatives, friends, and neighbors who also had sad faces. Bilbo and the hobbits all looked towards the roof of Bilbo's grassy field. "Bilbo, why don't you climb up and take a look? After all, that's your roof, isn't it?" suggested a female hobbit with a sharp voice. She was wearing a dark yellow dress and a black hat, but the look she gave Bilbo was full of gloating. Bilbo pointed back rudely, "Don't think I don't know what you are thinking, Lobelia Sackville Baggins. You must have beaten me up and been stabbed by that strange armor on the roof, then went to my house and stole my silver spoon. You planned to do that last time and I caught you." The other hobbits who came to watch laughed at her, making Lobelia embarrassed. She said somewhat angrily, "But this thing landed on your roof. You're going to have to deal with it sooner or later." Bilbo shrugged. "Don't worry about that. Perhaps this armor that fell on my roof is just a gift from heaven. Oh, maybe I should sell it to a wizard. Maybe I can get a good price for it. And then I can use the money to buy more cheese and sausages." Kala. Perhaps the suit of armor on the roof heard what Bilbo was going to do with him, for its arm moved, making a metallic sound. The noisy crowd outside Bilbo's house suddenly quieted down. Even the two Baggins who were arguing just now shut their mouths, their hearts beating faster due to nervousness. However, the armor did not make any further movement, which made Bilbo, who was holding his breath, breathe a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and was about to say something to his friends, relatives, and neighbors who had come to watch, but he found that these hobbits had disappeared without a trace at some point, leaving behind a mess. For example, melon seed shells and fruit peels. Bilbo sighed, then took a deep breath, looked at the roof of his house, and mustered up his courage and said, well, let me see what dares to hit the roof of Baggins' house." He returned to Bag End, holding the frying pan he usually used to fry fish and sausages, climbed onto the roof and came to the motionless armor. Bilbo tiptoed over carefully, saying like a stuffed hamster trying to intimidate, "You'd better not mess with the Baggins family. We are the most powerful family in all Hobbiton. I will hit your helmet off with my frying pan and kick your boots off with my foot." It was a humanoid face-covering armor wrapped entirely in silver-white unknown metal. The helmet had delicate carvings resembling tree branches, and feathers like snow-white wolf hair fell behind it. The silver shoulder armor on both sides also has exquisite carvings, but the shape is more like some kind of leaves. The face and the area above the chest not covered by armor were covered with chain mail, making it impossible to tell whether there was a person inside or some other rotting corpse. "Is this perhaps an elf?" Bilbo thought to himself as he looked at the armor that was obviously of extraordinary workmanship. This made him feel a little scared but also a little excited, because Bilbo had never seen an elf and only knew about this race from books. As a result, even when he closed his eyes and gently tapped the chest of the mysterious silver-white armor with a frying pan that still had a hint of sausage aroma, the other party did not respond. Bilbo quickly put the pan away, blinked, and showed a thoughtful expression. Then he plucked up his courage, went to the helmet and took it off with force. "Oh my God!" Bilbo exclaimed as he looked at the unconscious face revealed when the helmet was removed. This is the face of a young human, with a handsome appearance and a head of black messy hair. But at this time his lips were a little purple and his face was a little pale. He looked like he was in urgent need of a comfortable bed, a burning fireplace and hot milk and vegetable soup to warm his body. He originally thought that there was no living creature inside the armor, but it turned out that there was a living human being inside. Bilbo's first reaction was, how did he survive a fall from such a height? The second reaction is, how do I move it from the roof to the house? Bilbo never thought of leaving the other person here. As a hobbit, he was very kind-hearted. So the owner of Bag End looked at his slightly tilted roof, then looked at the ground below his roof which was not paved with stones, and his eyes rolled around. While struggling to pull at the armor that was nearly twice his height, he muttered, since you fell from such a high altitude, this distance should be fine, right? Bilbo said as he put the helmet back on the unconscious human's head. In order to prevent it from being worn firmly, he tapped it twice more. 3, 2, 1, up. With a sound of great strength, Bilbo heard a clang and pushed the armored man that had fallen on his roof to the ground, right in front of the door. Phew, well, it seems you're lucky. You don't have to rub it in the mud for any longer. When the Fated One woke up from his coma, what met his eyes was the gentle orange light, what he heard was the peaceful chirping of insects at night, and what he smelled was the fragrance of herbs. The brown wooden ceiling was lit by black metal chandeliers, but the Fated found themselves very close. He was covered with a clean white quilt that only covered his upper body. The White Wolf war ghost armor he was wearing had been taken off and neatly placed on the small cabinet at the end of the bed, leaving only his black base layer on his body. As for the lower body, that is, the two legs, they were placed on a cushioned chair by an unknown person. Because the bed he was lying on was very short. Ding ding dong dong. It sounded like the sound of cutting vegetables coming from somewhere else, accompanied by the aroma of meat. The fated person could be sure that someone was cutting a piece of salty and delicious sausage. He tried to sit up, but felt like his body was falling apart. After struggling for a few times, he went from lying down to sitting on the bed that didn't fit his body shape. Where am I? Have I been saved by the demi-humans? No, demi-humans don't have such a clean and tidy living environment, and they wouldn't rescue me and put me on a bed when I was unconscious. They would just treat someone like me who is unconscious as a surprise meal. Then he saw a human who was only about as tall as his waist, as tall as a demi-human, walking out with a smile on his face, holding a plate of food. He was wearing clean and tidy clothes, a brown jacket and shorts. But the Fated One's gaze moved to the other person's feet. It was a pair of large feet covered with a lot of brown hair. No normal human would have such large feet. And such big feet belong to someone who is half his height and doesn't even wear shoes. So they're still demi-humans? Demi-humans dressed in clean, neat clothes? But I've never seen a demi-human with a human face. Just as the Fader was lost in confusion, the man saw him sitting on the bed with his head almost touching the ceiling, and showed a happy expression. Oh, my friend, you are finally awake. You know, you slept in my bed for 2 whole days. If your chest hadn't been rising and falling, I would have thought you were dead. The Fated One showed an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, kind stranger. But may I ask where I am now? Am I in the city of Rodel on the Yatan Plateau, or in the small town on Lake Linia? Bilbo opened his eyes slightly, glanced around, especially at the window to his right. After confirming that he was still in Hobbiton, he said, no, neither of those 2 places you mentioned. This is where we hobbits gather, and it's called Hobbiton. If you want to know the name of this land, it's called the Shire. Then Bilbo came straight over and put the tray in his hand on the low table beside the bed. At least for a Fader, this table is low. But it was certainly just right for Bilbo. I made dinner, but I'm not very good at taking care of injuries. Can you eat this? Bilbo took one of the plates from the dinner plate. On it was cod fried carefully in butter, and the fat gave off a pleasant aroma. Just as the Fated One was about to raise his hand, the severe pain all over his body came back. Bilbo saw this and realized what was wrong. He said quickly, I'm sorry, I forgot you fell from such a height. You must have broken bones all over your body. Although I have never taken care of anyone, since you fell on my roof, I will take it upon myself to feed you. No. The Fated One shook his head, then he endured the pain and raised his right hand, grabbing at the air a few times. Then a glass bottle shaped like a dewdrop suddenly appeared in his hand, with a layer of bright red liquid at the bottom of the bottle. Fortunately, there is one last bite. The Fated One breathed a sigh of relief, then raised the dewdropper bottle and drank the remaining red liquid in one gulp. The familiar warmth instantly enveloped the body of the Fated One, and the injuries that caused unbearable pain all over his body disappeared in just a few seconds. His pale face turned rosy, his black eyes were no longer weak, and he stood up from the bed. Boom! Ow! The fader then hit his head against the chandelier above him, causing him to cry out in pain. Bilbo opened his mouth and swallowed back the words he was about to say to stop the other man from standing up. He coughed lightly and said, "You humans are indeed not tall enough to move around in a hobbit's home. You'd better sit down. By the way, did I introduce myself? My name is Bilbo Baggins, what's yours?" Then Bilbo pointed curiously at the dewdrop bottle in the fader's hand and asked, "How did you make it happen just now? Is there a wizard's elixir in it? Are you a wizard? Like Gandalf the Grey who came back here to set off fireworks on New Year's Day?" The Fated One was a little confused by Bilbo's question. He had never seen anyone so talkative before. He thought for a second and decided to answer the other party's first question first. I can't remember my name very clearly. But I remember that others called me the Tarnished, which means the lightless person who has lost his blessing. I don't know the Gandalf you're talking about. As for this dewdrop bottle, although I don't know what a wizard is, I'm sure it's not some alchemical potion. The liquid here is some form of the golden blessing. As long as you have breath left, drinking it will quickly restore your body to its best health. The Fated One glanced at Bilbo, who showed interest, and added, "But it can't cure disease or poisoning. If you're already poisoned, it can only restore your body to its pre-poisoning state. But the toxins remain in your body, and your body will still be affected by them. If you're wondering about the taste, it tastes a bit like a mixture of apples, grapes, and strawberries." Bilbo shook his head. "Oh, I don't really care. Well, I do care a little about the taste. But you've already drunk it, haven't you, Mr. Tans? Let's enjoy the fine wine I've stored, and then I can listen to your stories with a sumptuous dinner. Please wait here for a moment, and I'll make some more dinner to celebrate your awakening." After he finished speaking, he stood up and ran to another part of Bag End on his broad, thick paws without waiting for the fader to say anything. Was the kind-hearted person who rescued him a little too hospitable? The Fated One wondered. He had no idea that the hobbits were such a welcoming, kind, and peaceful race. Chapter 2. May your journey be smooth. The moonlight shone outside Bag End, penetrated the glass, and cast a moonlight over Bilbo's house. The Fated Man and Bilbo had finished their dinner. Bilbo used the excuse that the Fated Man was too tall to move around in Bag End, and went to wash the dishes himself. When he came back, the Fader found another apple in Bilbo's hand and began to eat it. Perhaps the Fated One should now be called Tanis, which is what Bilbo thought the Fated One was called. The Fader didn't think there was anything wrong with the name. Since it had a similar pronunciation, he accepted it. "Mr. Tanis, are you saying that you come from a place called the Junction?" "I'm sorry, I've never heard of this place. I've hardly ever been out, so I don't know much about the outside world. But my father and mother have been out, and sometimes I wonder if I should leave my warm bed and go outside Hobbiton to see the world," Bilbo said with interest after listening to Tanis's own story. He glanced at Tans and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Tans? Should I go out for a walk?" After listening to Bilbo's words, Tans thought carefully for a long time. When Bilbo was about to speak, he finally replied, "I can't give a definite answer to this question, Bilbo. The outside world is not only beautiful, but also dangerous. However, beautiful memories will be cherished for a lifetime, and dangerous things will make you miss and cherish your life at home even more." Then Tans looked at Bilbo and said with great envy, "From your few words and your sincere hospitality to me, it can be seen that you live in an extremely peaceful environment. I envy you, Bilbo, really. I really hope that my hometown can be as peaceful and tranquil as yours." Bilbo was a little surprised and a little amused. However, when he saw the envy and suppressed sadness in Tans's black eyes, he held back his smile. He pursed his lips and said, "Your hometown will be like my hometown, Tans." Tans just smiled and said nothing else. Bilbo sensed the awkwardness of the atmosphere, so he coughed and said, "Could you tell me more about your adventures, Mr. Tans? I imagine you've been to many places." Tans had no reason to refuse. He narrowed his eyes and lost himself in memories. "Of course, but where should I start?" "Right, let's start from here. The fallen leaves bring a message, on the other side of the fog, my hometown, the borderland." As Tans told his story, Bilbo was immersed in the story told by the Fated One. He was excited by the howling wind in Stoneville, but also worried about the power of the evil demon and the cruelty of the limb-grafting king. He was moved by the magnificence of Lake Linnea, and sighed for the love of the full moon queen and the waiting of the moon princess. Tans continued to tell the story, from the battle between General Starbreaker and the Valkyrie in the Ionian War in Gelid, to the Blood King's conspiracy to crush the coalition forces in the defense of Rodel on the Istan Plateau, to the blasphemous king who was deceived by the giant snake at Mount Gmir. A picture scroll seemed to appear before Bilbo's eyes. The content on the scroll was so rich, so colorful, and so immersive. He heard things that he would never have seen in his entire life in Hobbiton. Bilbo suddenly felt an urge in his heart. He wanted to see the eternal city underground that Tans had mentioned, explore the ancient dragon city-state floating in time and space, and visit the shadowy land hidden in history. More importantly, Bilbo wanted to see the golden tree that Tanis had often mentioned. The huge tree that stood tall, as dazzling as the sun and as bright as the stars, brought prosperity to his hometown. As time went by, the moon reached its highest point in the sky, and the light shining into Bilbo's house became brighter and brighter, as if someone was watching here through the moonlight and listening to everything Tanis said. And so, the Ring of Elden was restored, and the borderland welcomed a new king. This is the story I know about my hometown, Bilbo. After saying all this, Tanis looked at Bilbo. The fated man didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to hear the sigh of a certain god in his ear. His sigh contained praise, sadness, and sympathy. Bilbo came back to his senses. He seemed not to have completely gotten over the story of the borderland and was immersed in it. It was not until Tans reached out and gently patted the other's shoulder that Bilbo came back to his senses and let out a long breath. Bilbo blinked his sore eyes, then looked at Tanis with admiration and said, "Your adventures are beyond my imagination, Mr. Tanis. You have traveled to so many places and experienced so many stories. If you don't mind, could you let me record these stories in my free time? I want to write them into a biography and leave them for my descendants to read." Tanis nodded. "Of course, Bilbo. If there are any unclear details, I can also fill them in for you." Bilbo smiled with satisfaction, then looked out the window and realized that it was already late at night. The sudden sleepiness that welled up inside him made him yawn. Bilbo said, "Ah, it's already so late. Let's stop here for today. This bed will remain with you while I go to my parents' bedroom to rest. See you tomorrow morning, Mr. Tanis." The hobbit bade the fader good night and left. "Good night, Mr. Bilbo, may the moonlight light up your dreams." After saying goodbye to Bilbo, Tans suddenly felt a little tired, so he carefully adjusted his body to a comfortable position on the short bed and lay down. Soon, his breathing became steady and he fell into a dream. Go to the southwest of Zhongzhou, which is south of the Shire. There are woodlands destroyed by the fire of the First Age. You can rebuild your homeland there. I allow you to join my great movement. In the dream, Tans felt that he had come to a pure white space. A person of similar size to him was looking at him gently. When Tans saw this strong man with a crown on his head and a beard, his name automatically came to his mind. As Elevator. The creator god of this world. Tans just felt that he looked familiar, and then smiled. "This is not the first time we meet, right?" Elevator smiled and nodded. "Yes, I saw you when you appeared in the void and fell to the world of Arda. However, I did not know your origins, so I did not wake you up hastily. I simply gave you the language of Arda, allowing you to communicate fluently with intelligent creatures." Tans, however, caught the other person's words and revealed a sad expression. "You mean, this is no longer the border area, no longer my hometown? Can I still go back?" Elevator simply nodded calmly. "Even I have not found the coordinates of your homeland outside the void." The fated one raised his head, an unspeakable sadness surged from the depths of his body, gradually drowning his entire body. But Elevator's next words shocked the fated one's loss and sorrow. He said, "But your homeland is within you." Tans looked at the other party in confusion. Elevator raised his hand slightly and pointed at Tan's chest. "My eyes can see that everything in your homeland is there, within the magic circle that emits a gentle golden light." He is referring to the Elden Ring. "In my body." Tans lowered his head in disbelief and stared at his chest. As if sensing Tans's gaze, a magic ring composed of multiple pure golden circles quietly emerged from his chest. Tan's mind was immersed in it. He saw that everything in his hometown seemed to be suspended in time and sealed in the magic ring. At this moment, Elevator's voice came, "So, go to the southwest of Central Land. The story you told me tonight has given me incomparable novelty and satisfaction, so I allow you to rebuild your homeland in this world I created and compose your own music." Tans watched as the magic ring returned to his chest. He raised his head again and looked at the god of creation with eyes full of gratitude. He said, "Thank you." Elevator shook his head slightly. "Visitor from another planet, I have not finished speaking. I allow you to compose your music, but I will not allow you to affect the music I have already composed. In Arda, some things are destined to happen." The god of creation looked at the fated one, his tone slightly more serious than before. "It's like a great concert. As a special guest, you can play a magnificent piece, but you can't steal the show and become the true host." Tans answered sincerely, "I just want to rebuild my hometown and protect it with my life." Elevator said, "At the end of the music, I will help you. I will use my power to hide your homeland in Middle-earth. It will become a huge island in the ocean. And your deeds will become epics and myths passed down from generation to generation by humans. Perhaps occasionally, humans who have heard of your deeds will sail out to sea to find your homeland. Are you satisfied with the end of the performance?" The border area itself is a continent surrounded by the sea, and Tans did not think there was anything wrong with Elevator's arrangement. So he nodded. Elevator's serious expression softened, and he waved his hand. "Farewell, visitor from another planet. May we meet again at the end of the show." As Elevator took action, Tans felt his consciousness quickly awakening from the dream. Until he suddenly opened his eyes, the crisp sound of birds singing outside the window rang in his ears, and the sunlight gently spread on his face. "Hey! You're awake, Tans. I was just about to call you. Did you sleep well last night? Would you like to come with me for breakfast? There are fresh fruits and fluffy bread, as well as delicious bacon and fried eggs." Bilbo's enthusiastic voice came from the other side. He was holding a tray in his hand with a subtle smile on his lips. The hobbit's chattering and enthusiasm made Tans, who hadn't felt friendly for a long time, smile inwardly. He also wished Bilbo good morning and enjoyed a hearty breakfast with him. "I think I should leave, Bilbo." Tans sat on the chair at the door of Bilbo's house and said to Bilbo, who was enjoying the sunshine and smoking. Bilbo was startled and immediately took the cigarette holder away from his lips, looking a little surprised. "Oh, are you leaving now? Actually, I think you can stay here for a few more days. You don't have to worry about food in my house. There is enough to entertain you," Bilbo said. Tans smiled and said, "Although I have only met you for one night, I am willing to believe what you say. However, I had a dream last night. In the dream, someone told me to go to the south of the Shire, where I could rebuild my home." Bilbo, upon hearing this, suppressed his reluctance and revealed a look of happiness for Tanis. "South of the Shire, that must be very far. Although I haven't travelled far, I've seen it on maps. You can start from the east side of the Shire and see a broad river called the Brandywine. If you follow it south, you'll reach a place called Minthriath." Then he stood up and said, "Yes, I have a map at home, and I'll give it to you." The hobbit always acted decisively. Hardly had he finished speaking when he had already crawled into bag end and quickly pulled out a brand new rolled-up map. Bilbo spread out the map and said, "Fortunately, I bought this map from a travelling merchant who passed through the Shire. Although it has been at home for a few years, the outside world should not have changed much." He handed the map to Tans and pointed to the location of the Shire and Mincherius. "This is the Shire. We are in Hobbiton now. Then you will go from here." Bilbo planned Tanis's route carefully, just as he had looked at a map countless times when planning a journey out of the Shire. Tanis listened carefully to the route the hobbit pointed out for him. When he finished speaking, he took the map from him and said gratefully, "Thank you, Bilbo. I will invite you to visit my hometown when I have rebuilt it." Bilbo smiled and said, "Of course, I am also looking forward to seeing the golden tree you mentioned." Then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and patted his head. "I almost forgot. The journey from here to Mincherius is very long. I'll go get you some dry food and drinking water. And I'll also give you a backpack big enough to hold all this food." Bilbo looked at Tans and said, "You should be able to carry it, right? But I suggest you go to Bree first and buy a horse to help carry it. You just saw the location. But be careful when you pass by the Barrow Downs on your way to Bree. I heard from the travelling merchants that there are many wights in the Barrow Downs." Tans replied, "I am very grateful that you have prepared dry food and water for me, Bilbo. As for the horses, you don't have to worry. Have you forgotten what I told you last night, that I have a magic sentinel that can call forth spirit horses? Bilbo coughed lightly. I was a little too excited and forgot about it. I'll go get you some dry food first. Sausages, cheese, bacon, dried fruits, bread, there are many such foods in the Hobbit's storage room, and they are all easy to store, so there is no need to worry about them spoiling in a short time. While Bilbo was getting these things ready, Tanis put on his armor, but without his helmet. I really don't know how to thank you, Bilbo, I really do. Tan sighed as he looked at the big bag of dry food that was almost as tall as Bilbo. Bilbo said with a nonchalant expression, this little bit of dry food is only enough for half a month in my storeroom. If I wasn't worried about it spoiling, I would prepare more fresh food for you. That's really more than enough. Tanis looked at the enthusiastic hobbit and thanked him again. Bilbo said, this is my reward for the stories you told me last night. I wish you a safe journey, Mr. Tans, and may your homeland be rebuilt in the southern lands. Tans nodded, then put on the White Wolf War Ghost's helmet, reached out and fumbled in the air for a few times, and a golden whistle appeared, which he blew. Dot. The spirit horse Torrit appeared with the sound of a whistle, causing Bilbo to watch the scene with great interest. This scene is really magical, and is this the spirit horse you mentioned? It even has horns. Can I touch it? Bilbo stared at Torrit and exclaimed in admiration. Tans hung the package filled with food firmly on Torrit. After hearing what Bilbo said, he said, of course, Torrit is very well behaved and very human. Maybe he can understand what you say. After hearing this, Bilbo immediately waved to Torrit, who was half a head taller than him, and said, hello, lovely horse, can I pet you? Torrit snorted, then lowered his head and moved closer to Bilbo, allowing him to touch him easily. Bilbo was delighted to see this. He reached out and stroked Torrit's neck, saying, oh, that's wonderful. He's just as you said, very well behaved. Then Bilbo took an apple from his pocket, and, placing it before Torrit, said, do you like apples? Sweet and juicy, from the Shire. Torrit leaned over and gently took the apple from Bilbo's hand, then began to chew it when Bilbo let go. If all the horses I meet are as well behaved as yours, I think I can travel on horseback too, Bilbo said as he looked at Tans, who had packed his backpack. Tanis came to Bilbo, patted Torrit, and smiled at Bilbo. That day will come, Bilbo. When I have rebuilt my hometown, I will ride Torrit to invite you to go out and see the world with me. If that's what you want to do at that time. Bilbo nodded happily, no problem, I will wait for your invitation in Hobbiton. Before he mounted his horse, Tans thought of something and said to Bilbo, you saved me from unconsciousness, took me in for the night, and gave me so much food. I would feel bad if I didn't return the favor. Then Tans stretched out his hand, and a pure pendant inlaid with 4 red ambers and a brass dagger with a blade carved with plant patterns appeared in his hand like magic. Tanis half knelt down, handed it to Bilbo, and explained, this is a red amber pendant and a brass dagger. Wearing the pendant will make you healthier and less likely to get sick. As for the brass dagger, it's the protective weapon carried by the royal family of my hometown, the Golden Tree. If you encounter difficulties in the future, come to my hometown with this brass dagger, and the people there will help you solve any problems you encounter. Be careful, this dagger is very sharp. After all, when Tans was idle at the border, he asked the blacksmith Igu to strengthen many weapons that were not normally used, including the brass dagger. Brass short blade plus 25.jpg. Bilbo took the pendant and the short brass blade, large enough for a hobbit to use as a one-handed sword, and said to Tanis, I will keep them well. Tanis smiled, then stood up, mounted his horse, and gave Bilbo a final nod of farewell, goodbye, my everlasting friend. Bilbo Baggins, may the Golden Tree always protect you. Goodbye, and may your journey be smooth, Mr. Tans. Bilbo watched Torrit, wearing Tans, walking further and further away on the Hobbiton Trail, and his words of blessing floated to him on the wind. Chapter 3. Eat My Thunder Pot, Orcs. Third Era, March 2939. At this time, there were still 2 years, 1 month, and 25 days before the expedition to the Lonely Mountain, which Bilbo still did not know about. After saying goodbye to Bilbo Baggins and leaving Hobbiton, Tanis walked south along the Brandywine River according to the map given by the other party. He had been walking for 5 days. The closer Tans got to Mincherius on the map, the less populated it felt. Moreover, this world was not as peaceful as he had imagined. He encountered 2 groups of hostile creatures along the way. It was a humanoid creature with dark grey skin and an ugly appearance, riding a giant wolf. Tans even doubted for a moment whether the other party was an intelligent creature. After all, this group of human-looking creatures drew their bows and shot at him as soon as they saw him, giving Tans no chance to communicate with them. But it was precisely this style of fighting as soon as they met that made Tans feel as if he had returned to a familiar borderland. So he swung his huge sword and smashed these disgusting creatures that looked like they had never taken a bath, along with the giant wolf under his crotch, into pieces. After seeing that more than half of their companions were killed or injured, the other side began to flee. Tans, who had fought his way all the way from the border, would not let the enemy who attacked him escape. Thorin immediately took advantage of his spirit horse and caught up with and killed all three disgusting creatures that were escaping. However, it was because of this pursuit that Tans moved away from the Brandywine River and came to a plain covered with green grass. He was now a little confused about where he was on the map. But these two battles were not without benefits. At least they allowed Tans to figure out some of his own situations. The first and most intuitive point is that there is no change in physical fitness compared to when we were at the border, it is still the same as before. The next issue was the use of magic and prayer. Both could be used normally, and their power remained unchanged. However, his blue dewdrop Holy Grail bottle was empty. Aside from using the dwindling starlight fragments, he had no other means of replenishing his magic power during battle. This is also why Tans rode Thorin to chase and kill those hostile creatures, otherwise he would have used magic to blast them away long ago. Finally, it is about the Elden Ring in his body. Tans tried to summon it from his body, but the Elden Ring only appeared for a moment before disappearing. But Tans could feel that it was not that the Elden Ring did not respond to him, but that it needed to go to a specific place to truly respond to him. In other words, he had to follow the instructions of the creator god Uru in his dream and be on the land of Mingzirias. But where am I now? Tans looked around in confusion. All around him were the corpses of his enemies who had been smashed by giant swords and attacked him, as well as the endless sky and green grassland with tender sprouts just emerging from the ground. Occasionally there are mounds of earth or a few grey-white rocks sticking out on the grassland, with a few ancient trees standing sparsely. Moreover, the terrain of this grassland is not flat, but rather undulating. Fortunately, there is no unpleasant terrain such as swamps. As a spiritual horse, Thorin will not sink into the swamp, but the mud brought by the swamp still makes it and Tans who rides it very unhappy. Tada, tada! Thorin walked briskly with Tans, and Tans held the map given to him by Bilbo in his hand. He tried to find some conspicuous reference objects on the map to confirm his current location. The man and the horse walked like this until the sun reached the highest point in the sky. Then Tans drove Thorin to a small forest, where they planned to eat some dry food before continuing. But as he approached the grove, Tans heard the sound of swords clashing, the language spoken by the enemies who had attacked him, and the growling of giant wolves. He also heard sounds different from those of the disgusting creatures and giant wolves, but the language they spoke was a language that Tans could not understand. Didn't Elevator tell me to understand the language of the intelligent creatures in this world? With this question in mind, Tans took Thorin back to the sentry post and prepared to go into the woods to find out what was going on. This time he didn't use the huge sword he used to fight the orcs, but instead used the classic combination of the king's army straight sword and brass shield. Because in the woods, the huge sword was a bit heavy and not convenient for chopping. What's more, the terrain is relatively complex, and the enemy can easily ambush from the blind spot, so Tans chose the all-purpose combination of straight sword and one-handed shield. Of course, both the king's army straight sword and the brass shield in his hands were fully strengthened. Holding a shield in his left hand and a sword in his right, Tans entered the woods where the sounds of fighting were becoming increasingly intense. He carefully used his sword to clear away the overgrown vines and weeds, wary of traps left by one of the parties fighting in the woods, while approaching following the sound. Damn you oaks! Go back and beg your masters like dogs! An angry roar was heard, and Tans understood what was said. Then there was the sound of something heavy smashing ahead, and the howling of a giant wolf. Hiss, ho, ho, no matter how hard you struggle, you cannot escape the fate of death. And you, your head will become food for the wolves. They will suck out your brains and crush your skull. A voice with a throat that sounded like it was blocked by phlegm replied to the other party. Tans was very close to the battle at this time. He hid himself behind a thick tree, then stuck his head out and observed the two sides fighting. One of the groups was exactly the same as Tans had expected, the two groups of enemies that had attacked him before, all of them were ugly and disgusting creatures riding giant wolves. But the other side was a race that Tans had never seen before. They undoubtedly had the appearance of humans, but they were shorter and similar to hobbits. Their beards on their chins were so thick that they could be used as bird nests and were longer than their hair. It was not difficult for Tans to know from the conversation just now that the disgusting creatures that attacked him were called orcs, and these short humans with thick and lush beards were called dwarves. There were 5 dwarves on the scene, one of whom was injured and was protected by 4 others. They held axes or hammers in their hands, raised shields and continued to resist the attacks of orcs and giant wolves. There were more orcs. Tanis counted them carefully. Apart from the 7 or 8 orc and wolf corpses lying on the ground, there were still 11 orcs and 7 wolf corpses. Obviously, the situation is very unfavorable for the dwarves. The orcs were also very smart and did not rush forward again. Perhaps the dwarves had just used the axes and hammers in their hands to tell these orcs how miserable it would be if they fought the dwarves in close combat. Under the guidance of one of the orcs, they divided into 2 fighting groups. One group of orcs moved a little further away from the dwarves, took down the short bows hanging from their waists, and continued to protect their companions with arrows. Another group of orcs and the giant wolves continued to attack the dwarves with melee weapons, making it impossible for them to use their shields to block the incoming arrows in time. This method of fighting was very effective. Just a few seconds after Tans stuck his head out to observe the situation, 2 dwarves' shields failed to block the arrows in time and were hit by the weapons of the orcs at close range and fell to the ground. Do not. Among the remaining 2 dwarves, the one with shorter beard and taller and stronger build than the other 4 dwarves stared at the orc in front of him with bloodshot eyes and gnashed teeth. His movements were also a bit more agile than those of the other dwarves. He used his battle axe to cleanly chop off the heads of 2 orcs and a giant wolf that tried to attack him, or cut them in half. Tans knew at this time that he could no longer observe. If he did not take action, the 5 dwarves would be killed by the orcs. But he didn't rush out rashly. Back then on the grassland, Tans relied on the mobility of Torrit to deal with these orcs and giant wolves many times. Now he is not riding Torrit, and he is not very familiar with the terrain in the woods. Rushing out rashly would cause Tans to suffer unnecessary harm, and fighting one against many, he suffered a lot at the border. So Tans stretched out his hand and grabbed a few times in the air, and took out 2 clay pots with lightning flashing on the surface from his space backpack. Throwing props. Thunder pot. Eat my thunder pot, orcs. Chapter 4. Thorin Oakenshield. The orcs' reaction was not as quick as the giant wolves they rode, but the giant wolves only heard the sound of the thunder pot being thrown by Tans and did not realize what this thing was. After all, at this time, a certain industrial giant had not yet started the Industrial Revolution, and the orcs and giant wolves were still unclear about the concept of explosion. What's more, the 2 lightning pots did not hit Captain Oak directly, but fell about 1 meter in front of him. As for the giant wolf that reacted, it even wanted to mock the person who threw the thing for his poor aim, so it did not move its body away. Captain Oak on its back didn't notice something was hitting him until the thunder kettle hit the ground with a sound. But when Captain Oak turned his head to look over, what he saw was a scene where golden lightning couldn't wait to tear the cracked pot body that bound them apart and wreak havoc outwards. Fuck! The sounds of 2 flashes of lightning rang out one after another. The golden lightning, like a poisonous snake aiming at its prey, instantly wrapped around the orcs and giant wolves that did not dodge around it, smashing their bodies into pieces and scattering them on the ground with a disgusting burnt smell. Just these 2 thunder pots killed 5 orcs, including the captain of the orcs and 3 giant wolves. Because this orc captain was also one of the ones who were drawing their bows and arrows towards the dwarves in the back, and this group of orcs shooting arrows were standing relatively concentrated, as a result, they were directly destroyed by Tan's 2 thunder pots. In fact, the number of casualties caused by the thunder kettle also surprised Tans himself a little, because he never thought that there would be an enemy who would not dodge or even care when seeing the thunder kettle thrown at his face. It's really breathtaking. Tans sighed inwardly, then focused his attention on the remaining orcs and giant wolves. After the short-bearded dwarf and the thunder pot he had thrown out, there were only 3 orcs and 3 giant wolves left. The other orcs and giant wolves who were not at the center of the thunder kettle's power were frightened by the sudden and tragic death of their captain and fell into panic. They looked left and right, but Tans was well hidden. The 3 giant wolves twitched their noses, trying to use their sense of smell to detect the scent of the strange attackers in the air. However, the burnt smell from the corpses of their companions who were electrocuted by the thunder kettle effectively masked the smell of Tans, and the 3 giant wolves could only smell the smell emanating from the corpse fragments. Not to mention that the 2 dwarves in front of them had already realized that someone was helping them. They did not choose to stand by and watch, but instead roared angrily and charged at the remaining orcs. Just now, you had several times more people than me, so I played more conservatively. Now that you only have so few people left, how can we dwarves hide behind? The short-bearded dwarf in the lead took the lead, waving the battle axe in his hand as if it were flying. Beheading, decapitation, chopping off waists, the panicked orcs and giant wolves were quickly killed by him alone, 3 enemies cleanly and neatly. Tans looked at the dwarf a few more times, but his steps were not slow. He strode out from a big tree behind the remaining 3 enemies, beheaded an orc with the king's army in his hand, and used the brass shield to block the giant wolf's bite, and the other party's stinking breath hit him in the face. Then the giant wolf that attacked Tans let out a mournful howl, and its dirty body collapsed helplessly. Tans pulled the king's sword out of the giant wolf's neck and dropped the blood on the sword onto the ground. At the same time, the last giant wolf's head was smashed by the warmer with the cooperation of the dwarf and his companions. The short-bearded dwarf cursed at the giant wolf's corpse in a language that Tans could not understand. Then he raised his head and bowed slightly to Tans, thanking him solemnly, "Thank you for your help, brave human friend. These damned orcs have been moving more and more widely recently, and there are traces of them even here." Now he understood. Tans was just worried that he might not understand what the other person was saying. He sheathed his sword and slung his brass shield across his back. As he walked toward the wounded dwarf, he replied, "It's a small favor, but I'm not ready to thank you yet. Let me see how your companion is injured." The short-bearded dwarf trotted back to his 3 companions lying on the ground. The expressions on their faces were anxious at first, then slightly relaxed, but frowned again. Tans came up at this time and saw that the 3 dwarves who had been wounded by the orcs were not fatally wounded. "If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my compatriots would have been gone," the short-bearded dwarf said with relief as he and another dwarf who was still able to move helped his companion treat his wounds. The 3 dwarves were all wounded by arrows. It was not difficult for Tanis to guess that these dwarves were ambushed by orcs in the woods. The first dwarf was knocked down by a hidden arrow, and the others gathered together to protect him. "Oh, be gentle." After the short-bearded dwarf helped the last dwarf pull out the arrow that had lodged itself in his thigh, the dwarf, like his other 2 companions, let out a slight cry of pain. But the short-bearded dwarf frowned as he looked at the wounds of the other orcs, which were constantly bleeding black blood. "The arrows of these orcs are all coated with poison. Damn it, we didn't bring any herbs this time. We must send them back to the Blue Mountains quickly, otherwise the poison will slowly erode their lives." Tans came over at this time, took a quick look at the injuries of the 3 dwarves, and thought, "Maybe I have some emergency solutions." The short-bearded dwarf looked at the human who hid his face under the helmet in surprise. From his perspective, the other party just made a grabbing motion towards the air, and a golden stone emitting a gentle light inexplicably appeared in his hand. Heat stone, this is the item that Tans took out. You can consume a little of your concentration, that is, magic power, to activate the 2-finger prayer in the warm stone, making it emit warmth like the warm sun, slowly healing the people around the warm stone. Tans threw the warm stones next to the 3 injured dwarves. After feeling the magic power in his body reduced a little, the stones on the ground emitted a warmth that made people feel from the heart. The dwarves, whose faces had turned extremely pale due to poisoning, began to emit a faint golden light after being wrapped in warmth, which was exactly the same as the light emitted by the warm stone. The short-bearded dwarf's lips moved slightly, and his eyes were shining with obsession. He asked excitedly, "What kind of ore is this? I have never seen such a stone in Middle-earth. Where did you find it?" This stone isn't very common, but it's not rare enough to warrant that expression." Tans looked at the short-bearded dwarf in confusion, but his hands did not stop moving. He took out 3 green pills from his backpack. These were the poison moss medicine that Tans often took after being poisoned at the border. It was made from a mixture of hepa grass, cave moss, and large dragonfly heads that were ubiquitous at the border. It had an excellent detoxifying effect on most toxins. But it has no effect on a poison as severe as scarlet corruption. Tans looked at the 3 wounded and poisoned dwarves and was about to give them the 3 poisoned mosses in his hand, but he found that the 3 dwarves were struggling to sit up from the ground and sat around the warm stone with the short-bearded dwarf and another uninjured dwarf. "No, there's really nothing nice about this broken stone." Tans complained silently in his heart, then coughed lightly, "Don't look at it, take the antidote first." The short-bearded dwarf reacted immediately, stepped forward, took the poisoned moss from Tans's hand, and handed it to the wounded dwarves one by one. This tastes a bit like the moss in the cave mixed with some green grass, and also has the fishy smell of insects. One of the dwarves made a distorted evaluation after swallowing the poisonous moss medicine. The short-bearded dwarf glanced at the man's wound, which was beginning to bleed bright red blood, and said, "At least it worked. The poison has been removed." "Wait, your wound?" The dwarf heard the short-bearded dwarf's tone and looked over in panic, exclaiming, "What happened to the wound on my leg? Damn it, am I dazzled? How did it heal so quickly? The healing effect of the hot stone shouldn't be that fast." It took almost a minute for this minor injury to start healing. Tans was a little confused about what the dwarves were surprised about. He could only assume that they were surprised because they had never seen a warm stone. Under the dwarves' gaze, the warm stone thrown on the ground by Tans began to dim and eventually turned into an ordinary white stone. "The prayer power in the stone has been used up. How do you three feel physically?" Tans saw what the dwarves wanted to ask and spoke first. The dwarves stretched their bodies, and the one who had cried out in pain said, "I feel much better. These things of yours are truly amazing. I never knew there were wizards who liked to wear armor. Thank you so much for your help. Are you going to the Blue Mountains?" "We're going to, so why not come back together so we can thank you properly? They seem to think I am a wizard of this world, just like Bilbo did," Tanis thought. But he didn't deny it. Instead, he responded, "The place I'm going to is called Minchurius, not the Blue Mountains. Unfortunately, our destinations are different." The short-bearded dwarf gave a puzzled look. "Minchurius, why did you go to that wild jungle destroyed by war?" Then he realized something, straightened his somewhat luxurious black clothes, and said, "I forgot to tell my name to the benefactor who saved us. It is an honor to meet you, wizard. My name is Thorin Oakenshield, thank you again for saving us." He held out his hand, and Tanis took it and shook it. "I am the Fated One, or Tanis, as one of my hobbit friends called me." Thorin nodded, withdrew his hand, and glanced at the stone on the ground. "You wizards do have a lot of strange things on you. I've seen many glowing stones, but this is the first time I've seen a stone that can heal wounds while glowing." Tan smiled and asked Thorin, "Actually, I'm a little lost. I set out from Hobbiton in the Shire and was attacked by these creatures. While chasing them, I deviated from my original route, so now I don't know where I am. Do you know where this is?" Thorin glanced at Tans thoughtfully, then said, "You just said you were going to Minchurius. Your route is indeed a bit far. We're almost at the Blue Mountains here. If you want to continue to Minchurius, you need to go this way, cross the Brandywine River, and you will reach Minchurius." A dwarf behind Thorin couldn't help but advise, "Ever since the remaining people of Cardolan were struck by plague and then devastated by floods, Minthriath has become a desolate forest, with no signs of human activity. The only creatures that roam that land now are evil creatures like orcs and wargs or bandits and robbers fleeing capture. Master Wizard, even with your vast sorcery skills, it's unsafe to go there alone." Tan said to the dwarf, "Thank you for explaining the situation in Minchurius to me, but I do have a mission that I must go there on." Thorin raised his hand to stop the dwarf behind him from continuing to dissuade him. "Wizards are always loyal to their mission. Once they make a decision, no matter what you say, they will still go." Then Thorin took off the battle axe from his waist, handed it to Tans and said, "If you need to forge anything, you can find me in the Blue Mountains with this battle axe. I will help you to the best of my ability." The battle axe, which the dwarves could lift with one hand, looked even shorter in Tans's hand, but the inscription engraved on the axe showed its weight and status. "I wish you a safe journey." Tans took the battle axe and gave a gentle blessing. Then Thorin took the other four dwarves and said goodbye to Tans. And Tans, under the correct guidance of Thorin and others, embarked on the journey to Minchurius again. Chapter 5, Golden Tree Seed. After bidding farewell to Thorin and the four dwarves, Tans set out again on his journey to Minchurius. Although he encountered dozens of attacks from orcs on the road this time, he did not pursue the fleeing orcs as he had done before, but continued on his way. And these scattered orcs who managed to escape also spread the story of Tan's deeds. At least among the orcs they knew that on the way to Minchurius there was a human knight in armor like that of the White Wolf, and mounted on a steed that seemed to harness the wind, and with ease wielding a great sword of immense proportions he could tear the orcs and their wargs apart. The group of a dozen orcs and wargs had no chance of fighting back, and if more people attacked the human knight, the enemy would start to use witchcraft to slaughter them. In short, Tans's reputation among orcs and wargs became increasingly feared, so much so that even caravans of men who had encountered and captured orcs would hear a rumor or two about him from their mouths. If Tanis knew that he had frightened these orcs and wargs, he would only find it funny and speechless. After all, it was these orcs and wargs who attacked Tanis upon seeing him, and then ran away when they couldn't defeat him, and then spread rumors about themselves as so terrible. This really didn't make sense. But the one or two rumors about Tans which the orcs had heard did not cause much excitement in the kingdom of men, who regarded it as the mere fact that a brave Dunedain ranger had appeared on Minchiria's side. All this had nothing to do with Tans. Half a month after bidding farewell to the dwarves, he finally set foot on the land of Minchirias. Because when he crossed the Brandywine River and stepped onto the moist soil on the other side of the river, Tans felt the activity of the Elden Ring in his body. It seemed as if someone was telling him that this was the place where he would rebuild the border of his hometown. Torit snorted in a very human way, because he also felt the joy from the heart of his master. Tans gently stroked Torit's horseback. He suppressed his inner joy and said, "Keep moving forward, Torit. This is not the place to rebuild our homeland yet. We still need to learn more about this land." According to the map Bilbo gave him, the Brandywine River was the edge of Minchirias. Obviously, rebuilding the border on the edge was not a good choice. At least for now. Tans first walked along the Brandywine River for a day's journey, and then began to walk eastward, towards the center of Minchirias. Minchirias was just as the dwarves we had met before had said, it was indeed deserted, with only the green of nature covering up the breath of human life in the previous era over time. After 2 days of walking, Tans stopped at a rocky ruin. It is obvious that there was once a glorious city here, but now the buildings have collapsed and are covered with dark green vines, and from time to time the roars of wild beasts can be heard from inside. However, Tans thought this was a good place, because since it was once chosen as the location for building a city, the surrounding geographical environment must be fine. He rode Torit quickly around the city ruins. Although it took him nearly half a day and it was dusk, it also allowed Tans to figure out the surrounding terrain. Beyond the east side of the ruins ran a small river, which he presumed to be a branch of the Brandywine River. The overall terrain around the city ruins is relatively flat, and you can still see roads built by humans in the past, but they are now almost covered with grass. But this shows that there are no major problems with the traffic. By repairing and patching up the traces of the previous road, a new road will be created. So Tanis thought this place was good, so he patted Torit's horse and walked into the ruins. Due to the warnings of Thorin and other dwarves, Tanis was very cautious at first, thinking that there might be orcs or human thieves hiding in the ruins of such a huge city. But to his surprise, apart from the occasional wild wolves, there were no other threatening creatures in the city ruins. When the wild wolves encountered Tans, the leader smelled the bloody scent on the other side provided by the friendship between the orcs and the wargs, bared his teeth, made a few low threats, and led the tribe to escape from Tans. Tans shrugged as he watched the wolves running away with their tails between their legs. Since they didn't attack him, he had no interest in chasing them. Because he noticed that these wild wolves were not of the same species as the wargs that attacked him before, otherwise Tans would have to chase them and let them know what it meant to be a fated one. Even a dog would be slapped when passing by. Then he came to the very center of the ruins of the city. No one knew what had been standing there before, but it had been destroyed, leaving only a shallow pit overgrown with weeds. This shallow pit actually suited his needs very well, because Tans planned to plant the golden tree in this location. Tans dismounted, stroked Torit's forehead, and came to the shallow pit. A golden light emerged from his chest, illuminating the surrounding environment. The Elden Ring appeared before Tan's eyes, immersing his spirit and thoughts in it. Suddenly, images of buildings emerged one after another in his mind, including those in Stonewell City, Kalia Academy, and even the volcano residence. At the same time, under each building were the names of the enemies he had encountered in these places, including the fated ones and even the demigods he had defeated. But these images were temporarily dark, and when Tan's spirit touched them, there was no reaction. But a thought arose from the bottom of his heart, making Tans realize that he must plant the golden tree first before touching these images will have a relevant reaction. His thoughts turned again, and the image in his mind turned into a golden tree seed, which was the seed of the golden tree. Tans carefully discovered that this golden tree seed was different from the seeds he picked up next to the small phantom golden trees at the border. If the latter is the slightly dim seed sown by life's last dying struggle, then the former is obviously a seed that is full of vitality, health, and brightness. Tans touched the golden seed with his spirit, and the next moment his thoughts returned to reality, with the golden tree seed in his hand. He subconsciously shifted his gaze towards the Elden Ring, only to see the golden ring float to the center of the shallow pit, and the tree seed in his hand also floated over, and finally landed lightly on the soil of the shallow pit. At this moment, the golden tree seeds seemed to have lost their substance. They went directly into the soil, quickly began to absorb nutrients, and took root and sprouted. Soon, a sprout emitting golden light broke out of the soil and trembled slightly towards Tans, as if waving to him with joy. The next moment, the Elden Ring, which also emitted golden light, floated back to Tans. After circling once, it returned to the sky above the golden sprout and drilled in. The golden buds grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, taking the initial shape of a tree, but stopped growing when they reached about the level of Tan's knees. At this time, Tans naturally understood that he should find a way to carefully nurture the growth of this golden sapling, because it carried his hope of rebuilding the border area. Chapter 6 Gandalf the Grey. Tans stared at the golden tree sapling that was as high as his knees and fell into deep thought. Now that the golden tree has been planted, it only needs to be nurtured so that it can grow healthily. Then the question is, Tans really doesn't know what to use to nurture the golden tree. After all, the golden tree at the border was already a towering tree before he arrived, and it definitely didn't need anyone to cultivate it. He felt that even if he asked this question to Marika, the Eternal Queen would not be able to answer it. Tans took off the helmet of the White Wolf War Ghost. The fresh air with the breath of nature blew in his face, making his brain feel relaxed. The last ray of sunlight disappeared in the sky, and the moon quietly climbed into the night sky, pouring its silvery white light onto everything on the ground. Tans took a greedy deep breath, then sat cross-legged next to the shallow pit, staring at the golden tree sapling emitting golden light in a daze, his thoughts beginning to wander. Torrit lowered his head, stretched out his horse tongue, licked the weeds on the ground, and began to chew them. Tans searched his mind for memories of the golden tree, from the symbols recorded in the ruins, or from the records on the stone tablet placed in Marika's bedroom in Rodel City. The golden tree he had planted seemed to lack an elden beast compared to the one at the border. Hiss, but he is not the supreme will that he has never met, which can summon such a powerful beast. Moreover, the beast of Elden is not a necessary condition for the growth of the golden tree. What's more, the Elden ring it guards is already inside the golden tree seedling. Do I have to treat it like a normal plant and water it first? Just as Tans was thinking hard, the sound of crisp horse hooves suddenly came from the silent city ruins. A man, not carrying much weight, and the sound of horse hooves was neither slow nor sluggish. Tans immediately made a rough judgment about the owner of the horse. The ruins of this city are in complete darkness, and the only place that emits light is the golden tree on their side. So it is self-evident what the other party's purpose is. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must also be on guard against others. With this idea in mind, Tans stretched out his hand and grabbed a few times in the air, and a staff inlaid with dark purple pyroxene was held in his hand. It was the meteorite staff he found in the sage town of the Ionian swamp during his early adventure in the border area. With the other hand, he took out the matching weapon for the White Wolf War Ghost armor set, the hunting god greatsword. The golden tree was just beginning to grow, and Tans had to put an end to any behavior that might threaten it. That's why he took out these two weapons. It was obvious that if the other party was hostile, Tans would not be stingy with his magic power. If the other party was not approaching here, the weapon in Tans' hand might not be as simple as the meteorite staff and the hunting god's great sword. As long as you give him enough time, he will definitely give the other party a monkey show. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer, and Tans blocked the golden tree sapling behind himself. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight was very bright, allowing Tans to barely recognize what the person looked like. The man on horseback was not a large man, but he was very tall. He wore a pointed wizard hat and a loose grey robe. He held the reins in one hand and a staff-like weapon in the other. It's actually a magician. Tans' eyes instantly became alert. No matter where he was, a wizard he had never fought with was always an object that required his full attention. What's more, this was the first time that Tans met a strange wizard in this world that did not belong to the border area, and he didn't know all of the other party's moves. Just as Tanis felt the meteorite staff was no longer enough and was about to switch to weapons and equipment to fight against the wizard, the rider spoke first. I am not your enemy. Are you the White Wolf rider the orcs are talking about? My name is Gandalf, a wizard, and I have been searching for you for almost a month. You've been looking for me for almost a month. Although Tans was a little curious, he did not let down his guard and put down his weapon because of the other party's words. On the contrary, as the opponent got closer and closer to the golden tree sapling, the strange sword of the hunting god in Tan's hand began to burn with black and white flames. As long as the wizard who called himself Gandalf dared to get any closer to him, the black and white flames of the hunting gods would extend along the sword. Gandalf naturally sensed Tanis's silent warning from the other party's actions, so he immediately tightened the reins, and the horse whinnied and stopped. Gandalf looked at the distant figure in the moonlight and shouted in his old voice, "Although I don't know why you are wary of me, I respect your thoughts. I just want to communicate with you, and I have no other thoughts." Tans kept his hands poised for attack, his voice booming, "Tanis, what do you want to say? This isn't a picturesque place, and you're alone in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of thieves? If a wizard would be scared by a thief, I wouldn't be looking for you like this." Gandalf looked relieved after hearing Tanis introduce himself. Then he said, "I went to Hobbiton in the Shire first. You should know a hobbit named Bilbo Baggins, right? A month ago, I saw a golden meteor fall in the west of Middle-earth, so I set out to look for it. But I didn't know exactly where the meteor fell. It wasn't until I arrived in the Shire that I learned it had fallen in Hobbiton." Gandalf said with a faint smile, "The person brought by that golden meteor is you, Mr. Tanis." Tanis was stunned when he heard Bilbo's name. "Bilbo, do you know him?" Gandalf said with a smile, "Of course I know him, or rather, I'm familiar with every hobbit in Hobbiton, because I often go to set off fireworks for them during the Hobbiton festival. Bilbo is a special hobbit. Unlike other hobbits, he doesn't like to stay at home. On the contrary, he often wants to go out of Hobbiton and see the world. And it was he who told me your name." When Tanis heard this, his vigilance towards Gandalf had been reduced a lot. Because only those who are familiar with Bilbo know that this hobbit actually has a contradictory mentality of longing for a big adventure, but also being reluctant to leave the warmth of home. Tan said, "I believe what you said, wizard. But I'm sorry that I still can't let you get close to me. You really came at a bad time. If it were daytime or an hour or two earlier, I would be happy to talk to you. Well, I just came here to communicate with you anyway. This distance is enough for us to hear each other. It's a pity that there is no warm campfire, delicious wine, and fragrant cheese bread." Gandalf nodded, and his wise blue eyes carefully looked at the golden light behind Tanis. After hearing this, Tanis said, "That's my apology to you. I will compensate you for what you said later. If you're not in a hurry, you can come over in, let me think about it, 3 days. At that time, I will do my best to entertain you warmly, wizard." Tanis felt that 3 days were enough for him to come up with a way to cultivate the golden tree seedlings so that they could grow to a size where they could not be destroyed at will. Gandalf understood from the subtext of Tanis's words that he was seriously resisting anyone from approaching him, so he could only reluctantly agree, "Okay, then it will be as you wish. I will wait here at noon 3 days from now. If you don't mind, I will keep my distance and wait." Tanis shrugged. "As long as you don't come near me during the agreed time, I don't really mind what you do, unless you're setting a trap right under my nose." So the two of them fell into silence. Tanis dispersed the black and white flames on the hunting god's great sword and put it away, but he still held the meteorite staff in his hand to guard against Gandalf. After receiving Tanis's response, Gandalf actually dismounted, took out a pipe, cleared a piece of rubble nearby, and sat on it. He fiddled with his cigarette holder while blowing into it, and when he was done it seemed to give off a faint dry aroma of tobacco. "Thorn." Gandalf raised his hand and touched the tobacco with the ring on his right index finger, and the small flame ignited instantly. After doing all this, Gandalf showed a satisfied expression and smoked his cigarette happily, not caring at all that he was sitting in the ruins of the city where the howling of wolves could be heard from time to time. This person has a very broad mind. Tanis saw that Gandalf did not come as agreed. After thinking for a moment, he found a piece of cheese with a rich milky aroma and a sausage with a strong meaty aroma from the package carried by Torrit. "Hey, go ahead. Just think of it as a midnight snack. I think you have plenty of ways to heat up these delicious foods." Tanis shouted towards Gandalf and threw the cheese and sausage over accurately. Gandalf saw the food flying towards him, calmly put down his staff, and easily caught the cheese and sausage while holding his cigarette in his mouth. He examined it with a delighted expression and said loudly to Tanis, "Hobbiton's specialty cheese and sausages are indeed very suitable as a midnight snack. It seems that I won't be waiting for sleep with an empty stomach tonight." At this time, Tanis turned his thoughts back to the golden tree seedling. He suddenly thought that the golden tree at the border would bless people. so, could he turn around and use these blessings to water the golden tree seedlings and make them grow? As for where to obtain the blessing, that's easy. There are a lot of collected golden runes in Tanz's space backpack. Chapter 7. I will raise a storm and blow away the filth in the wind for you. The golden rune is the blessing bestowed upon the inhabitants of the borderland, the lingering golden aftertaste. In other words, it is a kind of energy that combines life and soul. It is also the golden tree of the borderland, a gift bestowed in abundance upon the people of gold in ancient times. Now, these runes are being used to cultivate new golden trees, which can be said to be a kind of reincarnation. These thoughts flashed through Tan's mind, and small golden balls appeared in his hands one after another. These balls were made up of tiny golden particles, and the brightness and color depth of each ball were different. Because each golden citizen is given a different amount of blessings, the runes that drop from their bodies after death are different. The more blessings a rune contains, the closer its color is to pure gold. In the distance, Gandalf was using the ring of fire on his finger to light the firewood he had picked up and roasting the sausages that Tanis had thrown to him. As a result, when Tanis took out the golden rune from his space backpack, Gandalf's attention was instantly attracted, and then his eyes became uneasy. He was concentrating on looking at the runes in Tan's hands that contained the golden blessing, thinking in his mind, until the smell of burnt sausages came to Gandalf's mind. Gandalf quickly removed the blackened sausage from the fire and took up his pipe with his other hand. What is that? A soul? Or magic? No, it's none of those things. I've never seen such a vital energy. Is this something from his homeland? Gandalf puffed out smoke, and the smoke covered his blue eyes and expression. But the wizard did not ask, but suppressed these questions in his heart, ready to ask them all after the other party finished all this. He originally just wanted to come and see what kind of person Venus brought with him from the sky, whether he was an enemy or a friend, and then leave after saying hello. But what Tanis had shown so far only made Gandalf curious and surprised. Then he would have to have a good chat with this Venus who had dropped from the sky. At this moment, Tan suddenly crushed the rune in his hand. With a sound similar to breaking glass, golden rune particles slowly fell from the gaps between his fingers onto the golden tree seedling. When the golden rune particles approached the golden tree seedling, they were actively attracted to it. The body of the golden tree seedling flickered and began to grow again at a speed visible to the naked eye, extending upward and growing new branches and tender leaves. Seeing that the golden runes were really useful, Tans took out several times more golden runes than before. This time, it even included the hero rune and the king's rune, the two runes that were closest to pure gold. Heroic runes, as the name suggests, are runes dropped by heroes galloping on the battlefield. The king's rune is the rune dropped by the person who shoulders the king's destiny, but this destiny becomes illusory and unattainable after the Elden Ring is broken. Even in Tanz's hands, there were only a few king's runes, which shows how rare this kind of rune is. However, in order to cultivate the golden tree, these runes can be consumed. With the second wave of golden runes crushed by Tanz, the golden tree grew a little faster, and Tanz took out all the golden runes stored in the space backpack and crushed them for the last time. The golden tree seedling grew from the height of Tan's knees to a height that was twice his height. The tree trunk, as thick as a person, emitted golden light, and golden leaves were scattered on the branches, hanging down like golden threads. The night wind blew, and the dense leaves made a cheerful rustling sound, which also made Tanz smile. The golden tree seedling finally managed to get rid of the name of seedling and became a, well, sapling. Yes, even now the golden tree looks the same size as other mature trees. But for Tanz, who had seen the real golden tree before, he knew in his heart that the current golden tree was not even 1% of the size of the small golden trees growing in various places in the border area. So it can only be considered a sapling. But at least it will not be easily destroyed without protection like in the seedling stage, and it can also absorb nutrients from the soil, convert them into golden blessings and then give back to the surrounding environment. Now, the blessed grass around the golden tree that has turned golden is the best proof of this. Tanz pressed hard on the thick trunk of the golden tree, feeling the hardness of the bark along the veins. With its current hardness, it would be difficult to knock anything off it with ordinary iron tools. Tanz estimated that if the golden tree was given about another month of normal growth, it would grow to a height of about 10 meters without any unexpected problems. Apart from the divine flames, nothing could harm it. It's exactly the same as the golden tree at the border. However, if you want it to grow as big as the golden tree at the border, it will probably take 10 years. After all, no matter where you are on the surface of the border area, as long as you look up, the dazzling golden tree is right in front of you, as if it is right next to you." Gandalf, who witnessed this scene, was so shocked that he didn't know what expression to make. Although the golden tree was not yet in its complete form, its beautiful appearance reminded him of his life in Lorien, the most beautiful place in the world, before he came to Zhongzhou. The golden light shone in Gandalf's eyes, which were full of wisdom, and made his thoughts drift towards the future. He seemed to see the great figure of the golden tree standing tall and supporting the sky. Beautiful, bright, dazzling, and full of vitality. "The future of Middle-earth is to some extent determined by you, Mr. Tanis," Gandalf murmured. The Tans he mentioned was now focusing his mind back on the golden tree, his thoughts connected with the Elden Ring within it. As Tans had expected, the previously dimmed image in the Elden Ring now lit up. Tans's first reaction was to look at the image of the royal city of Rodel. If there was a city on the border that was suitable for growing and protecting the golden tree, then the royal city of Rodel would definitely be the best choice. However, after Tans touched the image of the royal city of Rodel, a new interface appeared. There are a lot of words on the new interface, including but not limited to the words about summoning the entire city of Rodel into reality. But this option is also fading. The golden blessing contained in the golden tree at this time is not enough to support the reproduction of the entire city of Rodel in the real world. When Tans saw the grayed out option, this thought automatically came to his mind. He continued reading and found a new option, First Generation Round Table Hall. Several familiar faces suddenly flashed through Tan's mind. His thoughts touched upon this option, and he came up with a series of names that were very familiar to him. Arrow of Deep Sleep Dolores. Knight of Wisdom Gideon Ofnir. Crazy Tongue Alberic Ancient Knight Ishtapia. Bighorn Terragus. Blood Knight Uno Khosrow Head of the Secret Envoys Crep White Wolf Warrior Bagram. Rogue Magician Wihlees well as. Tans looked at the names of the two people at the bottom, his eyes flashed, and the sounds of fire, thunder, and lightning, and the roar of wild beasts seemed to echo in his ears. Quasi King Vic, Quasi King Bernal. The names of the original knights of the Round Table all lit up, including Vic and Bernard. This means that as long as Tans wants, he can summon these two Quasi Kings now. After all, he had just fed the golden tree so many heroic runes and king's runes, so the blessings for summoning two Quasi Kings were still sufficient. But after these two Quasi Kings were summoned, Tans did not think that they would obey his orders obediently. Unless he could summon the two finger priestesses belonging to Vic and Bernal respectively, there would be a 50% chance of making them obey him. In fact, the first generation round table halls are all the same. Except for Arrow of Deep Sleep Dolores and Head of the Secret Envoys Crep, whom he didn't know much about, he had killed the other knights of the Round Table in a certain reincarnation. Who hasn't been a judge a few times, although the memories of these people will be restarted when a new reincarnation begins at the border, Tans cannot guarantee that their memories will be restarted now that they have come to this world. Tans' thoughts retreated from these names and he shook his head slightly. Because he felt that instead of summoning the first generation knights of the Round Table, whose hostile relationship with him was unknown, it would be better to summon the allies who had always stood on his side in all reincarnations. Tans had to ensure the normal growth of the golden tree first, so the first generation of Round Table halls could only let them stay in the Elden Ring for a while. These people were all in two places where Tans often wandered at the border, Nimgfu and Lake Linia. But Tans did not rush to look for their names in the screens of Nimgfu and Linia, but continued to stay in the screen of the royal city of Rodel to check other contents. Sure enough, Tans also saw the names of King of Blessing Munget, King of the Beginning Gafra, Golden Loradagon, and Queen of Eternity Marika. The names of these four people faded into obscurity, just like the city of Rodel. It was obvious that the conditions for summoning them had not yet been met. The city of Rodel had to be summoned out in reality before they could be summoned out. Next are the soldiers and knights in Rodel City, who also need Tans to summon Rodel City himself before they can be summoned. No, then what exactly can I summon now, and why can the people in the first generation Round Table Hall be summoned directly, but even an ordinary soldier in Rodel City needs to reproduce the city first before he can summon it? No, although the Round Table Hall is in Rodel City, its actual location is not exactly the same place in Rodel City. The real Round Table Hall is in the Great Blessing, which does not belong to the real space at the border, and the Great Blessing is. Tans thought of the golden tree and the Elden Ring in its body, and immediately understood. Since the people in the first generation Round Table Hall can be summoned, then those people whom I met when I came to the border and entered the Great Blessing can also be summoned, right, and among these people there happened to be one who would swear allegiance to him no matter which reincarnation he was in, and who was powerful enough to fight alongside him and face the battle of King of the Beginning Gefule. The Elden Ring sensed Tan's thoughts, the scene flipped, and the warrior with a muscular body appeared in front of Tan's. Just as he thought, the other party's name was highlighted and could be summoned. "Come, use your axe, thunder and storm, and fight beside me again." Tan's called out to the figure in his heart. In reality, the leaves of the golden tree swayed in the evening breeze, and brilliant golden light began to gather in the air, eventually falling beside Tan's and transforming into a heroic and beautiful woman. "Although I don't know where this place is, as long as you still need me, my eternal friend, my king. My wings will spread for you, my thunder will pave the way for you, and my storm will destroy all enemies in sight." The female warrior with shoulder-length black hair, healthy wheat-colored skin, and crimson eyes, dressed in barbarian clothing that exposed her abdominal muscles and limbs, knelt on one knee in front of Tan's and raised the battle axe at her waist. "I will raise a storm to blow away the filth from the wind for you. Storm King Neferi Lu, answer the king's call and come." Chapter 8. "Roger, it's my name." Clap. In the distance, Gandalf saw this scene and was so shocked that he dropped the pipe in his hand to the ground. Then he realized it and showed a distressed expression, because the tobacco in his cigarette holder was all high-quality Shire products. Gandalf's expression was obviously not calm. Before, he was observing Tanis's actions calmly, but now Tanis performed a magic trick in front of him, the wizard, which made Gandalf's expression very interesting. And judging from the other person's lively and relaxed expression, this person also has his own soul. This makes it worth Gandalf's consideration how to communicate with Tanis. However, Tanis on the other side did not expect that Gandalf was so emotional at this time. He took the axe with the storm eagle carving from Nefeli Lu, pulled her up, and handed it back to her. He asked, "Nefeli, I'm glad to be fighting alongside you again. By the way, how is your memory? Did you remember anything? Like experiencing the same thing again?" There is one thing Tans wants to confirm. If Nefeli Lu's memory includes the memories of the previous reincarnations, then it can be inferred that the people summoned later also have the memories of these reincarnations. In response to Tan's question, Nefeli Lu smiled wryly. She raised her hand and stroked her forehead. "If you mean that I met you in Stonewell City, and then you helped me resolve the knot in my heart about my adoptive father, and finally I swore allegiance to you and faced Gefule, the king of the beginning, together. Yes, I have these memories, and it seems, 8 times. Then she lowered her hand and looked at Tans with respect. "After having these memories, I admire you even more, Tans. If I were you, I would probably have gone crazy by the 4th, no, the 3rd reincarnation. That feeling of powerlessness, that no matter what you do, you can't change anything, can really drive you crazy." Tans coughed lightly, feeling a little embarrassed by Neferi Lu's praise. "That's a bit exaggerated. On the 6th try, I still chose the path of becoming the Mad Fire King. At that time, my mental state was actually close to insanity." Neferi Lu shook her head. "But the memories that just flooded my mind tell me that in the 7th and 8th, those final 2 reincarnations, you chose to reseal the Mad Fire and discovered the rune of restoration of the perfect law with the golden mask. If you didn't deeply love the borderland, you wouldn't have made these choices. No, what I love deeply is not the border area, but a girl in the border area who chooses to sacrifice herself. It was because of her that I fell in love with that land." As for why Tans didn't summon the other party immediately, it was because he was afraid that he would not see the other party's name in the summonable list. "Because the girl no longer has a soul." Tans smiled and said, "Now that we've left the border, let's just keep those things in our memories." Neferi Lu nodded, then looked up at the golden tree behind her, her crimson eyes surveying it for a few moments. "Is this the golden tree? It's much smaller than I remember." Tans stood beside Neferi Lu and said, "Well, this is what I just planted. I called you out because I need a helper to help me protect it. But besides you, I also need to summon some other helpers." Nefeli Lu nodded, and did not ask Tans who he planned to summon. Instead, she took the battle axe at her waist back in her hand and came to the side to guard Tans. "It's a pity that my eagle didn't come with me, otherwise I could let it conduct reconnaissance in the air," Nefeli Lu said half jokingly and half seriously. Tans also smiled, "I won't forget it." Then Nefeli Lu observed the surrounding environment and found herself in a city submerged in time, so she began to walk around. But she hadn't taken a few steps when she noticed a lit bonfire in the distance and Gandalf sitting next to it and looking at her. Neferi Lu frowned and turned to Tans and asked, Tanius, is that old man in the distance also your friend? Tans heard Neferi Lu's voice and replied, well, he's a friend of my friend. We can trust him for now. Let him sit over there. I agreed to have a good chat with him after I'm done. Well, I understand. Neferi Lu turned her head back and looked into Gandalf's eyes. She didn't say anything, but simply nodded to him lightly as a greeting. Gandalf was full of questions at this time, but seeing that Tanis was busy again, he could only nod in response. At this time, Tans also had to call on his friends at the border, because he realized that after summoning Neferi Lu, the Elden Ring in the Golden Tree still had enough power to summon other people. Neferi Lu had the memory of those 8 reincarnations, which made him glad that he had not rashly called out to the people of the first Round Table Hall. Otherwise, if they appeared in front of him with the memory of being killed by him, the scene might not be so good. Especially the 2 Quasi-King level faders, Vic and Bernal, will bring him greater trouble. But the friend that Tans is going to summon next, although he may be slightly inferior to Neferi Lu in terms of combat power, is not inferior to the other in terms of friendship with Tans. This was one of the kindest and gentlest people he had ever met in the border area, and also the first friend he had ever received help from. Magician Roger, a close friend who died while exploring the truth of Black Knife Knight. Soon, Roger's figure, like Neferi Lu before, condensed by golden particles and appeared next to Tans. He lifted the brim of his wizard's pointed hat with a blue feather in it, revealing his clear blue eyes underneath, and greeted him in a humorous yet witty tone. I feel like I have woken up from an eternal sleep, but it seems I don't need to introduce myself again. Besides, I am not the first person to come and help, right? Roger glanced at Neferi Lu and said to Tans easily. He then politely greeted Neferi Lu, it's an honor to meet you, son of the storm. Tans felt more relaxed upon hearing the familiar voice of his close friend. He took out a finely decorated high-quality rapier from his own backpack, pointed the hilt of the rapier, which was inlaid with an oval ruby, at Roger and handed it forward. It's best to use your own weapon. I'm not very good at using it, said Tans. Roger took the rapier skillfully, swung it in a flower pattern, and smiled, but it's much sharper than I thought. Tans raised an eyebrow and said, because the combat skills attached to it really helped me a lot, so I asked Master Xiugu to strengthen it a few times. Roger felt the refinement of his rapier, which had almost been strengthened to the extreme. He did not dwell on the matter any longer. Instead, he extended his other hand to Tans and said solemnly, I'm back. Tans took a deep breath, then held the other person's hand tightly and shook it vigorously, welcome back. As Roger's summoning ended, Tans also felt the message from Elden's ring that there was no way to continue summoning. If he wanted to continue summoning, he could only wait for the golden tree to continue growing. But with the appearance of Neferi Lu and Roger, Tans, with the help of 2 reliable friends and warriors, had enough confidence and patience to wait for the golden tree to grow. Chapter 9. Since you know there is an evil dragon, why don't you kill it? The night wind is so refreshing, and the light of the golden tree is so bright. The golden light overshadowed the moonlight. Tans was clearing the weeds from the ruins of the surrounding buildings with Neferi Lu and Roger. Most of the buildings in this city ruins are simply abandoned, not damaged, so they can still be used as long as the weeds and insects that have gotten into the houses are driven out. The premise is that these buildings were not cut corners when they were originally built and can stand the test of time. Otherwise they would have to sleep outdoors near the golden tree tonight. If you don't mind, I can lend a hand. I don't want to sleep on the grass tonight. If possible, I would like to have a warm house to shelter from the wind and rain. Gandalf saw Tanis's actions and took the initiative to speak. Then he looked up at the cloudless night sky and the bright moon, and jokingly said, although it doesn't look like it will rain tonight. But being exposed to the cool breeze at night is bad for your health. I accept your help, but asking an elderly person to do manual labor isn't my style, Tans replied, his voice echoing through the night. We'll build you an extra room to rest in. You can just go in and rest when the time comes. Gandalf took a drag from his pipe and exhaled, then stood up swiftly. Old man? A normal old man wouldn't ride a horse alone on Minhiria's land, Mr. Tans. And if it's just a simple weeding operation, with the help of a wizard, it will be more efficient than you think. He deliberately emphasized the word wizard and stood up and patted his grey robe. Then Gandalf picked up his staff and pointed it at a stone house covered with vines and weeds not far away. The next moment, a white light emerged from the tip of the staff, and the vines on the stone house began to move from the wall to other locations, and the weeds also burrowed back into the soil. Seeing this, Roger couldn't help but praise, "It's a very practical spell, and it's indeed different from the magic at the border." It was also the first time that Tans saw a wizard from this world cast a spell, and he nodded in agreement with Roger's words. Wherever Gandalf pointed his staff, the vines and weeds began to fade away, revealing the original appearance of the stone house. Soon, in just a few minutes, the stone house was cleaned up by him. Under the gazes of Tans, Nephililu, and Roger, Gandalf picked up the firewood that had not been thrown into the campfire, bent down and went into the stone house. Soon, flickering flames lit up from the door and windows. Then Gandalf came out and invited Tanis and the others, "Come, the stone house is big enough for us, and I really have a lot to talk to you about." Tans did not agree immediately, but looked around at Nephililu and Roger. Nephililu, with her red eyes, spoke first. "In that case, you two go in and talk to the wizard. I'll stay outside to keep watch over the golden tree. Besides, I'm not very good at conversation." Roger smiled faintly. "Communication is actually very simple. When I have time, I can teach you some speaking skills, that is, the art of language." Nephililu quickly shook her head. "Forget that. I trust my axe more than trying to convince them with words. My adoptive father did try to teach me, but he gave up in the end. I still think using my axe to kill the enemy directly is more suitable for me." Roger didn't know how to respond to Nephililu for a moment. At this time, Tanis laughed kindly, then patted Roger on the shoulder, took Torrit's reins, and walked towards the stone house where Gandalf was. "Don't make things difficult for her, Roger. Let us go in and talk to this wizard." Roger adjusted the brim of his hat, nodded slightly to Nephililu, and then followed Tans. The warmth of the fire dispelled the coolness of the night, and the light of the golden tree shone outside, while the interior was illuminated by the bonfire that Gandalf had built. Tans did not put Torrit back into the spirit horse sentry post, but tied its reins outside the house, took out some dehydrated vegetables, a piece of ham and a water bag from the bag on his back, took out a frying pan, and walked into the house. Roger had already entered the house before Tanis. At this time, Gandalf, who was sitting by the campfire, looked over at him, and the two spellcasters greeted each other at the same time. "Hello. Good evening." The two of them stopped at the same time, as if apologizing for interrupting each other. Roger extended his hand as if to say please go first. Gandalf said with a smile, "Although I have told Mr. Tanis my name, this swordsman does not know it yet. You can call me Gandalf. I am a wizard." After Roger bowed gracefully, he didn't care that there were traces of mud on the ground and sat down cross-legged. He smiled and said to Gandalf, "My name is Roger. However, I am not a swordsman, but a magician. Swordsmanship is not my best skill." Gandalf also smiled, "Swordsmanship is not my forte either." Tanis came in at this time and heard Gandalf's words. He looked at the calluses on the other's hands, looked at his nose and his heart, and did not continue the topic. He held up what he was holding and asked, "Can you lend me your fire so I can cook something?" "Of course, no problem." Gandalf agreed, and considerately picked up a few fist-sized stones from his side and built a simple stove for Tanis to put the frying pan on. Tans thanked him, put the frying pan on it, then unscrewed the water bag and poured the cold water into the frying pan, preparing to boil the water first. While he was doing all this, he said to Gandalf, "If you have anything to ask, now is the right time to ask, Wizard Gandalf. By the way, how is Bilbo doing these days? Is he still hiding in Bag End and continuing to write his book?" Gandalf raised his grey eyebrows. "In fact, you don't need to test me anymore. You should be able to feel that I have no ill will towards you, Mr. Tanis. Although Bilbo has the idea of writing a book, he has never put pen to paper. Because the world is not in his books or maps, but outside his window. He has never been outside and seen the world with his own eyes. How can he write a book that satisfies him?" When Gandalf finished speaking, he realized that Tanis had completely let down his guard against him. Roger smiled and said, "I apologize to you on behalf of Tanis, old Mr. Gandalf. He has been through a lot, so he is very wary. But please believe me, once you gain his true friendship, Tanis will never let you down." Gandalf said, "I believe this. After all, you are the one who can give your friend such a priceless amber pendant and a sharp sword. Although Bilbo himself did not realize it, the two things you gave him are worth enough to buy 1/8 of the Shire. If those greedy people knew about the magical pendant that can exempt people from most diseases and prolong their lives, they would probably fight to the death for it. While Tanis was waiting for the water to boil, he heard Gandalf mention Bilbo and smiled, but I believe that with Bilbo's style, he certainly didn't wear it on himself, but left it in his home. Gandalf also smiled. Yes, when I found this pendant, it was placed so solemnly on the desk in Bilbo's study, surrounded by ink and quills. And the brass dagger was placed in the locker at the door, as if it were an ordinary thing. Hobbits always make people feel magical. It seems that this race is born with no interest in treasures, but only interested in food. Tanis nodded. Yes, even though I was only there for a short night, Bilbo had already eaten 4 meals before my eyes. 1 in the evening, 1 at night, and 2 in the morning. After he finished speaking, he and Gandalf fell into a brief silence, and finally looked into each other's eyes and laughed. Tanis then extended his hand and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, Gandalf. It's really my fault that I doubted you for so long." Gandalf was stunned for a moment before reaching out and holding his hand. He said soothingly, "It doesn't matter. Being vigilant is an excellent quality. What's more important is that you haven't lost your trust in others." Then Gandalf let go of Tanis's hand and felt something small and cold fall into his palm. Tanis saw Gandalf notice the object in his hand and said, "A small compensation. I hope you like it." Gandalf looked at the pendant in his hand. It was exactly the same as the one in Bilbo's house, except that the red amber in the middle was replaced by blue amber. What Tanis gave to Gandalf was the blue amber pendant, which can slightly increase the magic limit of the wearer in the border area. Gandalf felt the pendant with his hand. He could feel the mysterious power in it. Wearing this pendant would help him concentrate better when reading or thinking. As for the most important effect of increasing the upper limit of magic power, Gandalf ignored it because he had no use for it. Perhaps Lady Galadriel could use this. Gandalf thought to himself, then looked at Tanis, opened his mouth, and finally sighed, "I now suspect that you are the only one who does not know how precious this pendant is, Mr. Tanis. You are truly full of so many magical things that I can't imagine." The water in the pan had already boiled. Tanis threw the hard but salty and fragrant piece of ham into the pan, then looked up at Gandalf and said, "There will be many unexpected things. Just don't be too surprised when you see them later." Then Tanis adjusted his sitting position and asked, "So, Gandalf, what do you want to say to me?" Gandalf carefully put the blue amber pendant away and said, "Well, actually, I wanted to ask whether you were a friend or foe, but now it seems the answer is clear, so there's no need to ask." Tanis asked curiously, "Why did you ask me this question?" "I thought you would ask about the golden tree." Gandalf replied, "That is your secret. Everyone has their own secrets. As long as it does not harm Middle-earth, I have no desire to know. Although I admit that I am indeed curious about it, I would not ask if you did not ask. However, if you ask, I would not mind knowing the origin of the tree." Tanis felt a little dizzy. "So, do you want to know whether all wizards speak like tongue twisters, or whether you are the only one like this?" Gandalf said with a smile, "My colleague also asked me this question, but let's put the question of the golden tree aside for now and answer your previous question." Then Gandalf sat up straight, his expression serious. "Mr. Tanis, I want to know whether you are a friend or foe because this land is not completely safe. Darkness lurks beneath the light, and in caves, jungles, and mountains that we cannot see, evil forces are growing." After hearing this, Tanis didn't feel anything at first. It was just a conflict over land. It happened all over the border area. It was nothing special. But Gandalf's next words made Tanis frown. Because Gandalf said, "The darkness and evil I am talking about are not the contradictions you imagine, but the real enemies deeply rooted in this land. I believe you must have seen those ugly and terrifying orcs. Did they attack you without giving you a chance to speak? Because they are evil creatures, they will attack unconditionally when they see creatures different from themselves. They don't care whether they will gain benefits from attacking you, they just take pleasure in killing. Moreover, there is no option for peaceful coexistence with these orcs, because evil is their nature." After listening to this, Roger also frowned, then looked at Tanis. "According to Gandalf, they will find us sooner or later." Tanis nodded. Gandalf continued, "It seems you believe what I say, which makes me feel relieved. Therefore, in order to resist the deep-rooted evil and darkness in this land, I need to gather as many helpers and forces as possible. That is why I came to confirm whether you are a friend or foe, Mr. Tanis." I am lucky that you are a friend of Middle-earth. If I were not a friend of Zhongzhou, I am afraid that the creator god in my dream would not let me fall into this world. Tans thought to himself. Then he asked, where are you going next, Gandalf? Gandalf said, I am going to the north. There is an evil dragon named Smaug who is sleeping in the Lonely Mountain. The Lonely Mountain is the home of the dwarves. I am worried that this evil dragon will cooperate with some dark and evil being, and then the whole of the north of Middle-earth will be plunged into war. He paused, then looked at Tans. If the time really comes, I hope you can help those displaced people and give them the courage to rebuild their homes. As a result, Tanis's puzzled reply made Gandalf look surprised. Tans said, an evil dragon. If you know where he is, why don't you just go and kill him? Chapter 10, Oak's Night Raid. After hearing Tanis's words, Gandalf opened his mouth, his beard twitching, and finally he couldn't help but say, if that evil dragon could be killed so easily, then the dwarves wouldn't have been displaced for hundreds of years, afraid to return to their homeland. After listening to this, Tans took off his white wolf war ghost helmet and put it aside. He took a breath of fresh air, then said seriously to Gandalf, who was studying him, just because the dwarves can't do it doesn't mean I can't, Gandalf. Although you may find it hard to believe, I have slain many flying dragons and ancient dragons, even the kings of these two races. If you need me, I can help you kill the evil dragon, even if it's just me alone. Although they did not defeat each other in their heyday, even Tans himself felt a little regretful about this. But when he thought of the two battles with the ancient dragon king Platon Shanks and the mad dragon Bael, even now, Tans could feel the surge of emotion in his heart. It was as if the red dragon thunder and flames were still tearing the sky and destroying the earth beside him. Gandalf took a drag on his cigarette and asked, perhaps you do have the power to kill Smaug, Mr. Tanis. But can you guarantee that you can incapacitate him with one strike? Otherwise, Smaug, enraged, will vent his wrath on the humans living in Lake Town at the foot of Lonely Mountain. He added, and I don't know what the flying dragons and ancient dragons you killed in your homeland looked like. But Smaug, he was about 140 meters long. His scales were like steel, and he had flames that could burn a man to death in an instant. Tanis listened quietly to Gandalf telling him about Smaug's characteristics. He did not become arrogant because he had killed many flying dragons and ancient dragons, and did not think that dragons were creatures that were easy to defeat. No, quite the opposite. Even when fighting with an ordinary flying dragon at the border, Tans had to concentrate fully, otherwise he would be burned by dragon fire or crushed by dragon fangs if he was not careful. The reason why he was able to kill so many flying dragons and ancient dragons was not only because of his own strength, but more importantly, Tans did not lose the idea of taking the enemy seriously. At the border, never underestimate any enemy. This is the first lesson Tans learned from Blood. After Gandalf finished speaking, he looked at Tanis who had fallen into silence and felt that he would no longer have the idea of hunting Smaug alone. As a result, Tanis came back to his senses and said something to Gandalf that surprised the wizard again. Tans said, at over 140 meters, it is indeed larger than most of the enemies I would kill. However, the difference in size does not scare me. I promise you, Gandalf, if you need me to, I will use all my strength to kill it. Gandalf glanced at Roger who was silent beside him, as if asking him if he had always been so brave. Roger sensed Gandalf's inner thoughts and smiled. Please understand, Tanis's courage is not recklessness. Quite the contrary. From what I've heard, he also feels fear when facing foes stronger than himself, but he always overcomes his fear and fights again and again, facing the challenge head-on until he defeats them. There is fear ahead, but be fearless. Roger witnessed in the Hall of the Round Table how Tans went from being beaten to the point of being unable to fight back against the veteran knight of the Round Table, Alprich, the Mad Tongue, to skillfully defeating him. Gandalf nodded with a smile and said, it seems that I still know too little about you, Mr. Tanis. I accept your kindness and will seek your help when necessary. However, now is not the time to kill Smaug. I have not yet fully investigated the situation in the north. Besides, you and your friends should not be able to leave Minchurius for the time being, right? Tanis understood what Gandalf meant, that the golden tree outside the house still needed his protection, and without enough manpower, he really couldn't leave here. You are right, Gandalf, he said, as he poured various dried vegetables into the broth, which already smelled of the ham. Gandalf said, I already know your courage and determination. When the time is right, I will certainly find you and ask for your help. Tanis smiled. When you come here again, I promise you, Gandalf, everything will be different. I believe you too, so when can we enjoy the thick soup you cooked? Hobbits are always so particular about food, and what Bilbo prepared for you was carefully selected by him, which makes me a little greedy. In this quiet wilderness, drinking a bowl of hot vegetable soup and chatting with new friends, even the cold cannot dispel the warmth in my heart. Gandalf took over Tanis's words and then turned the topic to the food stewed in the pot. This old man speaks in a really humorous way. Tanis thought to himself. He said, it will take a while. The portion I prepared is enough for the 4 of us. At this moment, Nephileilu's footsteps quickly approached here. She knocked on the wall, drawing the attention of the 3 people in the room to herself. There is filth in the wind that cannot be blown away. Something evil is approaching here. Nephileilu reminded Tanis while looking at the places in the city ruins where the light of the golden tree could not reach. Tanis stopped cooking, looked at the vegetable soup in the pan that was almost done with some regret, collapsed the simple stove built with small stones, and extinguished the fire. Then he and Roger looked at each other, stood up at the same time, took out their weapons, and walked out of the stone house to be on guard. Can you feel where the other party comes from? Tanis put on the White Wolf War Ghost's helmet again and asked Nephileilu. Upon hearing this, Nephileilu extended her right hand, holding the battle axe. The moonlight shone on the axe blade. She pointed the axe tip toward the east and north and said, here, and here, the wind carries a scent that makes me feel uncomfortable. Roger, holding his staff in his left hand and his rapier in his right, asked, could it be some kind of beast? Gandalf happened to come out as well. After hearing Roger's question, he said, beasts in nature will not head towards the light at night, Mr. Roger. This is because it would expose them to the darkness, which means danger. Ah wow! At this moment, several chilling wolf howls suddenly resounded in the night sky. In the 2 directions pointed by Nephileilu, flocks of birds were startled from the city ruins occupied by trees. Roger heard the howling and asked, is that the howling of wolves? Nephileilu followed up his words, saying, this sound doesn't sound like the howl of an ordinary wolf. These are more dangerous wolves. Roger, prepare your magic. The expressions of Tanis and Gandalf became extremely solemn the moment they heard the wolf's howl. Even beneath Tanis's solemn expression, there was a hint of pain. Although Tanis was wearing the helmet of the White Wolf Warrior, Gandalf could sense the emotions emanating from him, so he said, it seems you also understand what this howl means, Mr. Tanis. Tanis's tone was filled with helplessness. Yes, after all, I was attacked many times by these creatures and the orcs riding them on my way here. Roger crossed his staff with his rapier, applying a magic damage buff to his rapier, and asked curiously, this creature? Is it really not a wolf? And what is an orc? Gandalf couldn't help but stare a few more times at the blade of the rapier in Roger's hand, which was emitting a brilliant blue light. Then he said, of course they are wolves, but they are not ordinary wolves looking for food. They are Gund Abbot wargs, loyal to darkness and evil. Then Gandalf looked at Tanis and said, the approach of the wargs means that a large group of orcs are approaching here. Were they seen when you came here? Tanis thought for a moment and finally said, although I was not attacked by orcs when I came to the ruins of the city, I encountered a group of orcs earlier. I killed most of them and left. I'm afraid the orcs who escaped found the main group and followed the trail that I didn't have time to clear. Gandalf glanced at the golden tree that still shone brightly in the night, standing out among the dark ruins of the city. He tactfully expressed this to Tanis, perhaps these orcs didn't follow your trail, but were drawn here by the light. Tanis immediately understood that Gandalf was referring to the golden tree that glowed all the time and was too conspicuous at night, and he showed a headache expression. Then Gandalf asked, so, Mr. Tanis, is there any way you can control the brightness of this tree? Make it less noticeable. Tanis replied helplessly, I can't control that, Gandalf. It's the nature of the tree. Gandalf opened his mouth, but could only sigh. Then he said, then please give me a sharp sword, and let me help you in the fight. Judging by the sounds, there are more than 50 orcs and wargs in this pack. Nephileilu heard Gandalf's request and looked over. No, you should stay in the house. I can feel from the wind that those beasts are very dangerous. But I will keep you safe. It would be a shame for me to let an old man go to the battlefield. Gandalf smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, kind warrior. But just as these are no ordinary wolves, I am no ordinary old man. Moreover, a wizard would never sit back and watch his friends being attacked by his enemies, and then hide behind them with a clear conscience. Just as Neferi Lu was about to say something, Tans pulled out a fully reinforced one-handed sword from his space backpack and handed it to Gandalf. He said to Neferi Lu, "Believe what he says, Neferi Lu. Besides, he is a spellcaster." After Gandalf took the sword, Tanis came to Neferi Lu and whispered, "We just need to pay more attention to him when the time comes. I know many warriors who refuse to accept their age, but the facts prove that they have all been defeated by time." Neferi Lu nodded imperceptibly, "I think so too." With Gandalf's hearing, the whispers between Tanis and Neferi Lu were actually no different from speaking in his ear. But after listening to it, he just smiled gently and didn't say much. Gandalf's attention was drawn to the sword that Tanis had handed him. He observed the slender golden blade and murmured, "This is a magical sword full of holiness. How could you lend it to me so casually?" Then Gandalf poured a small portion of his own magic power into it, and the whole sword emitted a golden glow, exactly the same as the brilliant golden light of the golden tree behind him. The golden tree seemed to have sensed the presence of someone with similar power to itself. Gandalf could feel more golden light gathering on the sword, which was even brighter than before. Tan's voice echoed at this moment, "This sword is called the Ritual Straight Sword. Its previous owner had some connection to the golden tree behind you, and it can condense the tree's power. Aren't you curious about the tree's power? I hope you can learn more about it through this sword." The ceremonial straight sword is actually a pair of straight swords, but Tanis noticed that Gandalf always held his staff, so he gave him a separate one. Gandalf stood beside Tanis with a standard sword-holding posture and said, "Then I must understand it carefully." But before he could finish his words, he asked with a strange look on his face, "Wait, what are you doing?" Gandalf saw Tanis take out a pile of stones that sparkled with sky-blue light from somewhere, and he could feel the unstable magic in them. Azalea pyroxene, this is exactly the little gadget that Tans took out from his space backpack. This is a wonderful tool we will use later. There are too many enemies, and we have to think of a way. I don't like facing a large group of enemies without any preparation, but those large-scale killing spells will destroy the surrounding terrain. This is where the golden tree is, and I don't want to mess it up. Roger, come and help me bury these stones in the direction they are coming from," Tans said, calling Roger to come and help. As Roger walked over, he was also a little surprised and said, "Where did you get so much rhododendron pyroxene? Did you rob those rhododendrons?" "Well, it's okay if you understand it that way," Tans replied. Tans was responsible for digging the pits, and Roger was responsible for infusing his magic power into the rhododendron pyroxene. Then, he dug a pit for each rhododendron pyroxene, ensuring that when the wargs stepped on it, it would bring them a surprise they had never seen before. Gandalf watched the impending battle of Tanis while he stuck his butt out and dug traps like planting carrots. He looked at Neferi Lu, his eyes seemed to ask, "Has he always been like this?" Neferi Lu didn't know what to say. She gestured a few times with her hands before finally lowering them. Anyway, everything he did proved to be useful in the end. That's why those who frequently battled him have become accustomed to Tan's seemingly bizarre behavior. As soon as she finished speaking, Tans and Roger quickly buried the rhododendronite in the soil. At this time, Tanis walked towards Neferi Lu and Gandalf again, and said with some regret, "If they hadn't moved so quickly, I would have liked to dig a little more." Roger smiled bitterly after hearing this. "If you bring on more, my magic power will be drained away by these azalea pyroxenes before we even fight." Tans simply patted Roger on the shoulder, and then, under Gandalf's curious gaze, he took out 5 or 6 cracked pots emitting golden lightning from his space backpack. He had previously used 2 thunder pots to rescue the dwarves he encountered, so Tans thought that the thunder pots might be of great effect against this group of orcs and wargs. It's a pity that he didn't have enough materials to make a thunder and lightning kettle, otherwise he could have taken out more thunder and lightning kettles. Tans divided the thunder pot equally between Neferi Lu and Gandalf. He then briefly explained how to use it to Gandalf, who had never used it before, and then reminded him, "Remember to throw it where there are many enemies. Don't throw it too close, or you and your teammates will be easily blown up." Gandalf still held his staff and ceremonial sword, so he could only fold his arms to hold the 3 thunder pots Tanis had given him in front of his chest. He said, "This is the first time I've seen such a complicated fighting method." Tanis narrowed his eyes, because in the darkness he could hear the deep roars of the wargs. He replied, "Complicated? No, you will love this way of fighting. Believe me, Gandalf." "Well, I'm here to ask for some recommendation votes and monthly tickets. The tough guy kneels down. The size of Smaug I quoted is the movie version, which is 140 meters long. The ancient dragon king in the magic ring is 24.5 meters tall, and the mad dragon is 37 meters tall. The general size of other ancient dragons is 40 meters, and the big ancient dragon in the royal city is 310 meters in size. Dragon Queen Guir is 262 meters, the largest enemy known to be able to attack and kill in the game. Of course, size doesn't tell the whole story. What's more, the dark abandoned child Esti is also more than 100 meters in size and has also been eliminated by the protagonist. Therefore, when the protagonist heard Gandalf say that Smaug was 140 meters long, he realized that he was different from the ancient dragons and flying dragons he had killed before, and there was also a golden tree that needed to be protected, so he did not rush over. Chapter 11, The Holy Spear of the Blood King. An ugly and evil creature was swaggering through the night riding a wolf. The hideous and dirty teeth exposed outside the lips, the blood-stained and rusty iron pieces embedded in the flesh as armor and decoration, and the sparse and withered hair on the head. The orc captain shrugged his nose, raised the poorly maintained rusty iron knife in his hand and pointed it at the glowing trees not far ahead. "I smell humans. Kill them all. Peel back their skin, dig out their intestines, and eat their bodies. Then cut down the glowing tree and bring it back to Dol Guldur to serve as a tribute to our master." Captain Oak gave orders quickly and excitedly in the Oak language, and his smelly saliva was sprayed into the air. "Oh wow wow!" Behind the orc captain, one after another, rode past him on their wargs, roaring with excitement. They were not afraid of exposing their whereabouts, because the orcs felt that their voices could bring intimidation and fear to those humans, making them even more eager to see the frightened expressions on the humans' faces when they saw them. The orcs' mounts, the wargs, moved nimbly between the woods and the ruins of the buildings, and soon arrived at the edge of the golden tree's light. Then the wargs stopped, their sharp claws digging into the ground restlessly, leaving deep marks in the weed-covered soil. And they would not go any farther, no matter how the orcs that rode them urged them on. Because the wolves instinctively resist the light of the golden tree, they feel disgust and nausea when they get close to it. Hulululu. The wargs let out low growls from their throats to each other, communicating in their own language. Although the light will not harm them, for evil creatures like wargs, being exposed to it is as disgusting as a human stepping on feces. In the end, the evil and bloodlust in the wolves' hearts suppressed their inner nausea, and they rushed in with angry roars. This anger was directed at the humans who planted the tree, and was also a threat to Captain Oak. If after the kill the wargs had no satiating share of men to fill their bellies, the orc captain would fill the gap. The orcs saw the wargs carrying them forward, and again they howled, holding high their rusty knives, swords, and axes. They also heard the roar of their companions moving from the north, and they were getting closer and closer, so that the orcs knew that they were about to collide with another group of orcs making a night raid. "Hurry up, speed up, we can't let the orcs in the north steal our food." Captain Oak, who was following behind the main force, heard the voice coming from the north and raised his voice. Orcs don't have the concept of win-win cooperation among themselves. They only think that another group of orcs are here to steal heads from them. Captain Orc even thought that if those humans were killed by their fellow orcs in the north first, he would snatch the bodies of those humans from them and then create a scene where the orcs in the north died accidentally. But soon this thought disappeared from the Oak captain's mind, and was replaced by a tall white figure with a broken hand. If it knew what it had done, it would surely be killed and thrown into the wolves' arms. The Oak captain swallowed his saliva. The fear of the figure in his mind made him suppress those little thoughts, and instead take out his violence and irritability on those humans. It wants to make the humans around the glowing tree feel its own terror. Ouch! Oh! The orc captain, who was still some distance from the golden tree, was troubled by the sounds of orcs and wargs coming from the north, for it meant that they would fight the men before he did. Oh oh oh! But soon, the sounds of the wargs in the air changed from excited roars to confusion. As the orc captain wondered what had happened to the other orc night raider, he saw short flashes of azure light appear in the north, and then came the cries of the orcs and the whimpering of the wargs. If there were only one or two screams, Captain Oak would have thought it was just humans putting up a futile resistance. But these sounds came in batches at the same time, which made Captain Oak, who seemed to have a little brains among the group of stupid orcs, feel that something was wrong. "Slow down the march. Stop!" Captain Oak immediately realized something was wrong and shouted to the large army in front. But the wargs, who were already disgusted and angry by the light of the golden tree, would not pay any attention to Captain Oak, let alone a human in armor, appeared in front of them. This also made the orcs on the back of the warg, who had little rationality to begin with, burn out all their remaining rationality the moment they saw Tans, and urged the warg to speed up. Then, Captain Oak saw from afar that the other side threw several pottery-like objects towards the orcs in the front. Zi La. The scene was exactly the same as when they helped Thorin before. The orcs and the wargs had no idea how terrifying the lethality of the thunder pot thrown by Tans was, and this time they achieved greater results. Because when the wargs saw Tans, they all gathered towards him. 3 lightning pots were used, and the 5 wargs in the front and the orcs on their backs were directly blown into charred corpses by the golden lightning, emitting a disgusting smell of burnt protein. Then the rapidly spreading aftermath of the lightning severely injured and paralyzed 7 orc wolf riders. The night raid team immediately stopped their charge, and the wolves under the orcs' crotches were also frightened by the thunderpot. Captain Oak did the same, but he waited a few seconds and saw that Tans didn't take out the pottery pot he had thrown before. Then he roared angrily, "He doesn't have that weird pottery pot anymore, you cowards and idiots! Come on! Those who have bows and arrows, shoot them!" When the orcs heard the order from their captain, they looked at each other and surrounded the enemy cautiously. Tans counted the enemies in front of him, including the captain who was hiding behind and giving orders. There were still 11 enemies left. Unfortunately, if what was just thrown was the ancient dragon thunder pot, the killing effect would have been better. However, he didn't make many ancient dragon thunder pots when he was at the border, and the ones he made had long been used up. Maybe I should wait until I have dealt with this group of orcs, then check my backpack to see if there are any materials in it to make other throwing pots, and make more just in case. Tans thought to himself as he pulled out a spear. This spear has 3 points, so it looks more like a giant pitchfork than a spear. However, no one who sees this spear will think of it as a ridiculous giant pitchfork, not only because of the exquisitely crafted golden spearhead connecting the tips, but also because the 3 spear tips are intertwined with ominous things, as if blood is burning at any moment. When facing a large group of enemies, Tans has many ways to eliminate them. Whether it's combat skills, magic, or prayer, he can do it with ease. As I said before, he was worried that he would run out of magic power, so he chose to use the great sword to physically expel the oak team that attacked him. Now there is the golden tree behind Tans, and Roger just told him that the magic power consumed by injecting rhododendron pyroxene is recovering bit by bit. This means that as long as Tans is within the range of the golden tree, he will no longer be afraid of the problem of his magic power being exhausted and unable to be replenished. In other words, many of the methods that Tans had not dared to use before can now be used within the territory of the golden tree. There are many weapons that can be used to clear out the miscellaneous soldiers, such as the divine body transformed into sword and the star-breaking greatsword. However, whether it is the golden fluctuations released by the former or the gravity magic released by the latter, they will cause serious damage to the ground, which is not conducive to his subsequent construction of houses and other facilities here. So Tans chose the Holy Spear of Mungwan, which has less destructive effect on the ground, but can also cause fatal damage to the enemy that cannot be defended by physical means. When the orcs saw Tans pull out a huge trident as if by magic, they were delighted instead of surprised, thinking that Tans did not have the clay pots that could hurl lightning, so they swarmed towards him. From what little they knew, the user of this long-handled weapon had no frontline protection. As long as they got into close combat with the opponent, it would be difficult for the user to display their skills, and they would eventually become their victims. Tan's eyes under the helmet could clearly see the messy brown short hair on the wolf rushing towards him, as well as the grinning expression of the orc on its back. The next moment, Tans raised his hand and blew the whistle in his hand, and Torit, whose body was much taller and stronger than the wolf, appeared. The spirit horse raised its front hoof and kicked the wolf's head hard. Click! The wolf didn't even howl, the sound of its neck breaking was clearly audible. Torit kicked its head sideways, and it lost consciousness, relying on inertia to fall to the side of Tans along with the orc on its back. Tans didn't even look at the body of the wolf or the orc who was pinned down by the body. He simply turned over and rode on Torit, and took the initiative to launch a counterattack in the direction of the orc captain. He didn't hate Captain Oak that much, it was simply because the other party was, how should Tans describe it, cautious? Cowardly. In short, this orc captain is not within the killing range of Mungwan's holy spear combat skills, so Tans needs to take the initiative to approach him. As for whether the other orcs or wargs would abandon him and run towards the golden tree, Tans was not worried. Not to mention that he arranged Roger to be the last line of defense in the rear for safety reasons. Judging from the performance of the orcs and wargs who attacked him before, they didn't seem to have such complicated thoughts in their minds. The enemy is right in front of them, and they will just keep chasing the prey in front of them until they die or the higher level orc gives the order. During the previous attack, Tanis made a discovery: after the captain commanding this group of orcs died first, the remaining orcs would fall into a state of headless flies. Some continued to attack him, some immediately ran away, and some even fought among themselves. The amazing diversity of the orc species really opened Tan's eyes. This is also the reason why Tans rushed towards Captain Oak. As the saying goes, shoot the horse first when shooting a man, and capture the leader first when capturing a thief. Since we know that killing their captain will severely damage morale, let's do it. When Captain Oak saw that Tans did not retreat but advanced instead, actively going deeper into the encirclement of the oaks, he immediately bared his teeth and revealed a ferocious smile. It roared, "Chop him up!" The surrounding orcs cried out in response to the captain's roar, and the orcs and wargs who were originally in the front blocked Tans's retreat. "You idiots, shoot your arrows!" The orc captain continued to roar at the orcs carrying short bows who were blocked outside by other orcs. These orcs hurriedly took off their short bows and reached for the quiver. But before they could touch the arrow, they heard the human warrior on horseback raise his spear high with both hands, as if stabbing it into the air. Then, in the incredulous gazes of all the orcs and wargs surrounding Tanith, the three tips of Mungwin's holy spear suddenly burned with blood-red flames, bursting into a crimson light. This crimson light once suppressed the brilliance of the golden tree, and all the surrounding orcs were shrouded in this ominous crimson light. Captain Oak felt his skin being cut by an invisible sharp weapon, and his body was in severe pain from the inside out. Neat and uniform wounds appeared on his skin one after another, and his own filthy black blood flowed out of them. Captain Oak's eyes were wide with fear as he saw the black blood flowing from the wound on his skin begin to burn with the same scarlet blood flame as the spear in the human's hand. The next moment, heart-wrenching and soul-piercing pain was transmitted to the brain through the pain nerves, but the brain, which should have been in protective shock, remained awake under the ominous red light, causing Captain Oak to let out inhuman sounds of pain, and all the surrounding orcs and wargs that were exposed to the red light to let out creepy screams. It was as if someone was torturing their bodies bit by bit and draining their blood. The wargs whimpered in pain, halted their charge towards Tans, and threw the orcs off their backs. The orcs who were thrown down either held their heads and banged them against the ground until their heads were crushed, or they could not bear the pain and trembled and plunged knives into their bodies to end their suffering. The instigator of all this, Tans, was not moved at all by the screams around him. He continued to raise his spear and stab the sky twice as if performing a prayer ritual. With every stab, the red light became brighter and brighter, and the sky pierced by the spear tip seemed to have a blood bag punctured, and a large amount of blood fell like a waterfall. By the third blow, blood had gushed out of the bodies of the surrounding orcs and wargs at the same moment, just like a water bag filled with water being cut in the middle. They lost their lives, dying weak and worthless on this land. Tanis took back the holy spear of Mungwin, and after confirming that all the enemies in this area were dead, he rode toward it and quickly rushed to the north where Neferi and Gandalf were. "I am so grateful for your monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, as well as the reward from a reader. How can I be worthy of this?" Kowtow. Oak's blood is black, a reference to the movie version, but it won't let me upload pictures yet. You can watch the scene at the end of the Battle of the Five Armies when Xiao Ye fights Azog's son. Chapter 12. When Tanis came to Neferi and Gandalf, their battle with the orcs was nearing its end. The only two remaining orcs tried to escape but were caught up by Neferi. Just as they were about to raise their iron swords to resist, Neferi swung her battle axe wrapped in storm and thunder. The situation on this battlefield was different from that of the orcs who fell asleep on Tan's side. It was full of orcs' broken limbs. The wounds on the bodies of the wargwolves were mostly caused by the chin or abdomen being pierced by the magic of rhodonite buried in the ground. Neferi chopped off the head of the last orc lying unconscious on the ground. After making sure that it would not come back to life, she put her battle axe back to her waist and came to Tans. Tanis sent a concerned greeting to Gandalf and Neferi. "Are you hurt?" When he asked this question, he looked at Gandalf. Compared with the brave and warlike Neferi, Tanis was more worried about the older-looking Gandalf. After all, he knew Neferi's strength, and it was still a fantasy for these orcs to hurt her. Before Gandalf could say anything, Neferi spoke up, "I don't think you need to worry about his injuries. Of the bodies lying on the ground, apart from those killed by the Azalea and the Thunder Pot, he killed half of the remaining orcs by himself with his staff and sword." Tans breathed a sigh of relief, I'm glad you're all okay. Then Neferi Lu looked at Gandalf, her crimson eyes filled with an expression that was at a loss for words. After much hesitation, she finally said with a hint of apology, "The breeze created by your swinging of the weapon tells me that you are undoubtedly an outstanding warrior. Although this is the first time I've seen a wizard wield a staff to knock off an enemy's head, I did underestimate your strength before." Gandalf laughed kindly, not looking at all tired from the intense battle he had just experienced. He said, "You don't have to apologize to me, Neferi Lu. Compared to me, you are a truly great warrior. I saw you in the battle just now, constantly paying attention to my situation, ready to help me if I was in danger." Then Gandalf thought for a moment and gave Tanis a curious look. "The pots you gave me are indeed more powerful than I could have imagined. If only the human kingdoms had pots like these when they fought against the orcs, it would save them a lot of casualties and unnecessary losses." As a wise wizard, Gandalf saw at a glance the use of the thunder pot on the front line of the orc battlefield. But he was too embarrassed to ask directly for the recipe of the thunder kettle. Gandalf thought it might be the other party's secret and it would not be appropriate to ask it out. Tanis was not a person with low emotional intelligence. He heard the euphemism in Gandalf's words and shrugged his shoulders and said, "Making a thunder kettle does not require complicated technology. On the contrary, it may be simpler than you think." Then he looked at Gandalf expectantly and continued, "But the raw materials for making the thunder kettle are only available in my homeland, and I don't know if there are any alternative materials in this world. It is made of a ritualized cracked kettle, 2 mushrooms, thunder flowers, and gravel." Gandalf pondered for a moment and said, "It sounds like the 2 most crucial points are the cracked pot and the lightning flower used in the ritual. Mushrooms and gravel are more common. Let me think, are there any plants in Middle-earth that can emit lightning, or props that can replace those used in magical rituals?" But to Gandalf's surprise, Tanis said to him in surprise, "Mushrooms are indeed common in the border area, but gravel is a rarity. It's a sharp stone that can only be found in places attacked by ancient dragons. It is said that it is a fragment of dragon scales that fell from the ancient dragon's body. The thunder kettle has such great power, and the gravel contains the weak power of the ancient dragon, which is the key to its power." Gandalf's expression froze, the apples of his cheeks twitching a few times. He opened his eyes wide and said belatedly, "Wait, so you're using the precious thing you made from dragon scales to destroy these orcs that are everywhere?" Neferi Lu was listening to the conversation between the two. After hearing Gandalf's surprised words, she took the initiative to speak in her neutral voice, "Tanis is a pragmatist. As long as he can quickly eliminate the enemy, he doesn't care how valuable the consumables are." Tanis nodded in agreement with Neferi Lu's assessment of him. He said to Gandalf, who wore a look of regret, "If props are lost, you can always find new materials to make them, but if people are gone, they're gone for good. The fact that you and Neferi Lu were able to eliminate these night-raiding orcs without a scratch in such a short time proves that the thunder kettle has been effective." Gandalf looked at Tanis and sighed, "If only the kings of those human kingdoms could be as open-minded as you, then my lobbying work in Middle-earth would be much easier." Tanis didn't know what the complicated plot between the human kings Gandalf mentioned was, but he decided not to care. Instead, he continued with the idea Gandalf had mentioned about reducing casualties. "Gandalf, although the thunder kettle is difficult to make, if you just want to achieve a similar effect, you don't necessarily need the props made by the crackling kettle. Simple gunpowder will do. Put the gunpowder in a large crossbow into a metal kettle, and use the explosion to launch the crossbow." Gandalf shook his head immediately after hearing this. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Tanis, but I'm afraid this method won't work. I haven't heard of such a thing as gunpowder, at least not yet. Do you know how to make it?" Tanis was speechless for a moment. He did know how to make the flame pot, but like the thunder pot, the flame pot required a cracked pot that had been used in a ritual, and Tanis didn't know how to make the cracked pot. As for gunpowder, Tanis's understanding of this thing was the same as that of the cracked pot. He knew how to use it, but he had no idea what the raw materials were or how to make it. And Gandalf apparently didn't associate the fireworks he set off in Hobbiton with gunpowder. Because the power gap between the two is too big. Gandalf saw that Tanis did not reply immediately, so he realized that he did not know the answer, so he said, "But you also gave me an idea. I will follow your idea to find a replacement, Mr. Tanis. Although I don't want to disturb your conversation, it's already very late. We still have to focus on dealing with the corpses of these orcs and wargs and cleaning up the battlefield to prevent these corpses from attracting more wild beasts or spreading diseases. And when I sleep at night, I don't want the wind to be filled with the stench of their blood. Nephileilu's voice interrupted the conversation between Tanis and Gandalf. She saw Roger coming from the eastern battlefield where she was in charge, and then she reminded them both. Tans replied weakly, "You're right. We need to clean up the battlefield." At this moment, he missed the time when he was in charge of killing but not burying at the border. Gandalf came over at this time, leaning on his staff, and handed the ceremonial straight sword in his other hand back to Tanis. "This sword is very sharp and very handy. Thank you for lending me your weapon, Mr. Tanis." Tans waved his hand, and instead pulled out another ceremonial straight sword from his space backpack and pushed it to Gandalf. "Since you find this one useful, I'll give you the other one as well. Don't be so rude, I have plenty of ceremonial straight swords, and I don't use them often myself. Since it has found someone who likes to use it, I'll give it to you as a gift." After hearing what Tanis said, Gandalf had no choice but to accept it. As he fastened his ceremonial sword around the waist of his grey robe, he said, "The bodies of the wargs may be left alone. These foul creatures vanish naturally after death. But the bodies of the orcs must be disposed of. I will also help." Roger happened to approach at this time, and he said with a strange expression, "This is exactly what I want to talk about. The corpses of these orcs and wargs you mentioned seem to be being absorbed by the golden tree." The tree returning phenomenon? Tans immediately raised his head and met Roger's strange eyes. It was obvious that the two people who had explored the phenomenon of dead births together had the same idea. Gandalf's puzzled voice came, "Being absorbed by the golden tree, what does this mean?" Then he suddenly stopped talking before he finished asking the question. Because he didn't need Tans or Roger's explanation, he saw the answer with his own eyes. Nearby, in the weeds, lay the bodies of the orc and the warg whom he had slain only minutes before, and their bodies were bathed in the brilliant light of the wondrous golden tree. But the sharp-eyed Gandalf soon discovered that the corpses were not only shrouded in golden light, but were assimilated into the golden light. The orcs and wargs' cold flesh and blood were turning bit by bit into translucent golden particles, which were being attracted towards the golden tree in the night sky. Gandalf only had to observe for a moment before he realized that it was not the bodies of the orcs and wargs that turned into golden particles, but their evil souls. It's just that these evil souls have their dark side eliminated under the cover of golden light. The corpses disappeared neither quickly nor slowly. The bodies of the orcs and wargs that arrived first had completely turned into golden particles and were absorbed by the golden tree. Tans took off the helmet of the White Wolf war ghost and carefully observed that the golden particles were attracted by the golden tree. He immediately strode to the golden tree, reached out his hand to touch the hard but warm trunk, and immersed his spirit in it. The night is as dark as ink, and the stars dot the deep sky. Brilliant golden particles rose silently from the corpses of the orcs and the wargs. They floated lightly in the night wind, interweaving and swirling in the air, forming streams of golden light, like tiny stars. Afterwards, these rivers of stars slowly and gracefully converged towards an enormous golden tree in the distance, making the golden tree's light even more brilliant. The picture was imprinted in Gandalf's blue eyes, bringing him an indelible golden memory. I don't know how to describe this scene, but it is definitely the most magical scene I have ever seen. Gandalf's beard moved slightly, and he murmured as he looked at the corpses of the orcs and wargs that had completely disappeared from the ground. At this moment, the golden tree not only grew several centimeters taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, but also dropped a large amount of golden blessings from its branches, surrounding the ruins of the buildings within a radius of about 40 meters. When the golden blessing light dissipated, the ruins of the buildings that appeared in Gandalf's eyes had completely changed into a strange appearance. Around the golden tree, 4 or 5 brand new and spacious outposts are arranged in an orderly manner on both sides of it. The original weedy and muddy ground has been paved with stone slabs to become a stone road convenient for carriage transportation. There are 3 large tents that are half opened and scattered along the stone road near the outpost. In front of each tent there is a burning bonfire and a military flag firmly driven into the soil. The flag was made of dark yellow cloth embroidered with patterns of lions and trees. The cloth used to build the tent was also dark yellow, and inside it were piled with chopped firewood, well-sealed wooden barrels, and weapon racks that emitted a cold and icy light. There were no weapons on the weapon racks, as they were all held in the hands of their respective owners. 12 soldiers, wearing helmets made of iron and chain mail, and tubular outer armor with a painting of a golden tree from the distant past and the Prime Minister's beast, the symbol of the Golden Clan, and holding weapons ranging from one-handed swords and pickaxes to two-handed greatswords, were led by a tall and burly knight. They knelt on one knee and lowered their heads towards Tans, who was still stroking the golden tree. They remained silent, waiting quietly for Tans to give them orders. The ruins of the building that were previously wrapped in the golden blessing seemed to have been disrupted and then reorganized in an orderly manner by an invisible hand, turning into an unfamiliar and excellent pass. However, this strangeness was only to Gandalf, but to Tanis's two comrades and friends, Roger and Nephili, they looked very familiar. Because this is one of the passes to enter the city of Stonewell, it was once destroyed by time at the border, so its name is the very common ruins before the pass. Roger looked at the soldiers kneeling before Tans and said, "Are those Greg's King's army?" Nephili nodded. "Judging from the insignia on their armor, it's them. However, they don't have the same scary, mummified-looking faces as they did at the border. What other surprises can you bring me, Mr. Tans? This time you conjured up a team of elite soldiers on the spot. Next time are you going to conjure up a castle for me?" Gandalf muttered. Roger, who was standing by, heard Gandalf's muttering and jokingly said, "Maybe it's not just a castle. Maybe he can even conjure up a dragon for you." Gandalf closed his eyes and said, "My heart may not be able to accept it." Tan's thoughts came back from the golden tree, or to be more precise, from the Elden Ring. Absorbing the souls and corpses of orcs and wargs is what the Elden Circle is doing. But thanks to this, Tans learned that the golden tree could also accelerate its growth by absorbing the souls of those who died nearby. However, this may be a bit bad for the orcs and the wargs, because Tans is already thinking about how to lure them over and kill them, and then continue to use their souls to cultivate the golden tree. Chapter 13. Blue Mountains. The starry sky closes, the moonlight fades, and the sun rises. When the first rays of morning sun shone on the land of Minilius, Gandalf turned over and mounted his pony, saying goodbye to Tans and others who came to see him off. "What I mean is, do you really not have to stay a few more days? Although you sometimes sound like you are speaking in riddles, I quite like listening to your stories about Middle-earth." Tanis tried to persuade Gandalf to stay. He still had a good impression of this wise wizard. Especially after the battle last night, Gandalf helped use magic to clear some roads outside the outpost, making it look like a place where people live and no longer a desolate wilderness. Gandalf took the staff from Tanis, weighed it in his hand, and smiled at Tanis, saying, "Meetings are always brief, but separations are inevitable, my friend. Evil is brewing in this land, and I must find out the truth." Tans was not wearing the White Wolf warrior's helmet at this time. The sunlight shone on his black hair, but his handsome features revealed an expression of speaking like this again. "I hope that the next wizard I meet will not make see you later if necessary sound like complicated poetry like you do. Goodbye, Gandalf. If you pass by the Shire, give Bilbo my regards and tell him the food is really great." Tanis patted the horse's butt a few times, and the horse immediately moved forward in response to the pat. Before riding away, Gandalf turned back and shouted to Tanis, "Continue southwest from here. At the end of the cape is a large forest called Elanvorn. It is said that the human natives of Minthriath who have been hiding there since the Second Age still live there. Or you can go further southeast and find the ruins of a port called Longdale. Perhaps you can use it to help you establish contact with the Kingdom of Gondor." Tans memorized the names of the two places and shouted, "Erenwarn, Longdale, I remember both of them." When Gandalf heard this, he turned around, urged his mount to quicken its pace and rode away. Roger held up the brim of his wizard's hat to block out the morning sun and walked over to Tans. "So are you going to these two places next?" Tanis replied, "Let me first look at the map Bilbo gave me to see if it's marked there. If it's too far, I'll stay here and guard the golden tree until I can summon a fortress or castle. Only then can I lead my men out safely." After saying that, Tanis took out the map given to him by Bilbo from his arms and opened it. The parchment map had creases due to Tanis' frequent use, but the clarity of the map and the text did not affect his reading. Roger looked curiously at the map on which Tans had marked 2 or 3 symbols. Some of the symbols were in the shape of a sword, while others were in the shape of a picture of a little man. He asked Tans, "What are these symbols?" Tans took a look and explained, "The sword symbol is where I encountered the orc attack, and the little man symbol is where I encountered a group of dwarves from the Blue Mountains. I estimated the distance along the way, and our location is roughly here." His finger pointed to a black dot on the map, on which was written the word Golden Tree in the language of the border area. Roger looked in the direction of Tans's finger, and according to the direction and place names mentioned by Gandalf not long ago, he soon found the two places Erenvon and Landdale. "It seems that Erenvon is closest to our location," while Longdedale is a bit far away. Roger said with a smile. Tans also nodded, yes, in that case, I will go to Erenvon first to say hello to our neighbors. At this moment, Neferilu's voice came from behind the two of them, where are you going, my king? In her hand she was dragging the carcass of a wild deer, with an arrow stuck in its ear and the arrowhead piercing its head from the other side. Tans turned around and first glanced at the wild deer carcass in her hand, then said, the wizard recommended 2 places worth visiting. Have you just returned from hunting? Neferilu dropped the deer's carcass at her feet and nodded. Yes, but it seems the wild animals around here have either fled or been killed by the orcs after their attack last night. I went hunting before sunrise and only just found this deer. The female warrior hesitated for a few seconds before she suggested, Tanesh, I don't think we can go to these 2 places yet. We need to solve the problem of food first. If it were just you, me, and this magician, the dry food you brought would be enough for us to eat for a week. But suddenly, there are 13 more mouths to feed, and this morning's breakfast has already consumed most of the remaining dry food. Tans immediately realized what was happening and asked, is there enough rations left for lunch? Neferilu kicked the carcass of the wild deer at her feet. Including this deer, it's just enough to eat. But I'm not sure about dinner, because I'm not sure how many prey I can hunt this afternoon. But the only good news is that there's no need to worry about drinking water, because there's a river right outside this abandoned human town. Oh, maybe I should ask those Greg soldiers to make some fishing rods for us. Tans said, that's why I chose to plant the golden tree here. There's a river nearby, so we don't have to worry about running out of food in the short term. Those wild animals that escaped will definitely go to the river to drink water. But this isn't a long-term solution. The number of people who need to eat will only increase. Although I have some plant seeds, they're not crops. He looked at the golden tree, which still shone with golden light in the sun, and said, as long as we can get the seeds of crops, they will soon mature under the blessing of the golden tree. Neferilu's expression relaxed. She asked, judging from your expression, you must have figured out a way to get the crop seeds. Tans nodded, handed the map in his hand to Roger beside him, then reached out and took out a slightly smaller battle axe from his space backpack. There were unfamiliar inscriptions engraved on the black axe face. Neferilu's eyes narrowed. As she used the battle axe as her main weapon, she could naturally tell at a glance that the axe was well made, but she had never seen such craftsmanship in the border area. This axe belongs to the race of this world. Neferilu immediately understood. The owner of this axe is called Thorin. He told me to ask him for help if I need anything forged. I think he will not be stingy with some crop seeds. Tans played with the battle axe, which was so big that it could only be used as a practice weapon for him, and said with a smile. Roger then asked, where is he now? Is he far from us? Tans said, he says he is a dwarf from the Blue Mountains. Show this axe to the other dwarves, and someone will lead us to him. Roger opened the map in his hand, saw the location of the Blue Mountains and smiled. It doesn't look too far, but the trip to Erenvorn will have to be postponed. Neferilu also came over, took a look at the map and asked, Tanesh, how many days will it take to go there and back? Tans said, give me a week and a half, and I will have Torrid fly at full speed to the Blue Mountains. Even if I don't find Thorin, I will exchange it for what I need. Roger re-rolled the map and handed it to Tans, saying with a hint of disappointment, the Torrid is only big enough for you to ride, so I'll stay here and use my magic to help Neferilu hunt a few more animals. Neferilu nodded, that's perfect. Tans patted Roger's shoulder and said, next time, I'll definitely let you go out and see this world that's different from the border area. I apologize for this time. Seeing that Tans's itinerary was confirmed, Neferilu brought up the deer's carcass again. She said goodbye to Tans and Roger, then walked towards the river where she would clean the deer's carcass. Tans looked at the wild deer's corpse under the light of the golden tree. It was not assimilated into golden particles like the corpses of the orcs and the wargs last night. He nodded thoughtfully. It was probably because Neferilu was not within the range of the golden tree when she shot the wild deer, or it was possible that the golden tree only absorbed the souls of evil creatures such as orcs and wargs after their death. Tans kept these 2 guesses in mind and tried to find a way to verify them when he returned. Roger also said goodbye to Tans at this time. According to him, he wanted to copy the contents of the map he had just memorized onto new paper before his memory faded. Tans did not find it strange at all about the magician's amazing memory. Tans also had his own things to do. He blew the whistle, summoned Torrit, and rode it to the pass he had created last night. There was a chevaux de frise at the entrance of the pass, and next to it stood a Grek knight holding a spear and a large golden shield, and 2 Grek soldiers holding crossbows. Inside the pass, you can also see teams of 3 soldiers patrolling in a cross-patrol pattern to ensure there are no blind spots. They meticulously guarded the safety of the golden tree in the center of the pass. When the leading knight Greg saw Tans coming, he and 2 Greg soldiers immediately lowered their heads and saluted Tans. After Tans approached, he stopped Torrit and ordered the Grek knight, "I have something important to go out on. While I'm gone, the safety of the golden tree will be entrusted to you and Her Excellency, the Storm King Neferi Lu. Until I return, you must obey her orders." "Yes, King Eldon, His Majesty Tanis. We will not let any enemy step into the pass until our lives are gone," Knight Greg responded in a loud voice. 3 days later. Tans rode Torrit for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. With tired eyes under his white wolf war ghost helmet, he finally saw a blue mountain range connected to each other. As the name suggests, the blue mountains only allow you to see one deep blue mountain after another from a distance. Only when Tans got a little closer could you see the endless, undulating blue mountains with dark green pine trees growing on them, and the bustling towns with smoke rising from their chimneys at the foot of the mountains. Tans took off his helmet, took out the red dewdrop holy grail and took a sip. Feeling his strength restored, he took a deep breath and controlled Torrit to cross the grass and come to the wide road built by the dwarves. There were already quite a few dwarves on the road, some with happy smiles on their faces, some with hopeful expressions as they left their hometowns in carriages loaded with goods. And at the end of this road, the vibrant town is here. Tans had actually attracted attention, and he himself was attracted by the appearance of the dwarves. Besides dwarves whose short black beards were the same color as Thorin's, he saw dwarves with long, fiery red beards, and dwarves with long, golden beards, their beards also braided into all sorts of strange braids. After this series of observations, Tanis even had the idea in his mind that maybe Thorin is not a dwarf, but a slightly taller hobbit, because his short beard is almost nothing compared to the long beards of these dwarves. After finding Tans, the dwarves became wary and curious. He was wary because of the armor Tans wore and the weapons he carried, and he was curious because he appeared from the pathless grassland and looked exhausted. And he's still a human being. It's not that the dwarves haven't seen humans in the Blue Mountains before, but these humans were all dressed like merchants and came here to do business. It was indeed rare for the dwarves of the Blue Mountains to see a human like Tans, wearing armor, traveling on horseback, and seemingly not bringing any goods to trade. Tans put on the White Wolf War Ghost's helmet again, blocking out the gazes of the dwarves who were looking at his appearance, and urged Torrit to move forward again. Soon, he arrived outside the town. There were many dwarves entering the town, as well as 2 or 3 tall human caravans, all of whom formed a long line in front of the city gate. Fully armed dwarf soldiers in armor and holding spears patrolled back and forth beside the queue, guarding against suspicious characters. Unfortunately, although Tans's attire at this time could not be called suspicious, it did not fit in with the merchants in the human caravan who were wearing fine cloth. Therefore, the dwarf soldiers immediately walked towards Tans. The dwarf captain who was leading them had a long fiery red beard on his chin and spoke in a very polite tone. He asked in the common tongue, somewhat unskilled, "What is your name, human, and your purpose in coming to the Blue Mountains?" Tans didn't put on any airs. Instead, he raised his hand to indicate that he meant no harm and answered the dwarf captain's questioning, "You can call me Tans. I'm here looking for a dwarf named Thorin. Do you know him?" To Tans's surprise, his gentle answer not only did not let the dwarves down their guard, but instead made them even more cautious after hearing him say the name Thorin. What's going on? Is Thorin some dangerous person? Tans thought to himself as he tried not to provoke the dwarf soldiers with his movements. Chapter 14. Not only the dwarf guards who were questioning Tans became nervous, but also the dwarves waiting to enter the city before and after Tans. These dwarves, like the guards, immediately distanced themselves from Tanis and left his vicinity after hearing him say the name Thorin. This made Tans, who was already tall among the dwarves, stand out even more. The commotion here also attracted the attention of more dwarves. The dwarves on guard at the town gate naturally noticed it. One of them was a sturdy dwarf with a bald head but tattoos all over his body. He was a few centimeters taller than the other dwarves and walked towards this side with a battle axe. When he was halfway there, he noticed what Tans was wearing, so he changed his pace and ran towards here. Meanwhile, Tans was still communicating with the dwarves. He said, "Does the name Thorin have any special meaning among you?" Tans could sense that their expressions towards the name Thorin were one of respect, not fear or anger. This shows that the dwarf he rescued holds a very important place in the hearts of these dwarves. The dwarf captain with a long fiery red beard did not answer Tans's words directly. Instead, he stared at Tan's helmet and asked in a serious tone, "What do you want to do with Thorin?" Tans replied naturally, "Because he told me that I could ask him for help, so I came." Then he glanced at the dwarf guards behind him who were clutching their weapons tightly, and felt a headache. After all, in the border area, if you encounter someone blocking the way, you can just go up and chop him down. Anyway, the other person is most likely a lunatic who has lost his mind and cannot communicate normally. But these dwarves looked different from the people who blocked the road at the border, and they could communicate. This made Tans, who was used to using weapons to clear the way, a little unsure of how to deal with it. If only Roger were here, he would be good at handling this kind of thing. Tans thought in his heart. He said to the captain of the dwarf with a long, fiery red beard, "When Thorin and I parted, he gave me an axe. He said that with this axe, I could find him in the Blue Mountains. So if you don't mind, I can show you the axe. I can sense how important Thorin is to you, so please believe me, I really only came to ask him for a small favor." The dwarf captain stood there like a stone in silence for a few seconds, then nodded, although the movement was almost invisible because of his helmet and beard. He said, "Then please get off your horse first, Mr. Human Knight. You're sitting too high up on the horse, and it's very uncomfortable for me to keep looking up." "No problem." Tan stroked Torrit's horse's back, then blew the spirit horse whistle on his finger. Torrit immediately transformed into a spirit particle and returned to the golden ring, and Tans also stepped steadily on the ground. "Oh, he's a human wizard. You saw it. That big horse just vanished in a flash." Tans's actions caused the surrounding dwarves to exclaim in surprise and talk among themselves. What surprised Tans was that after the dwarves thought he was a wizard, their vigilance towards him seemed to have decreased a little. The dwarf captain's tone softened slightly, "Are you a wizard?" Tans nodded and reached out to take out the dwarf battle axe given to him by Thorin from the space backpack. This scene made the dwarves around him believe even more that Tans was a wizard. "Is my vision correct? When did he get an axe in his hand? I'm sure you're not dazzled. It's as if he took the axe out of thin air. It's amazing." While listening to the whispers of the dwarves around him, Tans turned his battle axe, facing the handle towards the dwarf captain, and half knelt down to hand it to him. The dwarf captain only needed to take a look at the inscription on the battle axe to immediately recognize that this was the battle axe that Thorin had often used before. So he didn't take it, but gently pushed the axe back and said, "This is indeed his axe. I believe you have no ill intentions in coming to the Blue Mountains, human wizard." At this moment, the dwarf with the tattoo on his head finally approached. He shouted in a deep voice, "Gloin, he is Mr. Tans who saved me before." The dwarf captain known as Gloin suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Tans. He then asked awkwardly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that you saved Thorin and the others?" "I'm not helping them to show off, and I think given your defensive looks just now, it's unlikely that I'll gain your trust even if I say these words." "You don't have to worry about it, Mr. Groin." Tans nodded slightly. Gloin said with some annoyance, "You saved Thorin, which makes you a friend to all of us dwarves. As our friend, you shouldn't be treated like this. I owe you a barrel of ale, Mr. Tans." The dwarf with the tattoo on his head ran over, and he was slightly out of breath after running for a long distance. The dwarf warrior bowed slightly to Tanith and said respectfully, "Dwellin, at your service, Mr. Tanith. We parted in such haste last time that I didn't introduce my name to you." Tanis also recognized Dwellin, who was the dwarf who had fought alongside Thorin during the attack by the orcs and survived in the end. Tanis also greeted him. "Hello, Dwellin. Although I would like to catch up, I do need Thorin's help in an urgent matter." Upon hearing this, Dwellin did not ask Tans what he wanted to see Thorin for, but led him directly to the town. "Then I will take you to see Thorin first." Gloin shouted from behind them, "Remember, I owe you a barrel of ale, Mr. Tans, and I'll pay you back." When Tans heard Gloin's words, he turned and waved to him as a gesture of agreement. Dwellin laughed and said, "Gloin and I will treat you to a good drink later." Tans felt the enthusiasm of the dwarves and his mood relaxed a lot. Under the leadership of Dwellin, Tanis entered the city smoothly. Along the way, Tans also observed the appearance of the town. The sunlight shines through the gaps and onto the houses that are cleverly built with rocks and soil. Each house looks solid. The streets are paved with stones of various sizes, which have become as smooth as mirrors after generations of trampling. On both sides of the street, short, domed houses are closely arranged, their roofs covered with moss and soil with small flowers. Smoke often rises from the chimneys and drifts towards the arched porches extending into the ground. At the door of the store, there is a metal sign made with exquisite craftsmanship, engraved with exquisite totems and symbols, attracting the attention of passers-by. The market is the most lively place, where dwarves come to trade their homemade wine, handmade weapons, and exquisite jewelry. The cries of vendors, the bargaining of customers and the clanging sounds of blacksmiths' shops interweave to form a unique market symphony. Dwarf children chased and played in the streets, and their laughter seemed to inject infinite energy and vitality into this town under the blue mountains. Soon, Tans saw Thorin. But it was beyond Tans's expectation. He thought that with Thorin's status in the hearts of the dwarves, he would at least be seen in some exquisite big house. But Thorin was just in a blacksmith shop that was neither big nor small, wearing a grey-white coarse linen shirt, revealing his thick wrists, and hammering the red-hot iron in front of him seriously, one hammer after another. If it weren't for his iconic short beard, which was not as long as other dwarves, and his more handsome and clean face, Tans would have thought that the other party was just an ordinary blacksmith. "Dwellin, what do you want to see me about?" "Oh, it's you. I'm glad you're safe, Mr. Tans." Thorin heard the movement behind him, first saw Dwellin, then looked up and saw the familiar armor and its owner. Dwellin laughed loudly, took the forging hammer from Thorin's hand, and changed places with him. "Thorin, our friend seems to be in trouble and has come here." Thorin handed the work in his hands to Dwellin, took down the rag hanging on the wall and wiped his hands. He looked up at Tanis and asked, "What kind of trouble has our Mr. Tanis encountered? Is the shield you were using broken, or is the sharp straight sword broken?" Tans shook his head and said, "Neither. I need a large amount of food, or you can give me some crop seeds." Dwellin laughed good-naturedly after hearing this. "Why would you need these things, Master Tanis? You came to the dwarves not to forge weapons, but for cheap food? If you're hungry, the dwarves of the Blue Mountains welcome you anytime. You'll be well fed with delicious food and plenty of wine." Thorin's eyes became serious. While looking at Tanis, he kicked Dwellin back inconspicuously to stop the latter's loud dwarf laughter. Then, Thorin used his magnetic voice to ask Tans seriously, "How many mouths do you need to feed? What kind of crop seeds do you need? I can prepare all these for you, but what is your purpose in requesting the food and crop seeds? I want to know this." Only then did Dwellin realize that what Tans had just asked for in the common language was not food for him to eat, but grain. The bald, tattooed dwarf continued his forging work, hammering the red, hot iron block continuously. Sparks flew and the iron block gradually turned into long strips. Thorin folded his arms across his chest, raised his head and looked at Tans, waiting for his answer. Tans responded directly, "I want food and crop seeds because I want to rebuild my homeland." "Thorin, do you remember when I met you all? I was alone. I ignored your kind advice and insisted on going to Minerius because someone told me I could rebuild my homeland in that land ravaged by fire, flood, and plague. And now I've taken the first step, that is, to find a small number of my compatriots back home. But that land is too desolate, and I need some food to get through the most difficult period, so I thought of you. Of course, I won't ask for food and seeds for nothing. Although I don't have the money you have here, I will exchange it with things from my homeland. For example, those warm stones you saw before that can slowly heal wounds and restore physical strength." After Tans finished a long speech, he looked at Thorin quietly. This time it was his turn to wait for Thorin's answer. Thorin Oakenshield, the dwarf's clear eyes wavered instantly and he fell into memories after hearing Tans say rebuilding his hometown. His thoughts seemed to drift far away, as far east as the Misty Mountains, across the dark forest, and to a huge lonely mountain in the north. Erebor. Thorin. Dwellin stopped forging iron at some point and called Thorin's name softly. Thorin was brought back from his memories by Dwellin's call. A complex mix of emotions flashed through his eyes. He slowly exhaled, then looked at Tans and said, 50 dwarf rations, including meat and fruit. As for seeds, I'll choose wheat, corn, tomatoes, cucumbers, and so on. I'll also give you 2 cows, 7 sheep, and a dozen chickens in my own name. Is this enough? Enough, for you to rebuild your homeland. Tans made some calculations in his mind, wondering what he should use to exchange so many things, and did not notice that Thorin emphasized the pronunciation of the words rebuilding his hometown. He simply nodded vigorously. That's more than enough. If you need anything, maybe forge stone? I see blacksmith shops everywhere in your town, which means you really enjoy forging things. Forge stone comes from my hometown. This kind of stone can help you forge sharp weapons more easily, or it can be used to repair damaged weapons. Just as Tans was thinking about how many forging stones were left in the space backpack, he heard Thorin say softly, "Free." Tans was stunned for a moment, then immediately shook his head. No, Thorin, what you gave me has exceeded my expectations. I would feel bad if I didn't pay any price. Dwellin came to Thorin and patted the slightly depressed Thorin gently. Then he looked up at Tans and said, "You really don't have to pay anything, Mr. Tans. Just because you saved 3 of our compatriots, their lives are more precious than these things Thorin gave you. What's more, the reason you gave was rebuilding our homeland. As your friends, how could we refuse your request?" Thorin took a deep breath, forced a smile, looked at Tans and said, "Only by having lost your homeland can you understand how precious and rare the opportunity to rebuild it is. If I were you, Tans, I would probably ask for more supplies and manpower." Tanis keenly grasped the hidden meaning in Thorin's words, then looked at Dwellin, who was also in a somewhat depressed mood, and asked them both, "You aren't the Blue Mountains your homeland?" Chapter 15, Philokili, at your service. Outside the blacksmith shop, several dwarf children passed by, and their cheerful smiles broke the silence inside the blacksmith shop. Thorin and Dwellin smiled gently at the children who were looking at Tanis with curiosity. Tanis turned around and waved gently to greet the group of dwarf children passing by. The children looked at each other, then ran away laughing. Thorin withdrew his gentle gaze from the children, then looked at Tanith and said, "The Blue Mountains are the home of these children, but not of Dwellin and me. Our homeland is far to the east, across the Misty Mountains, through Mirkwood and north of Lake Town. That is my homeland, Erebor, also known as the Lonely Mountain. When I was 24, an evil dragon from the north attacked my homeland, leaving my noble people displaced. It has been more than 100 years since then." "Okay," Tans made a pause gesture and asked cautiously, "Wait a minute, I want to ask a question. How old are you and Dwellin now?" Dwellin was a little confused, but answered truthfully, "I am 167 years old, and Thorin is 193. It turns out that you dwarves are also a race with a long lifespan. I thought you, Thorin, were only in your 20s, but it turns out you are even older than Dwellin." Tanis suddenly realized. Then he looked at Thorin and said, "Gandalf told me about the Lonely Mountain and the dragon, but I didn't expect that the homeland of the dwarves he mentioned would be your homeland." Thorin heard Gandalf's name and asked in confusion, "Gandalf? The old human wizard in the grey robe? Why did he mention the Lonely Mountain?" Tanis recalled Gandalf's words from his memory and said to Thorin, "Gandalf said he was worried that the evil dragon was working with a dark entity, so he wanted to go to the north to confirm it." After Thorin heard this, his expression became more serious and his brows furrowed. But he did not express any opinion on this. He just nodded and thanked Tanis, "Thank you for telling me this. It just so happens that I also want to meet this grey-robed wizard. If I meet him later, I will talk to him about the Lonely Mountain. My inner intuition tells me that meeting Gandalf is destined." Then Thorin called Dwellin over and asked him to prepare the food and crop seeds that Tanis needed. Dwellin left the two of them in a hurry. After Dwellin left, Thorin said to Tanis, "You can't carry all this supplies back by yourself, especially living creatures like the cows and sheep. I will have Dwellin take a few dwarves who are good at growing crops and caring for livestock with you. They will teach your people back home how to raise animals and grow crops." Tans thanked him again, "Of course I won't refuse your kindness. Thank you so much." He really didn't consider this point. If there were no professionals to guide the cultivation of crops and the raising of animals, many unnecessary detours would surely be taken. Neferi Elu was born in the wildlands north of the border, but she was taken away by Lord Bazi when she was young. And from what he knew about Neferi Elu, this female warrior might be good at hunting, not farming. Not to mention Roger, who was born as a magician. As for the rest, there were only Knight Greg and his 12 soldiers of the king's army. Tans didn't think that this knight and his soldiers could take good care of the animals. What's more, the flora and fauna in Middle-earth may be different from those in the border areas, so Tans thought it would be better to let the dwarves who are good at these things guide him. So Thorin's proposal is really critical and important to Tans. Thinking of this, Tans paused and thanked Thorin earnestly. Thorin, you not only provided me with supplies to rebuild my hometown, but also sent professionals to teach me. I really don't know how to thank you. I must give you something in return, otherwise I will be unable to sleep or eat if I go back like this. Then, seeing that Thorin was about to say something to refuse, Tans immediately added, don't refuse, Thorin. Didn't you tell me before that you longed to return to the Lonely Mountain? Then the dragon entrenched in the Lonely Mountain is the greatest threat you will face, and the gift I give you in return may be of some help. When Thorin heard Tans say this, the words of rejection that he was about to utter stopped at his lips and he finally swallowed them back into his stomach. Then his eyes were attracted by the thing that suddenly appeared in Tans's hand. He stared at the shield-shaped amulet with a red fire dragon pattern and the one-handed battle axe made of the scales of some creature, with a frozen ice shell attached to the axe blade, which constantly emitted cold air. The things in Tan's hands are the fire dragon emblem amulet and the frozen shell axe. Moreover, this fiery red emblem amulet is not an ordinary one. Instead, it has 3 fire dragons drawn on it, which can provide a significant fire damage reduction effect to the owner who wears it. Another weapon, the frozen shell axe, was a tribute from the city of Sol in the far north, a border area, and was picked up by Tans in Linia of the Lake. Tans used this axe for a while and did not forget it later. He also gave the frozen shell axe to Sugu to strengthen it to the limit with the discolor forging stone. While strengthening the frozen shell axe, Tans heard the blacksmith repair talk about its origins. It is said that this hand axe is made of dragon scales, also known as frozen ice mist. The combat skills contained in the axe blade can spread extremely cold frost forward as the user steps hard on the ground. Because Gandalf told me that the evil dragon that has taken over your homeland can spit out terrifyingly high temperature flames. So I think if I give these 2 things to you, they will come in handy when the time comes. After Tans introduced the effects of the amulet and battle axe in his hand to Thorin, he bent down and handed them to Thorin. Thorin solemnly stretched out his hands to take the amulet and hand axe handed to him by Tans. As a dwarf, he first focused his attention on the frozen shell axe that continued to emit cold air. As soon as Thorin grasped the frozen shell axe, he could feel the coolness coming from the steel axe handle, and it did not increase with the temperature of his palm, but remained just the right coolness. Then Thorin turned around and tried to place the frost shell axe on the long, hot iron block that was still glowing red on the forging table. With Dwellin's help, the piece of iron had begun to take the shape of a sword. Snapped! 2 short voices were heard instantly. As soon as the dragon scale-like pointed part of the frozen shell axe touched the iron block, a large amount of water mist was immediately produced. Thorin originally thought that the mist was boiling hot steam, but when the mist brushed across his face, he realized that it was ice cold. Even the temperature in the originally hot blacksmith shop dropped significantly. When the mist dissipated, Thorin took a closer look and saw that the iron block on the forging table had already broken into 2 pieces in the middle of the sword. The short snap sound just now was the sound of the iron block in a high-temperature state breaking because it could not withstand such a rapid drop in temperature. Not only that, the broken iron block was covered with a thick layer of frost, and even a large part of the forging table where the iron block was placed was affected. This is also the reason why Thorin could feel the temperature in the blacksmith shop drop significantly. Just with this magical axe, you can buy 100 cows in the Blue Mountains, Tans. If you were in the human kingdom, you could even get a title by contributing this battle axe. And now, you give me this battle axe that people would fight for in other places like giving me fruit. Thorin looked at Tans blankly, not knowing what to say in the end. Tans said with a smile, I think you are exaggerating a bit, Thorin, but I'm glad you like it. By the way, the frozen shell axe contains the mysterious power of my hometown called War Skill. Do you want to find an open place to test its power? Because he had reincarnated several times at the border, he still had several frozen shell axes in his backpack. Thorin caressed the cold battle axe in his hand lovingly. He nodded vigorously after hearing Tanitha's words. The dwarf also smiled brightly, which was rare for him. Of course. It's just right. Dwellin needs some time to prepare everything. Come with me, Tanith. Thorin called out Tan's name eagerly, and after carefully putting away the other fire dragon emblem amulet that Tans had given him in return, he strode forward, grabbed Tan's sleeve, and quickly pulled him to the relatively empty yard behind the blacksmith shop. Tanis looked around the backyard, which was filled with piles of slag, iron ore, and abandoned forges and furnaces, and couldn't help but say, actually, I've always had a question. I can sense that Dwellin and the others respect you very much, which shows that you have a very noble status and position among the dwarves, but I really didn't expect you to live in a place like this. Thorin said with a strange look on his face, I don't live here. This is just where I forge iron. I live not far from here. But most of us dwarves are like this. Even the royal family doesn't care whether their clothes, cheeks, and hands get dirty when forging iron. I understand that you don't know this custom. Tans shrugged, then saw Thorin holding the frozen shell axe tightly and said, Do you need me to teach you how to use the fighting skills on this axe, Thorin? Thorin smiled and shook his head, kindly refusing, Thank you for your kindness, Tans. But the axe you gave me is truly magical. When I held it, the method and movements of how to use it appeared in my mind. Tans was relieved and stood behind Thorin from beside him, so that Thorin could concentrate on testing the new weapon. Thorin stood in the center of the courtyard, his eyes determined and his breathing steady. He gripped the frost shell axe tightly, the axe blade gleaming coldly in the early spring sun. He stomped his left foot against the ground, and with that stomp, a piercing chill spread rapidly from the earth beneath his feet like a raging tide of beasts, covering half the backyard in the blink of an eye. Frost permeated the air like an invisible blade, appearing strange in the sunlight. The frost on the ground began where Thorin's left foot had landed, and continued to dissipate 10 meters away. Immediately afterwards, on this piece of soil swallowed by frost, a series of ice explosion sounds suddenly rang out. It wasn't until the last sound ended that the cold mist was blown away by a breeze. But the remaining frost on the ground is not so easy to disappear. Thorin's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He held the frozen shell axe in his right hand and clenched his left fist. Then he carefully tied the frozen shell axe around his waist, then came to his senses, opened his arms, and gave Tans behind him a warm hug. Although Thorin was one of the tallest dwarves, he could only hug Tanis up to his waist. But it was obvious that Thorin didn't care about this issue. He just wanted to express his joy to his friend Tans. You really gave me a magical and powerful weapon, Tans. With this battle axe, I have more confidence to recapture the Lonely Mountain. I will leave you a share of the gold in the Lonely Mountain. Thorin patted the battle axe on his waist and said in a good mood. Tans nodded, then asked, When you used your combat skills, did you feel any discomfort anywhere in your body? While the combat skills of this axe are powerful, its greatest strength lies in its sharpness and hardness. He didn't know whether this dwarf had magic in his body like Gandalf, but since he was able to use combat skills just now, it meant that there was magic in Thorin's body, but he didn't know how much magic there was. Thorin calmed down from his excitement, and as an excellent warrior he immediately understood what Tans meant. He thought carefully and said, When the icy mist emerged from under my feet, I felt that I consumed a little more energy than usual when doing the same movements. Otherwise, there was no change. Is it possible to use combat skills by just consuming physical strength instead of magic power? Tans was a little surprised. Because the ceremonial straight sword he gave to Gandalf could only be used in combat after seeing Gandalf infuse magic into the sword. How come it becomes a drain on physical strength in Thorin's hands? Tans scratched the back of his head, which was rare, as he felt a little itchy. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out and it didn't affect anything, so he didn't dwell on why Thorin could use combat skills without magic. Tans believed that the creator god in his dream who called himself Eru Elevator would give a reasonable explanation. At this time, Dwellin also came over. The dwarf warrior looked at the frost still lingering on the ground in the backyard with some confusion, then said to Thorin and Tans, Thorin, the supplies Mr. Tans needs are ready, and we've also found the dwarves who will guide the animal husbandry and crop planting. Thorin nodded, What about the guards? Have you selected them? Dwellin's rugged face showed a rare bitter smile. That's the problem. When the soldiers heard they were going to be guarding a human wizard who had saved Thorin, they all clamored to come. Thorin gently stroked the frozen shell axe in his hand, feeling the coldness of the axe blade. After glancing at Tans inconspicuously, he leaned over to Dwellin's ear and whispered 2 names. Dwellin was slightly surprised when he heard the names Thorin mentioned. He lowered his voice and asked, Thorin, are you sure you want them to be guards? In case of danger. Thorin hesitated briefly when he heard Dwellin's words, but then he said in a firm tone, They have all grown into excellent warriors, but have not yet seen the world. They will benefit greatly from following a human wizard. Dwellin had no choice but to nod, then nodded apologetically to Tanis without saying anything, but ran away again in a swift and decisive manner. By the time Dwellin returned and found Tanis, the sun was almost at its highest point. During this time, at Thorin's warm invitation, Tans enjoyed a sumptuous dwarf-style lunch, smoked meat, minced meat pies, ham, bacon, venison sausage, etc., with almost no vegetables. But what impressed Tans the most was not the table full of various meaty delicacies, but the cup after cup of beer that was constantly raised to him. Fortunately, Thorin knew that Tans had something important to do, so he just toasted Tans with 10 glasses of ale and then stopped. This made Tan's mouth filled with the taste of alcohol and meat. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet so that others would not smell the smell while he was talking. After lunch, Tanis and Thorin wished each other to rebuild their hometown as soon as possible and said goodbye solemnly. Then, led by Dwellin, they came to the dwarf caravan that had been waiting for Tanis. Tanis noticed that Dwellin seemed to be very familiar with 2 of the dwarves. He laughed the dwarven laughter he was used to hearing and went forward to hug them. The 2 dwarves looked very young, with not very long beards on their chins and very handsome looks. The clothes they wore looked more refined than Dwellin's, but they were equipped with weapons. The yellow-haired dwarf had a dagger hanging from his waist, and his clothes and pants were bulging. Tans thought he was hiding small weapons such as daggers or throwing knives. Another black-haired dwarf with a more childish face held a bow in his hand, a quiver on his back, and a dagger on his waist. Tanis could sense that these 2 dwarves were warriors as powerful as Dwellin, and when their eyes turned to him, he nodded gently. Then he felt that after seeing him nod, the 2 dwarves' bodies became a little stiff and their expressions became visibly tense. Dwellin also noticed something was wrong with the 2 dwarves, patted them on the shoulders and said, "Relax, Mr. Tans is a man of very mild temper." The yellow-haired dwarf whispered, "So he won't just turn us into frogs or something?" The black-haired dwarf nodded nervously to indicate that he wanted to ask the same question. Dwellin raised an eyebrow. "As long as you remain polite, then, lads, take up your courage and say hello to Mr. Tans." After he said that, he pushed the 2 men towards Tans. The 2 dwarves stumbled, and Tans looked at them in confusion. The yellow-haired dwarf and the black-haired dwarf looked at each other, and finally bent down to Tans, and shouted loudly, "Philly! Keely! At your service! I woke up and found so many more collections. Thank you all for your love," tough guy crying. And the recommendation votes and monthly votes from all the readers. I almost thought I had written something toxic and was cyberbullied with many red dot reminders, but in the end it was all your support, Kowtow. Finally, I would like to thank Xingli and Xiaozue for the reward. Sincerely terrified. The reason why Thorin sent his 2 nephews there was that he thought there was no dangerous place in Sirius, which would be a good opportunity for the 2 brothers to see the world and build a good relationship with Tans. He really regarded Tans as a wizard, and Philly was trained by Thorin as his heir. As for Keely, he is now a carefree little angel. Of course, Thorin thought it would be even better if the brothers could get a weapon similar to the frozen shell axe from Tans. Chapter 16, Dwarf Brothers. Tans was startled by the dwarf brothers' sudden bow. After hearing them say "at your service" in a loud voice, he quickly said, "Don't be so polite. I should rather thank you for helping to protect these supplies." Keely, the black-haired dwarf who looked a little childish, had his eyes light up when he heard Tan's words. However, he did not stand up straight. Instead, he kept bowing and whispered to his brother Philly, "What Dwellin said seems to be true. This wizard does look much kinder." Philly also replied in a low voice, "That's right." Then the dwarf brothers stood up at the same time in tacit understanding. The younger brother Keely showed a silly smile and was about to reach out his hand to shake hands with Tans, but was stopped by his brother Philly. Philly put on a serious expression and said seriously, "You are the benefactor who saved Thorin. This is what you deserve, Mr. Tans." Keely glanced at his brother, then belatedly nodded and agreed with a smile, "Yes, we heard your story, and we're here to escort you in return for saving Thorin." Dwellin came over, patted his dwarf brother on the shoulder, and said, "I knew Mr. Tans was easy to get along with, but let's save the small talk for when we set off. Mr. Tans's hometown is still waiting for this batch of supplies, so we must set off as soon as possible." Then he looked at Mr. Tans, grinned at him and said, "Mr. Tans, please lead the way after we leave the city." Tans replied, "Of course I remember the way I came and left a mark. I have not met any orcs on this road either, so it is quite safe." Dwellin nodded, then shouted at the dwarves behind him to prepare to set off. Tans discovered that there were 3 carriages loaded with various grains and crop seeds, each driven by a special dwarf groom. The 2 cows, 7 sheep and a dozen white-feathered chickens that Thorin mentioned were also loaded into horse-drawn carriages specially used to transport livestock. Tans nodded secretly. If all the goods were transported by carriage, the speed would be faster than he expected. However, he might have to change his route slightly, because Torrit, as a spirit horse, can carry him over mountains and across rivers, but these carriages obviously cannot. As for the number of guards, when Tanis first saw the huge convoy of 7 carriages, he felt that there were only 4 guards, including himself, Dwellin, Philly and Keely, which was not enough. But when Tans saw that the dwarves driving the carriage also had short swords or hand axes in their hands or on their waists, his doubts were dispelled. Although these dwarves were not professional warriors like Dwellin, they were not powerless in the face of danger. The sight of 7 carriages leaving the city together attracted the attention of many dwarves in the town, especially when they saw the dwarf brothers Philly and Keely acting as guards for a human. Their curiosity became even stronger. However, despite their curiosity, the dwarves were still busy with their own affairs. It was just that when they drank in the tavern at night, they would have an extra topic to talk about and let their imagination run wild. The convoy arrived at the exit of the town at a steady pace, and Tans saw Thorin, who had arrived at the city gate in advance to wait for farewell. Next to Thorin stood Gloin, the captain of the dwarf guard, with whom he had a minor, harmless misunderstanding when he entered the city. Thorin, why are you here? Tans greeted first, and just as he was about to get off Torrit's back, Thorin waved his hand to stop him. Thorin smiled and said, I'm just here to see you off. You're welcome. Besides, it's easy to block the road. 7 carriages parked here will cause complaints from people entering the city. Tans smiled as well, leaning forward to shake Thorin's hand for the last time. That's true. Thorin, when my homeland stabilizes, I will personally invite you to visit the Golden Tree and introduce you to my compatriots. It was you, Thorin Oakenshield, who came to our aid in our most difficult time. Thorin let go of his hand, patted Torrit's saddle, and bid farewell to Tans with his eyes as he left the city. At this time, Tans noticed that the dwarf Captain Groin with a long fiery red beard was a little depressed, and looked at him passing by as if he had something to say. Tans thought for a moment, then took the initiative to speak gently, Gloin, I remember you said this morning that you owed me a barrel of ale. Remember to prepare it when you come next time. After hearing this, Groin's originally depressed mood instantly became high. The adorable dwarf warrior nodded vigorously and said with a laugh, ha ha ha, I will definitely prepare the best ale for you, Master Tans. Then Groin saw Tans gently throw a small piece of round white stone with golden fluorescence to him. He stretched out his hand and caught it accurately in mid-air, his expression a little stunned. Tans, fearing that his wagon train would block the road, had already ridden Torrit past Gloin. However, he turned around, waved to the dwarf captain, and said, this warm stone is for you. It symbolizes that our misunderstanding has been resolved and also symbolizes our newfound friendship, Gloin. Thorin recognized the warming stone in Gloin's hand as the same stone that Tans had thrown on the ground to heal his injured compatriots. So he patted Gloin on the back and said, take it, Gloin. This magical stone can effectively heal wounds. Perhaps you will need it someday. Groin's fiery red beard twitched a few times, and finally he pounded his chest hard in the direction of Tans. These dwarves are so interesting. Tans nodded to Gloin, turned around, and couldn't help but smile in his heart. On the other side, Thorin happened to see Philly and Keely sitting in the carriage. Originally, Philly and Keely were chatting and laughing about what kind of experience they would have on this trip, but when Philly saw Thorin, he immediately restrained his expression and coughed lightly to remind his brother Keely. After being reminded by his brother, Keely immediately sat up straight. Thorin's previous smile towards Tanis faded. His expression was like that of a stern father, and his eyes followed Philly's movements. Philly, you are representing the royal family of Durin this time, so be sure not to lose face in front of the wizards. But I believe you can truly demonstrate the courage and strength of Durin's lineage to Tanis, because you have grown into an excellent warrior. Stay safe, I will wait for you and Keely to return to the Blue Mountains. Philly nodded vigorously and assured Thorin, I will bring everyone back safely. Then Thorin looked at Keely, his eyes softening slightly. Keely, I know you've always been curious about the outside world, but don't cause too much trouble for your brother and Mr. Tans. If there's anything you can't handle, ask Philly and Dwellin for help. Don't try to do it alone. Like his brother Philly, Keely could only nod vigorously like a well-behaved sparrow to show that he heard Thorin's instructions. Goodbye, Uncle Thorin. The dwarf brothers finally said goodbye to Thorin in unison. Thorin nodded, his eyes fixed on the direction where the carriage convoy left, until the 7 carriages completely disappeared, then he reluctantly withdrew his gaze. 3 days later, it was almost noon. Although the dwarves were advancing faster than Tanis had imagined, and they spent almost the entire day on the road except for their 3 meals, dwarves like Dwellin were still mortal after all, and they still needed adequate rest at night. Therefore, Tans compared the map with the marks he left when he came here, and estimated that it would take about 4 more days to reach the Golden Tree. Although Tans was eager to return home, he knew that it was useless to be anxious. What's more, the dwarves were already accompanying him on the journey at their fastest speed without any complaints. Along the way, Tans and his companions did not encounter any attacks from orcs. Tanis heard Philly and Keely talking at once, saying that the last time Thorin was attacked by orcs was a very rare occurrence, because orcs mostly did not act in the west of Middle-earth. It was not that these evil creatures were unwilling to come, but because there were elves and humans in the east as a line of defense, and their patrolling cavalry were constantly clearing out the orcs running over from the Misty Mountains or other places. Mr. Tans, I heard that human merchants who came to the Blue Mountains to do business said that they saw extremely tall orcs near the Misty Mountains they passed by. However, they didn't get a close look at what the orcs looked like. They were frightened by their creepy roars and quickly left. Keely said as he gestured excitedly. Philly smiled and added on behalf of his brother, No, Keely. Those aren't orcs you're talking about. They're called trolls. These terrifying creatures turn to stone when they see the sun, so they mostly hide in the Misty Mountains. The human merchants who told you this are lucky, and the weather might be sunny, otherwise they would have become meat in the troll's pot. Tans listened to the conversation between the dwarf brothers with great interest. After hearing Philly mention the trolls, he couldn't help but ask, those creatures that turn to stone when exposed to sunlight really exist? I thought they were some kind of magical device, with the disadvantage that they can't see the sunday. Keely continued, besides the giant monsters like the trolls that Philly mentioned, there are also orcs in the Misty Mountains who are even shorter than us dwarves. I remember they are called goblins. He finally looked at his brother uncertainly and asked with a silly smile. Philly also smiled and shrugged. Maybe? I'm not sure, but if you see them, just chop off their heads with an axe. They chatted for a while, and then at the same time they could faintly hear the sound of the river rushing and the water swirling. It looks like we're near the Brandywine River, Tans said. He glanced at the familiar Brandywine River in the distance. The clear water was shimmering, still flowing tirelessly as when he came. Then he looked up at the sun that was about to climb to the highest point in the sky. Fortunately, it was the warm sun of early spring, and the sunlight shining on his body did not make him feel hot. Tans rode Torrid to the front of the group and found Dwellin. He said, Dwellin, let's all rest here. We've been traveling all morning and it's been hard. Let's light a fire and have lunch. After lunch, we will cross the Brandywine River ahead. Once we cross the river, we'll only have half the journey. Dwellin looked at Tanis in confusion and asked, Rest now? But we still need to find a place where the water is shallower and the flow is slower, so that the carriages can cross the river. I don't know how long this will take. Tanis laughed good-naturedly and pointed at himself. Dwellin, you usually treat me as a wizard, and sometimes call me wizard. But how come you forget that I am a wizard at a time like this? Although he is an unrecognized wizard, Tans thought to himself. Dwellin's eyes lit up, and he patted his smooth head. I didn't come out with the wizard, and I never thought you could get the carriage through the turbulent river. I'll tell my compatriots to rest now. After Dwellin finished speaking, he spoke to the drivers in common tongue mixed with dwarven language, which Tanis could not understand. The drivers showed happy expressions, pulled the reins of the pack horses and tied them up. Mr. Tans, Keely and I are going to take a look around. If you really encounter an orc, I'll help you shoot a few arrows at their heads. Keely and Philly rode over on their horses and greeted Tans happily, then went out to stand guard and patrol. They would come back to enjoy lunch when it was ready. It was obvious that although the dwarf brothers said that orcs seldom came here, they did not let their guard down in their hearts. Tans nodded, Be careful on the road. Fortunately, Philly and Keely did not find any trace of orcs. Keely, the younger brother, even brought back a few prairie rabbits shot by his arrows, which temporarily added some meat to the caravan. After lunch, amid the excited and surprised shouts of the dwarves, Tans took out his staff and used the ice magic that Lonnie had taught him at the border to create an ice bridge on the surface of the river that could allow the carriage to pass. Magic? Wow, it's really cool. Can I learn it? Young Keely looked at the staff that suddenly disappeared from Tan's hand with a look of longing and amazement. It wasn't until his brother Philly patted him that Keely came to his senses and followed Philly onto the ice bridge. Every dwarf couldn't help but stomp their feet tentatively on the ice bridge, but the hard ice was controlled by Tan's magic and was not so easy to crack. Philly and Keely, like the other dwarves, felt the solidity of the ice bridge. Keely said to his brother, "Philly, if I ask Mr. Tans to teach me some magic, do you think he would agree?" Upon hearing this, Philly looked sharply at his brother. Seeing Keely's piercing eyes, he opened his mouth slightly, then patted his shoulder and encouraged him, "Then go ahead and ask, Keely. We've all learned these days that Mr. Tans is a very gentle and easygoing man. He won't get angry over questions like this." Then he joked, "Of course, if you succeed, don't forget to ask for me too. In fact, I'm also very interested in Mr. Tans's witchcraft." Keely nodded vigorously, mustering up his courage and riding his horse to catch up with Tans, who was riding toward in front of him. Keely, do you mean you want to learn magic from me?" Tans looked down at the dwarf in slight surprise. The other's eyes were filled with the courage and expectation that he had finally mustered. "But I never taught anyone." Tans thought for a moment, and the silence made Keely nervous. When Philly rushed over and saw this situation, he rode his horse silently beside Keely, not daring to make a sound. Finally, under Keely's somewhat lost gaze, Tans slowly shook his head. But Tan's next words made Keely happy again. "I'm sorry, Keely, I'm not good at teaching others. But if you don't mind, when we get back to my hometown, how about I introduce you to a magic teacher? He is an excellent teacher, and the first magic I learned was taught to me by him." Chapter 17. A massive attack by orcs. Perhaps because of the company of the dwarves, Tans did not feel bored even though the scenery along the way was rather monotonous. Because dwarves like Dwellin always remain cheerful and enthusiastic, and when they are resting, they will use simple and easy to understand melodies to weave catchy folk songs according to the situation on the scene. They even use their eating spoons and plates to form simple percussion instruments to play the tunes that match the folk songs they weave. Especially the dwarf brothers Philly and Keely, who seemed to be coming out of the Blue Mountains to such a remote place for the first time. Coupled with the mystery of Tans himself, they chattered a lot with Tans about dwarves and the Blue Mountains along the way. Of course, Tans also told them some of his experiences about the border area. Dwellin occasionally heard a conversation between Tanis, Philly, and Keely, and followed silently beside them. In the end, it developed into a situation where every time the dwarves took a break or had a meal, they would hold their glasses filled with ale in their hands, waiting eagerly for Tans to tell them stories about his adventures in the borderland. Even the chef who was in charge of lighting the fire and cooking pricked up his ears while busy with his work. Tans noticed two young dwarves, Philly and Keely, who loved listening to stories about the heroes of the borderlands and were often moved by them. So Tans told Philly and Keely the stories of the friends and enemies he met at the border. When telling the stories of these characters, Tans discovered that the elder brother Philly preferred the story of King of Blessings Mungat defending the isolated city alone, while the younger brother Keely preferred the story of Iron Fist Alexander the Great, who stood up from setbacks to challenge powerful enemies and surpass himself. This may be due to the different personalities of the older and younger brothers. These days, Tanis also learned the identities of Philly and Keely from Dwellin. Philly was trained by Thorin as the heir to the royal family, so Thorin was more strict with him. Tans could sense that compared to Keely, Philly knew how to restrain his curiosity and paid more attention to his words and deeds. Keely, on the other hand, is more of a carefree and cheerful person. Whether he's happy or sad, it's clearly visible on his face. This is the case when he listens to stories. When he hears a happy story, he laughs out loud. When he hears a sad story, he cries silently. When he hears an exciting story, he becomes very excited. Tans could see that Thorin obviously wanted Keely not to bear the responsibilities of the royal family, but to grow up without worries. Amid the aroma of food, the folk songs of the dwarves, and the heroic epics told by Tans, the carriage team arrived safely outside the ruins of the city where the golden tree was located. Oh, and a special thank you to the orcs for not spoiling the fun by interrupting us, otherwise we wouldn't have arrived within the time estimated by Tans. Everyone, we're almost there. Under the clear afternoon sky, Tans shouted enthusiastically to the dwarves behind him, whose faces showed some tired expressions. Then he rolled over and landed on the ground. After patting Torrit affectionately, he blew a whistle and put it back into the spirit horse whistle. Dwellin shouted a few words in short dwarven language, and the carriage convoy that was moving at full speed gradually slowed down, but did not stop. Kili was the first to ride to Tans, but what he saw was the ruins of a city that had been eroded by time for at least hundreds of years. He was slightly stunned, and asked bluntly, "Mr. Tans, are these stones your hometown?" Dwellin coughed heavily when he heard Kili's question. Snapped. Philly was a step behind Kili, and just happened to hear Kili's somewhat reckless question. He looked up and slapped his brother on the back of the head. Then he gave Tans an apologetic look, looked around at the ruins covered by trees and green grass, and changed the subject by asking, "Where should we park the carriage next, Mr. Tans?" "Just follow the road to the entrance and you will find the way in no time." "Kili, these ruins are just relics left by the locals and have nothing to do with my hometown. I don't take what I said just now to heart," Tans said gently, which made Kili, who was worried that he had said something wrong and looked at a loss, breathe a sigh of relief. Dwellin nodded and told his compatriots to follow Tan's instructions and drive the carriage slowly and carefully into the ruins of the city. The wooden wheels rolled over the fist-high grass, leaving deep ruts in the dirt. Tans walked at the front of the caravan, leading the way for Dwellin and the others. But soon, there was no need to lead the way. Because Dwellin, Philly, Kili and all the dwarves in the caravan saw from afar a tall golden tree and trees that seemed to be dyed golden. "Are those all gold?" Kili was the first to exclaim. The nature of dwarves made them attracted to the golden scene. Philly squinted his eyes to identify it carefully, and finally shook his head, "It's not gold, it's just leaves that have turned into gold." Tans heard the dwarves shouting and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was also very happy in his heart. After not seeing it for 10 days, the golden tree had grown about 3 or 4 meters taller than when he set out. The golden tree seemed to notice Tan's return, emitting an increasingly brighter golden glow, and its branches swayed automatically without wind, welcoming its owner. The Grek soldiers responsible for guarding the golden tree immediately noticed the unusual movement of the golden tree. 2 Grek soldiers holding crossbows immediately stood up from the watchtower of the outpost, looked around, and saw the convoy and Tans wearing the iconic White Wolf war ghost armor in the front from a distance. The spirits of Greg's soldiers were lifted. One soldier stayed on the watchtower while the other hurried down the tower and told the knight captain about his discovery. "Tans is back?" And he brought back a convoy of supplies. When Nefeli Lu, who was doing push UPS, heard the report from Knight Greg, her red eyes lit up and sweat slid down her wheat-colored abdominal muscles. She immediately stood up, picked up the battle axe lying on the stone nearby, and went to greet him with the Greg Knight. On the other side, the dwarves' heartbeats quickened as the footsteps approached. Their eyes were fixed on the golden tree that seemed to appear only in legends, its trunk gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Above the treetops, the golden leaves swayed gently in the wind, making a rustling sound, like ripples in a golden ocean. Dwellin stepped carefully onto the ground covered with golden grass and marveled at the golden splendor. Kili, who was the most curious, squatted down and gently touched the grass with his fingers. He felt the softness that plants should have at his fingertips. He couldn't help but pluck a blade of grass and examined it carefully. The golden stem glowed softly in the sunlight, not as dazzling as gold, but possessing a calm beauty. After seeing Kili's actions, Philly, even without Thorin by his side, couldn't help but be curious and gently plucked a leaf from a low-hanging branch. The other dwarves followed suit, carefully picking a few golden leaves or golden grass from tree branches or the ground. Their faces were filled with curiosity and excitement. Although these golden grass and golden leaves were not real gold, they were beautiful enough for them to keep as a souvenir. Although Tans wanted to remind them that 10 days ago these golden grasses and golden leaves were just ordinary weeds and green leaves and had no collection value. But seeing how happy the dwarves were, he didn't have the heart to expose them. Then wait until they go back and give them some truly memorable gadgets. Tans thought to himself and looked around. The stone house nearby, previously covered in vegetation, seemed to have been cleaned up by Neferi Lu and her soldiers during his absence. It looked more like a place where humans lived than it did when he left. A road was also cleared on the ground for carriages to travel. Looking along the road, Tans saw Nefeli Lu leading the knight Greg over. Then he heard Neferi Lu's welcoming voice. "The breeze blowing across my face tells me that the great king has returned to his hometown. Welcome back, Tans." Nefeli Lu walked quickly over, opened her arms and gave Tans a warm hug. Then she let go of Tans and looked at the dwarf behind him who was looking at her with curiosity. The knight Greg, who arrived with him, saluted and stood still like a statue, holding a large shield and a spear, the moment he saw Tans, without moving an inch. Neferi Lu had never seen dwarves before. When she saw these dwarves whose height only reached her waist, she thought they were the equally short and evil soldiers from the border area. But Neferi Lu soon realized that they were completely different from the evil soldiers who were ashamed of their height. Tans also noticed Neferi's confusion and whispered, "These are dwarves. They brought the supplies we need." Neferi Lu nodded and welcomed the curious dwarves. "Thank you for your help. May the winds always protect you. My name is Neferi Lu, and I serve under King Tans of Elden. You can call me by my first name, Neferi." After hearing what Neferi Lu said, Philly suddenly looked at Tans and asked in surprise, "Wait, Mr. Tans. She called you King of Elden. Are you actually a king? Then I didn't show you the proper courtesy on the way." He thought about how he had been chatting and laughing with Tans along the way, and then remembered Thorin's instructions to him, and suddenly felt a little bad. The same went for Dwellin, but Keely was a little heartless and thought the two people's reactions were a little strange. Tans took off his helmet and took a breath of fresh air. He was speechless after hearing Philly's words, but finally shook his head and said with a smile, "The Philly I know is not as frightened as he is now. He should be very happy to come to his friend's hometown. Isn't Thorin your king too? I don't see him putting on airs in front of you. What's more, you came to help me voluntarily, so I should express my gratitude to you." Keely didn't think it was a big deal and nodded repeatedly as he listened to Tan's words. Philly and Dwellin looked at each other, and when they thought of Tan's easygoing attitude along the way, the tense expressions on their faces relaxed. Tan stopped chatting and instead waved to the motionless Knight Greg and gave an order, "Go find 3 soldiers to help the dwarves unload the food and livestock. Among them are experts in raising livestock and growing crops. Provide as much space as possible according to their requirements." After receiving Tan's order, Knight Greg stabbed the ground with the butt of his spear as a knight's salute and left. Then Tanis turned and called out to Philly, Keely, and Dwellin, inviting them warmly, "This isn't the place for idle chat. Let's go somewhere else. You can also see the golden tree from a closer distance. It's up to you." Philly nodded, and the 3 dwarves followed Tans towards the golden tree. Neferi Lu then took the initiative to approach Tans and report the information he had received during his absence. In the past few days, the orcs have launched 2 more night raids. However, their numbers were not as large as the first time, and their bodies were absorbed by the golden tree. Tan's expression suddenly grew serious. 2 more attacks. What about our casualties? Did we spare any of them to interrogate their reason for attacking us? Neferi Lu nodded at first, but then felt a bit amused when she talked about the reason for the attack. This group of orcs couldn't even break into the outpost. Their numbers couldn't overwhelm us, and their coordinated efforts made them vulnerable to King Greg's army. Not to mention Roger and I, who were there to support them. As for survivors, we left 1 alive each time. But they claimed they saw the light from the golden tree while passing by at night and thought humans were there, so they decided to attack on the spur of the moment. Honestly, this is the first time I've seen such a ridiculous excuse for an attack." The corners of Tanis' mouth twitched as he remembered Gandalf's comments on the orcs. They were born to destroy peace and create bloodshed. The 2 of them didn't deliberately lower their voices when talking to each other, because it wasn't a secret that needed to be kept secret. So when Philly heard that Tanis's hometown was attacked by the orcs again, he asked, "Mr. Tanis, can I say a few words about the orcs?" Tans nodded cheerfully. "Of course, Philly. I am not very familiar with orcs, and I welcome the reminders of something from a dwarf like you who is familiar with them." Philly said, "Mr. Tans, I heard correctly. The home you rebuilt here has suffered at least 3 night raids by orcs. The first and second raids might have been accidental orcs passing by, but the third raid was definitely not accidental. Orcs are not unorganized beasts. If several of their groups disappeared in a single place, their commander would surely notice the place." Tans stopped, his expression became serious, and he even half knelt down and begged Philly, "Please continue, Philly." Philly swallowed and said, "I have heard from my uncle Thorin that not all orcs are fools. There are some among them who know how to use tactics. We of the Yulin clan have suffered great losses at the hands of an orc. I fear that this third attack on your homeland is intended to test the strength of your defenses. After all, orcs are rarely considered to be capable of using their minds." Dwellin said in his gruff voice, after Philly had finished, "Philly is right. There are some very cunning orcs among them." Although Keely was a little surprised, he nodded to everything Philly said. Neferi Lu's words reminded her of the last orc attack, and her expression changed as she spoke. Come to think of it, during the third attack, there were about 9 orcs who seemed desperate to break into the outpost, completely ignoring the Grek soldiers who tried to stop them. I was there, so I remember it clearly. The one who survived was one of them. Philly and Willen exchanged a glance, and Philly spoke. Mr. Tanis, if that is true, then during the third night raid, several orcs must have stayed out of the fight, observing from the shadows. The fourth attack will likely be a general assault, potentially involving every orc in Minhyrioth. There will likely be hundreds of orcs and wargs. Chapter 18. Nobles and Teachers. Hundreds of orcs and wargs. Although the strength of those orcs and wargs is average, their numbers are still a bit annoying. Tans felt that orcs were like cockroaches. Killing them was no different from stepping on cockroaches, but the same cockroaches would be found in the same place again a few days later. This is the situation with oaks. After killing one batch, another batch appears out of nowhere. Tanis thought of this and gave Philly, Keely, and Willen an apologetic look. If Philly is right, then the orcs hiding in the ruins must have discovered all of our wagons entering the ruins. I'm sorry to have put you in danger. Then he said in a firm tone, but please rest assured, no dwarf friend will be harmed until all of us from the Golden Tree have died on the battlefield. But to Tanis's surprise, Philly, Keely, and Willen, the 3 dwarves, looked at each other and burst into laughter. Willen laughed heartily and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Tans? We dwarves are not cowards who hide behind our friends and watch them fight. Thorin has sent us to guard you, and we will fulfill this duty until we return." Philly and Keely waited until Willen finished speaking, then nodded vigorously at the same time. Philly crossed his arms and said fearlessly, "These orc scum have the blood of my kin on their hands. I will personally use my axe to teach those cowardly orcs a lesson and avenge my kin." Keely followed suit, and my bow and arrow. After the dwarf brothers finished speaking, Dwellin continued, "But I need to tell the people who came with the wagon about the orcs' planned attack. They may not be professional warriors, but they are determined to kill orcs." Tans nodded. "Well, that's fine. Neferi Lu, take Philly and the other 3 to the carriage first. By the way, why don't I see Roger? What is he doing?" Neferi Lu said, "It's his turn to be on guard at the outpost today. You'll see him when you get inside." Tans said a few more words to Philip and the other 3, said goodbye to them and went into the outpost. As he approached, he heard Roger's happy voice coming from a watchtower, "I saw those carriages. Thank you for traveling such a long distance these days, Tans. Although I really want to tell you what happened on the road and how hospitable the dwarves are, unfortunately I don't have free time now. The orcs may attack at any time, and I will explain the specific situation to you in detail later. Roger, let the soldiers in the outpost be vigilant from now on, and 2 groups will take turns to stand guard on the watchtower." Tans raised his head and spoke to Roger quickly. Roger's originally relaxed expression turned serious, and he said to Tans, "I will always pay attention to the movements in the distance. I leave it to you. By the way, I've also found an apprentice for you, you'll see him later." Tans nodded and continued to walk quickly towards the golden tree, leaving Roger alone with his eyes wide open. "Wait, what does it mean you found me an apprentice?" Roger wanted to open his mouth several times to ask what was going on, but when he saw that Tans's hurried steps towards the golden tree did not seem fake, he finally suppressed his questions in his stomach. Anyway, he said we would see each other later. As for Tans, the reason why he was in a hurry to come to the golden tree was because Neferi Lu just said that when he was away, 2 more groups of orcs who attacked at night were destroyed and the golden tree absorbed their souls. Therefore, Tans believed that the golden tree should be able to summon again. "I haven't seen you for 10 days. You've grown a lot bigger." Tans came to the golden tree that was emitting a soft golden light. He looked at the trunk that was twice as big as before he left, and gently stroked it and said. When the golden tree heard Tan's words, it seemed very happy, like a child who was praised and commended by his father. Tans felt the emotions coming from the tree trunk, and couldn't help but smile faintly. Even the irritation caused by the possibility of the orcs attacking at any time was alleviated a little. On the surface of the tree trunk touched by his palm, the golden multi-ring shape of the Elden Ring gradually emerged. The moment Tans came into contact with the Elden Ring, his mind was immersed in it, and the scene of the familiar border area emerged in his mind again. Sure enough, compared to when he left, the reserves of blessings were much greater. It seems that not only does it absorb the souls of the 2 attacking orcs, but the growth of the golden tree itself can also accumulate blessings that can be used to summon units at the border. Tans calmed down. Philly had reminded him before that this night raid was most likely a major attack by the orcs on the land of Minchurius, and the number of enemies must be over 100. This number will not be a problem for Tans for the time being. The Holy Spear of Mongwin has proved that the weapon he used to clear the miscellaneous soldiers along the way at the border can still be used normally, and the storm caused by Neferi Lu is also a good tool for clearing the miscellaneous soldiers. The problem now is that although the combat power on our side is very strong, even overwhelming the orcs and wargs, the number is too small. Even if we count the dwarves like Philly, there are less than 30 people in total. In other words, our side can only passively defend and cannot take the initiative to attack. What's more, among these people, only himself, Philly, Keely and Willen can fight on horseback. But Tans thought about the ponies that the dwarves rode, then compared the size difference between the wolves and the ponies, and silently crossed them off the list of people to fight on horseback. Moreover, their ponies were not specially trained for war, and they could not move flexibly in this land full of ruins and trees. Moreover, Tans felt that these poor horses would panic and lose control when they heard the howl of the warg or smelled the scent of the warg. Philly and Keely had told Tans that dwarves only rode ponies that were suitable for their height when they went on long journeys. If it comes to war, the dwarves raise a kind of large goat with a ferocious temperament and strong physique, which is their true war mount. There was no way the orcs could attack, but it would also be difficult for Tans and his men to chase them out and kill them all. As I said, the orcs are like cockroaches that can never be completely eradicated. They will suddenly pop up from time to time to disgust us. Thinking of this, Tans understood why Philly always looked unhappy when talking about Oak. Tans has decided that once he has gathered enough people, he must completely wipe out the Oaks from all of Mincilias. But for the next attack by the orcs, Tanis could only destroy as many of the orcs' forces as possible. If only Neferi Lu's storm eagles were there, they would be able to quickly pursue the fleeing orcs. Tans thought with some regret in his heart, and the image of the border area in his mind rotated with his thoughts, and finally stopped at the dark name of Storm Eagle. He seemed to hear the cry of the Storm Eagle and the hook sword with a cold glow in its claws. Unfortunately, summoning the Storm Eagle requires summoning the Stonewell City together. But Tans did not give up. Another creature emerged in his mind, the flying dragon Yakir. It turns out that the summoning condition for the flying dragon Yakir is to summon the entire Yakir Lake and the village south of the lake together in order to unlock it. With the current blessing reserves of the Golden Tree, the village south of Yakir Lake can be summoned, but it will not be enough to summon the Yakir Lake, which has a shallow water level, all at once. This made Tans feel a little itchy. It was obvious that there was no restriction on bringing things from the border area to Middle-earth. As long as there was enough blessing reserve, he could summon them. However, the huge amount of blessings consumed by summoning these things made Tans frown. However, Tans quickly relaxed his frown, for he knew that rebuilding the border was a slow and arduous task, and that impatience would only lead him further down the path of haste. Perhaps one day in the future, he would plunge into an abyss of no return, along with his hometown. So he shifted his attention away from Yakir's name and began to scan the buildings or people that could be summoned. When Tans discovered that a certain person who was very important to him and the inn she was in could be summoned, his peripheral vision inadvertently swept across a huge building with its name lit up, indicating that it could be summoned. This made Tans look over quickly, and the image of the fortress appeared in his mind. It was a military fortress located at the border, backed by the sea, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Behind it lay the vast blue sea. Like roaring beasts, the waves crashed against the solid rocks again and again, stirring up white foam. Above the fortress, flocks of seagulls circled, emitting sharp, piercing cries. Their shadows cast erratic shadows across the blue sky and white clouds. Outside the fortress, the soldiers of King Grek's army, clad in uniform iron armor and armed with spears, great swords, and tower shields, engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the short but exceptionally agile demi-humans. The demi-humans, clad in tattered cloth, resisted stubbornly, braving the bolts fired from the crossbows mounted on the towers. In the most open area of the fortress, the corpse of a gigantic demi-human queen lay. Her body, 3 meters long, now lay silent on the cold, hard earth. The blood flowing from the demi-human queen seemed like the veins of the earth, seeping deep into the soil and causing the surrounding roses to bloom in a strange crimson. The stone platform looked particularly bleak in the shadow of the platform above the fortress. A knight wearing the armor of the Grek king's army was standing there, slowly putting his blood-stained knight's sword back into the scabbard. The wind on the platform was not strong, but it was enough to make the knight's red cloak flutter gently like a blood flower. Hyde Fortress, this is the name of this military fortress. If it is summoned, not only can the king's army of a fortress be supplemented, but there is also no need to worry about being harassed by the orcs all day long. After all, they couldn't breach the fortress walls unless they planned to bring siege engines. If the orcs had indeed brought siege engines, Tans would have laughed out loud, for it would have greatly slowed the orcs' movement, and given him a chance to annihilate these troublesome orcs. In addition, a friend of his who is also a subordinate of Storm King Neferi Lu can also unlock his summoning after being summoned in Hyde Fortress. Kenneth Hyde, a noble from the Golden Tree faction stationed at Hyde Fortress. A good old man with short golden hair and beard, full of old-school royal style and a commitment to keeping his promises. The brass dagger that Tanis had given to Bilbo was the reward given to him by Kenneth Hyde when he helped Bilbo recapture Hyde's fortress when they were still unfamiliar with each other at the border. Originally, Tans felt that he had worked hard to kill the rebellious knight commander and recapture the fortress for the other party, but in the end he was given a dagger that had no lethality and was not worth much. Later, Tans learned from Melina that the dagger given to him by Kenneth Hyde was one of the symbols carried by the members of the Golden Tree royal family. The other party was telling all the nobles within the Golden Tree's sphere of influence that Tans was a distinguished guest with close ties to the royal family. It's a pity that the magic circle at the border was broken, and Tans never met a mentally normal Golden Tree noble in the end. Tanis gave the dagger to Bilbo with the same intention. Although he had only been with the Hobbit for a day and a night, his optimism, sincerity, and hospitality made it easy for Bilbo to have a good impression of him. As for Kenneth Hyde, Tans believed that he was one of the people who had to be summoned. Although he did not have the military strength like Neferi Lu, nor could he use magic like Roger, one thing that neither Neferi Lu nor Roger could replace Kenneth Hyde was that the other was a politician. It would be more accurate to say that there are only a few people who can convince the Asians in the border area, and that only Kenneth Hyde is one of them. This shows that he really has some ability. Moreover, Tans can now feel more and more that this land is different from the border area after the Ring of Magic was broken. At the border area after the magic ring is broken, there are not many normal people communicating with you, so you just need to draw your sword and chop them away. But in Middle-earth, Tanis found that the border area approach did not work, so he needed more talents like Kenneth Hyde to help him. As Tans was thinking, the Golden Tree seemed to sense his intentions and gently shook its branches, as if having a silent conversation with him. Countless golden rays of light spread from the tree trunks like a surging tide, enveloping the entire outpost in a golden halo. They intertwined in the air and on the ground, forming a vast golden net that gradually spread outward, accompanied by slight earthquakes. The slight tremors in the ground did not disturb the sacred tranquility, instead, it was like the whisper of the Golden Tree. Far from alarming the surrounding Grek soldiers, they all turned toward the Golden Tree, silently praying. Eventually, a large military fortress with walls 8 meters high, an internal diameter of 100 meters, and equipped with lathe crossbows replaced the original outpost's location. The previous outpost was under the control of Tans and was located about 100 meters away from the fortress. In addition to this brand new Hyde Fortress, an inn that had also been blessed and repaired appeared between the outpost and Hyde Fortress, and the people hiding in the inn were also summoned out by Tans. It can be said that this person who is extremely important to Tans is the one who consumes the most gold blessing to be summoned, except for Hyde Fortress. At the center of Hyde Fortress, a group of about 10 demi-humans stood on either side, clearly separated from the army of King Greg, who had betrayed Kenneth Hyde. The leader, Knight Commander Greg, who had fallen into the path of blood, looked around with his bright red eyes under his helmet, his face showing an uncertain expression. He didn't know what was going on. But soon the Knight Commander felt a familiar scent of blood, and looked up suddenly to see a faded man with black hair. The power of the Blood King was continuously flowing out of the other's body, declaring his sovereignty over him. Kara. Even though the Knight Commander was wearing armor, he knelt on one knee in the direction of Tans and held up his knight's sword with both hands. He lowered his head in submission. As the Knight Commander knelt, the soldiers standing behind him also knelt on one knee, except for a strong and muscular soldier whose vision and hearing were blocked by a large pumpkin helmet. At this moment, Kenneth Hyde's voice, like that of an actor, rang in Tan's ears. "Where is this place? Great King Eldon, why is the blood-mad Knight Commander here? Yes, my dear disciple. Why has the Golden Tree become so small? Why is the sun's light so bright? You have truly summoned me to a magical place." Before Tans could answer Kenneth Hyde, a lazy, mature female voice also reached his ears. Tans turned around, opened his arms, and smiled to welcome the two friends who had just appeared, a middle-aged blonde man with an elegant posture and luxurious clothes, and a young and beautiful woman with long black hair in a blue robe. This is Middle-earth. I desperately need your help, wise Mr. Kenneth Hyde and Mr. Serenity. Chapter 19. Is it really a night attack? Which Cillian, Tan's only magic mentor in the border area? If Roger was the one who introduced Tans to the door of magic, then Saren was the one who trained Tans to become a master of pyroxene magic. Cillian supported his chin with his right hand and crossed his chest with his left hand, his blue eyes looking calmly at the blue sky. She did not find any stars that she was familiar with. So Cillian turned her gaze to her apprentice, and 8 similar and repetitive memories flooded into her brain, making her a little dizzy. The same thing happened to Kenneth Hyde standing next to him. The flood of memories made him a little dazed. But as a highly skilled magician, Serenity was not like Kenneth Hyde, who could organize her memories in just a few seconds due to the simple influx of memories. Then, Cillian looked at Tans with a complicated look, and revealed a self-deprecating expression. Oh, I never thought that the path I pursued would be nothing but a useless cycle of reincarnations again and again. Disciple, should I say that you are dull or stubborn? In 8 reincarnations, without exception, you chose to stand by my side. If that fellow Jillian had been summoned by you, I'm afraid he would be pissed to death by you. Tan smiled and shook his head. Once a teacher, always a father. Furthermore, you didn't despise me for being a fated one and taught me magic. A person should be grateful. This alone is enough for me to stand by your side forever and fight the enemy together when you are in danger. After hearing this, Cillian's lips curled up slightly. You're still as talkative as ever. Aren't you a weirdo who fearlessly learned magic from a witch like me? Okay, tell me what trouble you've run into. Then she looked at the golden tree, which was completely different from the one she remembered, and asked, You want me to help you cultivate the golden tree? Well, that's very simple. Disciple, you should know that the most suitable nutrients for cultivating the golden tree are the souls of living things. All you need to do is bring a large number of living things to the golden tree and kill them. Tans listened to his teacher's familiar cold response, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Not to mention where else could he trick so many living creatures here except for the oaks? The creator god of this world would not allow him to rebuild his hometown by killing innocent people. What's more, Tan's values do not allow him to kill innocent lives. If he really did that, he would be just like the Bloodfingers under the Blood King Mung who were addicted to killing and lost their minds. Seeing his apprentice's familiar expression, Cillian teased, But I know you wouldn't resort to such methods, so please come to me whenever you encounter difficulties with magic. She looked at Kenneth Hyde, who had come to his senses with an incredulous expression. It seems this member of the Golden Tree's royal family has sorted out his memories. You two can chat first. I have plenty of time. Tans nodded to his master and said, I'll also keep the basement you were in. I'll take you there later. Cillian hummed softly with a nasal sound, then put on the witch's stone mask inlaid with grass-green gems, covering her delicate face and meditating. At the same time, Kenneth Hyde, a middle-aged man who hadn't trimmed his stubble for a long time, had his Adam's apple twitching a few times before he finally sighed, Your Majesty Tans, I don't know what to say anymore. Tans stepped forward, gave the other a welcoming hug, then released it, stepped back, and said, To make a long story short. For some special reasons, I left the borderlands and came to this land called Middle-earth. I then reached an agreement with the Creator God, who allowed me to recreate everything in the borderlands here. But the problem now is that an evil creature called an orc has set its sights on the golden tree, and it's unclear when it will launch an attack. Kenneth Hyde quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and, after sorting out the information Tans had shared, asked, What are the enemy's numbers and individual soldier strengths, and what are our defensive strengths? Tans quickly replied, The enemy's individual strength is very weak. An orc is roughly as powerful as a demi-human, so victory depends primarily on numbers. However, orcs have ferocious mounts called wargs, which are much more powerful than orcs, and the two often appear together. Preliminary estimates put the number of orcs attacking us at over 100, but the upper limit is unknown. Our fighting force includes your new master, Storm King Neferi Lu, and Roger, a magician skilled in Kalia sword magic and pyroxene magic. Oh, and now we have to add my teacher, Selen. Tans found that with every point he said, Kenneth Hyde's expression became more peculiar. So he asked, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Kenneth Hyde opened his mouth, then thought of Tans's identity. He took a deep breath and asked, Your Majesty Tans, are you worried that 100 enemies with only demi-human strength could break through your defences and Lady Neferi lose and enter Hyde Fortress? I think this would only be possible if the number of enemies increased tenfold. And because there are too many of them, they would have slipped through you and Lady Neferi lose grasp. Tans slapped his head and said with a smile, "You misunderstood me, Kenneth. I'm not worried about these orcs coming in, I'm just telling you the current situation. You spoke in such a hurry just now that I thought something big was going to happen." However, Kenneth Hyde only dared to mutter a few words in his heart. On the surface, he remained respectful and said, "Please rest assured. With me here, Hyde Fortress will not let any enemy in." At this moment, Neferi Lu's voice came from far outside Hyde Fortress, "Tanis, I didn't expect you to get out of Hyde Fortress." Not only that, he also heard the dwarves' noisy discussions. Tans came to the battlement, leaned over and shouted, "Not only that, but Kenneth Hyde is here too. Just come in." Lian then walked over and said calmly, "Disciple, this place is already a bit too crowded. I don't like being in crowded places. Where is my basement? Take me there." Tans nodded and first took teacher Saren back to the basement under the inn. In the middle, they passed by Nefeli Lu and the dwarves she brought with her. Then Tans hurried back from the post station where Saren was. When he returned to Hyde Fortress, the king's army, led by Knight Captain Greg, had already begun to deploy and patrol on the city wall. Kenneth Hyde stood respectfully behind Neferi Lu, while the dwarves were looking at everything in the fortress curiously. As for the fact that the demi-human cluster was no longer in the center of the square, Kenneth Hyde told Tans, who had returned, that under his orders, the demi-human cluster did not assist with the defense with Knight Commander Greg, but instead arranged for them to go out and scout the terrain around Hyde Fortress. Their prejudice and arrogance towards subhumans will not disappear in a short time, so I made such arrangements. Fortunately, the rebellious Knight Commander respects you particularly for some reason, and he will not refuse an order in your name." Kenneth Hyde glanced at the Knight Commander on the top of the city wall and sighed to Tans. At this time, Philly, Keely, and Willen came over. They all showed incredible expressions, especially Keely, who had a hint of excitement in his expression. "What amazing wizard power, Mr. Tans! I've never seen a fortress this strong rise from the ground," Keely exclaimed with shining eyes. Philly and Willen nodded in praise of the defensive arrangements of Hyde Fortress. Because of Neferi Lu's introduction, Kenneth Hyde did not regard these dwarves as evil soldiers or other short subhumans or mutant hybrids. Tans said to Philly, who was almost stamping his feet to test the fortress's real existence, "Philly, let your compatriots live in the fortress for the next few days. It may be a bit crowded, but it's better than living outside and possibly being threatened by orcs." Philly's wheat-colored beard twitched at the corners of his mouth, and he grinned. "We dwarves are not pampered humans. Having a place to shelter from the wind and rain is a very comfortable place for us." Dwellin hesitated and said, "We just saw a group of goblin-like creatures leave the fortress." Kenneth Hyde heard this and quickly explained, "You've misunderstood, this, dwarf. They are demi-humans from the borderland, not the same species as the goblins you're referring to. While they may seem unremarkable and shabbily dressed, I assure you they possess reason and intelligence." Tans also said, "Kenneth is right, I also have a demi-human tailor friend." Keely then smiled smugly and patted Dwellin on the back. "See, Mr. Dwellin, I told you those weren't goblins." Kenneth Hyde also laughed and said, "But I hope Lord Dwellin can tell me about the goblins. I'm quite curious." Dwellin shrugged. "Well, although we have said this to Lord Tanis along the way, if you want to hear it. Not long ago, an orc hiding in the woods and ruins watched with its bloodshot eyes as 7 carriages entered the ruins of the town. Only after all 7 carriages had driven in and disappeared did the orc stand up from his hiding place, call the wolf who was yawning with boredom beside him, and take him away in the direction they came from. Soon it came to another wild forest, where among the rocks and trees hid orcs and wargs. Dorgus, Hosdayan. My lord, there are dwarves." Orc uttered a strange and distorted language to a sturdy orc with multiple iron plates inlaid on his arms and a human skull as a helmet. The orc captain narrowed his eyes and grabbed the orc in front of him. "Dwarf, are you sure you see clearly?" The orc's voice cracked with fear, and he nodded frantically. "I am absolutely not mistaken, my lord. There are 7 carriages in all, and dwarves are sitting in them. It was the wizard in armor who led them in." "Humph, wizard." Captain Oak threw the oak in his hand to the ground with a fearful expression. The oak on the ground crawled to his feet, lowered his head and dared not speak. Then another orc, about the same size as the captain, approached on his warg and asked, "Captain, the wizards have returned. Shall we attack them again tonight?" Captain Oak glared at his deputy fiercely, his teeth bared and saliva dripping from his mouth. He growled in a low voice, "Why not?" According to human custom, when they return to their homeland, they celebrate that night and vent their energy. At this time, their defenses will be at their lowest. So, we will chop off their heads while these humans sleep. Even if the wizard loses his head, he will not survive. Vice Captain Oak was frightened by the captain's roar, took a few steps back, and said, "You are right." Captain Oak was very pleased with the deputy captain's show of weakness. He opened his ferocious mouth and continued to roar, "What's more, we still have the wizard's territory and the dwarven scum. I must bring the heads of those dwarven scum and the head of the human wizard back to see Lord Azog." Roar. The wolf under Captain Oak's crotch seemed to feel his excitement and also let out a low roar. The other orcs wanted to shout along with their captain, but he stopped them, saying, "Be quiet, you fools. Do you want the wizard to discover that there are orcs near?" Captain Oak looked around and saw that almost all the orcs of Minghirias were gathered here. There were far more than 100 of them, and the number should be around 300. Those orcs who escaped death let the orc captain know how powerful the human wizard was, so he used his force to force other orc captains to submit to him and then gather here. If it weren't for those disobedient oak captains, it would have assembled a team here and launched an attack on the human wizard territory in the ruins. The sun, like a bloody blade, slowly sank towards the horizon, and the night devoured the afterglow like a giant beast. On the horizon, dark clouds spread like stains, blocking the light of the stars and obscuring the brightness of the moon. The air was filled with a moist and cold breath. The wind passed through the forest, swaying every branch and leaf, making a rustling sound. The mountains in the distance are looming in the night, and the occasional cry of one or two nightbirds breaks the silence, causing a sense of inexplicable panic in people's hearts. The shadows of the orcs twisted and stretched across the night, their sharp eyes gleaming with the desire for prey. Their footsteps rustled the dead leaves of the wild forest, like war drums in the night, stirring the impending attack. Evil and darkness marched swiftly in the shadows, until Captain Oak stared with his mouth wide open in shock at the grey and ancient fortress that had appeared out of nowhere, and the crossbows on the battlements of the fortress that were flashing with cold light and aimed at him. "Fire arrows!" Kenneth Hyde's voice was like a thunderclap, echoing in the empty night sky. Chapter 20. The Way of Blood. Fire arrows! Following Kenneth's order, the soldiers of King Greg's army shot dense arrows, which swept through the orcs and wargs in the front like a torrential rain, stringing them together like hedgehogs. It's just that this hedgehog lies on the ground motionless and is very quiet. "What have you discovered? You didn't even find such a big fortress. Are you blind?" Captain Oak grabbed the scout from the daytime, grabbed his neck with his rough and dirty hands, lifted him up, and roared angrily. The Oak scout's pupils shrank into a dot in panic, his body trembling, but he dared not resist. He could only utter a few syllables with difficulty. I don't know." "Get out!" Captain Oak threw the scout to the ground, and the surrounding wolves immediately opened their bloody mouths and rushed forward impatiently. After a while, the sound of flesh and bones being chewed could be heard. Captain Oak looked at the sturdy hide fortress angrily and found that it was even equipped with more lethal crossbows, and the number of people was far more than he had imagined. To capture this fortress, ladders and battering rams were necessary. However, how could they, who had barely slipped through the defenses of the Elven and human kingdoms, carry such bulky equipment to such a distant western land as Minghirias? Captain Oak looked at the ridiculous iron knife in his hand, then at the solid city wall. This fortress cannot be broken through with the equipment they currently have. Captain Orc felt a pent-up resentment in his heart as he watched the orcs and wargs who had been charging the city walls under his orders but were killed by a hail of arrows. Cunning and hateful human wizard. Captain Oak wanted to cut off the other's head and crush it with his feet. But if he retreated now, not only would he be looked down upon by other Oak captains who had surrendered by force, but he would also lack the courage to face the real Oak boss above him. So he roared, "Don't worry about that fortress anymore, idiot. Destroy all the buildings outside the fortress. That human wizard must pay the price." When Captain Oak came, he saw a small inn and an outpost guarded by only a few humans. But it was precisely because Captain Oak wanted to attack the Golden Tree directly that he ignored these two buildings. Oh! Upon hearing the captain's order, the orcs immediately abandoned their charge towards Hyde Fortress. They had already realized that the small broken knives in their hands could not cause any damage to the fortress, so they turned around and ran away the moment Captain Oak gave the order. After all, it is easier to destroy those post stations and outposts that are almost unguarded than to charge towards the fortress with a risk of death. After destroying it, surround the fortress. I want to see what other abilities that human wizard has that would allow him to stay in the fortress without coming out. Humans always need to eat and drink. Captain Oak bared his teeth at the fortress, his crowded facial features twitching with anger. Kenneth Hyde, who had been standing on the edge of the battlements observing the situation, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the orcs give up attacking Hyde Fortress. Then he smiled at the three dwarves, Philly, Keely, and Willen, who were standing on a wooden box nearby and still shooting arrows at the orcs who had not retreated in time, and thanked them politely. "Thank you very much for your help. The rest will be left to His Majesty Tans and Lady Neferi Lu." Keely merely nodded in response and continued shooting arrows at the orcs below. Philly and Willen, who were relatively poor archers, stopped what they were doing. Philly, representing Crown Prince Durin, jumped down from the wooden box and said to Kenneth Hyde with a smile, "This opportunity to slaughter orcs without any threat to your life is rare. I should thank you, Mr. Hyde." Then he asked worriedly, "Mr. Tans is outside, is he okay? I think we can rush out to pick them up after the orcs retreat." Kenneth Hyde smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, but please trust His Majesty Tans. Furthermore, Lady Neferi Lu is guarding him. We should be more worried about a few orcs escaping tonight." Dwellin said, "I have seen Mr. Tans's strength, but whether or not to help him has nothing to do with his strength. As I said, we dwarves will not sit back in the fortress and watch our friends fight outside." "Mr. Hyde, Philly and I agree. When you hear the sound of fighting from Mr. Tans's side, send Philly and me down from the wall." Keely then turned around and said, "And me." Kenneth Hyde raised his hand and pinched his golden beard. He looked at the dwarves with expressions that said, "I'm going to go out and help no matter what you say." Finally, he smiled helplessly and nodded, "Okay, I will send 2 soldiers to go with you to support Mr. Tans." As a result, Hyde Fortress still had a group of demi-humans controlling crossbows and 4 soldiers from King Greg's army, and the number of fortress defenders could not be reduced in any way. After all, Kenneth Hyde didn't know whether Oak was pretending to retreat, so he had to keep enough manpower. The purpose of sending out 4 soldiers was to protect the 3 dwarf friends of His Majesty Tans at any time so that they could retreat safely in a critical moment. The orcs were actually unaware that most of the arrows that had just been fired at them from the battlements were groups of demi-humans following the orders of Kenneth Hyde. If the orc captain had not been so blinded by rage, he would have noticed that although the rain of arrows was very great, the only orcs and wargs killed were those who rushed too far forward at the beginning and were ambushed. After realizing that there were people in the fortress, the losses of the orcs were not as great as Captain Oak had imagined. Most of the arrows shot by the demi-humans did not cause fatal injuries. Instead, the soldiers of King Greg's army who remained in the fortress and Philly and his men who came to help caused more casualties with fewer people. And where did the Knight Commander and the other soldiers go? The answer is that he was arranged by Tans in the outpost and ambushed in the watchtower together with the King Greg's army that was already in the outpost. Tans and Neferi Lu agreed with each other. After learning about the habits of the orcs through Philly and the others, they determined that if they could not capture Hyde Fortress in a short time, they would turn their attention back to the inns and outposts outside the fortress. That's why Tans placed the Knight Commander and some soldiers from Hyde Fortress here. He didn't want this outpost to be destroyed by the orcs. The same goes for post stations. However, the inn itself was not very big, and Teacher Saren was there, so Tans was not worried about any accidents happening at the inn. Furthermore, in order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened to Teacher Saren, Tans asked Roger and 2 pumpkin-headed soldiers to guard the spacious room outside Saren's basement. Why are there 2 pumpkin-headed soldiers, one from Hyde Fortress and the other one was outside Saren's door at the border? Tans was in the darkened watchtower, looking at the Knight Commander of Hyde Fortress who was lying in ambush beside him. The Knight Commander who had fallen into the path of blood began to feel agitated when he heard the screams of orcs and wargs pierced by arrows coming from the distant Hyde Fortress. The whites of his eyes gradually became bloodshot, and his hands restlessly grasped the cold hilt of the knight's sword. Tans reached out and pressed hard on the Knight Commander's heavy shoulder armor. "Be patient. There will be enough orcs for you to enjoy the slaughter. I will not stop you." After hearing Tans' words, the Knight Commander calmed down a little. Then Tans took out a blood-red knight's medal from his space backpack. The medal seemed to be stained with blood, and there was Mung's trident curse spear symbol engraved on it. Upon seeing the Knight Commander's medal, his breathing quickened, revealing an unusual eagerness. He noticed the Knight Commander's situation and smiled. "It seems you recognize this pure-blood knight's medal? That makes things easier. You should know how difficult it is to obtain, right?" The Knight Commander nodded quickly. Tans tossed the medal a few times, and the Knight Commander's eyes followed the medal's traces in the air. Tans finally caught the medal, took it back, and said sternly, "If you want this medal, you must not be like a beast and cannot suppress your inner desire to kill. Otherwise, what is the difference between you and those orcs out there?" The Knight Commander was silent for a few seconds, then said in a low voice, "I understand." Tans nodded in satisfaction. "When the time is right, I will personally award you the medal. Now, you only need to obey my orders." "Yes, sir." The Knight Commander spoke again in a low voice. Tans looked at him and shook his head slightly. He knew that the real object of submission of this Knight Commander who had fallen into the path of blood was not him, but the great rune power belonging to Munger in his body. But it doesn't matter. There is no substantial difference between submitting to Mung and submitting to yourself. But the Knight Commander's submission to him also indirectly indicated one thing: those blood-crazy blood fingers under Mung's command might also obey his orders because of Mung's great rune. Although this group of fated ones who have fallen into the path of blood are very dangerous, if they can really listen to me, they will be a very strong fighting force. Tans had even figured out what to do with the blood fingers. Aren't those orcs annoying to kill? Then let these bloodthirsty blood fingers go hunting them down. Since the blood fingers are bloodthirsty, the orcs, a disgusting race that can never be completely killed, are just there to satisfy their desires. There is a saying that goes, "Every evildoer will be punished by another evildoer." Of course, Tans is not sure whether all the blood fingers are like the Knight Commander and will obey him because of Mung's great rune. He still needs to verify this issue. But now, we still have to deal with the orcs that have arrived. Tans could hear the strange cries of the orcs and the deep growls of the wargs as they broke into the outpost. "Destroy those watchtowers and tents. If you find any humans hiding inside, tear them apart." Captain Oak's order came. Tans patted the shoulder of the Knight Commander, who was about to lose his patience, and signaled that he no longer needed to suppress his desire to kill and could start slaughtering the orcs to his heart's content. A red light flashed in the Knight Commander's eyes. He drew the great sword from behind him and then kicked open the door of the watchtower. The iron door opened with a bang, hitting the nose of a warg that was approaching cautiously after smelling the human scent, making it scream in surprise. The pupils of Orc, who was sitting on the back of the wolf, dilated instantly. Before the scene inside the door came into his sight, the red light of blood flooded his vision like a tide. It was a piercing crimson, as if countless drops of blood had instantly coalesced, transforming into a bloody mist that filled the entire world. Its vision began to blur, and its consciousness seemed to be dragged mercilessly by a giant hand of darkness, sinking into a bottomless abyss. The screams of the surrounding orcs, who witnessed this sudden and bloody scene, mingled with the howls of terrified wolves. The body of the orc, and his wolf, cut in two, lay a bloody mess before the door. The bodies of the other orcs around them involuntarily retreated, and their feet made a panicked sound as they stepped over the scattered stones in the chaos. The smell of blood filled the air. Even Captain Oak was frightened by the bloody scene, but just as he was about to roar, he was interrupted by the sudden sound of footsteps. "Da-day!" The footsteps were not loud in the noisy environment, but every step of the iron boots was like a heavy hammer hitting Oak's heart, and the echo lingered in his mind. The Knight Commander slowly stepped out of the watchtower, his movements steady and slow. He held the knight's greatsword, which was stained with the black blood and internal organs of the orcs, in both hands and swung it lightly. The filthy things fluttered on the solid ground like fallen autumn leaves, leaving a string of deep bloodstains. "I said, tear him to pieces. He's just a human knight, what are you idiots afraid of?" Captain Oak suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and roared angrily. Under the captain's orders and pressure, Oak, who was closest to the Knight Commander, raised his axe and knife, which were less than half the length of the knight's sword, and rushed forward. But what the orcs didn't expect was that the Knight Commander rushed forward at a faster speed, crashed into the crowd of orcs with an almost crazy determination. "Raise my sword high, blood flows." Amidst the rising dust, the Knight Commander's roar, like the roar of a wild beast, shattered the hushed atmosphere of the battlefield. His great sword slashed bloody blows one after another, and blood shone brightly to the astonishment of the orcs. Just as the Knight Commander attracted the attention of most of the orcs, the soldiers of King Greg's army hiding in other watchtowers began to show their heads above the watchtowers. There were 2 soldiers standing on each watchtower. They raised the crossbows that had already been strung and pulled the triggers. Call out! There was the familiar sound of arrows breaking through the air, for only moments before the orcs had heard arrows making this sound killing their own people beneath the fortress. The soldiers of King Greg's army took turns firing, their accuracy countless times higher than that of the demi-humans in Hyde Fortress who could barely draw their bows. Captain Oak lost about 20 of his men in the first round of shooting alone. A wolf that was lucky enough not to be hit by an arrow was aroused by the pain of the wound. It roared at the soldiers who were shooting crossbows on the watchtower, and then rushed to the door below the watchtower. The next moment, the door of the watchtower also opened outwards on its own initiative, and the cold and sharp broad-headed spear faced the injured wolf and penetrated deeply into the opponent's head. A knight dressed in the same manner as the knight commander who had fallen into the path of blood walked out of the watchtower, carrying a large golden shield and a spear. He first glanced coldly at the knight commander, then snorted coldly and raised his spear, pointing it at the orcs caught in the chaos. He shouted loudly to the 4 soldiers who had been lying in ambush behind him, "Don't let that evil knight steal our first victory in front of His Majesty Tans. Everyone, follow me on the march." Chapter 21. The defeat of the orcs. The orc captain was speechless at this moment. His original anger turned into fear after Tans and Neferi-Elu appeared. Faced with the orcs who were so numerous and so close to him, Tans did not choose the holy spear of Mungwin, which had a long lead time, but instead picked up the plain great sword again. Captain Orc obviously remembered the great sword, and those orcs who had escaped from Tans said that a human wizard in armor wielding a great sword was easily slaughtering them. When Captain Oak heard this, he scoffed at the orcs who had escaped back, thinking that they were just a group of cowards who were frightened by the wizard. It was not like it had not fought with knights from human countries before, including some who wielded great swords, but they all died on the spot and became food for the wargs. Because Captain Oak knew that normal humans could not swing a great sword for a long time with their physical strength, he used this to order his orcs to consume humans' physical strength and let the wargs rush forward when the opponent showed a flaw. But when Captain Orc saw the huge sword in Tan's hand, he understood why the orcs who had escaped back looked so terrified. Compared with Tan's great sword, which caused a bloody storm every time it swept across the orcs, the so-called great swords in the hands of human knights that he had seen before were as ridiculous as toothpicks. Captain Oak even wondered, could the giant sword in the human wizard's hand really be called a sword? It looked more like a huge, rough block of iron. Captain Oak couldn't even feel any physical exertion from swinging that huge block of iron. What? Crack! Just when Captain Oak was terrified because of Tans, the sound of thunder and lightning coming from the other side along with Oak's screams brought it back to its senses, and the sound was getting closer and closer. Roar! The wolf under Captain Oak's crotch roared at the uneasy one. The captain looked in the direction of the sound, and then saw a human-shaped storm with golden lightning approaching him rapidly. All the orcs and wargs that stood in the way of the lightning storm were swept up in it, their grey bodies cut into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their black blood splattered everywhere like a bursting water bag. "Get out of here, you idiots! Get out of here!" Captain Oak looked at Neferi-Elu's figure getting closer and closer to him, and realized that the other party was here to behead him. He immediately roared at the orcs who were crowded around him. But in order to destroy the outpost here, the captain of the orcs crowded too many orcs into this small space, so even if he raised his weapon and slashed at the orcs next to the wolf, it would be useless. It could only watch the golden lightning storm getting closer and closer to it, and even the wolf under its crotch lifted it up and left it on the ground. "Oh oh oh!" Amid Captain Oak's angry roar, Neferi-Elu approached it. The next second, a battle axe with golden lightning attached to it cut off its head. The next second, another battle axe chopped off its chest horizontally. Captain Oak soon fell to the ground like the oak before him, his body in tatters. Its head was lifted up by Neferi-Elu by its sparse and withered hair, and its red eyes looked coldly at the surrounding orcs. When the orcs saw their captain die without any resistance, they dropped their weapons instantly. The formation that was originally maintained under the coercion of the orc captain instantly became a mess and they were about to flee the battlefield. Instead, the ferocious wolves were still fighting with King Greg's army in the outpost, but with the well-trained cooperation of King Greg's army, this resistance was futile. Not to mention that there is a knight commander on the field who is red-eyed with killing. Wherever there are the most enemies and the resistance is the most fierce, this knight commander who has fallen into the path of blood will roar more like a beast than a wolf and rush over. This scene made the Oaks who were fleeing around wonder who was the one spreading fear and blood. But their escape speed did not slow down because of this. In order to escape, many of the stronger orcs even pointed their knives at their weaker compatriots in front of them, injuring them and throwing them towards the terrifying human knight behind them. On Neferilu's side, another normal Grek knight, holding a broad-headed spear stained with orc blood and viscera, led 4 Grek soldiers behind him to meet her on the battlefield where the orcs were fleeing. Lord Storm King. Knight Greg first nodded to her respectfully, then saw the head of Captain Oak in the other's hand, and his eyes showed a little disappointment. He also aimed at the position of Captain Oak and led his soldiers to fight their way out, but he didn't expect that someone would get ahead of him. Forget it, as long as that madman doesn't get the credit. The Knight Greg glanced at the fallen knight commander who was chasing after the orcs with his great sword in hand not far away, and consoled himself in his heart. While Knight Greg was talking to Neferilu, the other 4 soldiers took the initiative to protect them behind them, and also took out the crossbows behind their backs to kill the orcs who were approaching here in a panic. Neferilu nodded to him and said, panting slightly, the orc captain has been killed, and their formation has collapsed. Now is the time to pursue them. But remember, don't rush too far and chase them too fast. Are any of you injured? Let the wounded stay, and you continue to hunt down the orcs in the outpost. She had just been using her storm fighting skills, and her physical strength was still somewhat depleted. Yes, Lady Neferilu. Knight Greg nodded respectfully to Neferilu, then turned to a Greg soldier who was breathing heavily and ordered, your thigh is injured. Stay here and wait for treatment. The soldier could only nod helplessly. He wanted to continue chasing the enemy, but his leg injury would definitely slow down his teammates. Just as he and his knight captain were charging towards Captain Oak, he was bitten on the thigh by a warg that was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Fortunately, the wolf had been shot by a friendly crossbow on the watchtower and was already seriously injured. In addition, the soldier was wearing leg armor, so his thigh was only bitten a little where it was not covered by the armor, without any broken bones. Knight Greg then ordered the soldiers around him, protect him to the nearest sentry tower, and then quickly reunite with me. The soldier pointed out by Knight Greg immediately took action, helping the soldier with a wounded thigh and moving quickly towards the nearby watchtower. Slow down, I can walk by myself. If you walk any slower, all the orcs will run away. I still need to perform well in front of His Majesty Tans. The conversation between the 2 soldiers faded away, and Neferilu smiled faintly after hearing it. She understood the feelings of these soldiers who had previously left their homeland. Neferilu held the head of the orc captain in front of Knight Greg, and gestured with her chin for him to take it. I know you fought all the way here for this orc head, but I don't need it. Keep it for yourself. Knight Greg lifted the head of the orc captain with the tip of his broad-headed spear and looked at Neferilu in disbelief. After Neferilu gave him the head, she picked up her battle axe again and went to hunt down the other orcs. Knight Greg watched Neferilu's swift retreat with envy, wondering when he could become like the Storm King, no longer needing the heads of enemy leaders to prove himself. Near the post station. That idiot is finally dead. He actually thought that the territory of human wizards was so easy to conquer. The strong figure of Deputy Oak Captain appeared beside the stone wall of the inn, followed by a dozen orcs. Perhaps, it should be called Captain now. These dozen or so oaks were originally the Deputy Captain's subordinates, but the deceased Oak Captain used force to snatch them from the Deputy Captain. Now that Captain Oak is dead, the remaining oaks are either fleeing or following the original captain. The oaks behind the Deputy Captain belong to the latter. Captain, aren't we going to run away? A thin oak came over with a shifty look in his eyes and asked cautiously. Vice Captain Oak, who had become the captain again, slapped the man's bald head hard and said in a gruff voice, Fool, if you run away now, what will your master do next? Are we being chased out like wild dogs by human wizards? Then it looked at the stone wall of the inn it was holding onto, licking its exposed fangs, revealing a bloodthirsty look. Just now, when that idiot forced us to destroy the outpost, I spotted a human woman passing by here. She must have been one of the humans who didn't have time to retreat to the fortress. While the other orcs are distracting the human wizard, we'll slaughter this inn from head to toe and bring the human woman's head back to the boss. Then it fiercely shouted to the dozen orcs following behind it, Hurry up! Under the deputy captain's scolding, the orcs' timid eyes became fierce again. They cannot and dare not defeat human wizards, but if they just bully helpless civilians, they are not only brave but also very courageous. The evil figures of the orcs soon broke into the medium-sized inn, but what confused them was that they did not see any human figures. The sturdy deputy captain glanced at Oak, who was running around in the inn but didn't find anyone, and showed a speechless expression. Then he scolded, "The humans must be hiding. You idiots, go find out if there is an underground entrance." Soon, a passage leading underground was discovered by the orcs. There was no light in the passage, only pitch black, like the mouth of a giant beast from the abyss. "Boss, I found this passage, and I heard some movement inside." Oak, who first discovered the underground passage, asked for credit eagerly. But the deputy captain did not appreciate it. Instead, he reached out and grabbed the other person, then kicked him into the tunnel. "We've found the tunnel, why don't you go in quickly? And you guys should go in quickly too." The deputy captain cursed. The sound of Oak's body hitting the wall could be heard intermittently, followed by its groans. At the urging of the deputy captain, the other orcs jumped down in the dark, holding on to the stone walls on both sides. But soon, the oak that was kicked down by the deputy captain suddenly let out a terrified scream, and then the other oaks who entered the tunnel heard the sound of flesh and bones being smashed. The orc in front stopped. It smelled the blood flowing from the orc and dared not go forward. But the oak behind was driven away by the deputy captain with weapons and squeezed into the tunnel. Boom! Before the orc could react, a metal flail half as long as his body and covered with spikes came crashing down at him with a sound of breaking through the air. Like the oak that was kicked in by the vice-captain, its body exploded like a water bag. Roar! Roar! A dull gasp came from the darkness, and from the perspective of the orcs, a humanoid muscular monster, about the same size as a troll but wearing a huge golden round helmet, suddenly appeared. At this time, Oak, who was in the front, was frightened and subconsciously used the rusty iron sword in his hand to chop the opponent's huge round helmet, but apart from the ding sound, it only left a shallow white mark on the helmet and did not cause any substantial damage. The one who suddenly appeared in front of the orcs was the pumpkin-headed soldier that Tans had arranged at the inn to protect teacher Saren. Not only did Oak's attack fail to work, it also made the pumpkin-headed soldier more ferocious. A creepy roar came from the almost fully enclosed round helmet, and the pumpkin-headed soldier lowered his head and charged towards the direction he was attacked. The orcs in the underground passage screamed in fear. The orc in front had its ribs broken, and the pumpkin-headed soldiers pushed them out of the underground passage. "Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo!" The pumpkin-headed soldier shouted angrily and swung the flail in his hand. The surrounding oaks looked at the weapons in their hands that were not even as long as the other party's arms and did not dare to get close. But Tans had arranged more than one pumpkin-head soldier here. After hearing the roar of his compatriots, another pumpkin-head soldier also followed the sound and walked out of the tunnel. The deputy captain swallowed his saliva. He no longer had the intention to slaughter the post station, but there was something in his mind that he couldn't figure out. That's how the human wizard tamed the two trolls. That's right, the deputy captain mistook the pumpkin-headed soldier for a cannibal. The deputy captain narrowed his eyes and looked at the two pumpkin-headed soldiers who were retreating outside the inn little by little. It planned to slip away. But the deputy captain suddenly heard the noisy shouts of the dwarves coming from behind him. "Barak Hazd! Hazd AI menu! O dwarven battle axe! The dwarves are charging at you!" Dwellin looked at the orcs who had retreated outside the inn, roared, and charged even faster. Keely simply drew his bow and aimed the sharp arrow at the retreating orc, then released the bowstring. The deputy captain widened his dirty eyes, loosened his weapon and struggled to grab his own neck, but soon fell down powerlessly. The arrow shot by Keely pierced its neck with incredible accuracy. In the basement of the inn, Lien, who had taken off the witch's brilliant stone mask and revealed her delicate face, raised her head from the scroll. Hearing the noisy sound outside the basement, she shook her head slightly with some displeasure, and then turned her attention back to the scroll in front of her. Chapter 22. The difference between a king and a warrior. Tans could no longer count how many orcs had died at the hands of his sword, nor did he know the results of the battles of Neferi Elu and King Gregor's army. When the first rays of morning sunlight echoed with the fusion light of the golden tree, the bodies of the orcs and the wargs turned into golden particles and were absorbed by the golden tree in front of the astonished eyes of the dwarves. The dwarf brothers Philly and Keely looked at the golden tree swaying gently in the breeze, with expressions of amazement in their eyes. "It's so beautiful." "Yes, and Mr. Tans said that this golden tree is still a sapling. It's hard for me to imagine how magnificent it will be when it grows up, brother." Dwellin slammed his axe, stained with the black blood of orcs, into the ground, raised his head, and said with a smile, "Perhaps then we, even from the Blue Mountains, will be able to see this golden light. Then Kili said quickly, forget it. I don't want to sleep at night when it's as bright as day. Philip looked at the corpses around him that were gradually turning into golden particles and returning to the tree, and asked curiously, were these corpses absorbed by the tree? Kili and Willin looked at each other and began to express their opinions. It wasn't until Tans came over and heard the discussion of Philly and the other three dwarves that he smiled and said, it's not the corpses, but the souls of these orcs and wargs that have become the nourishment for the growth of the golden tree. It's the only contribution these evil creatures have made. Philly and the others did not have any other opinions about the golden tree absorbing the souls of orcs and wargs. Instead, they agreed with Tan's words. It would be better for these hateful and evil creatures to make some contribution to human wizards after death than to slaughter innocent lives everywhere when they are alive. After Tans finished explaining the problem, he immediately asked with concern, Philly, Kili, and Mr. Dwellin, thank you for your support. Are you injured? Philly shook his head. You need not thank us. We did nothing. The soldiers of your land are truly formidable. Those orcs were defeated by your soldiers. When we rushed out of Hyde Fortress, we encountered only orcs who had fled to this post. Dwellin pointed to the pumpkin-headed soldiers who had quieted down under the light of the golden tree and asked, Mr. Tans, are they trolls? Curious baby Kili also nodded repeatedly, he also wanted to ask this question. Tans was stunned for a moment, then looked at the pumpkin-headed soldier sitting obediently on the ground surrounded by golden light, and shook his head slightly, no, they are just poor, pitiful people who have gone mad. Something bad happened in my hometown, and some soldiers became mentally ill and panicked. Those oval, heavy helmets are worn by them to calm their emotions and prevent them from hurting others. After they arrived in Middle-earth, I tried to remove their helmets, but unfortunately, even without the helmets, they couldn't regain their normal minds. They could only continue like this. After hearing Tan's explanation, the three dwarves all looked at the pumpkin-headed soldier with sympathy. Kili tried to find a topic and said, actually, when they're quiet, they're quite cute in a way. Then Philly quietly kicked him in the foot. Dwellin gave the two pumpkin-headed soldiers a dwarven salute and said, they are reliable warriors. I believe that once the golden tree fully grows, the symptoms of these soldiers will be cured. Now let's go back to Hyde Fortress. After fighting all night, I think you may need a rest. Let's enjoy the victory food together, and then have a comfortable sleep. Tans greeted. When they heard the word delicious food, the three dwarves' stomachs growled in unison, making them burst into laughter. Then I'd better obey your command. Philip said. After the dwarves left the inn, Roger's elegant figure just walked out of the inn. Why didn't I see you in the battle last night? Tans opened his arms and hugged Roger in a friendly manner, then separated, and then he teased. Roger adjusted his wizard's pointed hat and said with a slightly tired tone, a few orcs were frightened by the pumpkin-headed soldiers and fled from the inn, which happened to be where I was hiding. So I went to hunt them down, but unfortunately, I encountered more fleeing orcs and wargs on the way. They saw that I was alone and not wearing armor, so... Roger shrugged helplessly at the end, and was speechless about those oaks who attacked him when they saw him alone. The only good news is that many orcs died in this land, and you should be able to summon some things from the border area. I wonder which familiar faces I will see this time. Roger said this with a smile on his face. Tans jokingly said, actually, if you don't mind, I can bring Dalian here right now. Roger heard the name Darian and an awkward expression appeared on his face. Well, you still have to give me some more time. I'm not quite ready to face him if I meet him now. Tans shrugged. Whatever. We're no longer in the border area, so the conflicts between you and D are nothing. And even if you part ways with him, D will still be paying attention to you. Roger sighed and said, I know everything. It's just... He tapped his forehead and said helplessly, it's just that I suddenly have 8 more similar memories. Meeting him now is more awkward. Tans said, at least there won't be any more tragedies, right? Roger was silent for a moment, then he sighed, looked up at the golden tree, and smiled. You're right, Tans. At least we're not breaking up over the deadborn anymore. He and I both owe each other and I'm sorry. Although I don't really want to interrupt your conversation about friendship between you men, I think it's time for breakfast. It was too noisy outside last night, and I couldn't even read in peace. Cillian's sleepy voice abruptly interrupted the conversation between Tans and Roger. When Roger saw Saren wearing the witch's chrysanthemum stone mask walking out of the tunnel, he subconsciously touched the hilt of his rapier, But Roger soon realized that Saren was not his enemy and removed his hand from the hilt. However, he was still a little uncomfortable with the title of witch and the rumors about her in Kalia Academy. Het. Seeing Roger's subconscious action, Lien chuckled. Tans smiled when he saw Saren appear. Kenneth should be ready at Hyde Fortress. You can go there directly, teacher. Lien nodded slightly, yet. But before she had taken a few steps, she was attracted by the corpse of the oak that was returning to the tree, and she moved closer to observe it carefully. Tans knew that once his teacher entered this state, he would not do anything else before satisfying his desire to observe, so he took Roger away from the inn first. When he arrived at Hyde Fortress, he saw that Neferi Lu had already arrived, followed by the Knight Commander who had fallen into the path of blood. The Knight Commander was relatively quiet at this time. It might be that there were really too many orcs last night and he was tired of killing them. Neferi Lu pointed at the Knight Commander and said to Tans, I brought him back in your name, otherwise he would have continued to chase us to the plains outside. He clearly didn't even have the strength to hold his sword and was seriously injured. I helped to treat some of his wounds. But these people who believe in the Mother of Truth are really... The young Storm King shook his head, and after seeing Tans, the Knight Commander dragged his exhausted body to one knee and said in a hoarse and trembling voice, Your Excellency, I killed a total of 54 orcs last night. Grass, so much, even Tans was surprised by the number of enemies killed. Last night, after the orc captain who was giving orders was killed by Neferi Lu, the orcs were defeated. Except for the dozen or so orcs who dared to come to Tanis at the beginning and were smashed to pieces by the giant's sword, Tanis did not kill as many orcs as at the beginning when they fled later. He counted himself and found that the number of orcs killed by him was only a little over 30. Of course, this also has something to do with Tans only fighting within the outpost. The knight captain killed 54 orcs all by himself, and it's possible that the wargs were only used as mounts and not considered enemies by him. That's pretty impressive indeed. Tans looked at the knight commander, whose body was shaking and straining his strength to the limit. His gold and green knight armor was stained with the black blood of orcs, and orc weapons left marks on it. The dark green knight cloak on his back was tattered, and several broken arrows were stuck in the mail at the joints. But the knight commander still insisted on standing here, waiting for Tans to arrive. Tans nodded and praised, "Well done, you deserve a reward." Tans then pulled out a beautifully crafted amulet from his space backpack. It was a blood-red amulet crafted in the image of the Blood King's joy. Picking it up, he could almost feel the Blood King's gaze. The name of the amulet is the Pleasure of the Blood King. When the knight commander saw the amulet in Tan's hand, he stood up with trembling legs and walked towards the other party step by step. Perhaps out of excitement or fatigue, he stretched out his trembling hands, solemnly took the amulet and held it against his chest. "Thank you, sir," the knight commander said hoarsely after taking a few breaths. Tans replied, "This is proof of your bravery, but it's not enough to earn you the Pure Blood Knight medal. Go down and treat your wound first, or you'll develop a hidden illness." The knight commander nodded and left, dragging his injured and exhausted body. Neferi Lu withdrew her gaze from the knight commander and reported to Tans, "We eliminated over 70% of the orcs and wargs last night. 7 of our men were slightly wounded, and 3 were seriously injured. Don't worry, the seriously injured soldiers are out of danger. They are in good health and have no problems moving around." Tans breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, then asked seriously, "How did they get injured?" Neferi Lu's eyes turned strange. "You could say it's partly your fault." Tans felt strange and pointed at himself in confusion, "Me?" Neferi Lu nodded vigorously. The female warrior said helplessly, "You may have underestimated your position in the hearts of those soldiers. Your words are no different from oracles to those who believe in the Golden Tree. Because you ordered to kill as many attacking orcs as possible, those soldiers, like the knight commander, are desperately pushing their physical strength to the limit to kill one more orc for you. The seriously injured soldiers are all exhausted and struggling." Roger nodded in agreement. "She's right about that. As the master of the Golden Tree, you're a walking symbol of faith in the eyes of the soldiers, not to mention the title of King of Elden. It's remarkable that you can maintain your composure, even when your own faith and the king who commands them personally issue orders." After hearing what Neferi Lu and Roger said, Tans sighed and said, "It seems I really need to pay more attention to my identity in the future. I am no longer an unknown fated person in the border area." After seeing Neferi Lu finish speaking, Kenneth Hyde also stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty Tans, I also have something to report to you." Tans wanted to tell Kenneth Hyde not to call him that, but thinking of what he had just said, he could only nod and agree. You say. Kenneth Hyde immediately said, although the orcs did not break through Hyde Fortress last night, they consumed a large number of arrows. Kenneth Hyde coughed lightly, a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. It's mainly because the demi-humans aren't very good at archery or operating crossbows, so many arrows were wasted. Furthermore, Hyde Fortress didn't receive any supplies for a long time during our time at the border, so our arrow reserves are running low. So, if possible, Your Majesty Tans, please replenish the arrows as soon as possible. This way, we can maintain the same suppression as yesterday if we encounter a large-scale orc attack next time. We also need to inspect and repair the weapons of the knights and soldiers. If any weapons are damaged, we need to consider replacing them. Oh, and I just saw you reward the knight commander. You also need to give the soldiers and demi-humans who fought bravely their due rewards. Kenneth Hyde's words gave Tans a headache. He now missed the days when he and Melina walked at the border. At that time, he didn't have to worry about whether he had enough arrows or food, he just had to take care of himself. But now, he has to worry about more people and things all of a sudden. However, Tans listened carefully to Kenneth Hyde's words, then said, I understand. I'll take care of the reward, and I have a temporary solution to the arrow and weapon issues. However, relying solely on the reserves I seized at the border isn't a long-term solution. Kenneth, how did Hyde Fortress handle these issues in the past? Kenneth Hyde said, well, before the Ring of Magic was broken, most of Hyde Fortress's supplies came from Morn City on the Weeping Peninsula, with the smaller portion coming from Stonewell City. This is because Morn City is very close to Hyde Fortress, making it very convenient to transport supplies. He added, even before the ring was broken, Morn City already had the ability to produce arrows and weapons. After all, Hyde Fortress was just a simple military fortress, while Morn City was a large castle inhabited by a large number of golden people. Morn City? When Tans heard the name, what came to his mind was not the ancient grey castle, but the figure of an innocent girl lying in a pool of blood and the sad appearance of Edgar, the Lord of Morn, kneeling on the ground and howling. But soon, Tan's eyes became deep, and the figure of the girl lying in a pool of blood overlapped with a blind witch of the same appearance. What this witch represented made Tans groan angrily, madness. The word made him clench his fist. In a certain reincarnation, Tans was bewitched and believed that by becoming the king of mad fire he could save the girl who was destined to burn herself and resolve the reincarnation of the borderland. But the result was that everything in the border area fell into chaos and all lives were lost. The servants of madness deceived him. Tans could not forget the look Melina gave him during that reincarnation. The girl walked through the ominous orange flames, her eyes filled with surprise, sadness, disappointment, anger, disbelief and hatred as deep as the sea. Your Majesty Tans. Kenneth Hyde's cautious voice brought him back to his senses from his anger. Tans nodded to Kenneth Hyde and said, it's all right. Go enjoy your breakfast first and let me think about some things alone. Nephililu was closer to Tans, so she naturally heard what Tans whispered. She, who also possessed the memory of that reincarnation, understood what Tans had just been angry about, so she simply patted him on the shoulder and said in a firm tone, I will turn into your wings and face the twisted and evil flames with you. Then she sent Roger and Kenneth Hydra away, who had no idea what was going on. Before leaving, she paused and said, I'll have someone leave you some breakfast. Tans nodded, and after they left, he looked up at the golden tree and let out a breath. The food problem can be solved by relying on the rations and crop seeds sent by the dwarves, but for weapons, one must rely on oneself. More city, more city. Tans had already made a decision in his heart to summon the city. According to Kenneth Hyde, the city of Mon has the function of producing arrows and weapons, and there are also a large number of civilian residential areas inside. These 2 points alone are enough for Tans to summon this city. What's more important is that the city of Morin has a large automatic defense magic puppet called a Golem Guard. With it, soldiers' early warning work will become very easy. Chapter 23. Soul Collector. Octopuses are pissing. Wargs are running. If you want to know why, ask the wizard Tans. Philly, Keely and Willen, who were singing improvised lyrics with their fellow dwarves in Hyde Fortress, suddenly felt the earth shake, and then golden light shone into the house. The vibration came suddenly, but it went away quickly. The golden light disappeared, leaving only the dwarves in the house, picking up the things at hand to be on guard and looking at each other in confusion. What's going on? Kilai asked, holding on to the table while holding a dry baguette in his hand. Philip first looked around and saw that none of his compatriots were injured, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Dwellin was leaning against the window, holding a silver fork with half a sausage stuck in it, emitting a fragrant aroma in the air. But Dwellin stared out the window in a daze, and exclaimed to Philly, Keely and other dwarves in the house, "By Durin, come and see, a huge castle has suddenly appeared outside." Philly and Keely looked at each other after hearing what Dwellin said. Philly spoke first, "Why am I not surprised at all?" Keely calmly sat back in his seat, dipped the dry baguette in the honey and milk in the bowl, and ate while mumbling, "I have an idea, brother." Philip also sat back in his seat and continued to eat his breakfast, a bacon and cheese bread. "What is it?" Keely chewed a few mouthfuls of food and swallowed them. He said, "When the time comes, we need to build a house outside the Blue Mountains. We can ask Mr. Tans for help. He only needs to wave his magical staff and lightly point at the open space, and a well-equipped fortress or castle will appear." He narrowed his eyes as he spoke, "Wait, does Mr. Tans have a staff?" Philly smiled. "Maybe he could just smash it into the ground with that giant sword of his." Keely's eyes lit up and he agreed, "You can also whistle at his whistle that can summon spirit horses." And then the castle appeared. The brothers said in unison. Dwellin had returned to his seat by the window by then, and the seat he had vacated was quickly refilled by other curious dwarves. Dwellin put the slightly cold sausage on his fork into his mouth and said to Philly and Keely, "The location of the fortress seems to have changed, just like the outpost yesterday." Philip asked curiously, "How big do you think Mr. Tans's new castle is? Is it the same as Hyde Fortress?" Dwellin shook his head repeatedly, "Hyde Fortress? No, it's much bigger than Hyde Fortress. It's not just a castle, it's more like a territory." He chewed the food in his mouth and searched his mind for towns of similar size. "This territory is probably about the same size as the old River Valley city, if you include the territories outside the castle." After hearing this, Keely quickened his eating pace and said, "Then I have to go out and take a look. I was born in the Blue Mountains, but I've never seen the ancient river city. Besides, Mr. Tans told me that he has found a teacher who can teach me magic, so it's a good opportunity for us to go there together." Philip was also shaking his body happily and eating faster like his brother. Obviously, he didn't want to be left here by his brother, and wanted to go with him to see if he could learn a magic trick or two. Inside the towering castle of Morn, Tans was standing on the city wall that was once held by the former Lord Edgar. The city of Morn at this moment was not like it was at the border, with bodies everywhere that had fallen from the battle between King Greg's army and the hybrids, and no corpses floating in the wind on the gallows. In the most open space in the castle, the pile of corpses of the golden people that had been massacred by the hybrids and piled up into a small mountain was gone, replaced by the golden tree that was emitting a faint glow and standing tall. However, the huge castle was very quiet. Apart from Tans, there was no one else present, whether they were King Greg's army, hybrids, or innocent golden people. Tans walked alone through the castle, examining various areas. Kenneth Hyde was right. The interior of the Morin castle was indeed well equipped, with craftsman shops that could produce various tools and weapons, trading areas for foreign merchants to conduct trade, and independent houses where nobles lived. More civilian residential areas are still on the plains outside the castle. The ruins of the town before Minchurius have completely turned into the territory of the city of Morn summoned by Tans, and are no longer as desolate as before. The sudden rise of the castle also made the orcs in the distance, who had not yet completely given up hope, realize that this land had its owner again. He placed Hyde Fortress northwest of the city of Morn, close to the Brandywine River, and further northwest of the Brandywine River were the Blue Mountains where the dwarves lived. Tans was built to prepare for future exchanges and trade with the dwarves, and Hyde Fortress was placed here to facilitate the dispatch of patrols to protect the dwarves who will come and go for trade in the future. Of course, Hyde Fortress is still very close to the territory of Mon City. According to the previous map, Hyde Fortress is at the outermost edge of the previous town ruins. Philly and Keely had not expected that they would be moved to a farther location in the time it took them to have breakfast. They would probably have to walk for half a day before they could reach the castle of Morin City. The post station and small outpost where Teacher Saren was located were placed by Tans not far to the northeast, near the towering city wall gate outside the city of Morin. Because Teacher Eliane didn't like crowded places, she didn't object after she noticed the change in her position. However, today she suddenly needed to walk a longer distance to Hyde Fortress for breakfast, and Saren had some small opinions about this. In this way, The 3 landmark buildings with military guarding forces are distributed in an inverted triangle. Whether Hyde Fortress is attacked or the post and outpost are attacked, the city of Morin can quickly send troops to support and meet up with friendly forces. If the orcs tried to attack Morin again, they would surely be noticed by the soldiers of Hyde Fortress and the outposts. Not to mention that outside the castle of Morin City, there is a golem guarding quietly, which is about 10 meters tall and has an extremely exaggerated search range. As soon as the orcs approached the city wall, they would be sensed by the golem guards and then happily sent away by the exaggeratedly huge arrows shot by them. After successfully summoning the city of Morin, Tanz did not call the residents over as well. First, in order to summon the city of Morin to Middle-earth, the golden tree almost exhausted all the souls of the orcs and wolves it had absorbed. Secondly, Hyde Fortress had been summoned yesterday due to the orc attack. Not only was there an extra fortress, but there were also a dozen more mouths to feed. Tanz didn't want the food shortage problem that the dwarves had finally solved with their support to reappear. He never dreamed that one day he would be restricted by the issue of feeding others. However, Tanny believed that he would not have to worry about this problem soon. The city of Morin had already appeared. After waiting for the first batch of crops to mature, he would plant some specialty plants from the border area and use them to trade with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains. In particular, Tanz noticed that the dwarves were very fond of the drink wine, so when there were enough food reserves, they could use it to brew wine. Tanz believed that the wine brewed from grain that matured under the blessing of gold would be more delicious than ordinary wine. As for the policy of trade with the dwarves, he has decided to leave this task to Kenneth Hyde. After all, Kenneth was summoned here to do this. Tanz quickly left Morn's castle and arrived near the outer city walls. Standing atop the walls and at the gates were the Grek king's troops, who had arrived from the outposts. It was clear they had quickly adapted to Morn's presence. But their number was still too small compared to the huge city wall. Oh, manpower! Tanz sighed in his heart, and then thought that more manpower would consume more food. Oh, food! Tanz changed his words and continued to sigh. Why are you sighing? Teacher Saren's mature voice sounded on Tanz's right. Tanz looked in the direction of the voice and found that the other person was wearing the witch's hood and was staring at him, as if he had been looking at him for a long time. He asked, "Do you have anything to ask me, Teacher Saren?" The witch's hood swayed up and down, and Teacher Saren nodded and said, "Well, come with me to the basement. I have something to show you." Then she extended a white jade-like finger from her dark blue wizard robe and pointed at the golden tree shining brightly in Morn City. "It's related to it." Okay, when Tanz heard that it was related to the golden tree, he immediately became excited and followed Saren. Because the bodies of the orcs had returned to the trees, the underground passage of the inn was covered with marks left by the pumpkin-headed soldiers hitting the walls. There was no sign that a massacre of orcs had taken place last night. The originally dark basement became bright because Saren opened the door of his small room, and the bright blue light of the pyroxene filled the entire space, making it bright. Cillian walked quickly into her room, and before Tanz could follow her in, she saw that the other party was holding a rectangular dark blue pyroxene crystal the size of her forearm. "Next," Cillian said concisely. Tanz took the pyroxene crystal from the other party and immediately found something strange. He felt that this pyroxene crystal seemed to have life. The lines in the pyroxene were like blood vessels in the human body, and they were even pulsating slightly. "What is this?" Tanz frowned. He remembered something very similar, which he also got from his teacher Saren. To be more precise, the thing he was thinking of was obtained from teacher Cillian's body. Cillian chuckled. "It seems you still remember the source stone that your master gave you, my good disciple." When Tanz heard the words source pyroxene, he was afraid that the pyroxene in his hand would fall, so he quickly grasped it tightly and asked in confusion, "Teacher, what are you doing? Are you planning to?" Cillian took off the witch's hood, revealing her beautiful appearance, and interrupted Tanz's words, "Don't think too much, my apprentice. What is contained in this is not my soul, but a blank." Tanz's expression became even more confused. Cillian continued his explanation in a calm tone, "Just now, Master observed the corpses that had experienced the tree returning phenomenon, and then discovered that the golden tree was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, the city of Mon inexplicably appeared. If you think normally, it's not difficult to guess that the golden tree you planted requires a large amount of souls as nutrients, which are then transformed into golden blessings in order to summon those things from the borderland, right?" Tanz nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. But he knew that his teacher Lian asked him to come alone for more than just this matter. Sure enough, as Tans expected, Saren's next words surprised Tans. The tree-returning phenomenon only occurs within the golden tree's reach. Beyond its range, the souls in the corpses cannot be transformed into blessings. Therefore, I created this thing for you. It's based on the soul-storing source pyroxene, but this piece of pyroxene has a very large soul storage capacity. I've modified the magic a bit so that it can act like the golden tree's homing phenomenon, attracting departed souls and absorbing them into this pyroxene. This way, the souls of creatures you kill outside the golden tree's domain won't dissipate naturally, and you can use this magic to collect them and bring them back to the golden tree. As for what to call it, just give it a name. Lian said in one breath. His calm look did not seem like he had created something remarkable. Of course, it is also possible that from Serlin's technical perspective, making such a thing is indeed effortless. Tans exhaled and said, let's keep it simple. Let's name it according to its function. Let's call it the Soul Collector. With this thing, Tans no longer has to worry about not having enough orc souls to feed the golden tree's growth. At the same moment, all the orcs in Middle-earth suddenly felt a chill for some unknown reason. Cillian nodded, but did not continue speaking. Instead, he raised his eyes and looked at Tans. Tans blinked, not sure why his teacher was looking at him like that. Lian looked at Tans' innocent face and sighed slightly, go and bring back some breakfast for me. You have separated the post station and Hyde Fortress too far apart. Okay, I'll go right away. Even though he was the king of Elden, Tans still obediently helped her bring back breakfast after hearing his master's words. With the help of Torrit, Tans quickly arrived at Hyde Fortress and saw Kili, who had finished breakfast and was a little dejected in the square. Beside Kili, Philly was comforting him, but the latter could not hide the lost expression on his face. Tans stopped to get his breakfast and looked at Roger, who was standing behind the two men with a helpless expression. He asked loudly, what's wrong with them? It's not common to see Philly and Kili with such expressions. Philly and Kili saw Tans coming and forced themselves to salute him. Roger, standing behind them, bowed gracefully to Tans and explained, they said you recommended them to come here to learn magic, so I didn't refuse and chose the simplest pyroxene magic, Starlight, to teach them. However, these two dwarves seem to have no magical energy reserves at all and are unable to cast any magic. I understand. Tans pondered for a moment and nodded. Then he noticed the hope in Kili's eyes when he saw him, and said to Roger, anyway, thank you for your hard work, Roger. I think I have a way to solve their problem. Tans thought of Thorin holding the frozen shell axe and saying that he felt his physical strength was obviously depleted after performing his combat skills. It is possible that dwarves are indeed unable to perform magic, but they can perform combat skills. Then he called out, Philly, Kili, bring me some breakfast from the kitchen, and then come with me, and I will teach you myself. Asking for recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Macho Man kowtows. In fact, the range of Morin City starts from the moment you enter the city wall and can be shot by the golem guards. Perhaps for gameplay reasons, the game does not include areas outside the military area inside the castle and the civilian residential area in front of the castle. But in fact, according to the words of Irina, the daughter of the castle, we know that the city of Morin is a town with a large number of civilians and nobles living in it, and there are also a considerable number of hybrids who are enslaved and become lowly servants. Therefore, I reasonably expanded the size of the territory of Morin City, making it roughly the same as the ancient river city in the movie. Chapter 24. The Praying Dwarf. Yeah, as expected. Tans glanced at Kili, who was sitting on the ground because he failed to cast a spell even with the staff, and nodded. After delivering breakfast to Teacher Saren at the post station, he took Philly and Kili to an open space outside the castle of Morin City. Teacher Saren was also curious about how the dwarves in this world learned magic, so he followed Tans with breakfast. Seeing the dwarf's failed spell, she said, Apprentice, are you conducting an experiment? One look at their bodies should reveal the absence of any magic. This has nothing to do with talent, it's simply that they've been barred from the gates of magic, unable to ever enter. Why waste your energy teaching them magic? Although Sarian spoke quietly, it was loud enough for Philly and Kili to hear. Kili showed a lost expression again. Philly comforted him for a few words, then looked at Tans, Mr. Tans. Tans said, Teacher Sarian wasn't targeting Kili or you. She was simply stating the facts. I was just verifying whether you could use magic with your staffs, and it seems you can't. Kili pounded the ground beneath him in anger. After watching, Tans smiled and said, "But don't worry. You may not be able to learn magic, but that doesn't mean you can't learn to pray." Prayer? What is that? Kili raised his head and looked at Tans with anticipation. Even Philly, who was comforting him, was attracted by what Tans said. At this time, Lien sat on the ground with great interest. She wanted to see if her apprentice could teach these two dwarves to use prayer. Theoretically, if there is no magic power in the body, even prayers will not be possible. Tans naturally understood this principle. However, when Thorin was in the Blue Mountains before, he was able to use the combat skills attached to the frozen shell axe normally, so it can be confirmed that there is a possibility that dwarves do not need to consume magic power to perform borderland combat skills, magic, and prayers. Now, as for combat skills and magic, the former has been confirmed to be able to be performed by consuming physical energy, while the latter has been verified to be unusable. Then the only path left to be verified is prayer. Anyway, even if Kili couldn't learn to pray, Tans had prepared a weapon for him to use in combat, as a reward for helping him destroy the orcs last night. He looked at the expectant dwarf brothers, and suddenly two silver metal bars in the shape of fingers appeared in his hands. Their ends were melted together, like a keychain. It was the holy seal of the finger, a basic catalyst for prayer given by the finger-removing witch. Tans clenched his fist and took out the holy seal of the finger. Then golden light emerged from the gap in his fist, and finally turned into ripples that spread outward, including Philly and Kili. Not until the last, brightest ray of golden light disappeared did Tans let go again, revealing the holy seal lying quietly in his palm. Kili said in surprise, "I feel full of energy now. I don't feel tired at all from the fierce battle last night." Philly nodded as well. "I feel the same way. All the fatigue in my body has been swept away." "Mr. Tans, did you do something just now?" Tans smiled at Philly and Kili, waving the holy seal on his finger at them. "This is a prayer. I just cast a small prayer to restore your strength. If you were injured, it should be able to heal your wounds. But it seems that for now, it will only restore your physical strength." Kili's eyes lit up at first, then dimmed again when he remembered that he had failed to cast magic before. "I hope I can successfully learn this spell called prayer. In fact, prayer is not a spell. It is better to say that it and magic are two completely unrelated fields." Tans shrugged and didn't explain too much. Instead, he asked another question, "Kili, do you prefer to fight the enemy in close combat or kill them from a distance?" Kili pondered for a moment and said firmly, "I still prefer to stand side by side with my comrades and fight side by side. It's really not my habit to hide behind and let my compatriots block danger for me." Tans was a little surprised. He knew that Kili was good at archery and thought that he would choose a fighting method that could kill the enemy from a distance. Unexpectedly, he chose close combat. "Well, then I have to teach him a different prayer. A medium to short-range prayer, this should be quite suitable for dwarves." Tans replaced the Royal City Ancient Dragon Faith prayer that he was originally going to teach with the Beast prayer. Suddenly, there was a thick book made of wild animal skin in his hand. When Philly and Kili looked at the book, they seemed to hear the roar of a wild animal. At the same time, an oval grey stone the size of a pebble appeared in Tans' other hand. There were 3 hideous marks left by animal claws on the surface of the stone. Holy Seal of Claw Marks is also one of the prayer catalysts used by Tans in the early days. At the border, he had exchanged the dead root for this prayer catalyst with the beast priest Gulang. This means that the prayer system that Tans intends to teach Kili is the beast system. The reason why he chose this type of prayer was because the catalyst of the beast type prayer, Claw Mark Holy Seal, was one of the few catalysts that could rely on strength to increase the power of prayer. Tans was quite familiar with the dwarves and knew that they were a very strong race. If they learn beast prayer, they can use their own strength to make up for their lack of magic power. With this thought in mind, Tans raised the thick book containing the beast prayers in his hand, shook it a few times, and said with a smile, "I hope you can understand the words in this book, Kili. The most difficult part of learning prayers is that you need to understand the story behind the prayers. Only then can you use them more skillfully when praying. However, Grunger should have been the one to orally teach you, but he's not here now, so for now, you'll have to make do with this book I wrote down of the beast prayers." Kili's originally excited face immediately fell. Philly secretly pinched him behind his back to remind his brother not to be picky, then reached out to take the book containing the beast's prayer. Philip said a little embarrassedly, I'm sorry, Mr. Tans, my brother doesn't like reading very much. Tans nodded. He could also see that Keely didn't like reading very much. After all, Thorin's way of training him was to hope that Keely could be more free. This is completely different from Philip, who was trained to be the crown prince. How about it, Keely, can you understand the words in the prayer book? Tans was more concerned about this issue. He relied on Uru to solve the problem of the Middle-earth language. But whether the intelligent creatures in Middle-earth can understand the words written in the border area is another question. Keely frowned and flipped through the pages for a few seconds before nodding and replying, although I don't recognize the words on it, strangely enough, their meanings automatically come to mind when I see them. Very good, it seems that Uru's language patch is perfect. But Keely soon made a bitter face again, pointed to a passage and said, however, although I know what this text says, I don't understand what it wants to say. What does it mean that beasts symbolize civilization? Shouldn't beasts be a symbol of bloodthirstiness and barbarism? Tans blinked, then understood what Keely was saying. I can understand each word individually, but I can't understand them when they are put together. This is probably what Keely wanted to express. In other words, he needed Tans to explain to him the difference between the beasts in the borderland and Middle-earth. Otherwise, based on the Middle-earth knowledge in Keely's mind, he would not understand the story of the borderland recorded in the book. Tans came over to Keely and sat down on the grass. Let me explain it to you, Philly. If you're interested, you can come closer and listen. If you have any questions, just ask me. So in the following time, Tans answered the questions raised by Philly and Keely in detail, and Saren also moved closer after enjoying breakfast. Although she is not good at praying, she has a wealth of knowledge about the border area and can help answer some questions that Tans cannot figure out from time to time. Just like that, as the sun quietly climbed up the clear sky and shone brightly on the earth, time passed quickly behind the conversation of the four people. It was about an hour later that Keely finally understood the first prayer recorded in the book. He exhaled from the words recorded in the book, perhaps this is the longest time I have spent reading a book since I was born. Lien said calmly, if you truly immerse yourself in the ocean of knowledge, you will find that a day is as short as morning dew. Keely shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. I'm afraid I'll just drown in the ocean of knowledge. Tans threw the claw-marked holy seal toward Keely. Since you think you've mastered it, give it a try. Don't worry about failure. If even prayers don't work, I've prepared a special weapon for you. You can harness the magical powers imbued within. Keely intercepted the claw-marked holy seal from mid-air with incredible precision. I still hope to be able to use it. After all, Mr. Tans and Ms. Serlin have taught me so patiently. I don't want to let you down. Keely handed the animal skin prayer book to his brother Philly, then stood up from the grass and patted his clothes. Call. Keely took a deep breath, tightly grasped the claw-marked holy seal, and recalled the prayer story recorded in the book in his mind. Tans pulled Ceremony and Philly a few steps back away from Keely, to prevent Keely from accidentally hurting them if he was not proficient in the prayer. Keely closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a low roar, his physical strength was absorbed by the claw-marked holy mark like a tide. Then his body posture was like a beast about to take off into the air, and the arm holding the holy mark was like an outstretched claw. A beige light suddenly shone from Keely's palm, the faint outline of a beast's claw visible within it. He swung his hand upwards, and the light transformed into a sharp claw shadow, slicing through the air and leaving 5 deep claw marks that etched themselves into the grass like physical objects, sending dirt swirling and blades flying. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. Mr. Tanis, I really succeeded. Keely opened his eyes and looked at the claw-marked holy mark in his hand with excitement and surprise, then lay on the ground like a curious baby, checking the movement he had just made. Pap 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 pap. Tans was genuinely happy for Keely and applauded him. Keely, do you feel any discomfort anywhere in your body? Tans asked. When Philly heard Tans' words, he looked at Keely nervously. Keely laughed and shook his head. No, I feel great now. Just a little drain on my energy, but it's nothing serious. Philly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and walked over to Keely and hugged him to celebrate. Lien tilted his head in surprise. That's interesting. Using physical energy to replace magical energy consumption? But why can't magic be used? After hearing what Saren said, Tans thought for a moment and said, perhaps this is the difference between prayer and magic. Magic ultimately requires energy, like mana, to perform, while prayer is more like a firm belief in something, and can be performed with anything. However, this is just my initial speculation, and I don't understand the specific reason. Lien smiled faintly and said with interest, very interesting. It seems that this world won't make me feel too bored. Tan said at this time, Philly, do you want to try to pray too? You just learned the contents of the prayer book, so it should be no problem. Kili handed the claw-marked holy seal in his hand to Philly, yes, brother, you should try it too. This feeling is really novel. Okay, then I'll try. Philly took the catalyst handed over by Kili, handed him the prayer book, and then motioned his brother to move away a little. The next moment, Philip also used the beast claw prayer, making the already messy grass even messy. Kili excitedly pumped his fist and said, I knew you could do it, brother. Philip walked over and looked at the catalyst in his hand in disbelief, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of praying. It wasn't until Kili stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Philly's face that he came back to his senses. Philly immediately pulled Kili to Tans and Serlin, and bowed deeply with his brother. He said respectfully, I really don't know how to thank you. Words cannot express my excitement, Mr. Tans, Ms. Serlin. No, I should call you Teacher Tans and Teacher Serlin. Lien shook his head decisively, forget about the teacher. I didn't teach you any magic. I just told you some trivial stories. Just call me your apprentice. Tans smiled and said, when we trade with the dwarves of the Blue Mountains in the future, I hope they can give us more preferential policies for the golden trees. Philly straightened up, looked up at Tans and nodded vigorously, I will explain this matter in detail to Uncle Thorin. Keely's face was also full of joy, and then he suddenly looked behind Tans in confusion, why did Mr. Dwellin come here in such a hurry? Okay, Tanis turned around and saw Dwellin, with his smooth forehead tattooed with the dwarven language, jogging towards him. Before he even reached the crowd, he shouted breathlessly, Mr. Tans, this is incredible, this is truly incredible. My fellow farmers who are responsible for planting crops told me that the seeds I planted yesterday afternoon have already sprouted this morning. Chapter 25. Unexpected Visitor. Ceremony was not very interested in what Dwellin said, so Tanis, Philly and Keely said goodbye to Ceremony and, led by Dwellin, came to the land that had been divided into farms. 2 Grek soldiers, wearing armor and holding brass shields and long swords, patrolled along the ridge of the field, observing their surroundings vigilantly. In this fertile black soil that had been carefully cultivated, a new sprout broke through the ground. Their tiny green leaves shone with vitality under the glory of the golden tree, and each leaf emitted a faint luster. The 3 dwarves, each wearing a tattered straw hat, crouched on the ground, their eyes fixed on the newly emerged sprouts, their eyes full of disbelief and expectation. The dwarves' beards trembled slightly with their surprised inhalations, and their rough palms gently stroked the soil around the young sprouts, as if to confirm whether all this was real. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and the freshness of spring, and the dwarves exchanged whispers from time to time. My lord Durin, why do I feel that these sprouts are a little bigger than what I just saw? A dwarf with a long red beard rubbed his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. The other 2 dwarves both had broad backs, one had a long beard that had turned pale, and the other had facial features that were somewhat similar to the older dwarf next to him. When they heard what the red-bearded dwarf said, they both nodded to indicate that the other party was not wrong. Tans happened to come over and heard what the other person said. If the voices hadn't matched, Tans would have almost thought that Gloin had sneaked over. After all, most of these dwarves look similar, except for those who are particularly handsome like Philly, Keely, and Thorin. Otherwise, Tanis can only rely on the length, color, hair, and voice of the beard to identify who is who. Dwellin strode over to the 3 dwarves and laughed heartily. Here comes Mr. Tans. If you have any questions, just ask him directly. The 3 dwarves immediately stood up and bowed to Tans together, Lord Tans. Then they stood up and turned to Philly and Keely. Good morning, Master Philly, Master Keely. Philly and Keely greeted the 3 dwarves with smiles on their faces, then stood aside flexibly to signal them not to forget what they wanted to say to Tans. While they were greeting each other, Tans had already looked around the fields. The fields were planted separately according to the types of crops, such as potatoes, carrots, corn, etc. The dwarves also erected a wooden sign next to each field, with the name of the crops written in gorgeous common language on it to prevent Tans and his men from getting confused. Among the 3 dwarves, the one with the red beard stepped forward and asked directly in his deep voice, Mr. Tans, did you cast a spell on this field? Otherwise, these seeds shouldn't sprout so quickly. At least, it should take at least 3 days before the corn seeds sprout. But it's only been one night, and even the seeds of other crops have sprouted. The red-bearded dwarf paused after speaking, then continued, what surprised me even more was that all the seeds I planted successfully sprouted. This is a miracle I've never witnessed in my entire life as a farmer. My goodness, this is a 100% germination rate, and not a single diseased seedling. After hearing this, Tans was not too surprised. After all, this is under the glory of the golden tree. Improving soil quality and promoting plant growth are just products of blessing to the golden tree. Tans didn't hide it. Instead, he pointed to the golden tree far behind him in the castle of Morn City and said with a smile, I didn't cast any magic on the fields. It was just a little blessing from the golden tree that made these crop seeds become like this. The red-bearded dwarf looked in the direction of Tans's finger and murmured, oh, I forgot about the sacred tree you brought from your hometown. It is so magical. There are so many magical things about the golden tree. If I told you that accepting the blessing of gold will greatly extend your life, I wonder what you would think. Tans said silently in his heart. He had no intention of telling this matter. Tans was well aware of the short-lived people's desire and madness for longevity. On his way here, these enthusiastic dwarves naturally told Tans about the other races in Middle-earth, namely humans and elves. He knew that the elves were an immortal race, but the vast majority of humans in Middle-earth were short-lived, with a lifespan of no more than 100 years. Note 1. Tans was keenly aware that if the news that the golden blessing could increase people's lifespan or even make them almost immortal spread, it would definitely cause a lot of unnecessary trouble. He collected his thoughts, looked at the red-bearded dwarf gently, and asked, based on your experience, how long will it take for these crops to mature? Oh, I'm really not sure about that, Mr. Tans. Because their growth rate has exceeded my expectations, my previous experience is no longer useful. The red-bearded dwarf replied somewhat embarrassedly. Tans nodded, expressing his understanding. Then he looked at Philly and suggested, Philly, how about you stay here for a few more days? I'd like them to help record and observe the data before the first crop matures. With this data, it will also be easier for my compatriots to cultivate new fields. Philly nodded happily. Of course, Master. Besides, I'd like to discuss more about prayer with you and Ms. Syrian, along with Keely. I couldn't ask for more advice on this matter. Okay, when Dwellin heard Philly address Tanis, he raised his eyebrows and glanced at the two of them, but said nothing more. The red-bearded dwarf then spoke up, besides the fields, there are also some relatively good special conditions on the farm. Mr. Tans, I suggest you go over and take a look. Tanis nodded and followed Dwellin's lead to another farm. Similar things happened on the farm and in the fields. The animals, who had been a little lethargic due to the long-distance transportation, quickly recovered their spirits. Even the 2 cows produced fresh milk this morning. The golden tree really makes me feel magical. I just harvested some golden grass yesterday afternoon and mixed it with the pasture we brought, and the result is what it is now. The dwarf in charge of raising dairy cows said with a smile while holding a wooden barrel with a milky smell. The barrel was filled with freshly squeezed milk, and there was even a hint of golden light on the surface of the liquid. The other 2 dwarves, one is responsible for the sheep and the other is responsible for raising chickens. The dwarf in charge of the sheep, who had a black beard, said, it's the same here. Yesterday, he and I tried feeding the sheep this golden grass mixed with ryegrass and clover. At first, the sheep thought I was feeding them dead grass and bleated at me, but after the first bite, they even started to specifically choose the golden grass to eat. This morning, I noticed that some of their wool had turned golden from the roots. Mr. Tans, believe me, this kind of high quality and golden wool will definitely sell for a good price outside. Tans smiled and nodded, then looked at the dwarf in charge of raising chickens, waiting for him to speak. Well, there's not much change in the chickens I raise. They don't produce golden milk, nor do they grow golden feathers. Apart from the fact that the chickens are more energetic, there's really no other changes. The dwarf in charge of raising chickens touched his thick brown beard, his face a little embarrassed. The dwarf in charge of the cattle said, maybe you fed them yesterday with the feed you brought from the Blue Mountains? Those bean cakes and peanut crumbs and stuff. The dwarf who raised chickens nodded. That's for sure. After all, chickens don't specifically eat grass. Besides, some hens are used for laying eggs, so it's impossible to feed them this. If I weren't worried about you saying it's a waste, I'd also like to mince some meat and mix it into the chicken feed. That way, the eggs they lay will be of higher quality. Tans chatted with them for a few more sentences, but because he couldn't understand what the dwarves said later, he found an excuse and left. He knew that both the crops he planted and the animals he raised were thriving under the blessing of the golden tree. Time passed quickly, and a week went by in a flash. There were no unintentional attacks from the orcs during this week. Instead, good news came from the fields. The seeds planted a week ago are now all ripe. In the fields, tomatoes are as red and translucent as gems, full of juice, the wheat is golden and plump, and the heavy ears seem to whisper the joy of the harvest. The corn cobs are strong and look particularly attractive wrapped in green skin, with a golden color. The potatoes and carrots were even more unusual, so plump that you could almost hear the sound of them growing. They were even 2 times larger than the varieties from the Blue Mountains. Tan stood on the edge of the field, his gaze filled with the joyful laughter of the dwarves. Their hands were filled with heavy harvests, their faces filled with unconcealed excitement and satisfaction. Though their faces and beards were covered in dirt, the eyes of these hard-working dwarves sparkled with the joy of harvest. The dwarves also told Tans that the fertility of the land had not decreased due to the rapid growth of crops, and cultivation could still continue. Kili held a red, juicy tomato in his hand. He took a bite and the sweet and sour juice burst in his mouth. Delicious! Kili's eyes lit up. Philly also held a tomato bigger than his palm and asked Tans happily, "Teacher Tans, can I take a few of these fruits back for Uncle Thorin to taste?" Tans nodded happily, "I have no reason to refuse, Philly. Praise the golden tree." The dwarves gathered in a circle in the field and sang. Tan's heart, which had been worried about the problem of not having enough food, gradually calmed down with the laughter of the dwarves. 2 days later, good news came from the farm. To be precise, it was good news brought by the dwarves who raised chickens. The glow of the golden trees and the sun shone across the lush fields, and waves of golden wheat undulated gently in the breeze. A farm nestled in this picturesque landscape, and in the chicken coop next to the cabin, white feathered chickens fluffed their feathers, leisurely and carefree. The round, fluffy white feathered chickens scrambled to peck at the food in front of the feed trough, their beaks mingling with the crisp sound of grains falling to the ground. Suddenly, a hen clucked, and the dwarf in charge of raising the chickens stopped what he was doing and came over. The hen held its head high and chest out, and shook out an egg from under its broad wings. The eggshell emitted a faint golden luster under the sunlight. "By Durin, little darling, you actually laid a golden egg." The dwarf carefully took the golden egg out of the chicken coop and ran towards the soldiers stationed outside the farm. When Tans received the notice from the soldiers and rushed to the farm, the bottom of a small wooden basin was already filled with golden shelled eggs. The dwarf in charge of raising chickens was using the stove on the farm to make a fire and fry eggs. There were 2 broken and discarded egg shells on the ground next to his feet. "Oh, Mr. Tans. Although I have said this many times, I still want to say that the golden tree is really amazing. Would you like to try it? The eggs taste delicious." The dwarf saw Tans coming, greeted him, and then threw the fried eggs in the pan accurately onto the plate next to him. Tans shook his head and asked instead, "I've already had breakfast. Do you think it's any different from a normal egg?" As the dwarf turned off the stove, he burped and looked embarrassed. Then, rubbing his hands together, he said, "Well, the taste is no different from ordinary eggs. But after eating these golden eggs, I always feel warm and full." As he spoke, he burped again. "Hurry! You saw it too, Mr. Tans. I just ate 2 eggs and I'm burping like this. Although I ate quite a lot this morning, Yuri." As the dwarf spoke, he handed over a bowl of fried eggs that smelled of soy sauce and pepper salt, along with a pair of unused wooden chopsticks. "I really can't eat any more, so I'll leave it to you. Some feelings are more direct when you experience them yourself." Tans nodded. He took the wooden chopsticks, picked up the fried egg, and just put it into his mouth. Before he could feel the deliciousness of the fried egg, he heard Kenneth Hyde's hurried call. "Your Majesty Tans, is Your Majesty Tans here?" Tans walked out of the farmhouse kitchen and saw Tans standing breathlessly next to the chicken coop on the farm. He quickly swallowed the fried egg in his mouth and said, "I'm here." "What happened, Kenneth?" Kenneth Hyde held his lower back and took a few breaths before saying, "Your Majesty Tans, a well-equipped cavalry suddenly arrived outside Hyde Fortress." "Cavalry? Could it be orcs again?" Tans's face suddenly became serious. The dwarf in the kitchen heard the conversation between Tans and Kenneth outside the door. He rolled his eyes and quietly lay down at the door to eavesdrop. Kenneth shook his head repeatedly. No, not orcs. They are a group of very handsome and elegant humans, except that their ears are long and pointed. The man in the lead calls himself Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell. At Gandalf's introduction, he wanted to meet the Lord of the Golden Tree. It's actually an elf, Tans nodded and replied, I'll go with you right away. Note 1, in the Middle-earth worldview, the lifespan of the Eden, the Middle Men, and the Dark Men is approximately 80 years. The Dúnedain have a relatively long lifespan, living to be over 200 years old. You can refer to Aragorn. Middle Men and Dark Men are how the Dúnedain divide other human races. Humans who are not enemies, but not that noble are middle humans, while human nations ruled by 2 generations of Dark Lords Morgoth or Sauron are dark humans. However, after many Dúnedain married middle-class humans, the lifespan of their children gradually decreased to around 100 years. Chapter 26. Elrond's Request. After Tans left, the dwarf who was eavesdropping in the kitchen heard long and pointed ears and immediately realized that a group of elves had come to their door. So the dwarf who was in charge of raising chickens didn't even put down his simple frying pan, and ran directly towards the city of Morin to find Fili, Kili, and others. I can't let my friend suffer those pointy-eared ones. The dwarf muttered as he ran hard. On the other side, Hyde Fortress. On the wall of Hyde Fortress, more than a dozen Grek soldiers lined up in a row, standing upright and looking down. The group of demi-humans stood on the platform outside where the crossbows were placed, chattering among themselves about the cavalry standing outside the fortress, and did not point the crossbows at them. At the gate below, the Grek knight who had fallen into the path of blood stood still like a statue, leading 2 Grek soldiers. Less than 10 meters in front of the knight commander, a handsome elf was riding on a sturdy warhorse. Behind this elf, dozens more stood motionless atop dark warhorses, maintaining the same posture. They wore slim-fitting silver armor and reddish-brown cloaks, and they too quietly awaited the arrival of the true master of Hyde Fortress. Behind these cavalrymen, there were 10 carriages. Judging from the heavy ruts in the mud, the carriage was heavily loaded. When Tans and Kenneth arrived, the leading elf immediately dismounted and smiled warmly at them. Greetings, friends of Gandalf. I am Elrond, Lord of Rivendell. Mithrandir, also known as Gandalf, was a guest in Rivendell not long ago. He told me that in the traumatized land of Minthriath, there is a kind-hearted human who is rebuilding his home. He hopes I can lend a helping hand to this human, so I have come to visit him unexpectedly. I hope you will accept my offer. Tans looked at the elf who called himself Elrond. His face showed no signs of time, neither old nor young, but it was engraved with many memories of joy and sorrow. He has black hair, grey eyes, and a silver band in his hair. Tans told himself in his heart that the other party was not only a lord, but also a brave and skilled warrior. Full of martial virtue. Tans sighed inwardly, then stepped forward and said, I am Tans, welcome. Anyway, these elves came to deliver supplies to him, so Tans had no reason not to welcome them. Kenneth Hyde, who was following behind Tans, walked behind Tans, turned around and waved his hand, signaling the soldiers of Hyde Fortress to let off guard. Gandalf's friends are my friends. Thank you for coming all this way. Tans took a step forward and extended his hand to Elrond, but found that the other party made a strange gesture to him, then was slightly stunned and hesitated for a moment before shaking the hand he extended. Are you not used to shaking hands with people? Tans thought to himself, shook it gently and then let go. Instead, it was Elrond who smiled apologetically and said, It's been a long time since I last interacted with other humans. I almost forgot your human handshake etiquette. It turns out that this is the case. Tans's doubts were answered, and he said he didn't care and invited them to go to the city of Morin. On the way to Morin, Elrond's bright eyes surveyed the surrounding grass and leaves that had turned golden. Then, looking up at the brilliant golden tree, he praised it, saying, This tree truly possesses magical power, just as Gandalf said. It's a power so full of life and vitality that it's hard not to rejoice. Elrond naturally felt the blessings showered down from the branches of the golden tree, which was why he praised it so highly. Tans smiled upon hearing the other party's praise. Everyone who sees it says so, but it's still in its growth stage. When it truly becomes a towering tree, I will invite you to visit again. Just as the two were having a friendly conversation, a rough voice cut through the sky. Protect Mr. Tans. A group of dwarves rushed out from the woods by the roadside, holding swords, spears, halberds, pots and pans. Kili's voice was the loudest, and he was in the front. Drink ah ah ah. But he was soon overtaken by Dwellin, who was roaring and holding his battle axe in both hands. The elven knights behind Elrond reacted very quickly. They squeezed their horses' bellies and surrounded Elrond and Tans on their war horses, protecting them in the center. Elrond looked at these dwarves who rushed out inexplicably with a strange expression on his face. When he saw that some of the dwarves were holding frying pans with oil stains on them, his eyes became even more puzzled. He could see that some of the dwarves rushing towards him were not even warriors at all, but just farmers and cooks. Lord Tans, who are these dwarves? Elrond couldn't think of an answer and could only look at Tans. Tans looked at the dwarves rushing towards him with worried and nervous expressions, and his eyes suddenly darkened. He had the urge to ignore them. But he couldn't really ignore it. Tans even saw the prayer in Kili's hand begin to light up, and behind him, Fili had already drawn his throwing knife and was ready to throw it. Tans shouted loudly to stop the group of foolish dwarves. Fili, Kili, stop. Lord Elrond did not come to fight with swords. Kili stopped dead in his tracks when he heard his teacher's voice, frozen in place. Hey! Philip also quickly let go of the handle of the throwing knife in his hand, and looked at the elf cavalry who had formed a formation and displayed their weapons in a daze. Similarly, all the dwarves who heard Tans's voice to stop stopped, and then the dwarves including Fili, Kili and Dwellin looked at the chicken-raising dwarf holding the frying pan in his hand. The chicken-raising dwarf blinked, looked left and right, and then smiled awkwardly. I just heard there were elven cavalry in front of Hyde Fortress, and I thought there was going to be a fight. Now it was Fili, Kili and Dwellin's turn to be blinded, especially Kili and Dwellin, as they rushed the fastest and thus saw the 10 carriages loaded with supplies following behind the cavalry. However, they had no good feelings towards the elves, so even though they knew they were in the wrong, they did not apologize and just stood there motionless. Elrond now knew that it was the dwarves who had caused the misunderstanding, and he ordered his cavalrymen in Elvish to stand down, and then he and Tans walked up to Kili and the others. Prejudice is an invisible mountain. It will make you unable to distinguish between friends and enemies, and will also lead you into blindness and danger. Elrond said lightly. Kili snorted, we don't want to be friends with a bunch of ungrateful elves. Even Dwellin had not put down his battle axe and made a provocative gesture. Fili was relatively restrained, but he waited until Kili finished speaking before pulling his brother behind him. He ignored Elrond and turned to Tans, saying, I'm sorry, Master. We heard a group of pointy-eared men approaching your fortress and thought a fight was about to break out. Tans also noticed that Fili and his dwarves seemed to be at odds with the elves, so he quickly appeased them, saying, thank you and your compatriots for your kindness. Fili, you should go to Hyde Fortress and rest first. Fili glanced at Elrond a few more times before nodding in agreement. Humph. Kili snorted coldly at Elrond and followed his brother away. Humph. This was Dwellin. Before leaving, he weighed the battle axe in his hand several times in front of Elrond. The other dwarves were the same. When they passed by the elves under Fili's leadership, they all looked at them coldly or deliberately hummed in dissatisfaction. When the dwarves and elves had crossed paths and could no longer see each other, Tans revealed a look of annoyance and a headache. I'm so sorry, Lord Elrond. I didn't expect this awkward situation to happen. When we reach Morn's castle, I'll personally apologize to you and your people. Elrond smiled. It was merely a harmless misunderstanding. There's no need for the Lord of the Golden Tree to apologize personally. I know the stubbornness of the dwarves well, like ice in winter. The fact that they listen to you so well shows that you hold a great place in their hearts. This also confirms Gandalf's assessment of you, you are a good man worthy of friendship. Tans originally wanted to apologize to Elrond, but he didn't expect that the other party was not angry, but instead praised him, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He was full of admiration for Elrond's restraint and magnanimity, and said, you are also a respectable elf, but Gandalf's words about me are a bit too flattering. Let us move on. This is not a good place for chatting. Elrond kept his composure and smile as he followed Tanis. I do not think Gandalf would overpraise a man who could so readily give a divine weapon to a friend. Soon, the elves entered the castle of Morin City. Nephilielu and Roger had been waiting at the main gate of the castle for a long time, helping the elves park the war horses and carriages full of supplies where they should be. While they were helping, Tans introduced the two to Elrond. Nephilielu, the female warrior who can stir up storms in battle, and Roger, the magician who perfectly combines swordsmanship and spells. I heard about your bravery from Gandalf, and I am very happy to meet warriors like you. Elrond took the initiative to greet the two. I am honored to be spoken of in such a way by Gandalf. Roger took off his wizard's pointed hat and placed it on his chest, performing an elegant chest-touching salute. Neferi Lu nodded calmly and said, "May the wind bless you on your journey home." The four of them came to the empty hall where the lord of the castle sat. There were 3 large and clean long tables in the hall, which were enough to accommodate 50 people. However, there was no wine or food on the long table at this time. Tanz's voice sounded apologetically, "I have arranged for Kenneth Hyde to deliver the food. Lord Elrond, please wait a moment with your compatriots. By the way, this is my first time hosting elves. Are there any foods you are allergic to?" Elrond, guided by Tanz, took the seat reserved for honored guests. The other elves also took their seats in an orderly and coordinated manner. Elrond smiled upon hearing this and said, "That's not a problem. It's our uninvited arrival that delayed your preparations. I should be the one to apologize. As for food, normal human food will do." Note 1. Tanz asked again, "Lord Elrond, I imagine you've come all the way from Rivendell to come here. This shouldn't just be a simple gift of supplies, right?" Elrond smiled, his expression a bit skeptical, and said, "You are right, Lord Tanz. Besides sending supplies, I do have other motives. Or rather, it was a motive that Gandalf and I decided upon." "How is it related to Gandalf again?" Tanz said with great interest, "I'd like to hear more about it." Elrond turned to his elven lieutenant and said, "Lindur, present the map." An elegant male elf nodded, stood up from his seat, sat down and spread out a brand new paper map on Tanz's desk, then returned to his seat. Tanz noticed that the ink on the map was still fresh, and the geographical locations were marked in an elegant font. "But what do I need a map for? I already have a map of Middle-earth." Tanz hid his curiosity in his heart and waited for Elrond's next move. Elrond stood up from his seat, walked to Tanz's side, and pointed to a place in the upper right corner of the map belonging to Minirius. That place had the name Shabad. Tanz looked over and asked curiously, "Is there anything special about this place?" Elrond explained to Tanz, "Shabad was once a great river port city, capable of accommodating seagoing ships. Its Great Shabad Bridge connected the north and south roads, linking the kingdoms of Arnir and Gondor. However, now, the kingdom of Arnir in the north has ceased to exist, and the kingdom of Gondor in the south is gradually declining. Coupled with the Great Plague that once swept across western Middle-earth, this once great river port city of Shabad has fallen into decline and is now deserted. All that remains are the eroding foundations, the ruins of the town, and the dangerous mudflats formed by the collapsed remains of the bridge." Tanis nodded. "It does sound like a shame that it has fallen on hard times, but does that have anything to do with your and Gandalf's goals?" Elrond said in a resounding voice, "I would like you to rebuild Shabad." "Wait, what?" Tanz showed a surprised expression, but did not rush to object. Instead, he signaled with his eyes for Elrond to tell him the reason. Elrond also admired Tanz's calmness and nodded with satisfaction. He said, "This world was once shrouded in darkness, Lord Tanz. Even now, the darkness has not dissipated. It lurks in places we cannot see, waiting for an opportunity to strike us when we are most vulnerable. Shabad's geographical location is also unique. If you can lead your compatriots to rebuild this port city, you will once again have a shortcut from the Elves' Vale to Gondor, allowing them to quickly support each other. Furthermore, the dwarves of the Blue Mountains will be able to rely on Shabad to more easily travel to the mines of Moria and reclaim their other homeland. Of course, rebuilding Shabad is a matter of great importance, so it doesn't matter if you don't agree. But if you do agree, I swear as the Lord of Rivendell that I will support your reconstruction efforts." Tanz fell into deep thought. He realized that what Elrond said to him was based on the premise of the outbreak of a great war. Even without a war, rebuilding Shabad could make it a transportation hub. Successful reconstruction would also bring many benefits. Tanz fell into deep thought. Elrond saw the expression on Tanis' face and said with a sigh and a helpless look, "War has never truly left this land. All Gandalf and I have done is to make as much preparation as possible during this hard-earned period of peace." At this time, Kenneth Hyde tiptoed to the door of the City Lord's Hall. The copper ring on the door made a dull sound, echoing in the hall. Then, Grek soldiers came in one after another, carrying delicious food. The long trays in their hands were filled with fragrant delicacies, golden fried eggs, bright red jam, emerald green salad, and refreshing wine. With this little episode, Tanis took the opportunity to say to Elrond, "I need some time to consider this matter, Lord Elrond. Besides Shabad, Gandalf initially recommended the equally abandoned port of Longdurdal, which would allow me to connect with the southern kingdom of Gondor. I've only just begun to rebuild my homeland, so I really need time. Elrond nodded. I understand your situation, and I don't want you to misunderstand me. Gandalf and I are merely suggesting this, not forcing it. Even if you don't intend to rebuild Shabad, I won't be disappointed. I'm very happy to see the land of Minhyreth revitalized because of you. Chapter 27, Farewell of the Elves and Dwarves. After Elrond had been a guest here for 3 days, he formally asked Tans to let him go home. However, not all elves followed Elrond back. The Lord of Rivendell left behind a few elves in the name of supporting him in rebuilding his homeland. Outside Hyde Fortress, on the road the elves had come from, Tans thanked Elrond. Thank you very much for your support this time, Elrond. Those supplies are just the icing on the cake. After I have seen the true magic of the Golden Tree, I believe you will soon rebuild your hometown. And I am looking forward to the day when you come to visit Rivendell, Tans. Elrond said with a smile. During these 3 days, Tans and Elrond had a pleasant conversation. Tans admired Elrond's conversation, knowledge, and tolerance. After all, the dwarves were also here, and occasionally they would mess with the elves who lived there. However, Elrond did not care, and instead asked the dwarves if their farms and fields needed the elves' help. Of course, Fili and the others decisively rejected Elrond's help. In response, Elrond just smiled and didn't pay too much attention to it. When you have lived as long as I have, and see these young and stubborn dwarves, you will only think that their actions are too childish and cute, just like children who deliberately make noise to attract their parents' attention. Elrond commented on the actions of Fili and others. Well, it seems that the Lord of Rivendell is not really indifferent. At least he did take advantage of the dwarves in terms of words. Elrond admired Tans's honest and straightforward character. Both parties regarded each other as friends, so they no longer used honorifics to communicate with each other like they did on the first day they met. After hearing Elrond's words, Tans smiled and nodded. Believe me, Elrond. That day will come soon, and I will go to Rivendell with gifts 10 times greater than what you have brought me this time. No need for gifts. You are welcome to Rivendell. Elrond raised his hand and extended it to Tans. According to your human customs, you shake hands when you say goodbye, right? Tans was stunned by Elrond's actions for a moment, then smiled and shook the other's outstretched hand. That's right, Elrond. But if it's between people who have a better relationship, we usually... Tans took advantage of Elrond's outstretched hand and took a step forward to gently embrace him. As Elrond and the other elves stared at him, he gently patted his back before releasing his hand and taking a few steps back. We usually give each other a warm hug. I still have a lot to learn about human etiquette, but this feeling is pretty good. Elrond said with a strange expression. Behind him, the elven knights on war horses, led by Lindur, were having a hard time holding back their laughter. Elrond noticed the movements of the elves behind him and just smiled helplessly. Then he said to Tans, the time of gathering is always short, and farewell will come eventually, but our friendship will last forever under the witness of the Vala. But the testimony of friendship requires a memorable object to remember. Elrond, this sword is given to you as a testimony of the friendship between the Golden Tree and Rivendell. Tan's words were full of sincerity, and he took out a slender golden sword from his space backpack. The name of this sword is the powerful and noble Slim Sword. Tans handed Elrond the slender golden sword and its matching golden scabbard. The sword gleams dazzlingly in the sunlight, its golden hue like flowing molten gold, a look both noble and magnificent. The hilt is engraved with intricate patterns, each detail revealing the craftsman's exquisite craftsmanship and pursuit of beauty. A hint of surprise flashed in Elrond's eyes, and then he gently took the sword, his fingertips touching the hilt, and he could feel the warm touch brought by the gold. He felt the blade was incredibly light, as if a gentle breeze could lift it. Yet, the time-worn blade also exuded a weight of history, telling Elrond that this sword had witnessed countless changes over the ages. Elrond sheathed the noble slender sword and tied it tightly around his waist. Then he smiled and said to Tanis, Gandalf said you were a giver of swords. I didn't understand why he described you that way before, but now I understand. Tanis raised an eyebrow. How could Gandalf give me such a title? Next time I see him I must ask him why. Elrond mounted his horse and said, then you shall go and ask him in person. However, wizards are always elusive. Perhaps you will meet Gandalf in an unexpected place next time. Farewell, my friend. The elven knights behind him were clad in silver armor, their postures solemn and elegant. As Elrond finished his words, the elves blew their horns in unison. The sound was high and melodious, like a clear mountain spring, piercing the clouds, carrying with it the pride and farewell that belonged only to the elves. The figures of Elrond and the elves quickly disappeared over the horizon, and Tans waited until they could no longer see each other before leaving. However, as soon as he walked outside the city of Morn, he saw Fili and Kili outside the city gate as if they were waiting for him. "You two brothers, do you have something to talk to me about? What should you be doing and why have you been waiting here all this time?" Tans walked over and asked curiously. Fili and Kili exchanged a glance, and then Kili asked first, "Have those pointy-eared guys left?" Fili rolled his eyes and punched Kili in the chest. Taking advantage of the pain, he interrupted him and said, "Teacher Tans, we are here to say goodbye to you." Tans paused, then nodded and smiled, "Yeah, I think so. You've been away from the Blue Mountains for more than half a month. If you don't go back, I think Thorin might get restless." Then he asked, "When are you going to leave?" "Today." Fili hesitated for a moment and said, "We were planning to leave today, but we saw you went to say goodbye to the pointy-eared elves first, so we waited until now." Kili nodded, "Yes, we have already packed our bags. The action is quite fast." Tanis thought to himself, then said, "Okay, I'll come and see you off too. Where are Dwellin and the others?" Dwellin's smooth head popped out from the city gate, a bulging package hanging from his body. "Here I am, Mr. Tans." Tans walked a few steps forward and saw the dwarf caravan that had been waiting in the city gate corridor for a long time. However, compared to the 7 carriages before, there were only 3 carriages here, and the number of dwarves was 5 fewer. Dwellin seemed to see the doubt on Tan's face and explained, "It's like this, Mr. Tans. We used so many wagons before because they were full of livestock and food. Now we don't need to bring so many things back, so 3 wagons are enough. We don't need the remaining wagons, and taking them all on the road would only attract unnecessary danger, so we gave them to you, Mr. Tans. We also left a groom to take care of the horses, and our compatriots who are responsible for the fields and farms were reluctant to leave, so after discussing it, they stayed here as well." Tanis nodded and said to Fili, Kili, and Dwellin, "I understand. It was thanks to you that we were naive in the beginning and that the reconstruction process of the Golden Tree was put on the right track." Fili, Kili, and Dwellin wore simple, genuine smiles. Their smiles, illuminated by the Golden Tree, seemed even warmer than the spring sunshine. Then, the 3 dwarves stood side by side and stepped into the oaken carriage. The wheels turned slowly, making a steady and powerful creaking sound. Accompanied by the harmonious sound of horse hooves and cobblestone roads, the convoy slowly drove out of the majestic gate of Morin City. Tans looked at the 3 dwarves who waved goodbye to him and jumped onto the carriage. He quickly summoned Torrid to chase after them and said, "Fili, Kili, Dwellin, follow." As he spoke, he threw over the 3 things he had just taken out of his space backpack. The 3 dwarves caught it accurately, and looked at the things in their hands with surprised expressions. In Fili's hand was another claw-marked holy mark, while in Kili and Dwellin's hands was a red amber pendant. "Fili, this way you won't have to compete with your brother for the same catalyst to perform your prayers. Kili, Dwellin, wearing this pendant will improve your health. Be careful on your way back. When you come back next time, I promise that everything here will be different. You will see the true appearance of the Golden Tree. And, Fili and Kili, remember that the basis of prayer is your level of faith in something. What you're learning now are prayers that were transformed from stories in the borderlands, but perhaps you can also gain new inspiration from your own dwarven history and legends, and perhaps you can come up with your own prayers. All of this is possible, the important thing is that you believe in it." Tans spoke rapidly, giving instructions to his 2 first students who were being educated in Middle-earth. Fili and Kili listened carefully to Tans's instructions and nodded vigorously after he finished speaking, "Got it, Teacher Tans." Dwellin stood directly on the carriage, his body as straight as a pole, and bowed solemnly to Tanis. Torrid slowly stopped, and Tans sat on its back, following the carriage that was moving further and further away and the dwarves who looked back at him from time to time and sang impromptu cheerful songs, and waved goodbye. He looked at the carriage that gradually disappeared around the corner, with complex emotions surging in his heart, and finally he sighed slightly. The departure of Fili and other dwarves took away the bustle at the city gate, but left behind a quiet place. The melodious music of the elves' piano and the noisy singing of the dwarves were gone, leaving only the banners embroidered with golden trees on the city walls, rustling and fluttering in the wind. Tans turned around, and the sadness of farewell on his face was quickly suppressed, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. There are still many places where he is needed, and the separation is only temporary. What Tans has to do now is to speed up the pace of rebuilding the border area. After all, he promised the two groups of friends who just left that he would let them see a completely different golden tree when he comes again next time. Tans set out on his journey to Morn. Golden fields stretched along the roadside, and livestock on the farms leisurely grazed the golden grass. A gentle breeze blew through the wheat fields, and the golden waves rolled like waves in a golden ocean. Faintly, Tans heard cheerful singing and laughter, the voices of the dwarves and elves who stayed here. Tans' smile grew wider, his steps became lighter, and the loneliness he felt from saying goodbye to Elrond and Philly gradually dissipated. In fact, the city of Morin was not as lonely as he had just imagined. However, the cheerful voice gradually turned into a quarrel, sharp and fierce. Tans stopped and looked troubled. The dwarves and elves seemed to be arguing over some trivial matter. Tans really didn't know why. Whenever dwarves and elves were together, it seemed as if the two races were naturally incompatible and would start arguing within 3 sentences. He had never seen such a situation at the border. It is also possible that if people really dislike each other in the border area, they will just pass the knives over, so there will be no disputes. Just as he was about to go over and solve this trouble, he heard Nefarilu's voice coming from between the dwarves and the elves. It was obvious that someone had helped Tans to mediate the minor conflict between the dwarves and the elves. After silently thanking Nefarilu in his heart, Tans quickened his pace towards the golden tree. Because of the presence of Elrond and his elves, as well as Philly and his fellow dwarves, it was not easy for Tans to summon them in large numbers directly from the Elden Circle. These days, the golden tree has stored a lot of blessings and can be summoned a long time ago. But this time, Tans did not plan to summon the city again. Although legendary buildings like Stonewell cannot be summoned yet, buildings of similar size to Morin City, such as Red Lion City and Kalia Castle, can still be summoned. However, when it was summoned, there were not enough people to garrison there, which was equivalent to summoning a useless empty city. Therefore, this time Tans was going to summon the residents of the border area, the nobles, commoners, mountain goblins, hybrids and subhuman groups wandering around, and even the giant ants living underground in the border area. Tans knew that although these ants looked scary in appearance, they were actually relatively simple-minded creatures, and they seemed to be very capable of doing hard work. Although the mounts ridden by the Nox people exiled underground at the border were these giant ants, Tans discovered that these ants were actually forcibly controlled by the Nox people using some kind of magic or other things. If the Nox people are knocked off the back of the giant ants that are no longer under control will attack the Nox people first. This gave Tans the confidence to use the golden tree to communicate with these simple-minded ants, so that they could carry out the reconstruction work for him. But to be on the safe side, he decided to summon normal residents first, and then summon a giant ant to try to communicate with it. In addition to summoning these residents, Tans also plans to summon some of King Greg's army as a supplement to the military force, and will also summon some old friends. After all, as Elrond told him the location of Shabad, Tans felt more and more that he had many places to go and needed more helpers to help him. Chapter 28 Reunion. God, I really can't stand you dwarves. You're more stubborn than the stepping stones under my dining table. I told you not to plant cabbages here. The fields here are already full of vegetables, and planting cabbages will only make the fields tired. Don't you dwarfs have a concept of planting density in your muscular minds? A handsome elf in brown cloth lost some of his elegance and held the seeds he brought from Rivendell tightly in his arms. The red-bearded dwarf in charge of the fields below him heard the elf's reasoning, exchanged glances with his two fellow dwarves, and scoffed, "Haha, my friends, did you see that? This guy with pointed ears actually doubts our planting techniques. He must not know the miraculous nature of the golden tree Lord Tans brought, so he's clinging to his pitiful mindset and refuses to accept our persuasion." Exactly. If you ask me, it's these pointy ears that are the most stubborn. We immediately discovered the magic of this land. Nefarilu listened to the quarrel and held her forehead with a headache. She said, "Mr. Elf, how about this? You can first give some seeds to the dwarves to plant here, and keep some for you to cultivate as you wish." The elf shook his head repeatedly and said in a beautiful voice, "I understand your good intentions, Lady Nefarilu, but I simply cannot trust the dwarves. These seeds are high-quality varieties that the Lord specifically instructed me to select. If even a single seed fails to germinate because of these dwarves, I would be heartbroken." As soon as the dwarves heard the elves' words, they began to argue with each other fiercely again. In the fields outside the Morin castle, the elves and dwarves who were arguing about how to grow vegetables suddenly discovered that the originally quiet Morin castle began to bustle with people constantly walking out of the castle's main gate. Some of them wore relatively luxurious brocade clothes, while others wore more ordinary cloth clothes. There were also some humanoid creatures that were covered with scales or had wings on their backs. The reason why the elves and dwarves did not regard them as orcs was simply because these humanoid creatures had long and thick tails behind them. However, those who were wearing clothes and those with long tails were walking in two distinct sides, and seemed to be wary of each other. The elf with better eyesight also discovered that the pupils of both the people wearing clothes and the humanoid creatures with long tails were golden in color, the same as the light of the golden tree. After Tan summoned the residents and hybrids of the border area, strands of golden light hung down from the branches of the golden tree, and the golden blessing entered the bodies of each of them equally. This is also the reason why the hybrids were able to calm down and the powerful and common people did not object. Although the rebellion in Morin City was fraught with doubts, including a conspiracy by the Mad Fire believers, the fundamental reason for the rebellion was that they were treated as slaves and subjected to the inhumane oppression of Morin City. Therefore, after Tans blessed the hybrids equally, it meant that the hybrids' identities were also recognized by the Golden Tree. At least they could live normally as civilians in the Golden Tree's territory, rather than being slaves at the mercy of others. As for the nobles and common people in the border area who regarded the Golden Tree as their lifelong belief, they naturally did not dare to complain when they saw Tans who could drive the Golden Tree. However, Tans also knew that the conflict between the two sides could not be completely eliminated with just one sentence from him. The current peaceful situation was entirely due to the pressure he brought to the powerful and the common people. Perhaps while he was there, the Golden Tree's people and the hybrids wouldn't clash. However, once Tans left, the suppressed conflict between the two sides would likely erupt again. Therefore, Tans did not foolishly arrange the two groups of people to live and work together, but divided the land into two parts for them to separate. This kind of contradiction that has been formed over a long period of time will take a long time to slowly resolve. Now all Tans can do is to minimize the stimulation on both sides. Soon, the two groups separated to the left and right not far after they walked out of the castle gate. Those wearing clothes went to the right, and those with long tails went to the left. Following these two groups was a century-long squadron of king's soldiers, led by 2 Gregor knights. However, about 80% of the soldiers in this 100-man team were auxiliary soldiers. These auxiliary soldiers wore white base clothes and chainmail shawl soft armor, and wore round helmets on their heads, but they did not wear the green and gold clothes embroidered with the Grek flag. Moreover, they were holding relatively short daggers, and it was obvious that their equipment was not as sophisticated as the Grek soldiers in front of them. Auxiliary troops, as the name suggests, are soldiers who assist the king's army in battle. Their combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of the regular king's army. Their main duties were to stand guard for the king's army, carry weapons, operate the crossbows on the castle, and cooperate with the king's army to create loopholes for the enemy. But now, these large number of auxiliary soldiers can also allocate manpower to help plow the fields and graze. Nephili Lu, who was in charge of mediating the conflict between the two sides, immediately understood that this was Tans summoning the royal army soldiers, residents, and hybrids in the border area. She was just about to find a reason to explain this phenomenon to Tans, but she found that the elves and dwarves were simply curious about what the people who walked out of the castle looked like, but neither of them had any questions about why people kept appearing in the castle. Well, everything about elves and dwarves is thanks to the magical title of wizard. After spending a long time with these Middle-earth natives, Nephri Lu discovered that no matter what happened in the territory of the Golden Tree that they had not seen before, they never found it strange. Some of them were surprised, but they quickly convinced themselves that it must be a new thing made by a wizard, and never doubted its rationality. Since the elves and dwarves had no questions about the sudden appearance of such a large crowd, Nephri Lu was happy to relax and not waste words explaining. Then the female warrior was surprised to find that they stopped arguing. The elves walked towards the area where their compatriots lived, and the dwarves ran towards their farmhouses. Nephri Lu asked in surprise, "Wait, what are you going to do?" The elf heard the voice, stopped, turned around and saluted Nephri Lu, saying, "Lord Tens's compatriots have travelled all the way here. I believe they need delicious food and clear spring water." The red-bearded dwarf shouted without even turning his head, "You're just going to give spring water to the people of Lord Tan's hometown? As expected, your pointy-eared thinking is incomprehensible to us. We're going to bring them fine wine and milk." And steaming hot barbecue. Ha ha ha, there will definitely be a grand celebratory dinner tonight, and we're going to get drunk. The elf's mouth twitched as he looked at the excited dwarf, shook his head, and then bowed to Neferi Lu and said goodbye. Dinner party. Neferi Lu looked at the residents and hybrids walking in different directions and sighed in her heart. Perhaps the atmosphere of the evening banquet would not be as cheerful as the dwarves imagined. Inside the castle of Morin City, in the open space illuminated by the light of the golden tree, there were several figures besides Tans, standing clearly separated by Tans. The city lord Edgar, wearing silver armor, and his blind daughter Irina, who was protected behind him, faced a lion hybrid with fiery red fur on his body and a lion-like face, and a scaly hybrid with a hunched body and a hammer in his hand, the blacksmith Ziogu. Next to Tens was a man wearing gold and silver armor, inserting a golden sword into the golden grass with both hands, hunting Death D, who was Roger's good friend Darien. Sugu also protected a cute girl with golden hair and a red hood behind his hunched back. He nervously gripped his hammer and looked fiercely at Edgar, who was also looking at him fiercely. The girl with the red hood was none other than Roderica, who was summoning the spirit for Tans in the round table hall at the border area. Humph! The lion hybrid snorted coldly, blocking Edgar's gaze and using his majestic body to protect Sugu and Roderica. Roderica looked at the tense atmosphere between the two sides, placed one hand on her chest, and asked nervously, Lord Fated, what is going on? I feel like a lot of similar memories suddenly entered my mind. At the same time, Edgar, Irina, Sugu, and Dalian all held their foreheads at the same time. The lion hybrid, however, was unfazed and wondered what had happened to them. Especially when Chiugu's face showed a pained expression and his body was shaking, the lion hybrid even approached and helped him up with concern. To Tanza's surprise, it was Roderica who came to her senses first. Her clear emerald eyes gradually turned golden, and the golden blessing returned to her body. Roderica looked at Tanz with admiration and heartache, and murmured, Lord Fated, you have worked so hard. Tanz gave Roderica a familiar smile, Roderica, welcome. But you may be very busy these days, spirit training? No, not spirit training, but some clerical work. Kenneth Hyde will explain it to you in detail, he is almost too busy these days. Do you know Kenneth Hyde? If you do, that's good. Although Roderica was a little surprised that her job changed from spirit training to simpler and easier clerical work, she immediately agreed because it was arranged by the fated one she trusted. This is why Tanz summoned Roderica. Roderica, who is also a member of the royal family, must have received a good higher education and can solve the problem that Kenneth Hyde is currently too busy to handle alone. With the residents summoned by Tanz not long ago, Kenneth Hyde will definitely have more work to do next. If Tanz didn't help Kenneth Hyde find some assistance, the naive nobleman would definitely complain to Tanz in his dramatic way while working hard until he collapsed. On the other side, Edgar and his daughter came back to their senses from their memories. The father turned around and wanted to hug his daughter tightly but was worried that the hard armor on his body would hurt her. Tanz gestured to Roderica to talk later and walked over. When he passed by the lion hybrid, the latter bowed slightly to him. The wise and benevolent King Eldon, the lion hybrid said sincerely. Tanz nodded slightly, then stood in front of Edgar and his daughter Irina. He cleared his throat and said, Edgar, let me check Irina's body first. Edgar, the middle-aged knight did not agree immediately, but showed an expression of hesitation and worry on his face. He knew from the memory of a certain reincarnation that Tanz had become the king of Eldon, so he did not dare to disobey Tanz's orders, but his deep love for his daughter gave him the courage to stand between Tanz and Irina. Tanz watched Edgar's actions and decisively pulled out a king's army straight sword from his space backpack. He placed the sharp blade against Edgar's neck, sighed slightly, and then shouted sternly, Edgar! You've recovered those memories, so you should know why I did this. I have no tolerance for insanity. But I promise you, as long as Irina doesn't have the witch with insanity living inside her, she will be fine. On the contrary, I will give her an easy job. Edgar's movement was sudden, his knees buckling as he landed heavily on the soft, golden grass. The grass didn't leave a deep mark, but Edgar's body, as if drained of strength, sank deeply into the grass. The sound of his kowtow echoed beneath the tranquil golden tree. The blood on his forehead was like a cruel red flower, slowly blooming under the golden light, each drop of blood reflecting Edgar's inner struggle. Then he raised his head, his lips trembling, and his voice was filled with a subtle cry, Your Majesty Tanz, Irina is absolutely not a lackey of madness. She is so kind, even towards hybrids. Tans remained unmoved. He looked at the blind, bewildered and frightened Irina and said slowly, Irina may not be the one, but that doesn't mean the mad fire hasn't planted a seed in her. I once had a friend named Yura. When I was weak, he protected me from a powerful blood finger that was hunting fated ones. He also charged alongside me when I challenged the dragon. In the end, he died in battle with a pure purple blood finger. Tans took a deep breath and looked at Edgar, who also had a bewildered expression on his face. He tried his best to suppress his anger towards Mad Fire and said in a low voice, You must be curious why I mentioned this friend. It's because he has been inhabited by one of Mad Fire's lackeys, Chapeau Lily. After Yura's death, this shameless Mad Fire lackey took over his body. And you are undoubtedly aware that after the death of your daughter Irina, a Mad Fire witch, Haida, appeared with the exact same appearance and voice. Edgar, I don't believe a knight who has guarded Morn for so many years couldn't see that this was a Mad Fire conspiracy, even if you were once consumed by a bloodthirsty frenzy. Irina then spoke, her voice weak and somewhat frightened. From your voice, are you the kind-hearted fater who helped me deliver the letter to my father? Tans looked at Irina, who was trembling with fear and reaching out her hands to try to find her father. He calmed down and nodded, Yes, it was me. But because of something that happened later, I need to check your body for any marks left by the Mad Fire followers. I apologize, but I will not stop checking your body because it is very important to me. Irina nodded. From your willingness to deliver the letter for me, I knew you were a kind person. Although I can't see, I can hear the deep sadness and anger in your tone. This shows that you have been deeply hurt by the Mad Fire you mentioned. To reassure you, please feel free to examine my body. Irina. Edgar heard his daughter's words, tightly grasped her soft hand, and whispered his daughter's name. Irina sensed her father's presence and soothed Edgar with gentle words, It's okay, father. Lord Fader is truly a kind person. He was the only one willing to listen to the requests of a blind girl like me, and he didn't bully me because I couldn't see. So I trust him. Then she turned to the place where Tans had just spoken and said, Please begin, Lord Fated. Just as Irina finished speaking, the golden tree was under Tan's control, and several golden blessings poured into the blind girl's body. Furthermore, he possessed a catalyst for prayer. The Golden Rule's fundamentalist prayer, the principle of return, which removed all mimicry and revealed the true face, was unleashed alongside the golden light emanating from Tan's body. However, there was no change in Irina's body, which meant that there was no epilepsy in her body. Tans calmly said to Irina, who didn't know the examination was over yet, and Edgar, who looked worried, The examination is over, Irina. There's nothing wrong with your body. When Edgar saw this, he collapsed on the golden grass and breathed a sigh of relief. Tans looked at Irina. Facing this kind-hearted girl who had been innocently dragged into the conspiracy of the Mad Fire, his tone softened again. He said to her, Irina, remove the bandages that bind your blind eyes. As a reward for your willingness to undergo the examination, I will grant you sight. After Tans finished speaking, Irina suddenly felt a warmth surging through her body, and then the warmth rushed straight to her eyes which were in darkness. And Edgar knew that his daughter's body was being wrapped in the golden blessing from the golden tree. He looked at Tans, who pointed at Irina and then turned and walked towards D, leaving this place temporarily to the father and daughter with a tragic fate. Before Irina's eyes, darkness seemed like thick ink, boundless and weighing heavily on her vision. However, within this endless darkness, wisps of golden light began to quietly bloom, until the light completely filled her eyes. Then the next moment, Irina felt that the light was blocked by something, and then she realized that it was the cloth wrapped around her eyes that blocked the light. Edgar stood up and looked at his daughter excitedly as she took off the blindfold, revealing a pair of bright golden eyes that looked at him smartly. Father! Irina felt a familiar and reassuring aura from the unfamiliar middle-aged knight and subconsciously called out. At this time, Dee said to Tens who was walking towards him, looking at the father and daughter hugging each other, You showed me a good reunion scene. But I didn't expect that the weak fated one, would become the king of Elden. This is really beyond my expectations. Tans smiled and said, It's not just Edgar and Irina who are reunited. You also have an old friend who is looking forward to meeting you. Oh. Dee looked at Tans in confusion, but found that the other party's eyes passed him and looked behind him. Tans shouted to the magician who was hesitant in the distance and didn't dare to come over, Roger, how long are you going to stay where you are? Chapter 29. Dee whispered, then turned around and watched his former good friend inching closer. After a moment of silence, he said, "How long are you going to dawdle?" Roger quickened his pace and trotted up to the two of them. He took off his wizard's pointed hat, a slightly awkward expression on his face, and greeted Dee, "Long time no see, Dalian." Dee looked at his former friend and couldn't help but sneer, "You know how to say hello to me now. When you stopped me from hunting the Deadborn, your tone wasn't this friendly." Tans thought Roger would be a little angry, but he only smiled faintly. "But when you brought me, unable to move, from the underground of Stonewell City back to the Round Table Hall, you didn't complain at all." Dee immediately retorted, "Because I can't stand the thought of someone being stupid enough to die from touching the remains of a dead prince." The two of them kept bickering like this, with Dee basically saying something and Roger responding politely with a neutral tone. "The relationship is pretty good, but I have the illusion that I shouldn't be here." Tans coughed lightly and interrupted the conversation between the two. "I'm going to interrupt your conversation about reuniting as friends. I actually have a mission for you too." After hearing Tan's words, Dee immediately stopped criticizing Rogier and said to Tans, "Well, since you have become the king of Eldon and have not betrayed the Golden Rule, I am very happy to obey your orders. It's not that I haven't betrayed the Golden Rule, but you and Roger were both dead at that time, so I didn't know about it." Tans thought about the endings of the laws he had chosen in certain reincarnations, while concealing his guilty conscience. He said seriously, "I need you and Roger to go to an abandoned port called Long Dale to investigate the situation there and along the way. If everything goes well, it will become our territory. Dee, you should have noticed that this is no longer a border area. Roger arrived 2 weeks before you, so he is quite familiar with this world. He will explain the basic situation to you along the way." When Dee heard the question was about the Golden Tree territory, he immediately agreed without hesitation, "I'm very happy to expand the territory for the Golden Law." Tans glanced at Roger, who nodded in agreement, then glanced at Dee, and said with some concern, "Is everything okay between you two?" Roger put his wizard's pointed hat back on and smiled faintly. Although Dalian can be stubborn at times, he's a man who clearly distinguishes between public and private matters. He will never let a mission you've assigned him fail because of personal issues. Dee responded without hesitation, "Lord Tans, please rest assured. I will carry out your mission perfectly while keeping a close eye on Roger to prevent him from being attracted by anything strange along the way." Roger just shrugged and said nothing. After receiving their assurances, Tans said in a relaxed tone, "Okay, I believe you. Let's set off tomorrow morning and attend the party we've prepared for you tonight. I'll also arrange for someone to prepare dry food and other necessary supplies for your journey." After listening to this, Roger extended his hand elegantly and politely, inviting Dee. "Please come in, Darien. Before the dinner, let me introduce you to the territory of Tans, as well as the dwarves and elves who have come to help." After Dee followed Roger away, Edgar and Irina, father and daughter, also walked towards Tans. However, when the father and daughter saw the lion hybrid beside Tans, they subconsciously became alert. Sure enough, the conflicts and prejudices between normal humans and hybrids are not so easy to disappear. Hybrids are actually similar to ominous creatures, regressing to their ancestors and experiencing the life furnace phenomenon. They are still human in nature, so they also have the same emotions, intelligence, and rationality as normal humans. However, during the later Golden Rule era in the Borderland, they experienced a reversion to their ancestors and grew tails, wings, and scales on their bodies, making them considered as ominous as a bad omen, and eventually became slaves with no status at all. But the hybrids are different from the demi-humans in Hyde Fortress. Demi-humans are not humans, but another race. Moreover, demi-humans generally have low intelligence and live in groups in caves or ruins. However, even among the demi-humans, there are individuals with higher intelligence, the tall demi-human queen and the extremely agile demi-human swordsman. These two individuals are able to use low-level pyroxene magic. Edgar brought his daughter Irina and tried to ignore the lion hybrid. He knelt on one knee before Tans and expressed his gratitude. "I don't know how to praise you, Your Majesty Tans. You have restored my daughter's sight, and this truly moves me." Irina winked at Tans cutely with her lively eyes reconstructed by the blessing of gold, then pulled up her skirt slightly with both hands, crossed her legs and saluted. Tans pulled Edgar up from the ground, accepted the thanks from both father and daughter, and said, "Then pledge your loyalty to me, Edgar. It is your duty to protect the safety of Morn with your life, isn't it?" Edgar nodded solemnly, then glanced at the lion hybrid. After a moment's hesitation, he said with a firm expression, "Your Majesty Tans, although you may blame me for what I am about to say, I still want to advise you, hybrids are unreliable and not trustworthy. He even uses they instead of them here. The lion hybrid didn't react excessively to Edgar's words, or perhaps he had expected Edgar to say that, and even felt tired of hearing such words and found them a bit boring. Anyway, the new king of Eldon summoned him here from the borderland that was terrible for him and his compatriots, and also bestowed the golden blessing on him. The lion hybrid no longer cared about what people like Edgar thought of him. In other words, the lion hybrid now only wants to follow Tans. After Edgar finished speaking, the lion hybrid just silently looked at Tans with his lion-like face, ready to listen to what Tans had to say. But Tans hadn't spoken yet. Instead, Roderica, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but speak up. Sir, I think your attitude towards hybrids is too prejudiced. I can't guarantee that all hybrids are good, but they are certainly not all bad, just like Mr. Xiaogu, who taught me the knowledge of spirit training. The elderly Xiaogu simply tugged lightly at Roderica's sleeve and shook his head slightly, signaling her to wait for Tans to speak. Okay, Edgar looked at the blonde girl who was protected by two hybrids with some surprise. After seeing her clothes, he immediately realized that the girl was a member of the royal family of the Golden Tree. This made Edgar even more confused. Shouldn't the royal family of the Golden Tree hate hybrids even more? Tans said at this time, I will make arrangements for the issue of hybrids, and it will not affect the lives of normal people in the territory. Edgar, I now appoint you as the deputy of Nefili Lu, the current lord of Morin City, to assist her in handling all matters big and small in Morin City. Nefili was in the fields outside the castle before, you can find her there. With you who are familiar with Morin City, I believe your work will cooperate very well. Edgar wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back, accepted Tan's appointment, and left with his daughter. Call. Tans breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xiaogu and Roderica. Facing these two, he didn't have to think too much, so he wore a relaxed expression. Xiaogu looked at Tans in silence, with an inexplicable emotion flashing in his eyes. Finally, he asked, do you still need a lowly blacksmith like me to forge weapons for you, my king? Then an expression of surprise appeared on Xiaogu's old face, because Tans gave him a tight hug and didn't let go for a long time. Whether you want to rest or continue forging weapons, you can now choose according to your own will, Xiaogu. There are no shackles to lock your ankles here, and no Marika's orders to bind your soul. Tans had a smile on his face. He said, you are free now, Xiaogu. When Xiaogu heard this, he stood there in a daze, then raised his rough and broad hands to cover his face, his hunched body trembling slightly. Roderica was very sensible and patted Xiaogu's back gently, silently accompanying the elderly hybrid. Tans did not urge him, but waited quietly for Xiaogu to put down his hands. Xiaogu replied, my life is all I can do with iron bars and ore, your majesty. Please allow me to swing my hammer and continue forging weapons for you. Tans smiled and nodded. Okay, but this time I'll give you a more spacious blacksmith shop where you won't be chained to the stone wall. When you feel tired, you can stop your work at any time, come out to breathe some fresh air, or go back to your room for a good sleep. Then he looked at Roderica, who was also happy for Xiaogu, and said, go ahead. There are still many empty rooms in the castle. You and Xiaogu can go and choose two as your rooms. Okay, Lord Fader. The blonde girl agreed in a cheerful voice. She knew that Tans had something important to discuss with the remaining lion hybrids, so she was very sensible and left with Xiaogu. Now, only Tans and the lion hybrid remained under the golden tree. Tans suppressed the relaxed smile he had just shown when facing Roderica and Xiaogu, and then looked at the lion hybrid with a calm gaze. The lion hybrid lowered his furry head to show that he was all ears to Tans's arrangements. Don't you have anything to say about what Edgar said before? Tans asked. The lion hybrid shook his head calmly, I understand the prejudice these normal people have against us hybrids. What's more, in their eyes, not long ago we were slaves that they slaughtered and oppressed. Tans asked again, aren't you afraid that I will be as prejudiced against you hybrids as they are? The lion hybrid made a smile and replied, the way you treated that old hybrid just now, and the way you bestowed your blessing upon my people, have already shown me that you are different from those I have encountered before. Xiaogu is doing me a favor because he has done me a favor. The golden blessing can be given and can naturally be taken back. Tans said. The lion hybrid was silent for a moment, then softly asked, but we hybrids have long lost everything, even our former glory. Great King Eldon, no matter what you arrange for me and my people, how much worse can it be compared to the situation at the border? Tans pulled a straight hybrid sword from his space backpack and inserted it, along with its scabbard, into the golden grass in front of the lion hybrid. He said, "Take it and lead your people to ensure security outside Morn City. After Roger and Dee bring back news of Long Dedale, bring your people with me. That will be your new home." The lion hybrid stretched out his long and strong hand, touched the hilt and gripped it tightly, pulling the hybrid sword out of the grass and hanging it behind his back. His tall red body bowed to Tans. Half a month later. Southeast of Minchurius, in the direction of Takiedel, Roger and Dee, the two figures slowly appeared one after the other in this land that had not been set foot on for a long time. Another ruin destroyed by floods. The floods this land has suffered are far beyond your and my imagination. Roger said to Dee behind him, looking at the ruins of a small town in the distance that was obviously destroyed by the water, with many green plants growing on it and half of it submerged in water. Because Dee was wearing his armor, his pace was a little slower than Roger's. After hearing Roger's words, he spoke in a strong voice from under his helmet, "Remember to mark it on the map, Roger. By the way, how many ruins have we passed by?" Roger took out a pen and a map from his pocket, on which they used pens to simply record everything they saw along the way, whether it was a jungle, a swamp, or a town that had been abandoned for many years. This is also the reason why they spent half a month but still haven't reached their destination. Roger counted the house symbols sparsely drawn on the map and asked Dee, who had come to his side, "This is the 8th town ruin. Dalian, do you want to go inside the ruins this time?" Dee nodded without hesitation. "Of course. Lord Tans also asked us to investigate along the way, so we naturally have to go in. And more than half of these ruins are submerged in water. There must be the Deathborn we encountered earlier. We must eradicate them." Roger sighed, pointed at the map, and said, "I need to correct you again, Darien. According to the map Tans gave me and some of the annotations on the map, the monster we encountered in those ruins was clearly an evil creature called Mulip in Hobbit folklore, Note 1, not a Deathborn at all. And there is no way that a Deathborn could exist here. The reason for the Deathborn's birth is..." Dee immediately interrupted Roger, "Oh. Spare me the tirade, Roger. I don't care what the monsters are called. As long as they are evil, they will not escape the punishment of the Golden Rule." Chapter 30. Mulab. Roger could only blink and keep his mouth shut when Dee interrupted him. Then, a believer of the Golden Law wearing gold and silver armor and a magician walked into the damp ruins. "I think it's better not to touch these green sewage." Roger expressed his opinion as he looked at the shallow pools of water on the ground within the ruins, which were covered with green water and emitted a strange smell. Dee, lifting his iron-booted feet and circling the pools, replied, "I'm not some curious kid on his first adventure. The places where the Deadborn live are often filthier than you might imagine. So, there's no need for you to remind me of this." Roger shrugged, one hand on the hilt of his rapier, and followed Dee to inspect every piece of ruins. In this ruin, the old road was covered with silt, and it was difficult to discern its original carvings and edges. They walked along the stone-paved road, only to see the moss-covered walls, which showed the traces of time. The ruins of the building eroded by time stand there quietly, looking dilapidated and lonely. Occasionally, one or two lone, nameless blackbirds circled over the ruins, making mournful cries. Everywhere Roger and Dee explored, the former prosperity and bustle were gone, leaving only weeds growing wildly between the cracks in the rocks and wild flowers blooming alone but no one to appreciate them. Until they both stopped in front of a relatively well-preserved wooden house and looked at each other. The wooden house is hidden in the dense greenery. There are only a few tiles left on the roof. The surrounding walls are weathered and the wood has taken on a dark brown color. The carved designs on the door lintel were already blurred, and the outside was decorated with monster gargoyles. The door was ajar, and a cold, damp, and musty smell came out from inside. The two peered through the doorway. The room seemed unusually dark, the sunlight outside unable to penetrate directly. They could only vaguely see a few pieces of worn furniture placed haphazardly, their surfaces eroded by time, their smoothness gone. Dee sighed and said, "So this Mulab monster thinks normal people would live in such a spooky, abandoned house in such a desolate place. Especially with these monstrous decorations at the door. It's almost like putting a sign saying something's wrong here on the door." Roger smiled and said, "No normal person would come to a place like this. Only those who are lost in the wilderness would hide in a house like this to rest." After listening to Roger's words, Dee was silent for a moment and asked, "Are you actually saying that we are not normal people?" Roger had already drawn the rapier from his waist, and he reached out and touched the blade of the rapier, and a blue light appeared. He raised an eyebrow after hearing what Dee said. I think I'm a normal person, but unfortunately, I have to accompany a friend who insists on entering the ruins to see what kind of monsters are hidden in the ruins. So I don't seem like a normal person either. Dee said nothing, but simply held his tightly interwoven twin swords of gold and silver in both hands, the golden light symbolizing judgment filling the swords. Bam! Dee stepped on the half-open brown wooden door, and it groaned and cracked under D's force. The upper half of the door flew up like a kite with a broken string, raising a cloud of dust, while the lower half was vulnerable and shattered into scattered wooden pieces. The black monster hiding in the shadow behind the door flew out along with the wooden door. It was suddenly exposed to the sunlight coming in from outside the door, and its blood-red eyes were filled with fear and resentment. The black monster let out a shrill roar and threw the wooden door like a weapon. Dee swung his sword arm suddenly, and the sword light was as delicate and swift as thunder, easily cutting the flying wooden door in half. At the same time, Roger leaped out from behind Dee like a cheetah, the rapier in his hand and the magical shining sword that had floated up from behind him pierced into Mulop's body, which was like black mud. The Mulop's flesh began to crumble under the erosion of magic, as if being gnawed by countless tiny insects and ants. Its groans gradually turned into low, muddy gurgling sounds. Roger did not give the opponent a chance to breathe. His movements were swift and precise, and every time the sword tip pierced the opponent's vital points accurately. Mulop's struggles became weak, and he eventually turned into an unrecognizable pool of sticky matter, lying quietly on the cold ground. But this is far from over. In the cellar, the single pale candle burning illuminated a desolate scene. The sewage gathered into a pool, the stench was pungent and nauseating. Suddenly, an unusual ripple appeared on the surface of the water, as if something was about to break through the calm surface. Suddenly, one after another, Muliops twisted their muddy bodies, their roars accompanied by the sound of water rushing up the passage leading to the first floor of the wooden house from the cellar. But a figure wearing gold and silver armor stood between the exit and the 7 or 8 Muliops. It was Dee. He and Roger knew from their previous experience that this monster called Mulop liked to hide in the cellar, so when Dee saw Roger deal with the Mulop on the first floor, he found the passage to the cellar. Facing this group of hideous Mulops, Dee turned his wrist and the tips of his tightly bound twin swords pierced the head of the nearest Mulop accurately, the golden light on the swords blooming in the darkness. The Mulop's roar suddenly stopped, and the evil aura dissipated instantly. Then, an illusory and sacred golden law mark began to emerge from D's other hand. The prayer called Holy Law of Correction lit up a dazzling golden light in this cellar full of filth and evil. Those who defile must die. D's words of disdain echoed in the narrow cellar passage. When the golden light faded, these Mulops, like their companions on the first floor, turned into an unrecognizable pool of sticky matter. Then, 3 magic swords passed behind Dee and quickly sank into a pool of mud. The puddle of mud rose and fell a few times, and then fell silent with an unwilling roar. Without even turning around, Dee said, I found this Mulop that escaped by hiding behind its companions. You don't have to worry about me, Roger. Roger's somewhat innocent voice came from above the cellar, the magic shining sword is an automatic enemy-seeking spell. It sensed the enemy's presence and moved on its own. I didn't do anything. Having said that, Roger waved his staff again, and several magical swords reappeared at his shoulders. Then Roger walked down the damp stone stairs, and with his other hand holding the staff, he gently shook it, and the basic pyroxene magic starlight used for lighting was used. The bright blue light instantly filled the entire dim cellar. A small ball of azure light floated on Roger's wizard's pointed hat. He frowned after seeing the scene in the cellar clearly. Inside the cellar, besides a half-meter deep layer of rotting water, there were also withered, yellowed skeletons floating around. Some belonged to animals like rabbits and deer, while others were clearly human. These skeletons were also severely damaged, and it was unclear when their owners had been killed or how long they had been in the cellar after their death. Dee knelt on one knee on the damp and filthy steps, one hand supporting the tightly bound twin swords, the other hand resting on his chest. May the deceased rest in peace, and find eternal tranquility on the other side of gold. Roger did not disturb D's prayer. Instead, he took off his wizard's pointed hat and placed it on his heart, silently mourning for the victim for a few words, and then put the hat back on. Although he wanted to tell his friends that the deceased had no faith in the golden tree and that there was no need to mourn them with eulogies based on the golden rule, he knew with his high emotional intelligence that saying so would do nothing but make Dee even angrier. So while Dee was still praying for these lost innocent people, Roger, with the light brought by the starlight magic, discovered a treasure piled up in a corner with shallow water, consisting of silver cups, gold coins, gems, pearls and other rare items. Next to this pile of treasure, there was a pale candle that had been extinguished by the accumulated water. Well, as expected, these monsters are just as marked on the map. They often hide in cellars illuminated by only one candle, and count their treasures by the pale candle light. Roger took out the map from his arms and put a small black dot on the simple sketch of the house that he had marked not long ago, meaning, "There is treasure here, remember to come and get it." Next to the other simple drawings of houses on the map, there are 4 marks that also have small black dots next to them. The remaining 3 did not, because in these ruins, Roger and Dee did not encounter the evil man-eating monster like Muleup. However, the 2 of them found a large number of almost weathered human skeletons in the ruins of the 3 towns. Judging from the fact that these skeletons were neatly placed in the open square, Roger speculated that they might have been caused by the Great Plague recorded on the map long ago. The plague spread to these towns, causing a large number of residents to become ill and die, and they gradually became deserted. Roger was sometimes curious about why Tans chose this land as the starting point for rebuilding the Golden Tree. After all, there were floods and plagues, and it made one feel how miserable the humans who lived on this land a long time ago were. But even if Roger really asked Tans, Tans could only answer, "Don't ask, if you ask, it means I have been appointed." At this time, Dee finished praying and looked at Roger, who was marking the map. He said, "Let's explore the rest of the area and then continue on our journey." Roger put the map away and nodded. "It should be another 2 days before we reach the Greywater River. Our destination, Longdedale, the Great Port, is just across the Greywater River." The 2 men left the gloomy wooden house. Before leaving, Roger sealed the cellar and left a magic mark so that when he came back again, he could bring people to take away the treasures. Dee waited until Roger had finished all this before he couldn't help but ask, "You sealed those treasures in the cellar and marked them? I can't remember when you became so greedy, Roger." Roger looked at Dee and explained as he asked him to leave, "Of course I haven't become greedy, Dalian. These treasures we found are all left for Tans." Roger's words left Dee even more confused. He followed his lead and asked, "Leave it to Lord Tans? From what I remember, he wasn't someone who would be captivated by a mere jewel." Dee was silent for a moment before adding, "It's just that sometimes he inexplicably collects worthless things, like mushrooms, shards of glass, and roya fruit. I think if you are just trying to curry favor with him by surviving, why not bring back some flowers and plants? He might be more interested in those." Roger opened his mouth in surprise and wanted to refute something, but he found that what Dee said was not much different from Tan's behavior in his memory, so he could only shut his mouth again. He explained helplessly, "You misunderstood me, Dalian. Although Tans's collecting habits can sometimes be described as eccentric, he is definitely not someone who would be impressed by a few jewels. As for currying favor, that's nonsense. I marked those treasures because I thought that there was no telling when Tans might need them. Those treasures may not be that important in our eyes, but in the eyes of the people in this world, they may be priceless." 2 days later, near dusk, Roger and Dee finally appeared by the Greywater River. The river winds towards the sea like an angry dragon, with rolling waves, and the river water sparkles with golden light in the afterglow of the setting sun. On both sides of the river, the reeds swayed in the wind, making rustling sounds. In the distance, a huge port stood silently on the opposite bank, its outline looking particularly old and decadent in the sunset. Roger stopped and asked Dee behind him, "Darian, why don't we rest here for the night and then find a shallower place to cross the river tomorrow?" Dee came to Roger's side, took off his helmet, and looked at the surging grey river. The sun gradually sank toward the horizon, and the sunset began to paint a brilliant picture across the sky. Under this evening sunlight, the river roared all the way south, eventually merging into the boundless blue ocean in the distance. Wherever Dee looked, he couldn't find a suitable place to cross the river. "You're right, Roger. It looks like we won't be able to cross the river before dark, so let's just rest here for the night." Dee nodded in agreement. Roger smiled and pointed to a raised mound about 10 meters ahead. He said, "Let's rest there. It can also block some of the cool night wind for us." As dusk deepened, the last rays of sunlight sprinkled on the river like golden light and gradually disappeared into the distance. The sky turned from orange to dark, dotted with stars, and the moon slowly rose, casting a hazy silver light, like fine pieces of glass scattered on the quiet water. Because Dee was wearing armor, Roger, who moved relatively easily, helped pick up dry grass, branches, and a few stones. He used the stones to form a small circle, piled the dry grass and branches in it, and then took out some kerosene from his arms, spread it on the circle, and ignited it. But Dee was not idle either. While Roger was preparing the bonfire, he was preparing the ingredients for dinner. However, just as Dee took out a piece of cured bacon from the backpack they shared, he saw Roger suddenly stomp out the campfire he had just lit. Although Dee had not been polite to Roger along the way, he knew very well that his old friend would not do anything meaningless. Therefore, Dee did not ask Roger what happened, but directly reached out and touched the tightly connected twin swords behind him. Roger grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground to cover the smoking fire, then made a hush gesture to Dee and gestured for him to look at the abandoned port of Long Didale across the Grey Water River. Dee looked over and his eyes fixed. Because in the Tacky-Dare harbor, which was supposed to be abandoned, there were actually some lights of torches. The light from the torches also shone on the owners who held them, exposing their dirty bodies and hideous features to Roger and Dee's eyes. Roger whispered Oak. Chapter 31. Roger said in a low voice. Oak? Dee frowned. Is that the evil creature that attacked the golden tree you mentioned? Roger nodded, then immediately reached out and grabbed Dee, who was about to stand up. Wait for me, don't be impulsive. Dee said somewhat dissatisfiedly, these evil creatures who dared to attack the golden tree are right in front of me. How could they let me just stand there and watch? Roger said helplessly, I didn't ask you to wait here. I said wait. Don't be so impulsive. These orcs may not be strong, but they are numerous, and some are cunning and insidious. I don't trust you to go alone. And how will you cross the Grey Water River? What if the orcs on the other side of the river set up sentries at all nearby crossing points? After hearing what Roger said, Dee no longer had any intention of getting up. But he looked at the oak on the other side of the river with some resentment and asked, so what do you think we should do? Just watch the oak do something at our destination. Roger glared at Dee, a rare sight, and said, stop arguing. Let me see what the oaks on the other side of the river are doing. Seeing his friend's tone getting heavier, Dee realized that he was indeed too impatient, so he calmed down. Roger took off his wizard's pointed hat, squinted his eyes and carefully observed the fire on the other side of the river, counting the number of orcs and watching what they were doing. Those orcs did not seem to have just arrived at the abandoned port of Longdale. There were iron baskets for holding torches installed on the long-abandoned walls. The orcs put the burning torches into them one by one, illuminating one area after another. In the flickering firelight, Roger discovered that the oaks had brought in polished rocks and tree trunks, using them to repair the port while clearing the debris from the streets. Has Oak changed his gender? Roger suppressed his doubts and continued to observe. Soon, he discovered something was wrong. Because the orcs who carried the stones and wood, at the urging of an orc captain, separated and left the original place. Soon, the orcs who had left came back, but this time they brought not stone and wood, but ragged and dirty humans. There were men, women, young and old, their faces sallow, and they looked as if they had not eaten a proper meal in a long time. Their hands and feet were bound with crude shackles, and at the urging of the orcs, they stumbled to the piles of stone and wood. Captain Oak pulled out a whip from his waist and whipped an old male human, who fell to the ground. Although Roger couldn't see clearly what Captain Oak was saying, he could only make out that he had opened his mouth wide and was laughing. Then he waved his hand, and the surrounding oaks rushed forward and carried the old man who had fallen to the ground away. It was obvious that these orcs had no intention of saving the poor old man. Because Roger had seen that when the old man was lifted up, an orc's iron knife was already stuck in his chest. The remaining humans were obviously numb to the scene, not even showing any fear. They just mechanically moved towards the piles of stones and wood, and carried those things with difficulty to repair the damaged streets and houses in the harbor amid the roars of the orcs. A small number of people passed their compatriots who were starting to make repairs and came to the port near the Grey Water River to start repairing the dilapidated docks. Those orcs are enslaving humans to repair Long Didale. Roger told Dee what he saw. Dee replied indifferently, my eyes are still working fine, so I can see what you're saying. The question is, why are the oaks repairing this port? Roger shook his head, I don't know, but it's definitely not a good thing. Dee looked up at the other side of the river again and said, in that case, we should find a way to cross the Grey Water River at night, fight our way in, and rescue those enslaved people. Roger said helplessly, my dear Darian, is there no word calm in your mind? We don't know how many orcs there are, and we are not as familiar with the terrain as those who arrived earlier. And even if we really kill all the orcs, what will happen to the people we rescue? We don't have enough food to feed them. Then, seeing D's hesitant expression, he immediately asked, you could say you'll feed them the food the orcs eat, but after you've fed them, what then? Are you going to just leave them here? D was speechless after being told this by Roger. After a while, he finally said, we can take them back to the golden tree. Roger pursed his lips and looked at D without saying a word. D shook his head helplessly at Roger's gaze. All right, stop looking at me. I know it's not realistic to bring so many people across the wilderness back to the golden tree, but do you want me to just watch those evil creatures enslave humanity right in front of me? I can't do that either. So, we need to return as soon as possible and report the situation in long detail to Tans. Roger said word by word, don't try to be brave, Darien. Only if we tell Tans about the situation here will he send people to rescue those enslaved humans. You weren't a fool to rush in when facing the Deadborn, were you? Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked across the river. Furthermore, from what I know about the orcs, if these unscrupulous creatures discover that you are consciously trying to rescue the humans they enslaved, they will definitely use these humans as a means of blackmailing you. D also glanced at the Long Dedale harbor across the river. The frail and thin bodies of the enslaved humans cast distorted shadows in the torchlight. Finally, he sighed, you're right. I'll listen to you this time. We must return as soon as possible and report the situation here to Lord Tans. 10 days later. By this time, the golden tree had grown into a massive tree over 50 meters tall, its trunk reaching into the sky, its trunk as thick as the back of an ancient beast. Its light, like a beacon guiding people home at night, could be seen even from a great distance. During this nearly 1 month, the residents of Golden Tree, with the guidance and help of the elves and dwarves, reclaimed several fertile fields on this desolate land and built a fishing dock next to the river where the city ruins were previously located. Perhaps it is because the crops grown under the blessing of gold have high nutritional value, and the fish feed made from these crops is fed to the fish in the river, making the size of these river fish a bit larger than before, and the meat is more tender, juicy and plump. Although the fish scales did not turn golden. However, the eyes of the dwarves who lived here and ate food rich in gold gradually turned golden. And the elves also had golden light flashing from time to time in the depths of their eyes. But this does not mean that they have become the people of the golden tree, it is just a physical change. The dwarves reported that they felt their spirits had improved and their strength in work had increased, while the elves said that they felt they had more and more inspiration to create more poems and songs. Tans was currently at Hyde Fortress, receiving recent reports from Kenneth Hyde and his 2 colleagues, Roderica and Irina, who were responsible for keeping records. The reason they weren't receiving reports from within Morn Castle was, firstly, that Tans didn't think it was necessary for the 3 of them to travel so far, and secondly, that Tans himself was often busy in the castle and out on patrol. Today, he happened to be leading a team of Greg soldiers who had voluntarily followed him on patrol back to Hyde Fortress, and was stopped by Kenneth Hyde. Regarding this week's patrol intelligence, according to the Lion Hybrid, under his leadership, the Scale Hybrid wiped out a 10-man team of orcs that intruded outside the territory. And after eliminating them, he ordered the Winged Hybrid Patrol to scout the area about 2 kilometers outside the Golden Tree territory to ensure that there was no trace of orcs. Roderica's capable voice sounded, and she looked at Tans in front of her with her eyes that had returned to gold with a sweet smile. Tans nodded, what about the casualties of the hybrids? Only 1 Flake Scale Hybrid was injured by the wolf. The injury was not serious. He has recovered and returned to the team. Rodlica answered skillfully. Tans looked at Irina, who was half a body length behind Roderica, and asked, Irina, do you have anything to report? Irina shyly shook her head. Everything is normal in Morn City. There's just one thing. Father, ahem, Deputy City Lord Edgar said the Golden Tree is growing quite rapidly. I'm afraid Morn City won't be able to accommodate it in a few months. So, Deputy City Lord Edgar is asking for your help. Please come up with a solution as soon as possible. I understand. I will solve this problem as soon as possible. Tans pinched his eyebrows and said. After completing the initial budding stage, the Golden Tree entered the growth stage and its growth rate exceeded Tans' expectations. He originally thought that the size of the space in the castle of Morin City would be enough to accommodate the Golden Tree for a period of time, but he didn't expect that it would be unable to accommodate it so soon. Finally, Tans looked at Kenneth Hyde, asking with his eyes if the other party had anything to report to him. It would be better if there weren't any, so I wouldn't have to sit here stupidly. Tans thought to himself. He would rather face the attack of dozens of orcs than sit here and listen to the clerical staff's report. Unfortunately, Kenneth Hyde smiled faintly, saluted gracefully to Tans, and said, "Your Majesty, the new fields have been cultivated. You can now summon more residents from the border areas. Our current food reserves are sufficient to support an additional 50 people. This is the optimal result I calculated, assuming we have emergency food reserves." Tans nodded weakly, "I understand." When he heard Kenneth Hyde mention calculation, he thought of his previous plan to summon Mr. Golden Mask, but unexpectedly discovered that the number of blessings required to summon the other party was a bit terrifying. It was a little more than the blessing needed to summon 2 royal cities of Rodel. Tans originally thought that Mr. Golden Mask, who did not have much combat power, would not need too many blessings. But judging from the reminder given by Elden's ring, the reason why the Golden Mask needed to consume so many blessings was because the other party could create the perfect law rune to repair Elden's ring just by calculation. Kenneth Hyde continued, "There's one more thing. The subhumans have made a request to me, please summon some of their people and their queen, and grant them a forest outside Hyde Fortress as their habitat." Tans looked over and asked curiously, "Why did they suddenly make this request?" Kenneth Hyde's face showed an awkward expression. "Because there are too many humans in Hyde Fortress now, the demi-humans aren't used to living with humans. They prefer the wild woods and caves to being confined within walls. Honestly, I can't understand their thinking. It's like they've voluntarily abandoned civilization and returned to barbarism." Tans said, "I don't understand, but I respect the demi-humans' perspective. Perhaps in their eyes, those woods and caves are their true haven." Kenneth Hyde breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then we have nothing to report." However, just as the honest nobleman finished speaking, Roger's breathless and exhausted voice came in, "Wait, I have something to say." "Roger. When did you come back? Where is Dee?" Tans asked with some surprise when he saw Roger. Roger rarely lost his usual elegance and hurried into the house. He put one hand on the table in front of Kenneth Hyde and picked up the wooden cup on the table with the other hand and started drinking. Kenneth Hyde blinked, and after Roger finished his glass of water in one gulp, he asked considerately, "Do you want me to refill your glass, Mr. Roger?" After catching his breath, Roger heard Kenneth Hyde's words and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. Then, anxiously, he said to Tans, "Tans, there's an unexpected situation in Long Didale. A group of orcs have occupied the abandoned port at some point and enslaved many humans, forcing them to build the port." Tan's expression suddenly grew serious. He stood up and asked, "What about the number of orcs? And why didn't Dee come back with you?" Roger replied, "Darian is resting outside. After all, traveling in armor takes more energy for him than it does for me. As for the number of orcs, I can only roughly tell that they are more numerous than the ones who attacked us last time, and I don't know if any orcs are resting in the buildings in Grand Harbor. Therefore, I advised Darien to return first. I must tell you this." Tanis carried with him the map that Bilbo had given him. After listening to Roger's words, he took it out and spread it on the table to observe it. He asked, "Roger, how many days did it take you and Dee to get to Longdale?" Roger thanked Kenneth Hyde for refilling his glass of water and replied, "According to our return journey, it took us 10 days to get here without losing a single moment." The expression on Tan's face grew more serious. If the orcs really repair Takiedel, they will have a supply base for their activities in Minchurius, which is equivalent to driving a nail in our face. Takiedel cannot be given to the orcs, we have to send an army to eradicate them. Tans pointed his finger at the distance between the golden tree and Takiedel and spoke. "You know, it only takes Roger and Dee 10 days to hike back. If they were replaced by those more mobile wolves, the time would probably be shortened by more than half. A hostile force that could send an army to harass you in a few days is no different from being able to go to the toilet by walking out of your bedroom." But Kenneth Hyde then spoke up, "Your Majesty, I understand your feelings, but where would we find an army to march to Long Didale? The King's army doesn't even have enough manpower to defend Hyde Fortress and Morn City. Furthermore, our food reserves aren't enough to sustain a war." Tans was about to say something when a fiery red figure appeared at the doorway of the room. The lion hybrid walked in with a hybrid greatsword tied to his back. He walked in with heavy steps and said to Kenneth Hyde, "Yes, my compatriots and I can go to Long Didale. I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, but we hybrids don't need to eat too much or too good food to have good fighting power. Also, my compatriots with wings can fly, and their marching speed will only be faster. The lion hybrid turned his gaze towards Tans and said, more importantly, Your Majesty Tans, you said that Longdardal is the new home you have bestowed upon us hybrids. In that case, our own homeland must be won by us hybrids ourselves with blood and fire. Tans nodded heavily, okay. Chapter 32. The Abandoned Ruins of Longdale, Great Port, June 2939, Third Era. As time goes by, the originally warm spring gradually turns into hot summer, and the land of Mingshurias is gradually covered with green plants. The only good news for those enslaved by the orcs was that the nights in June were no longer as cold as in spring, and no one would wake up to fall into a long sleep. Hurry up, you lazy slaves! If you don't want to be chosen to feed the wargs, get your hands dirty. Early in the morning, Oak walked directly to a dilapidated wooden house that could not even provide shelter from the wind and rain, and shouted in a rude voice. At the same time, he swung his whip at the people who had finally fallen asleep, leaving blood marks on their already scarred skin. The people who were being whipped woke up from their sleep, dodging the whips of Oak, and moved out of the wooden house with numb expressions. They began to work endlessly in handcuffs and shackles. 2 are missing, leaving only 42 people. A young male human counted the number of people coming out of the cabin without Oak noticing. His disguised numb expression turned into resentment, but soon changed back when Oak looked at him. Alberto is the man's name. He had the most scars among the group, and was a bit bigger than the others. In addition to the scars from whipping, this young human male also had more scars from sharp weapons. It is clear that he was a trained soldier before being captured by the orcs. He and his comrades were ambushed by orcs while patrolling the wilds. Although they fought back and killed many orcs, the number of orcs far outnumbered them. After more than 80% of his comrades were killed by Oak, Alberto was stabbed in the back and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself brought to this place. Alberto had no idea where he was being taken, he only knew that this was a large port that had been abandoned for a long time. At this time, he regretted that he did not carefully remember the names of all the ruined ports marked on the map when looking at it. The hot early summer sun shone on his bent back, and the stones that his hands were trying to grab also felt warm, but Alberto's heart was cold. His captured compatriots were killed or injured every day due to various reasons, and the orcs deliberately did not feed them well and made them do heavy physical work. This made it impossible for Alberto to escape. He didn't even know when he would suddenly die like his dead companions, under the machete of the orcs' torture and play, or collapse from exhaustion beside the stone pestle and become food for the wargs. Just as Alberto was daydreaming, Oak suddenly kicked him hard in the butt, almost breaking his waist. The sudden impact made Alberto lose his balance and he crashed into the pile of stones in front of him, blood dripping from his forehead. Hurry up! If you don't repair this dock today, I'll throw you all over to feed the wargs. Oak's impatient voice was heard, followed by 2 pops, and 2 burning pains came from Alberto's back. Oak then spat at Alberto, who was trying to stand up shakily, before walking away with a mocking smile. What? Only when Oak disappeared did Alberto make a sound of pain and lean against the pile of stones to try to ease the pain in his body. But not only did the pain not get relieved, but because I didn't eat enough yesterday, even my stomach felt a scratchy hunger. Damn Oak! Alberto cursed in his heart, afraid that if he cursed out loud, the Oaks who were hiding and eavesdropping would hear him, and then the Oaks would have a reason to kill him. Although the current state is no different from being dead. Alberto laughed at himself in his heart, then stood up and continued to work hard to move the stones. But just as Alberto lowered his head, one black shadow after another passed across the ground. They were shadows projected from the sky. At the same time he heard the orcs panic. What's the situation? Just as Alberto was about to look up and around, he heard the familiar sound of arrows breaking through the air, the sound of arrows falling one after another with the whistling wind. The sound of breaking through the air was so sharp and piercing that it almost tore the eardrums apart. Each arrow seemed to have life, searching for its target. He curled himself up beside the pile of stones. The stones were warm and hard, and through his thin clothes, they conveyed a cold sense of security. Dust and gravel flew around Alberto, and every time the arrow made close contact with the ground, it stirred up a cloud of flying dust. Although Alberto had no idea what the arrow's owner's purpose was, as a soldier who had once been on the battlefield, he knew well the dangers of stray arrows on the battlefield. So, while dodging the arrows, he called out to his compatriots, asking them not to just stand there stupidly. His compatriots also sought cover in the chaos, their cries of surprise intertwined with the sound of arrows piercing the air. Under the clear sky, the winged hybrids were like falcons in the sky, their feathers, gradating from pure white to deep black, gleaming like metal in the sunlight. Their sharp eyes scanned the ground for any movement. Under the gaze of the winged hybrids, those orcs who had been left outside their cover without time to retreat appeared helpless and vulnerable, like lambs to the slaughter, at the mercy of the hunters. The air trembled slightly as bowstrings were drawn to their full length, and the arrows in the hands of the winged hybrids streaked through the sky, heading straight for their targets. Enemy. The orc, who used to whip humans for fun, stood on the deserted street, his unique attire standing out in the desolate scene. There was never any fear in its mocking and enjoyable eyes as it used the whip as a toy and human screams as entertainment. However, as the shadows in the sky grew larger and the arrows shot by the winged hybrids swooped down like hawks, a hint of panic finally flashed in the eyes of the orc. In the sky above Takiedel, the sound of flapping wings was like a symphony of death. It screamed heart-wrenchingly, its voice echoing in the deserted streets, but was drowned out by the whistling sound of the rain of arrows. Although the winged hybrids couldn't hit the target every time, they could pull the bowstrings very quickly. Oak, holding a whip, became the perfect target for the winged hybrids because of his unique attire. The orc, who delighted in inflicting torture on humans, uttered his first word before his roar abruptly ceased. Dozens of arrows pierced his body, blood and flesh churning under the impact. Sharp arrowheads entered his open, foul-smelling mouth and exited through the back of his neck. The whip fell to the ground, and the body of the long-dead oak swayed in the rain of arrows. Every time he was hit by an arrow, he convulsed, and finally fell to the ground like the whip. Soon, the rain of arrows subsided, and the terrible sound of arrows breaking through the air no longer sounded above Albert's head. He took a deep breath, trying to dispel the confusion and uneasiness in his heart. Then, Albert's eyes fell on the body of the orc that had just whipped him. More precisely, it was the machete hanging from the orc's waist. Albert raised his head suddenly and found that half of the unknown creatures in the sky that shot oak were flapping their wings and flying away, while the other half were still circling in the air as if they were scouting the situation below. Because the winged hybrids could not carry much weight, the last few rounds of shooting had already consumed the arrows they carried with them, so the half that left was to replenish the arrows. He was certain that these creatures in the sky had discovered him and his hiding compatriots, but he didn't know why they didn't take any action against him. Albert looked at his compatriots who were hiding near other piles of stones or wood not far away, and shouted with his limited strength, "Is anyone injured over there?" "No. No one was hurt on my side. Those arrows seemed to be deliberately avoiding our position." 2 or 3 answers, neither big nor small, came back. The responses made Albert feel relieved and also made him sure that the main target of those creatures in the sky was the orcs in the Long Dedale harbor, not humans. "Then you must hide well later. Remember not to be discovered by the orcs. This may be our only chance to escape. Everyone, you all want to go home, right? You all miss the warm fire in the fireplace and the delicious bread on the table, right? So you must not be discovered by the orcs, do you understand?" After Albert shouted this loudly, he used his hands and feet to stagger to the body of the oak, pulled out the opponent's machete from his waist, and staggered back to the pile of stones. Fortunately, the other surviving orcs in Longdale were focused on the sky, and most of them hid in the houses and did not come out, so Albert's actions were not discovered. Of course, this also has a lot to do with the fact that the orcs discovered that the monsters attacking them in the sky did not look like humans. They felt that under the rain of arrows of that scale, the enslaved humans would have surely died tragically. If the orcs had not known that their own kind could not grow wings and fly, they would have thought that they were in conflict with orcs from other places. After all, conflicts between orcs from different regions are very common. Even if they just dislike each other, the two sides can fight each other to the point of bloodshed. Albert used the machete he had picked up to cut the thick rope between his handcuffs, then picked up the machete and chopped the thin iron chain between his leg irons with all his strength, making a series of metallic clanging sounds. The chain broke under the impact of the force, but the machete was almost scrapped. But Albert finally gained temporary freedom. He stood there, breathing heavily, looking at the shackles he had just broken free from, a relieved smile on his face. And Albert wasn't the only one doing this. Following Albert's demonstration, the bound humans, like a long-awaited rain, searched the bodies of the orcs for objects that could be used as weapons. A burly man pulled a sharp dagger from beneath an orc corpse. He gripped the hilt, the tip gleaming coldly in the sunlight. With a powerful swing, the dagger severed the hemp ropes that bound his hands and feet. As the restraints were freed, his eyes revealed the same emotion as Albert's. Nearby, another man untied a crude iron axe from the waist of an orc corpse near him, and using it to free himself from the chains, he immediately began to help his companions break the fetters on their hands and feet. It's a pity that the orc captain didn't show up, otherwise I could try to get the key from his corpse. Albert thought to himself. Then he picked up the machete with a bent and notched blade and tiptoed to his compatriots. At this time, many of our compatriots had already broken free from their restraints and were helping other elderly people, women and children break the handcuffs and leg shackles on them. Albert, you're the only one here who has served in the military. We all listen to you. What should we do next? A man spoke first, and the other men who still had the strength nodded vigorously, while the old people, women and children all looked at Albert with the same eyes. With the opportunity to regain their freedom, the expressions of these enslaved people were no longer numb and became lively. Just as Albert nodded and was about to say something, he suddenly heard Captain Oak's angry roar, "You bunch of idiots, even if you can't shoot the enemy down, don't let these scum in the sky fly so recklessly. Blow the horn quickly, tell those cowards to get out of their rooms and get out and shoot." The dull sound of the horn echoed in Long Dedale, and the excited air was filled with tension and solemnity. The tranquility of Dagong was completely broken. Every inch of land and every building seemed to be vibrating, echoing the sudden drums of war. The dilapidated houses were like giant beasts awakened, and orcs emerged from the shadows one after another like an iron stream. The roars of the orcs mixed with the horns, and they raised their bows and arrows to the winged hybrids in the sky. There was naturally some movement in the houses near Albert, and he immediately shouted in a low voice, "Everyone get down and hide, stop what you are doing." The people around followed suit and hid their bodies where Oak couldn't see them. Captain Oak stayed in the house in the center of Tacky Dale, squinting through the window at the winged hybrids flying in the sky, his heart full of doubts. Because it had never seen this kind of creature before, it couldn't understand why the other party suddenly slaughtered the orcs. But Captain Oak made a big mistake, which was to expose his coordinates when his side had no means to effectively stop the enemy's air units. The winged hybrids immediately marked the house from which the dull horn sound came as an important target. One of the winged hybrids immediately flapped its wings, flew away from its compatriots, and quickly descended to the ground. Beside the Greywater River, the bodies of several orcs lay on the ground, their black blood soaking the water around their bodies. The lion hybrid and the nearly 100 scaled hybrids behind him shook off the water droplets on their bodies while replenishing arrows for the returning winged hybrids. Tans, riding on Torret, also appeared next to the lion hybrid and was communicating with him. The arrows were exactly what was in Tans's space backpack. Although there were not many, they were enough for the winged hybrids to use. In the sky, the winged hybrid landed next to Tans and the lion hybrid and said to them in a hoarse voice, "We found the command room where Captain Oak is." Tans looked silently at the lion hybrid and nodded. The lion hybrid opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth, and laughed ferociously, "Very good." Then he crawled on the ground with the hybrid sword hanging on his back, and the next moment he ran like a real lion. The lion hybrid's mane shone crimson in the sunlight, and behind him, the dragon-like scales of the scaly hybrid also gleamed in the sun. Their muscles rippled with the movement of their feet, and the sound of their march was like a dull drumbeat on the ground. Chapter 33. Rebel. The orcs felt the slight tremor of the ground and the sound getting closer and closer not far away. They were panicked and didn't know what they were about to face. Captain Oak, who was in the center, did not dare to climb to a high point to observe, because the watchtower of Longdale had not been built yet. Not only was it shaky in itself, but there was also no shelter on the platform of the watchtower. Captain Oak felt that as soon as he climbed up, he would be shot down by the enemies flying in the sky. Although it also sensed the tremors in the ground, it ordered the orcs beside it to blow the horn, letting the orcs outside prepare to fight. But Captain Oak, who was hiding in the house, didn't know that the ones rushing towards them were the scaly hybrids led by the lion hybrid. He should have given the order to rely on the houses and shelters to hold the position, instead of letting the oaks in Tacky Dale rush out foolishly to fight. Wait, first the birdmen in the sky killed the first batch of enemies with bows and arrows, then the orc captain blew the horn, and then a birdman left and landed. If we regard the birdmen in the sky as archers in the war, they forced the orc commander out of his position. Then after the archers' attack ended, it should be. Albert murmured, and then his pupil shrank. After knowing the location of the enemy commander, the main force should charge and attack this position. The former human soldier immediately realized that the shaking of the ground was caused by the birdmen in the sky and their compatriots on the ground running, so he should now keep himself and his compatriots away from the orcs, the farther the better. Otherwise, these humans would block the way of the main force of the bird people, and Albert didn't dare to bet that the other party would really not hurt him. What's more, the battlefield is full of swords and knives, and leaving your life to the kindness of others is the most foolish thing to do. Birdman was the name Albert gave to the winged hybrids in the sky. When he couldn't figure out what those things in the sky were, this name was simple and easy to understand, making it easier for him to communicate with others. Hey, come here and listen. The birdman's companions in the sky are charging here. We should take advantage of the opportunity to escape while they attract the orcs' attention. Follow my orders and kill the orcs standing outside the pile of stones and wood. Then run out of the harbor without looking back. Do you understand? So Albert lowered his voice, looked around, passed by every face covered with dust and dirt, and told his plan to his compatriots hiding around him. In order to escape from the cage of the orcs, people, even children, nodded in agreement. They held tightly in their hands various weapons that they had just taken from the bodies of the oaks who had died in the rain of arrows, held their breath, accumulated their last bit of strength, and waited for Albert's order. Albert stared at an orc with its back to him. Its attention was attracted by the sound of the horn that had just been blown. It was cursing and picking up its weapon, ready to fight the enemy with its companions around it. Just as this orc joined the surrounding orcs, Albert's agile figure leaped out from the darkness like a tiger. His voice was like a war drum, resounding in the tense air, "Kill them!" The next moment, the machete in his hand, with its blade curled, slashed fiercely at the neck of the oak who was facing away from him. It was more like Albert's brute force broke the oak's fragile neck than the machete. At the same time, the faces of the people hiding in the shadows were filled with anger and hatred. Long-term oppression and suffering seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. They used their swords and axes, and some even picked up scattered arrows and discarded stones from the ground, and smashed them all on the heads of the orcs. The orcs had no idea that these human slaves had not died in the previous rain of arrows, nor did they expect that they would uncuff their hands and feet to attack them. Surprised, the orcs could only helplessly endure the blows from all sides, their roars mingling with the roars of the people, gradually growing fainter until the last orc fell. Albert wiped the orc blood that had splattered on his face. Feeling the ground shaking as he got closer, he shouted, "Stop! Take their weapons and take them away. We don't have much time. Run before the other orcs come." His words awakened the people who were immersed in the mood of revenge. Several quick-eyed and quick-handed people took the weapons from the bodies of the orcs and fled in the direction away from the birdman in the sky under the leadership of Albert. The screams of the dying orcs and the roars of the humans reached the ears of the orcs further away. A one-eyed orc, a squad leader, shouted in a shrill voice, "Stop these human slaves! Shoot! Shoot! Where are the wargs? Have them chase them!" Some of the orcs turned around and aimed their arrows at the group of humans who were running away with their backs to them, with a hideous smile on their faces. They couldn't hit the winged hybrids in the sky due to range issues, but these fleeing humans were simply moving targets. "Call out!" The arrow in Oak's hand shot out instantly, flying towards Albert and others who were fleeing. But Albert had already called on everyone to flee, asking them to stay close to the walls or shelters. Like a swarm of ants, the humans quickly dispersed, clinging to walls or any shelter to avoid the orcs' fierce rain of arrows. Although no one died directly from the orcs' rain of arrows, several slow-running old people and children were grazed by their arrows. Scarlet blood mixed with sweat flowed down their skin, and the pain from the wounds made them run faster. But this situation was soon broken because the ferocious wargs came. "Damn it, it's the Gund Abbot warg!" Someone recognized the wolf and screamed in surprise. Albert roared, "Don't stop!" Then he looked back and found that the wargs were running with a pata-pata sound and making low growls. Their strong grey-yellow bodies were getting closer and closer to him at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even a team of well-trained soldiers could not outrun the pursuit of the wargs, let alone these slaves who could not even get enough food. "If this goes on, we will all die here." Albert knew that the reason people could run now was entirely because they were in a state of excitement, and once this state passed, their bodies would immediately be unable to bear it. When he turned around, he saw that the old men and children who were shot by arrows had slowed down their running speed, and the blood flowing from the wounds had turned from bright red to dark red. "Damn, those arrows are poisonous!" Albert dodged a few glances, then stomped his feet on the ground, stopping at the front. Without hesitation, he gripped his weapon tightly, turned, and rushed to the back of the team. Someone must stay and hold off the wargs, or everyone will die. Don't stop. Run. The fleeing human saw his strange behavior and subconsciously tried to slow down, but was frightened by Albert's angry shout and continued to run without looking back. The wolf running in front had hungry green eyes and glittering saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. It opened its bloody mouth full of fangs and bit fiercely at the thigh of an old man who was exhausted and unable to run. The old man's face was filled with fear and despair, his gaze fixed on the oncoming death, unable to move an inch. The wolf's sharp teeth were only a hair's breadth away from the old man's flesh, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. Ha 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 ha! Albert's roar broke the silence, startling the wolf, which stopped running and tried to escape. However, it failed to dodge completely, and Albert's body collided with the wolf. The machete in his hand was like a cold light, mercilessly piercing the soft fur on the wolf's belly. The wolf howled miserably, scratched Albert a few times with its 4 weak claws, and died. Keep running! Albert yelled at the stunned old man. He felt a burning pain in his arm and looked down. There were 3 wounds so deep that the bone was visible. The flesh at the wound twitched, and blood gushed out from the cracks between the bones like a fountain. A searing pain spread from the wound, intensifying with every heartbeat, as if countless tiny needles were dancing across the wound. When he crashed into the wolf's body, the wolf's dying counterattack also scratched him. As a result, the old man did not run away. He stopped and picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground. The old man was panting heavily, as if he was going to die in the next second. He said intermittently, I won't run. Anyway, I can't run away. Before Albert could answer, the next wolf jumped over with a growl. The old man threw the stone in his hand with all his strength, but the wolf dodged it nimbly. The running just now had consumed the old man's limited strength, and the stone he threw out could only be described as weak and powerless. However, Albert took advantage of the wolf's dodging and stabbed the machete into the wolf's neck from the side. But he was also knocked to the ground by the wolf and hit the uneven ground heavily, leaving Albert's exposed skin full of holes. But what was even more deadly was that he was now pinned down by the wolf's corpse, and more wolves were approaching with growls. Albert pushed hard against the wolf's corpse that was pressing on him, but the intense actions just now had exhausted all his physical strength. He ran out of strength after pushing halfway, and the wolf's corpse pressed down on him again. He was in so much pain, so hungry, and so tired. If Albert hadn't been holding on to the thought of escaping, he would have wanted to faint. Albert could already see the other wargs on the nearby rooftops looking at him, their ferocious mouths open. The old man whom he had risked his life to save had been knocked to the ground by 2 wargs. After screaming, there was no movement, and only the sound of the wargs tearing flesh remained. And further away, there were the cries of others and the excited and sadistic roars of the wargs. When Albert heard these voices, his eyes were filled with rage. He once again squeezed out the remaining strength from his body, which was almost at its limit, and struggled to push the wolf corpse off of him. Leave him to me, I remember him, a soldier of Gondor. He and his teammates killed many of our companions, and then he was the only one left dead. This time he wanted to escape with the human slaves, it would be too easy for him to be bitten to death like this. The one-eyed orc, who was at the level of a squad leader, also came to Albert's side on a warg, drew the sword at his waist and leaned over. While licking the blade of his sword, he grinned at Albert, who was lying under the wolf's body, and said, I will scrape off your flesh piece by piece and feed it to them. Albert looked at the wolf coldly without saying a word, while his other uninjured arm was hidden under the wolf's body, and his hand was quietly holding the broken machete. Even at the end of his life, Albert still decided to take the life of another oak. The one-eyed oak came over defenselessly from the wolf, and Albert was also gathering his last strength. Closer, closer. Albert silently calculated in his mind the distance at which he could attack the opponent after his sudden attack. As a result, one-eyed oak suddenly stopped, which made Albert stunned. Immediately, the other party's sharp voice rang out with a mocking tone, Do you take me for a fool? Ha 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 ha, I saw a weapon hidden in your other hand. How does it feel like to make a final desperate struggle but have all your hopes dashed? Bite his limbs off. Following the one-eyed orc's order, the wargs around him, who had been impatient for a long time, let out excited growls and rushed forward. For Gondor! Albert screamed with all his might, the wolf's body rolled to the side like a heavy burden, and he stood up suddenly. He tightly grasped the mottled machete, the blade still stained with the wolf's blood, his body shaky but still resolute as he rushed towards the oak captain in front of him. "For Gundor!" He said this softly in his heart. But one after another, deafening shouts rang out behind the one-eyed orc and the wargs. However, the content expressed by those voices was different from Albert's cry. "For His Majesty Tans! For the Golden Tree!" The ground tremors became more and more violent, and along with the shouts came the roars of a lion hybrid that resounded throughout the entire Taki Dale, as well as 3 short horn sounds in the center of Taki Dale. That was the emergency call for help issued by Captain Oak, who was in charge of the garrison here. Albert's familiar voice was heard again in the sky. The half of the winged hybrids that had left returned to their companions with refilled quivers, and the fierce rain of arrows once again brought death to the living orcs. One-eyed Oak cursed, and hit Albert, who was already at the end of his strength, hard on the forehead with the handle of his knife, and then kicked him in the stomach, causing the latter to fall straight down. "Don't worry about him. Go support the boss." One-eyed Oak roared anxiously at the wargs who still wanted to smell Albert's body. The wargs looked back at him with bared teeth, but still obeyed his orders and left the place. Before Albert's vision went completely dark, he vaguely saw the birdman in the sky quickly landing nearby, and in his ears he heard the sound of flapping wings, the angry curses of the one-eyed orc, and the howling of the wargs. Then, Albert's vision returned to darkness. His body reached its limit and he fainted. Chapter 34. Our master has returned. In the sky above Taki Dale, after the winged hybrids emptied their second round of quivers, they immediately drew the short blades from their waists, flapped their wings to lower their altitude, and attacked the orcs on the ground. At the same time, the scaled hybrids led by the lion hybrids also broke into the streets of Long Dale like a hot knife through butter, stepping on the corpses of orcs full of arrows. A strong orc appeared from the street riding a wolf, recklessly. He led a group of orcs to set up obstacles on the street, intending to stop the hybrids here. It roared threateningly at the lion hybrid in front, and the orc behind it raised its bow, released the bowstring, and the arrow shot out instantly. Roar! For His Majesty Tans! For the Golden Tree! The lion hybrid responded with an even more terrifying roar, and the scaly hybrids behind it also roared. He swept his hybrid sword across, intercepting the incoming arrow. The collision of sword and arrow produced a harsh metallic symphony. Not all the arrows were blocked, and a few still pierced his armor mercilessly and embedded themselves in his skin. However, the pain was like a spark that ignited his savagery, and his eyes burned with fire, and his roar was mixed with the roar of a lion. The scaly hybrids behind him did not completely imitate the lion hybrids and use the broad-bladed battle axes or machetes in their hands to block the incoming arrows, but instead dispersed flexibly to the left and right. Arrows rained down, but the scaly hybrids were agile as the wind, weaving through the narrow streets like dragons. They climbed up the mottled, dilapidated roofs on both sides, the beams creaking slightly under their feet. In the sky, the beating of wings was as dense as the beat of drums. Just as the mighty orc was about to speak, there was a sound of breaking wind in the air. He looked up and saw the winged hybrids swooping down like birds of prey, their short blades flashing in the sunlight. Before the orcs could react, the winged hybrid appeared among them like a ghost. The orcs tried to deflect the arrows, but found the hybrid's agility far greater than they had expected, and their own movements were clumsy and weak. For a moment, screams, the sound of metal clashing, and the dull sound of blades entering flesh intertwined into a chaotic symphony. An orc was stepped heavily on the face by the winged hybrid. His rough face was instantly distorted, and the emotions of pain and anger were frozen in an instant. Then, it felt a sharp pain, followed by an icy chill running down its throat. Blood gushed out from the cut of the short blade like a beast escaping its restraints, staining its vision black and red. The surrounding scene began to spin, and finally, darkness swallowed its consciousness. "You damn birdmen, where are you orcs from? Why are you attacking us?" The strong orc rode on a wolf to avoid the air raid of the winged hybrids. He waved the machete in his hand to resist the pursuit of the winged hybrids and asked with an angry roar. Because it found from close observation that the birdmen who attacked it did not look like humans, the strong orcs who did not know their origins mistook them for variants of orcs from other regions. Boom! Behind the mighty oak, a loud bang shattered the silence, the announcement that the makeshift barrier had been overturned by the lion hybrid's brute strength. The wolf growled, its bloody mouth full of fangs showing displeasure, and turned around to pounce on the invader. The orc on its back only caught a glimpse of a sword shadow, and pain came in an instant, followed by darkness. The headless body of the mighty orc slid powerlessly off the back of the warg, and its heavy body fell onto the messy street, blending into the dust. The wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit the lion hybrid before it could retract its weapon. Before its teeth touched the lion hybrid's fur, the fiery red furry hand had already tightly grasped its throat and lifted it up. He was so strong that no matter how hard the wolf struggled, it could not break free from the huge, pincer-like hands. "We are not orcs, we are the bravest half-breed legion of His Majesty Tanis." The lion hybrid's great sword ruthlessly pierced the wolf's abdomen. The strength in his hand increased, and the wolf's body was thrown aside like a rag, falling heavily on the headless body of the strong orc. Not far away, the roars of the hybrids and orcs seemed to tear the very ground of Tinderdale apart. Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by the screams of orcs and the war cries of the hybrids. One of the scaled hybrids held a huge axe, and with one blow of the axe, the wooden shields in the hands of the 3 orcs standing side by side shattered instantly. Their arms were all broken and they all showed expressions of horror. The orcs soon discovered that there was no way to engage in close combat with the flake scale hybrids. The weapons in their hands could not reach the flake scale hybrids at all. This was not just because the flake scale hybrids were very agile, but simply because they could not reach them due to the lack of attack range. Because before the poor machete in the oak's hand could touch the scaled hybrid, the latter used a 2-handed battle axe as tall as himself to chop the oak and his weapon into 2 pieces. An orc struggled to his feet, dazed and disoriented after being struck down with the handle of an axe by a scaly hybrid. The pain in its body filled its brain with rage, and it took the broken weapon in its hand and roared as it slashed at the closest scale hybrid. The scaly hybrid was prepared. With a single sweep of its thick tail, like a net catching a meteor, it knocked the orc off balance and sideways. Then, the axe blade pierced the orc's chest, embedding itself deeply in its flesh. The orc's roar ceased abruptly, replaced by another short scream from the battlefield. With the dual advantages of size and strength, the scaled hybrids destroyed the orc's battle line with a casualty ratio of about 1:15. The few flake scale hybrids that died in the battle were also killed unexpectedly by arrows shot by oak from behind. Of course, this is also because the terrain where the 2 sides fought was a town in Longdale with many houses serving as shelters, which is why there was such a huge difference in the casualty ratio. If it were an endless plain, the lion hybrid would never charge with the scale hybrids like this. Just because he likes to act recklessly doesn't mean he likes to die. "Winged hybrid, go kill all those archers." The lion hybrid noticed the oaks who were shooting arrows in the house and gave orders. The winged hybrids took flight, their feathers tracing graceful arcs through the air, stirring the breeze. Their eyes accurately captured the orcs hiding in the shadows of the houses on the ground. These evil orcs hid insidiously behind the simple cover of the windows, aiming their bows and arrows at the winged hybrids who had just taken off. The winged hybrids' wings adjusted their posture lightly and quickly, like a dancer leaping in the air, dodging one cold arrow after another. Soon they came to the houses of the orcs, who had used up their quivers in the struggle to stop the winged hybrids, and were frantically restocking their quivers from the houses. The winged hybrids seized this brief opening and rushed towards the house. The panicked cries of the orcs and the screams of the winged hybrids blended into a chaotic melody. Meanwhile, without the support of their archers, the scaly hybrids gradually lost their ability to hold their line. Their once firm stance began to falter, like a sand castle washed away by the tide, peeling away and crumbling inch by inch. Terror spread like a plague among the orcs, from eye to eye, until the whole host was in disorder. The addition of the lion hybrids was the last straw that broke the camel's back for the orcs, destroying their desperately held defenses like a violent storm. At last the rout began, and one of the orcs suddenly cut down his fellow orc who was blocking his way, and fled, breaking the last line of defense of his companions. Then the other orcs followed suit, stepping on their fellow orcs' heels and running back desperately. Even if an orc of the squad leader level directly killed another orc that was fleeing, it would not change the overall situation on the battlefield. War was like a great tide, and the orcs were the waves broken upon the shore. In the heart of Longdale, the horn that commanded the troops was ruthlessly destroyed by the winged hybrids, and the orc who had blown it was now a cold corpse. Its body was impaled on a nearby stake by an arrow, its black blood gradually coagulating and soaking the surrounding ground, its head drooping limply. There was a glimmer of fear in Captain Oak's eyes, and he was struggling in confusion and panic. The scaled hybrids came like waves, while the winged hybrids circled in the air, their scales or feathers reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Its wolf mount had died outside, and it itself was trapped inside the house. Captain Oak's sight was instantly stolen by a fiery red figure, from which a lion hybrid stepped. Suddenly, Captain Oak felt a heavy force on his shoulder. He instinctively tried to dodge, but the force came too fast and too hard. He only had time to turn slightly before he felt a huge force pressing him to the ground. It was the lion hybrid who mercilessly pressed the blade of the hybrid greatsword against Captain Oak's shoulder armor. "Where on earth are you from, Oak? Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the master?" Captain Oak cursed angrily after seeing the slightly ugly appearance of the hybrids around him. The lion hybrid frowned. This was the second time he had heard his enemy call himself an orc. This made him feel a little angry. "How dare you lump the hybrids together with you weak orcs?" At this time, Tans, still wearing the white wolf warrior suit, walked in. The surrounding scaly hybrids and winged hybrids all bowed their heads to him to express their respect. "You did a good job. First, send some people to investigate the enslaved humans, and the rest to check if there are any remaining orcs hiding in Long Dedale. Be careful, these orcs are very cunning, don't let your guard down just because they escape." Tans first nodded in praise, then gave orders. The hybrids around him left one after another, leaving only the lion hybrid who was holding Captain Oak down with his hybrid sword. "Your Majesty Tans, he is the orc commander of Long Dedale," the lion hybrid whispered. Tans looked at the wounds on the other person's body. Several broken arrows had penetrated his arms and back, and there were 2 shallow scars on his chest. He took out his red dewdrop chalice bottle and a poison moss medicine and stuffed them into the lion hybrid's other hand. "Heal the wound first. I remember some orcs like to coat their arrows with poison. Don't fall for such a ridiculous reason." Then Tans took the hybrid sword from the lion hybrid, looked at the oak captain, tapped him lightly on the face with the sword and asked, "Why are you oaks here?" Captain Oak laughed ho 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 and didn't answer Tans. Instead, he cursed at the lion hybrid, "Human? You actually pledge allegiance to a human? You and your tribe have betrayed our master, and he will punish you." The lion hybrid was originally happy because Tans cared about him and gave him his red dewdrop holy grail bottle for treatment. Captain Oak's words made his expression darken. The lion hybrid walked over and kicked Captain Oak in the stomach without any hesitation. "You've made a mistake, you blind fellow." Tans used the blade of his hybrid sword to lightly cut the opponent's neck. "Answer my question, Oak. Why are you here? Who ordered the repair of Long Dedale?" The orc captain smiled inexplicably and said, "Our master has returned. Darkness will once again cover Middle-earth, and he will bring fear and despair to all of you." Tans grasped the key information in the other party's words and asked, "What is your master's name? Who is he?" Captain Oak's expression became strange, and then he rushed towards the sword and cut his own neck. The lion hybrid quickly leaned over to examine it, then shook his head, "It's dead, Your Majesty Tans." "I know." Tans exhaled and nodded, then returned the hybrid great sword to the lion hybrid and took back his own red dewdrop holy grail bottle. The words of the captain of the Oaks reminded him of what Gandalf said to him when he met him. "Darkness lurks beneath the light. In caves, jungles, and mountains beyond our reach, evil forces are growing." Tanis felt that it was time to find Gandalf again and talk to him about what was happening here. "But where is Gandalf now?" Elrond said that after leaving Rivendell, Gandalf continued to walk east of the Misty Mountains, a little too far away from Minthriath. And the other party's whereabouts are unknown. It would be great if there was a way to contact the other person quickly. I would be sure to ask them the next time I meet them, or think of a way to contact them in a timely manner. Just then, Tans heard some commotion outside. He exchanged glances with the lion hybrid, who walked out first and then came back into Tans and said, "Your Majesty Tans, these are the enslaved humans. Some of them wish to see you." Chapter 35. It's time to go home. Tans walked out and saw more than 20 humans of varying ages and genders gathered together with terrified expressions. Those holding weapons protected the unarmed behind them, and in the middle was a seriously injured and unconscious human. They are afraid of the hybrids around them. Perhaps they were afraid of the weapons in their hands dripping with the blood of orcs, or they were afraid of the hybrids' ugly appearance similar to that of orcs. Therefore, when Tans appeared in front of these humans wearing the White Wolf War Ghost armor, there was a commotion among the crowd. They never imagined that the leader of these terrifying-looking humanoid creatures around them actually looked like a normal human being. "Your Excellency, please lend a hand and save us." A man with messy blonde hair stood up and pleaded in a humble voice. Tans looked at this group of half-naked, emaciated, and wounded people, and he spoke first to the lion hybrid who had come out a step behind him, "Give them some food, and also search Long Dedale to see if there are any clothes for these people, even orc clothes. It's warm in the sun during the day, but they won't be able to survive like this at night. The lion hybrid hesitated, but the food we eat is a little. I'm afraid these humans won't be used to it. His words were very tactful, but Tans knew what he meant to say, that in order to travel as quickly as possible, the hybrids brought food with them that had a texture and taste that was not so bad as to be edible. Tans said, "Look at their pale and thin faces. You can tell they haven't eaten anything good in a long time. Feeding them all at once would actually harm their bodies. The dry food we brought here is just right for them." The lion hybrid nodded and left with a few scaly hybrids. Only then did Tans take off the white wolf war ghost helmet, revealing his true appearance. After seeing Tan's face, people's hearts finally settled down, because it was not a monster that looked like a human hiding in the armor. Tans frowned as he approached, because he found that the seriously injured and unconscious young man had a pale face and his chest was almost not moving. He walked over quickly, and the hybrid in front of him automatically made way for him. Tans came in front of those humans holding weapons. The other party hesitated for less than a second and then made way for him. They compared the tattered weapons in their hands, the armor worn by Tans and the mixed-race people around them with unfriendly expressions, and decisively chose to follow their hearts. At least the human in front of him was not as cruel as the orcs, and he saved his life from the pursuit of the wargs. Being a little cowardly would not have any impact. Tans came to Albert's side, squatted down, and took out the red dewdrop holy grail bottle that had not yet been put into the space backpack. "You, help me lift up his upper body and pry open his mouth. If he is not treated, he will die." Tans casually pointed at a person, a little boy. The little boy seemed a little scared, looking at Tans evasively and not coming over immediately. "Let me do it." The blonde man who spoke before protected him behind him and came over to help. The blessed liquid in the red dewdrop holy grail bottle flowed into Albert's mouth, and the injuries on his body began to heal immediately. Within just a few seconds, they completely disappeared without even leaving a scar. "Wow!" The people around saw this scene and cried out in surprise. "Cough cough." Albert immediately started coughing, then suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously attacked the two people beside him. Tans reacted quickly, easily catching the opponent's fist. However, the man behind him who was helping to support him was not so lucky, and was hit hard by Albert. The man who was beaten was not angry at all. Instead, he covered his bruised face and said in surprise, "Albert, you're awake." "Mills? What's wrong with me?" Albert was a little dazed. Tans released Albert's fist and said calmly, "You passed out on the battlefield and I revived you. It's that simple." Albert looked at the strange man in front of him, then glanced at the surroundings. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he understood that he was at least safe now. After Albert calmed down, he said, "Thank you, unknown knight." Tans shook his head, "No need to thank me, you are lucky." He then pulled Albert up from the ground and spoke loudly to the still somewhat uneasy people around him, "I am a wizard and also the lord of the Golden Tree territory. The ones around you are half-breeds, my loyal soldiers, not those evil orcs. You are safe and do not need to worry about your lives being threatened." In fact, after Tans said that he was a wizard, the people led by Albert completely let down their guard, and many people even hugged each other and cried in joy of surviving the disaster. Moreover, they also lost their previous vigilance against hybrids. It seemed that in their eyes, wizard was just a profession surrounded by strange things. "I know you have a lot to ask me, and I also have a few questions to ask you. Let's go into the house and talk. Your people will be fine, the hybrids will take good care of them." Tans invited Albert. After the lion hybrid brought dry food and some clothes left by the orcs, Albert said a few words to the crowd before following Tans to the house where the orc captain had been before. "Lord Tans, where are we now? I fell into a coma after being captured by the orcs. When I woke up, I was locked in a cage and brought here." Albert asked anxiously. Tans glanced at the other man and replied, "This is the great harbour of Longdidale, west of the End region. Now, let me ask you, do you know when these orcs began repairing this harbour?" "Longdidale actually came to the west," Albert muttered. After hearing Tan's question, he immediately replied, "I'm sorry, Master Wizard, I'm not sure either. When I was sent here, there were already humans captured by orcs working in this port. I was captured over a month ago, and the oldest survivor was here 4 months ago. That's the man I accidentally hit just now, Mills." 4 months ago? It's June now, so 4 months ago was February. I remember when I fell into Bilbo's house, Bilbo told me the date was March, That is why I encountered the orcs that attacked me when I was coming towards Minerius, because they had already appeared in this land. At least he knew the orcs had begun repairing Long Dedale long before he arrived, and it wasn't because he had planted the golden tree that they had drawn their attention. That was good news. Tans was silent, obviously thinking about something, and Albert did not dare to disturb him. Can you help me call Mills in? I also have some questions to ask him. Tans quickly finished thinking and asked. Albert nodded, turned, and left, and when he came back, he was followed by the golden-haired man. Mills bowed slightly to Tans, Master Wizard. Just call me Tans. You too, don't keep calling me Wizard. Tans waved his hand to signal Mills not to be nervous, then asked, Mills, I heard from Albert that you were brought here by Oak 4 months ago. Mills was silent for a moment, then said, well, I think so. I come from a small village in the kingdom of Rohan with only 7 or 8 households. It was still winter, and the orcs attacked our village at night and brought all the survivors here. Then the weather turned from cold to warm, and green weeds crawled out of the ground here. I think it was spring, and that's when Albert was sent here. When he asked about me, I could only guess how long I had been here based on the weather changes. Tans asked, are there any of those who were sent here with you still alive? Sadness flashed across Mill's face, and then he shook his head decisively, no more, I'm the only one left in our village. Although Tans had anticipated this outcome, he still sighed inwardly after hearing it himself, please accept my condolences. Albert patted Mill's shoulder gently to comfort him. Mills cheered up and said, it's okay. As long as I live, the villagers will always be in my heart. And now, Lord Tans, you have eliminated those damned orcs, and you have avenged my relatives and friends. Tans then looked at Albert and asked, Albert, what about you? Where are you from? Albert immediately replied proudly, I am from Gondor, Lord Tans. Then he pleaded, Lord Tans, although I know it is very rude and excessive for me to ask this of you, I still want to ask if you could send me back to Gondor. The orcs have appeared in the west. They must be plotting something. I must bring this information back to my country. Tans shook his head. I'm sorry, Albert. I have much to attend to in my own lands, and I don't have time to send you back to Gondor. However, I can send a team of hybrids to escort you back, but that's all I can do. It would probably take a long time to go to Gondor. By the time Tans returns, the golden tree might have already burst the city of Morn. Moreover, he had something to say to Gandalf, but now he couldn't find Gandalf, let alone go to Gondor. Albert looked a little disappointed, but he heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Tans say that he would send a hybrid to escort him back. Tans thought for a moment and added, the hybrids look similar to orcs. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, they cannot escort you directly into Gondor. They will escort you to the vicinity of Gondor. When they see a gathering place of normal humans, they will return. Albert thought about the appearance of the hybrids and then thought about the attitude of normal people towards Oak, and could only nod in agreement. What about you, Mills? Do you want to return to Rohan? Tans asked another human. Mills shook his head and said respectfully, Lord Tans, my homeland has been reduced to ashes by the orcs, and my family and friends are all gone. Returning there would only add to my sorrow, leaving nothing worth reminiscing about. You said before that you are still a lord. Please allow me to follow you and live under your protection. Mills then added, among the surviving compatriots outside, there are also many who have become rootless like me. I want to start a new life with them. Lord Tans, please allow us to follow you. Tans smiled and said, I welcome you all, but my territory is very busy right now, and everyone has things to do. When Mills heard Tans's agreement, he quickly said, we would love to be able to rebuild our new home with our own hands. Then go and ask how many people are willing to go with you. As for those who don't want to go. Albert, you are responsible for taking these people back to Gondor, is that okay? Tans asked. Albert nodded decisively, of course not, Lord Tans. I will make proper arrangements for them after returning to Gondor. Of the remaining 23 surviving humans, 19 were willing to follow Mills to Tans' territory, and only 4 were willing to return to Gondor with Albert. Most of the people following Mills were elderly people, women, and children, while the 4 people following Albert were all young men. Another day passed, and after giving the surviving humans enough rest, Tans decided to go back. In addition to the many things to do in the Golden Tree's territory, the soul collector brought by Tans has absorbed all the souls that died in Takiedel this time. So many souls were enough for him to summon the city of Stonewell. Tans made a rough estimate and found that at least 1,000 orcs died in the hybrids' attack, but more than 30 hybrids themselves were also killed. The most casualties were among the winged hybrids. Many of them were killed when they rushed into the house to protect the scaled hybrids and obstructed the orc archers. But the hybrids' strength is unquestionable, as they were able to defeat the larger force with a number of just over 200. The bodies of the fallen hybrids were frozen by Tans using snow magic, and were then carried by their compatriots onto the carts left behind by the orcs. These hybrids had shown their bravery to Tans, and Tans could not just bury their bodies in Longdale. "I'll leave Longdale to you. After I go back, I will immediately summon some of your compatriots to come over and bring some really delicious food to support you," Tans said to the lion hybrid who came out to see him off. The lion hybrid looked at the hybrids who were pushing carts filled with the bodies of their compatriots and responded, "Lord Tans, we are truly grateful that you have allowed us to embrace the glory of battle once again. We are also very grateful that you have allowed my compatriots to return to the trees after death. The past is the past, so don't dwell on the past." Tans smiled and said goodbye to the lion hybrid. On the other side, Albert, who was preparing to return to Gundor, also said goodbye to Mills and others. They both walked over together, their complexions looking much better than yesterday, their numb expressions gone, replaced by a longing for the future. "Thank you again, Lord Tans. When I return, I will report your deeds to Gundor and tell your story to the people." After Albert finished speaking sincerely, he waved goodbye to Tans and left in the opposite direction with his 4 compatriots under the protection of 4 winged hybrids. "Let's go too, it's time to go home," said Tans. Chapter 37. Double Helix Structure, Shadow Tree. Unlike the time when he came here and rushed together with the hybrids, the return journey took a lot of time because he had to bring the bodies of the hybrids who died in the battle, as well as Mills and others who voluntarily surrendered to him. Moreover, Tans followed the marks that Roger had marked on the map and took the hidden treasures with him on his way back. It was early June when Tans arrived in Longdale, and it was almost the end of the month when he returned. He had been away for nearly a month. When Tans returned to his territory, he immediately noticed that the golden tree had grown taller and bigger again. It is afternoon now, the sun is shining on the vast plain, and a few white clouds are floating in the sky. Mills and the others spotted a tall castle and a towering tree in the castle from afar. A little girl, sitting adorably on Torrit's back, asked Tans, who was holding Torrit's hand, in a crisp voice, "Wizard Master, is that your territory? That tree is so tall and bright." Tans was still marveling at how quickly the golden tree had grown after only being away for about a month. He smiled and said, "Yes, that's the golden tree. It's magical. It will keep you from getting sick or catching a cold." "Can that bring my dad back to life?" the little girl asked with some longing. After hearing the question asked by the little girl, Mills immediately whispered nervously, "Doris, don't ask strange questions. Be sensible and don't make Lord Tans feel troubled." Tans first waved his hand to indicate to Mills that he didn't care, then answered the little girl's question seriously, "I'm sorry, the dead can't be resurrected. I can't revive your father, but he must want you and your mother to live well." "I'm sorry, Lord Tans, Doris just misses her father too much." The little girl's mother came over and patted the little girl on the back inconspicuously while apologizing carefully. Although the little girl felt a little disappointed after hearing Tan's words, her mother's slap made her realize that she had asked a question she shouldn't have asked, and she immediately apologized, "I'm sorry, Master Tans." Even the other 2 little boys sitting on Torrit's back apologized, and the adults around them stopped communicating, holding their breath and not daring to speak easily. These people were afraid that the little girl would upset their future lord. "How cruel was your former lord? You are so frightened just because a child asked a question. I won't eat you." Tans complained in his mind while indicating that the matter was over. However, he knew what his lordship meant to Mills and the others, and he understood why Mills and the others were nervous. After all, the fate of these people was truly in Tan's hands. The mixed-race people around who had once been enslaved also understood what these people were thinking and cast sympathetic glances at Mills and the others. The group fell into silence, and even the 3 children sitting on Torrit's back subconsciously sat up straight. Just as Tans was trying to think of something to talk about to break the strange atmosphere, a team of patrolling Hyde Fortress soldiers spotted them and immediately came over to greet them. "Your Majesty Tans, congratulations on your return from battle." The leading soldier of the king's army, along with his colleagues and auxiliary soldiers, went directly to the direction where Tans was, knelt on one knee in an orderly manner, and spoke in a loud and respectful voice. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. When Mills heard the soldier's name, his heart skipped a beat and he looked at his compatriots who had also heard the name. Perhaps Lord Tanz's status is even nobler than they imagined. The admiration and fanaticism in the eyes of these soldiers looking at Tanz are almost overflowing. Mills had no doubt that even if Lord Tanz ordered them to commit suicide, they would never hesitate. Tanz stepped forward and accepted the soldiers' kneeling greetings. He then asked them to stand up and said to the patrol captain, "Thank you for your hard work on patrol. Send one of your men to inform Kenneth Hyde that there are local refugees who have come to the Golden Tree. Have him arrange to set aside a separate area and find them housing." Tanz is not sure how accepting the Golden people are of outsiders yet. He is worried that conflicts will arise if he rashly allows outsiders like Mills to live together with the Golden people. After all, there are conflicts between dwarves and elves who live in the same world, not to mention the people on both sides who have different values and living habits. And it was also fortunate that the lion hybrids went on the expedition to Long Didale and took away all the hybrids. Otherwise, Tanz would have to deal with the complex relationship between the Golden people, the hybrids, and the local refugees. Accepting outsiders should be done gradually, not all at once. The patrol captain immediately nodded and replied, "Yes. Your Majesty Tanz, we can also help you escort them back to Hyde Fortress. We have just completed our patrol mission in this area and are preparing to return to Hyde Fortress." Tanz glanced at the frozen hybrid corpses, thought for a moment, and agreed to the captain's proposal. "Well, I also need to return these hybrids who died gloriously in battle to the trees, so I'll leave these people to you. Please note that these people have just been freed from orc slavery and have traveled such a long distance, so they are relatively weak. Arrange a place for them to rest and provide them with enough food as soon as possible." The captain of the soldiers stood at attention. "As you command, Your Majesty Tanz." Then the captain of the soldiers waved behind him and instructed his team members to go over and help Mills and the others carry the shabby packages that could barely be called luggage. Tanz approached Mills and the others, who were overwhelmed by the soldiers' enthusiasm but dared not move, and said, "Mills, don't worry. These soldiers will take you to Hyde Fortress, and then someone will come to arrange accommodation for you. Of course, it won't be a centralized housing like Oak, but a house that belongs to you personally." Mills could only nod blankly. At this point, they had no choice but to believe Tanz. Tanz's behavior along the way also made Mills and others willing to believe it. "See you at dinner. I will come over then to supervise them and see if they have arranged your accommodation properly." Tanz's words reassured Mills and the others, allowing them to follow the soldiers and leave. The two teams separated, and Tanz led the hybrids towards the city of Morin. Mills saw the soldiers looking at the direction where Tanz left with envy, and following the soldiers' gaze, he found that they were envious of the hybrid corpses that were frozen in ice. This made him curious, and he speculated that it might be some custom of the Golden Tree, but he was afraid that asking rashly would upset the soldiers. However, the captain, who had come to his senses, noticed Mills's hesitant expression and said, "Are you curious why we envy the corpses of those hybrids?" Mills nodded repeatedly. The captain looked back and said happily, "Because they can return to the tree." Return to the tree? Although Mills didn't know what the return to the tree that the soldier captain mentioned meant, he remembered the word in his heart. On the other side, when Tanz got closer, he found that there was something wrong with the appearance of the Golden Tree. It's not that there's anything wrong with the Golden Tree, it's just that there's something wrong with the appearance. Tanz discovered that the Golden Tree, which had originally grown straight upward, began to fork from a certain section of the trunk. The golden light shines through the gaps between the leaves and falls on the starting point of the fork. From that moment on, the trunk was no longer monotonous. It began to grow in an incredible double helix structure, intertwining and spiraling upward like the arms of a pair of lovers tightly entwined, weaving a picture that Tanz had never seen before at the border. No, wait. This is the original appearance of the Golden Tree. It was the Golden Tree in the royal city that was tampered with. Tanz suddenly realized that he had actually seen this situation at the border, except that at the border, the Golden Tree with a double helix structure was separated. One is located in the center of the royal city of Rodel, while the other is separated in the dark side where all records and traces have been erased. Tanz looked at the fork, which emitted a light noticeably weaker than the other end but still shone with pure gold, and couldn't help but whisper, "Shadow Tree." Chapter 38. Stonewell. Although Tanz was confused about the current state of the Golden Tree, he tried his best to calm his somewhat anxious mood and led the hybrids who followed him with the corpses of their compatriots into the castle of Morin City. Tans understood the significance of returning to the tree for those who believed in the golden tree. Moreover, this was the first time the hybrids had returned to the tree in many years. He did not want to ruin their mood by urging them. You see, when passing by the residential area of the golden people outside the city of Morin, the hybrids all straightened their chests without exception, and followed Tans into the castle of Morin City in the surprised eyes of the golden people. Let's do this right here. Let these hybrids who died gloriously in battle return to the embrace of the golden tree. Tans said as they arrived at the separate large courtyard where the golden tree was located. Then he came to a hybrid and picked up a frozen hybrid corpse from the cart pushed by the other party. Your Majesty Tans? How can you come here? The hybrid widened his eyes and hurriedly tried to reach out to help. Tans dodged to the side and said calmly to him and the hybrids behind him, let us see them off together. Although I know that in your hearts, it is an honor for them to die fighting for me. But if possible, I still hope that they can live. The hybrid withdrew his hand. He looked at the hybrids who were coming in one after another around him and nodded silently. Tan's words made the hybrids, who were originally a little emotional, become solemn. The hybrids also realized that no matter how great an honor it was to return to the tree, their departed compatriots would never be able to stand up and shake hands with them again. They pushed carts into the courtyard one by one, and like Tans, they picked up the bodies of their compatriots and came to the golden tree. Tans gently placed the cold, scaly hybrid corpse in his arms on the golden grass swaying in the wind, removing the freezing effect of the snow magic. The golden tree, shimmering with golden light, swayed gently in the wind. Its branches crisscrossed and swayed in time with the wind, making a rustling sound, as if singing a mournful elegy for the hybrids who had died on the battlefield. The golden leaves slowly drift down, and they tremble with the branches, as if they are tears shed by the golden tree. Beneath the golden tree, the bodies of the hybrids were neatly laid out. Their expressions were serene and peaceful, as if they were simply sleeping. Golden leaves fluttered down lightly, silently covering the fallen hybrid bodies. Suddenly, a faint golden light emanated from the corpses. This soft light gradually spread, accompanied by bursts of subtle flickering. The hybrids' bodies began to become transparent, until they transformed into clusters of dazzling light particles. They jumped and spun in the air, surrounding Tans and the hybrids, as if saying their final farewell. After turning a few times, they began to rise slowly and finally merged back into the golden tree. There was complete silence all around, with only the sounds of swaying branches and the rustling of fallen leaves in the wind. Tans stood there, closed his eyes, and prayed for the hybrids who returned to the tree. Behind him, all the living hybrids prostrated themselves on the golden grass, knelt 3 times, then raised their hands high and murmured their thoughts for their deceased compatriots. Tans waited quietly until the last hybrid stood up and saluted him, then he said, "Go find Nifelu and have her arrange for someone to prepare your supplies for your return to Long Didale, including weapons, rations, bedding, and so on. Well, have her prepare about 300 people first. There are some old supplies in the warehouse in Morin City, which should be enough for you to use in Long Didale." The hybrids nodded and left one after another, not forgetting to take the cart away from the golden tree's courtyard before leaving. When Tans was the only one left in the courtyard, he walked to the trunk of the golden tree, closed his eyes, and sensed the Elden ring in the tree. There were no problems with the golden tree. On the contrary, due to the existence of the shadow tree, the golden tree can better guide the deceased souls, while also preventing itself from absorbing too many dead souls and being infected by the power of death. Moreover, the appearance of the shadow tree also brought new scenes to the Elden Circle. Tans recognized at a glance that these images all showed things from the Shadow Land. He looked at the pictures of the Shadow Land, then shook his head and turned his gaze to the city of Stonewell. The golden people are unaware of the existence of the Shadow Land. If the things in it are summoned out and the golden people know about these buried sins, who knows how much panic will be caused. What's more, Tans discovered that what was needed to summon the Shadow Land was not the golden blessing, but the shadow blessing. That was the blessing stored in the shadow tree. It was clear that the shadow tree, having only just appeared, didn't store enough shadow blessings. However, while the cities in the Shadow Land couldn't be summoned for the time being, some of his old friends could be summoned to help later. In short, we must summon the city of Stonewell first, and then if there are any remaining blessings, we must summon more soldiers and residents. The hybrids far away in Longdale also need more compatriots. The blessings stored by the golden tree for nearly a month, plus the oak souls absorbed from Long Didale, should be enough. Once Stonewell City was summoned, Storm Eagles, exile soldiers, and lost knights could also be summoned. Neferi Lu was now the true Storm King, finally no longer having to command Greg's King's army. More importantly, there is a demigod from the borderland who can be summoned. Although the blessing required to summon this demigod is less than half of the blessing required to summon the city of Stonewell. While Tans was fantasizing in his mind, he took out the soul collector made by Teacher Serlin. From the moment the soul collector made of dark blue pyroxene appeared in front of the golden tree, it released a large number of souls of orcs and wargs. While the golden tree was absorbing these souls, the shadow tree that existed with it was also gradually changing into black and gold. After releasing all the souls, the soul collector lost its light and fell back into Tan's hands. Tans carefully took it back into his arms, and then couldn't wait to touch the trunk of the golden tree again. In the quiet courtyard, sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and falls on the two trees that grow together. After Tans confirmed the summons, the golden tree and the shadow tree simultaneously bloomed with different colors of light. The golden glow of the golden tree is like flowing molten gold, warm and full of vitality. The leaves on the tree ripple with golden color under the gentle breeze, like a golden river flowing in the quiet courtyard. The shadow tree next to it, however, displays its majesty and solemnity in a completely different posture. Its leaves also sway gently in the wind, but they glow with a black gold light, like gems hidden in the deep ocean, unobtrusive but hard to ignore. The light of the two trees intertwined with each other, covering the entire territory of the golden tree. Following a brief earthquake, the towering city of Stonewell appeared around the golden tree. The city of Morin was moved to the original location of Hyde Fortress, and Hyde Fortress was moved further north from its original location. As for the location of the level outpost, there is no change, because it is an outpost set up in front of the city of Stonewell. The settlements of the dwarves and elves remained unchanged, so the fields and farms were not affected. The emergence of Stonewell City also means that the territory of the Golden Tree has become much larger again. Now, it takes a whole day to walk from Stonewell to Morn, and only half a day to get from Morn to Hyde Fortress. It's time to build a carriage-friendly road between Stonewell, Morn, and Hyde Fortress. As Tans thought about it, he continued to immerse his mind in the Elden Circle. There is still some blessing from the Golden Tree left, and he wants to summon some more things. Inside the Lord's Hall of Morn City, Roger looked out the window at the fading light and the magnificent silhouette of Stonewell City in the distance. He smiled and said to Dee and Neferi Lu behind him, "Shall we guess what else Tans summoned this time?" Dee was originally praying when the light enveloped him, but after hearing Roger's words, he said, "Boring." Seeing his friend reject him, Roger curled his lips deliberately and looked at Neferi Lu. Neferi Lu looked at the small black dot rising from the distant Stonewell City. After closing her eyes for a while, she opened them and said excitedly, "I feel a familiar breath in the wind. It's the eagles. The storm eagles are back." Chapter 39, It becomes justified as long as it's witchcraft. Mills came back to his senses from the light and saw the city of Stonewell in the distance. The walls of Stonewell City rose from the ground, towering into the clouds, a majestic spectacle. They were constructed from delicately squared stones, their blue stone texture giving them an exceptionally solid appearance. Their astonishing height made them seem to connect the blue sky and white clouds, as if they were about to break through the heavens. The rough, nearly square blocks used in the wall were polished and processed by stonemasons to create neat edges, making the wall more durable and sturdy. Each stone was placed in a specific position and tightly joined with the surrounding stones to form an amazing wall. At regular intervals, towers stood like sentry posts. These octagonal towers not only served as a defensive measure but also provided stable support for the city walls. They allowed for multi-angle arrow fire, further strengthening the defenses. From a distance, it looks like a huge Gothic sculpture. The golden border makes the stone walls in the city gorgeous and luxurious, as if telling you that it is a golden paradise. The surface of the city wall of Stonewell is decorated with great care. The grey color of the stone wall complements the golden flags on the edging, adding more elegance and nobility. The walls are adorned with a wealth of relief and carving techniques, making each stone more exquisite and detailed. For example, the tops of the towers are adorned with branches, like branches growing outwards, and are beautifully decorated, as if they are raising their hands to the sky in prayer. Mills exclaimed as he looked at the beautiful blonde girl with golden eyes in front of him and couldn't help asking, "Ms. Roderica, may I ask what city in the distance is?" Roderica clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She had just been praying in the direction of the golden tree. After hearing Mill's words, she lowered her hands and replied with a smile, "Please don't worry, Mr. Mills. This is Lord Tans. He is casting a spell to call back his territory and people." After she finished speaking, she observed Mill's expression inconspicuously. Sure enough, after Mills heard the word witchcraft, the curiosity on his face disappeared, and was replaced by admiration and sighs. "Lord Tans is truly powerful. I've only heard that wizards can perform all kinds of magical spells, but I didn't expect it to be so grand," Mills exclaimed as he looked at the golden tree in the distance that was emitting two different lights. Roderica nodded secretly in her heart. Lord Kenneth Hyde was right. No matter what strange things happened, as long as she told these people that it was Lord Fated who was casting witchcraft, they would have all kinds of reasons to convince herself. If strange things happen again, just use this timeless rhetoric to deal with the humans, dwarves, and elves outside. Roderica thought about it, with a smile on her face, and stopped by several elven-style wooden houses. The cabin is constructed from rough logs, the surface of which is faintly marked by the passage of time. The moss-covered roof blends in with the surrounding natural landscape, like a long-standing tree in the forest. A few rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches and leaves and fell in front of the wooden house. Scattered around the cabin are some beautifully carved log stools, covered with moss, which is soft and elastic. The door of the wooden house was half open, revealing a soft wood fragrance. In front of the door hung a small ornament woven from dry branches, swaying gently in the wind, making a rustling sound. On both sides of the wooden house, vines slowly climb along the walls, with a few crystal-clear flowers interspersed among the emerald-green leaves. Mills and others looked a little dumbfounded. It was more like a work of art than a wooden house. Roderica turned around and said to Mills and others behind her, "This is the accommodation that Lord Kenneth arranged for you. It has the most basic daily necessities. If you are still not satisfied." Mills's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he asked nervously, "Is this really the place for us to live? Isn't it a little inappropriate? These houses should be for elves, right?" Although Mills had never seen an elf, he had heard descriptions of their appearance and whereabouts from the elders in his village who had seen elves. So when he saw these wooden houses for the first time, he thought, yes, these are the houses where elves should live. The people following behind him also nodded after hearing Mill's words. Although the eyes of these people revealed the desire to live there, they looked at themselves and saw that they did not fit in with the exquisite house, and felt a little ashamed. They felt that they were not worthy of living there and would only make the house dirty. Roderica maintained her amiable smile. "Don't worry. These houses were originally built by the elves to help Lord Tans. They were originally intended for human habitation. However, since there aren't many people in the territory, many of them are left unused." Then he winked mischievously and said, "Or do you want to live in the dwarves' stone house? Although the environment inside the two houses is similar, dwarves are naturally a bit noisy. If you can tolerate the noise the dwarves make all day long, I will take you there." Mills immediately waved his hand and said quickly, "No need, we can just live here." Roderica nodded, leaning over and making a gesture of invitation. "You can choose your own houses. Soldiers will come and bring you some clean clothes shortly. Each house has a bathing area. The water pool is behind the cabins. It's filled with clean river water that Lord Kenneth just ordered the soldiers to fill. But from now on, you'll have to fetch water yourself. The stream is not far from here. We are now at Hyde Fortress. A little further south is Morn City. See that big castle and city walls? That's it. Morn City is inhabited by the people of the Golden Tree. If you're interested, you can go and say hello, but be aware that some people might have bad tempers. There are also some elves and dwarves living there. When you have money later, you can buy things from them." Behind Morn City is Stonewell City, which Lord Tans just summoned. It should be quite empty right now, so you'll slowly get to know it. Mills listened carefully to what Roderica said, took note of the things to pay attention to, and thanked her gratefully, "Thank you, Miss Roderica." After watching these humans excitedly walk towards the wooden house built by the elves, Roderica said goodbye to them and left. On the other side, Tans rode Torrit and came to the city of Morin. "Lord Tans, welcome back." Tans had just dismounted when he heard D's respectful voice. He looked up and found D standing at the door of the Morin castle, waiting for him meticulously. Behind him, Roger was leaning against the edge of the castle corridor. Seeing Tans looking at him, he slightly raised the brim of his pointed hat with his hand and greeted Tans with a smile. Tans shouted in surprise, Dear Roger? You two actually came back from Erin Vaughn? When? He walked over quickly, first giving Dee an unexpected hug, and then gave Roger, who was walking towards him, a hug as well. Dee shook himself uncomfortably and replied, "We just got back today, but it was only this morning." Roger added, "Yes, and we were just explaining the situation of Ellen Vorn to Neferi Lu. But suddenly we felt a strong light and knew you were back." As Tanis and the lion hybrids headed for the great port of Longdardal, he did not forget Gandalf and another region he had mentioned, Ellen Vorn. When Elrond brought the elves over, Tans also asked them about Ellen Vorn's situation. Unfortunately, Elrond knew very little about the place called Ellen Vorn. Or rather, the relevant information he knew was about Ellen Vorn thousands of years ago, and Elrond had no idea what the current situation of Ellen Vorn was. In the distant Second Age, this land was covered with lush primeval forests, and Erin Vorn was the western part of this primeval forest. But then a brutal war took place on this land, the primeval forest was destroyed, and Erin Vorn became a land we haven't set foot on for a long time. Tans recalled Elrond's words to him and asked Roger and Dee, "What were the results of your investigation? What's the current situation in Erin Vorn?" Roger paused, then smiled and asked, "One bad news, one good news, which one do you want to hear?" Dee rolled his eyes at Roger and said to Tans, "Don't listen to Roger. There's no such thing as good news or bad news. Lord Tans, Erin Vorn's situation can be said to be awful." Chapter 40. Erin Vorn. In the early Second Age, vast primeval forests grew throughout the northwestern region of Middle-earth, and the woods of Cape Erin Vorn were only a part of that great forest. The inhabitants of the forest are indigenous humans who are related to the Hales family. However, with the return of the Númenóreans to Middle-earth and the outbreak of the war between the elves and Sauron, the ancient forest suffered devastating destruction. Because the Númenóreans cut down trees indiscriminately to build ships, Sauron sent his soldiers to set fire to the forests. Thus, in the late Second Age, many of the surviving forest natives fled to Erin Vorn. These forest natives survived and have lived to this day as a secretive hunting people. Tans had already arrived at the city lord's hall with Roger and Dee. He greeted Neferi Lu, who had just finished dealing with other affairs in Morn City, and sent someone to call Edgar over to listen to Roger and Dee's reports together. Although for Neferi Lu, this was her second time hearing it. Tans tapped the table with his hand, making a crisp sound. Roger understood and closed his mouth, looking at him to ask if he had any questions. Tans expressed his doubts. "From what you and Dee have said about Erin Vorn, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Why do you say it's so terrible?" Roger gave a good-natured laugh, glanced at Dee's armor, and said, "That's because after we encountered those hunter-gatherers, they wanted to hunt us. Of course, it's also possible that the style of Dalion's armor frightened them." Dee retorted unhappily, "That has nothing to do with my armor. You've seen how these people eat animal flesh and eat blood. Both men and women wear vests made of animal hide, exposing their chests. Their waists are wrapped with thick vines. They wear simple animal hide aprons and sandals woven from tree bark. If it weren't for their appearance, I'd have mistaken them for hybrids or subhumans." Tans pondered for a moment and asked, "So the people of Erin Vorn are still in a primitive tribal state?" Roger nodded. "That's right. The information I told you was obtained after we defeated the group of savages who wanted to hunt us. The only lucky thing was that we could understand their language, and they could understand us as well." At this time, Edgar, now the deputy mayor of Morn City, spoke gloomily, "Lord Tans, if you wish to subjugate these barbarians, it will probably take a great deal of effort. I don't mean by force, defeating these barbarians is easy, but the key is how to make them submit and educate them after defeating them." Dee agreed. "The people of Erin Vorn are truly difficult to communicate with. They know we're human like them, yet they still want to hunt us for food. It's simply incomprehensible." Tans looked at Roger, "What do you think?" Roger shrugged. "For once, I agree with Dalion. The natives of the Elan Vorn forest are extremely xenophobic and less civilized. Besides, there's nothing special about that place. Leaving them alone won't affect the golden tree." Tans nodded, "Yes, I understand. I will leave Erin Vorn alone for now." Then he cleared his throat and told everyone in the city hall about the events of Taki Dale and his plan to look for Gandalf. "Neferi Lu, the management of Stonewell City is handed over to you, which means the city has returned to its original owner. After all, it is the city of the Storm King, isn't it?" Tans looked at Neferi Lu and said with a smile, After Neferi listened quietly, she smiled. Well, then I will return Morn City to Edgar. He's the one who's most familiar with this castle, so he should be the one to manage it. Edgar immediately said, No, Lady Neferi, you're joking. You now understand Morn City as well as I do. I admire your management these days. You are worthy of the title of Storm King. Neferi waved her hand, then turned to Tanis with a serious expression and said, Tanis, I'm afraid your plan to find Gandalf will be temporarily ruined. During the days you were away, there was one thing you didn't know about the dwarves. When Tans heard this, he actually became a little nervous. He inquired carefully, is it related to the dwarves? They didn't finally fight the elves, did they? No one was hurt, right? Where are the elves? The only thing that could make him give up looking for Gandalf immediately was probably the fight between the dwarves and the elves. Neferi was stunned, realizing Tans had misunderstood, so she quickly explained, You misunderstood. Although the dwarves and elves in the territory dislike each other, they live in peace. They have divided their own areas and live in their own areas, and there are no conflicts. Well, although there are minor conflicts, they are just quarrels, not to the extent of physical violence. Tans was relieved and asked, So what did you say about the dwarves? Neferi replied, The situation is this, a week after you led the hybrids away, the dwarf named Philly arrived with a large number of carriages. He said he was following the agreement made with his teacher and wanted to trade with us, the Golden Tree. Tans nodded thoughtfully. Well, that's what happened. What happened next? Did something unexpected happen? Neferi continued, No, our trade with the dwarves went very smoothly, and several dwarves stayed, forming a commercial district dedicated to trading with the dwarves. Although they didn't get the ores or gems they wanted, they were very satisfied with the fruits and vegetables from the Golden Tree, as well as the golden eggs and wool. Well, but that's not the point. Philly found me and left a message for you. Tans asked with interest, What did Philly say? Neferi said, He said his uncle Thorin will come over around next month, in mid-July. Tans was a little surprised, Thorin? Why would Thorin come here? Neferi speculated, I'm not sure about that. Philly didn't explain in detail, but he said he came here to thank you. Perhaps you helped some dwarves on your way out. Tans was even more confused. Wait, thank me? But I haven't seen any dwarves since I came back from Longdurdal. Neferi shrugged. It's not a bad thing anyway. We'll know when the time comes. Time passed steadily, neither fast nor slow, and it was mid-July 2939. The territory of the Golden Tree is developing steadily, just like the invisible and intangible time. The new hybrids were summoned by Tans as early as the rest of June and rushed to the port of Longdydale with supplies. The lion hybrid also sent a winged hybrid to reply and report the situation in Longdydale. Except for Oak, who occasionally came to gather intelligence but was discovered and shot by the winged hybrids patrolling in the sky, everything else was normal. Neferi returned to Stonewell City, and the sky over the Golden Tree territory was patrolled by storm eagles. These darlings of the storm can see farther and report intelligence to King Greg's army patrolling the ground in a timely manner. During the period before Thorin's arrival, Tans also drew manpower from the Golden People to build roads between Stonewell, Morn, and Hyde Fortress. Mingerius, a sparsely populated land, lacks everything except stones, so Tans does not have to worry about lack of stones for road construction. Roger and Dee were sent out again by Tanis, and this time their destination was Shabad, another ruin that Elrond asked Tanis to rebuild. Tans felt that if the orcs dared to carry out repair work in Longdale, then there was no reason for them not to rebuild Shabad in the same river basin. And no matter whether the orcs are there or not, they will have to go to Shabad sooner or later. It would be better to let Roger and Dee go there in advance to see the situation. Before setting off, Roger himself jokingly called himself Tan's Royal Pathfinder. But Dee didn't object this time and even liked calling himself Roger. On the same day that Tans received the reply from the lion hybrid, the news of Thorin's arrival also reached his ears while he was meditating beside the Golden Tree. Tanis, praise you. My dear friend. Thank you for giving Philly and Keely such powerful magic. As Tans saw Thorin's handsome face that was out of place among the other dwarves, the other party came running over with a smile on his face and gave him a big hug. And in the carriage that Thorin got off, Philly and Keely appeared again, and they looked at their uncle Thorin in surprise, who rarely showed happiness. Tans smiled back, leaned over, and gave Thorin a hug, while muttering to himself. Powerful witchcraft? Are you talking about the prayers I taught them?